My name is Wu Ming, and I was just an ordinary college student on Blue Planet. That day, I was walking on the way back to the dormitory and accidentally found a shiny stone. Driven by curiosity, I picked it up and took it back to the dormitory to clean it. However, when the water drops fell on the stone, something unexpected happened. The stone turned into a huge black hole and swallowed me in an instant. When I woke up again, it was a whole new world. The technology here is almost the same as that of the 21st century in my previous life, but the development of thermal weapons is far behind, and even nuclear weapons have not yet been invented. But the threat to humans does not decrease because there is a more terrifying existence in this world: ferocious beasts. A powerful S-class beast king can destroy a city by himself, and its power is no less than that of a nuclear explosion. Fortunately, a profession was born during the long confrontation between humans: the beast tamer. They can sign soul contracts with ferocious beasts, tame them into loyal pets, fight side by side, and jointly resist the ferocious beast crisis. But when I traveled to this world, I did not become a beast tamer admired by thousands of people, but inexplicably became the manager of a pet store that was on the verge of bankruptcy. Pets need to eat like ordinary creatures. Ordinary food can meet their basic needs, but more advanced evolutionary food can allow pets to complete their transformation and evolve into more powerful beings. However, evolutionary food is expensive. Even the lowest grade, F-grade food costs 100,000 pet coins per serving. My pet store was doing badly, with few customers, and had already become dilapidated. Even when I sold it, no one was interested. What's worse is that the female landlord asked me to pay the rent with my body after seeing my situation. If she was pretty, I might still consider it, but unfortunately, her face is really hard to describe. Just when I was at a loss, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded. Ding! The Pet Beast Infinite Evolution System has been successfully bound. The system gave me 100,000 pet coins, 100 evolution points, 100 cubic meters of system space, and an F-level pet nethercat. More importantly, I can use evolution points and specific materials to produce evolutionary food, allowing pets to achieve infinite evolution. Many years later, I trained a titan ape that could shatter a castle with one punch. The phoenix rising from the ashes burns thousands of miles of land. Even the god-level beast masters bowed down to him. The inconspicuous pet shop on Winda Street in the south of Jalan City has become a holy place that all animal tamers look up to. No one knows where the mysterious shop owner came from or where he will go. They only know I am the only super god trainer on the Sky Blue Planet. And it all started from that pet store that was on the verge of bankruptcy. Jalan City, Nanwin Street, inside the pet store. Wu Ming, don't play dumb. Either pay the money or leave the person here. The landlady's voice was sharp and piercing, with a smug and contemptuous smile on her face, and her fat body almost blocked the entire store door. I ignored her and just looked calmly at the table. A black cat was licking its paws leisurely on the table. Its fur was black and shiny, and its eyes were cold and sharp, like an elegant killer in the dark night. It was an F-level pet given to me by the system, the nether cat, which was born with the 3 talents of invisibility, extreme speed, and steel claws. At this moment, it is an invisible state, and no one can see its existence except me. Meow. With a low moan, the nether cat seemed to sense that I was being bullied. Before I could stop it, it passed by like a black lightning. Bah! With a loud bang, the landlady's huge body, weighing 300 pounds, was knocked flying and fell on the wet ground outside the door like a broken sack. The rain poured down heavily, and she instantly became a wet chicken. Ah! Murder! Help! The landlady's scream cut through the rain curtain, so piercing. The passers-by around looked over, but when they saw that it was the fat woman who usually bullied others, lying on the ground in a miserable state, struggling with her limbs spread out and unable to get up, they were stunned at first, and then they couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. I walked out of the store with a leisurely pace and a calm expression. My appearance immediately made the crowd who were originally giggling stop smiling, and their smiles turned into admiration and a hint of fear. This strange young man who suddenly appeared in Jalan City 3 days ago dared to do what they had always wanted to do, but didn't dare to do. However, the situation is not that simple. If the female landlord's fall is discovered by the law enforcement team, I will most likely face being expelled from Jalan City. It wasn't me. I stood in the corridor of the pet shop with my arms folded, looking indifferent, my eyes passing through the rain, and spoke helplessly. I wanted to stop the nether cat, But everything happened too fast, and I was too late. What's more troublesome is that I must not admit this matter. Otherwise, I will be expelled or even in greater danger. Fortunately, the Phantom Cat has been invisible the whole time, so there won't be any abnormalities in the surveillance video. The law enforcement team only saw the female landlord retreating inexplicably, while I kept a safe distance of 3 meters from her from beginning to end. Who else could it be but you? The landlady was soaked, her wet hair stuck to her face. Her fat fingers trembled as she pointed at me. Her voice was sharp and piercing, and she made exaggerated shouts from time to time, deliberately attracting the attention of the law enforcement team. A clear but not majestic voice rang out through the wind and rain. "We are the law enforcement team. What happened?" I looked up and saw a tall woman walking slowly towards me in the wind and rain. She wore a black windbreaker, long boots, had neat short hair, and her features were as cold as a sculpture, revealing an unquestionable majesty. The strangest thing was that the heavy rain automatically parted half a meter above her head, not even wetting the corners of her clothes. Behind her, there were 2 tall and straight police officers, armed with live ammunition, as solemn as iron towers. Ding! The host encounters a Beastmaster for the first time and unlocks the Eye of Insight, which allows him to view the basic properties of things. The system prompt sound suddenly rang in my head. Immediately, a few lines of light blue text appeared in front of my eyes. Name: Mu Wanra level, E-level Beast Tamer Elite. Pet: E-level Elemental Waterman, has the talent for controlling water, can blend into the water, and is both offensive and defensive. It suddenly dawned on me that it was no wonder that Mu Wanru could remain spotless even in the heavy rain. She calmly showed her ID. "I am the captain of the Jalan City Law Enforcement Team, Mu Wanru. What happened here?" The landlady instantly subsided, with a hint of fear in her eyes. After all, throwing tantrums in front of the Beastmaster was tantamount to bringing disgrace upon oneself. She lowered her voice, but still pretended to be aggrieved and said, "I came here to collect the rent today, and this boy dared to push me and made me fall." Mu Wanra looked at me coldly, her eyes sharp. "Is that really the case?" My face was calm, and my tone was indifferent. "I don't have the ability to push down a 300-pound person. Besides, I didn't touch her at all. Who else but you?" The landlady immediately jumped up, and her emotions got out of control again. Mu Wanra narrowed her eyes, took out her cell phone, and dialed the video retrieval hotline of the law enforcement center. A moment later, the surveillance video came over. In the video, when the female landlord was confronting me, she seemed to be knocked down by some invisible force. "The surveillance shows that Wu Ming did not contact you. The specific reason is not clear at the moment. This matter ends here." Mu Wanru's tone was calm, but it revealed an irresistible majesty. The landlady's face froze instantly, and a trace of panic flashed across her eyes. She struggled for a moment and finally pointed at me and threatened me viciously. "Pay the rent in full within 3 days, or you will have a hard time. Don't forget, you signed the contract." After saying that, she angrily got into the shabby car, started the engine, and drove away in the rain. The heavy rain continued to pour down. I watched her leave, finally feeling relieved. I looked up and thanked Mu Wanru. "Thank you, Captain Mu." Mu Wanru nodded expressionlessly. "I am just doing my job impartially." She then walked into the pet shop and looked around, apparently investigating the truth behind the fat woman's falling out of nowhere. I secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, the system took away the nether cat in time and erased all traces. Otherwise, I would be in trouble today. After a search, Mu Wanru did not find anything unusual. She just looked at me meaningfully and disappeared in the wind and rain with 2 police officers. The house returned to silence, and I slumped down on the sofa, my mind quickly thinking about my next plan. After I traveled to this world, I inexplicably signed a 1-year lease for the pet store. If I break the contract, I must pay 3 times the penalty, that is, 300,000 pet coins. But I only have 100,000 pet coins now, which is not enough to compensate. And giving 300,000 to that fat woman for nothing is too cheap for her. It seems that the best option at the moment is to pay 1 year's rent first, and then make other plans when the rent is about to expire. However, I'm not in a hurry. There are still a few days left, and these 100,000 pet coins can be used to double the profit and pay the rent. I cast my gaze towards the system panel and asked in my mind, "System, what are evolution points?" The system responded calmly. "Evolution points are the currency designated by the system. They can be used to purchase items in the mall and can also be used to produce evolutionary food. The sources include fierce beasts, pets, medicinal herbs, and other items with magical powers. My eyes lit up and my heartbeat quickened. The evolution of pets is inseparable from evolutionary food, and this kind of precious food formula is priceless on the sky blue planet. And the system mall actually provides ready-made food. When I opened the mall, rows of dazzling goods appeared before my eyes, but most of them were in gray and locked status. D-level evolutionary food Hand of Flame, priced at 388 points. E-level pet Bald Eagle Egg, priced at 98 points. These items range in grade from F to D, but there are no higher-level items. I frowned and asked, System, why are there no C-level and above products? The system's voice sounded in my mind. Host, what you are currently seeing is only the primary system mall. After unlocking the intermediate mall, you can purchase A, B, and C-level items, and the advanced mall has S, SS, and SSS level items. I was slightly stunned, and then suddenly realized, no wonder I can't see mid to high-end products. What are the conditions for unlocking them? The system explained calmly. When the host's evolution points reach 10,000 for the first time and successfully breeds a D-level pet, the intermediate mall can be unlocked. The unlocking condition for the advanced mall is to reach 1 million evolution points and breed an A-level pet. After hearing this, I couldn't help but take a deep breath. 10,000 evolution points plus a D-level pet? This condition is not simple. I muttered to myself, a D-level pet. My brows slightly frowned, and my eyes involuntarily swept out the window. Jialan City, a third-tier city in China, has only a few C-level pets. Even C-level pets have long been regarded as the city's patron saints, intimidating all directions. As for D-level pets, they only exist in rumors. A beast master who can cultivate a D-level pet must be rich or noble, with a transcendent status, and is definitely not an ordinary person. I sighed helplessly. It seems that in order to unlock the intermediate mall, I have to at least become a celebrity in Jialan City. Coming back to my senses, I turned my attention back to the primary mall and began to carefully browse the introductions of those F-level products. F-level food speed increases the pet's speed to F-level, 28 meters per second, sold for 38 evolution points. F-rank food claws, which gives pets claws with a hardness comparable to alloy steel, is sold for 38 points. F-level food flame allows the pet to awaken its fire talent and release 1200 degrees Celsius high-temperature flames. The price is 38 points. As the products appeared before my eyes, I was amazed. It turns out that the strength of F-level pets is so amazing that they can become dangerous hunters. My consciousness sank, and I entered the system space. My eyes fell on my pet, the nether cat. Species, nether cat, unnamed. Level, F-class pet, elite. Talents, F-class speed, 37 meters per second. F-class invisibility, F-class steel claws. Looking at the data panel, I couldn't help but whisper, a speed of 37 meters per second, plus invisibility and steel claws, this combat power. I'm afraid those beasts in the previous life couldn't even withstand a single blow from it. A chill passed through my heart. If F-level pets are already so powerful, how terrifying would the higher level E-level and D-level pets be? This world is really dangerous. I took a deep breath and resolutely spent 38 evolution points to buy a portion of F-level speed food. F-level speed food. Recipe. Red Primrose times 150G, Angelica times 99G, Vitality Fruit times 100G. A total of 15 kinds of medicinal materials. Evolution points times 5. Effect. The speed of the pet is increased to F-level. Speed-type pets can also increase the speed limit. Each pet can only take it once. Looking at the formula in my mind, I couldn't help rubbing my forehead. To produce one F-level food, I have to consume an additional 5 evolution points. This price is really not small. I stood up and rummaged through the drawers in the pet store, looking for medicinal herbs. At the same time, at the other end of Jialan City, in a dark and dirty alley, the landlady stopped her modified tricycle, twisted her bloated body into the alley, and threw out a bundle of money. I want you to cripple one person. After you do it, I will give you another 10,000 pet coins. The two disheveled beggars raised their heads, their eyes flashing with cold and murderous light. Who is the target? The landlady sneered and threw down a photo. The owner of the pet store on Nanwen Street, Wu Ming. The bearded beggar put away the photo with a grim smile. Ordinary people? Don't worry, Give us some time. We wanderers will take care of this. Very good. I'll wait for your good news. The landlady said this and turned away. Vagabonds, a group of people who are forced into a desperate situation. They have no home and no future, but they dare to do anything for money. 10 minutes later, I finally gathered all the herbs in the pet shop. Looking at the herbs on the table, I was a little confused. Didn't this store sell only ordinary food before? Could these herbs be left by the previous owner? The old man who loved drinking came to my mind. I shook my head and laughed at myself. Forget it, let's make the best of it. Picking up the herbs, I returned to the second-floor bedroom to prepare food. The sound of rain outside the door became more and more rapid. Just as I was about to close the door, I found that the glass door was knocked crooked and stuck. What bad luck! I sighed, sat back on the sofa helplessly, turned on the computer, and prepared to look for sales channels. However, there was a sudden sound of hurried footsteps outside the door. The door was suddenly pushed open, and a figure rushed into the store like the wind. The speed was so fast that I was caught off guard and was knocked to the ground. "Oh, I'm sorry." A clear and pleasant voice was heard, like a lark in the early morning. I looked up in a daze. My eyes met the woman in front of me, and my heart skipped a beat involuntarily. In the rain, a female student in school uniform got up from the ground in a panic. Her face flushed, and she said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I ran too fast and the ground was too slippery, and I accidentally bumped into you." I came back to my senses from the soft touch just now, and my eyes fell on the girl in front of me. She looked about 18 years old, tall, and wearing the beige plaid uniform of Jalan Pet School. Her long hair was wet by the rain and fell down wetly, which added a different kind of beauty. She was holding a pair of high heels in her hand, with a pair of bare white feet, and her long legs under the skirt were particularly eye-catching. In his arms, he held a little snow-white fox. Its big watery eyes were blinking, revealing a bit of liveliness. I waved my hands gently and said with a smile, "It's okay, I'm not hurt. By the way, why did you suddenly come in?" The female student smiled, bent down and bowed and answered politely, "It was raining heavily outside. I saw that your pet shop was the only one open, so I thought of coming in to take shelter." Her voice was clear and pleasant, coupled with her shy smile, which made people involuntarily like her. I nodded, but my eyes fell on the wooden badge on her chest. I was a little surprised. "You are a potential beast master?" The female student raised her hand to brush her wet hair, her eyes smiling into crescents, and she said softly, "Not yet. Today is the last part of the assessment, but Xiaobai is too slow, so I don't think there is much hope." After hearing this, Wu Ming raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a smile, "I have F-level speed food here, which is guaranteed to help your Xiaobai pass the test. Do you want to buy it?" "Really?" The female student looked surprised with anticipation in her eyes. I calmly took out a small wooden box, opened it, and the rich aroma of medicine instantly spread. The little white fox immediately jumped to the wooden box, his eyes shining, his mouth slightly open, looking impatient. "How many pet coins?" The female student sensed Xiaobai's desire and couldn't help asking. I held up a finger. 100,000 pet coins, the official price. The female student bit her red lips, seemed a little hesitant, but quickly took out her phone and said with a smile, "I'll pay with VX." I took out my cell phone and showed the payment code with a smile. Seeing this, the female student suddenly frowned and said, Why is it your personal payment code, not the official account of the pet store?" I casually placed my shop owner's card on the counter and said with a smile, "I am the owner of this shop." So that's how it is." The female student looked embarrassed and quickly paid the money and sent a friend request. Just then, the roar of a sports car engine came from outside the door. A woman dressed in a seductive manner hurried into the store and glanced at me with disdain. "Yin Yin, what are you doing here?" "Nana, why are you here?" The female student looked at her, a little surprised. Zhou Nana crossed her arms and said with disdain, "It's raining heavily outside. I came to pick you up. Aren't you going to take the preparatory Beast Master assessment?" Zhou Nana took the female student's hand and was about to leave. "Nana, don't be impatient. Wait until I let Xiaobai eat the F-level speed food before we leave," said the female student. "What? F-level speed evolution food? Yin Yin, where did you buy it? Could it be this crappy shop?" Zhou Nana crossed her arms, looked around, and found that the pet shop was very old, with disdain in her eyes. "Nana, don't say that." The female student held her hand and explained to me with an apologetic tone, "Boss, I'm sorry. Nana just speaks her mind." Upon hearing this, Zhou Nana immediately became unhappy and said, Yin Yin, you are just too naive. I am worried that you have been deceived. Come on, I will take you to the super affordable mall. The evolutionary food there is recognized to be good. Nana, no thanks. I've already bought evolutionary food from this store and just paid with VX. The female student pointed to the wooden box containing F-level speed food on the counter. The little white fox stood beside the wooden box, his eyes shining, staring at the food in the box, wanting to eat it in one bite. Yin Yin, I've told you this store is not good. Don't waste your money here. You should know that you still owe others 150,000 pet coins. Zhou Nana hurriedly obstructed her. After that, Zhou Nana looked at Wu Ming again and said coldly, "We don't want this F-class speed food. You should transfer the money back quickly." Roar! Upon hearing that it could not eat the evolutionary food in the wooden box, the little white fox immediately let out a low roar, like a tiger descending the mountain. The fierce breath alone was enough to scare Zhou Nana so much that her face changed drastically, and she quickly took several steps back. Why is Xiao Bai so mean to me? Zhou Nana stepped back repeatedly. Although the little white fox is usually very docile, it is a real pet with E-level potential. At this stage, it has grown to F-level. With a wave of its claws, it can leave a deep claw mark on the steel plate. At this time, I crossed my arms and said, "Do you know what food protection means? This is it. The evolutionary food produced in our store is of extremely high quality, far surpassing the food in other stores. The little white fox wanted to eat it, but you stopped it. It's lucky that it didn't get knocked over. Who do you think you are? How dare you teach me a lesson like this?" Zhou Nana's face darkened, and she pointed at Wu Ming and scolded him. Roar! The little white fox seemed to understand what she said. It let out a low roar, jumped up, and knocked Zhou Nana to the ground. This scene not only frightened the female students, but also made Zhou Nana scream sharply. "Yin Yin, save me!" Zhou Nana screamed in horror and collapsed on the ground. Her face was as pale as paper, and she was so frightened that she almost lost her composure. At this moment, she was extremely frightened, her eyes fixed on the furry F-level little white fox. If it really went crazy and clawed at her, the consequences would be disastrous. "Don't be afraid, Nana." Mu Wanyin quickly picked up the little white fox and gently stroked its soft fur with her slender jade-like hands and soothed it softly. "Xiao Bai, be good, don't scare Nana. Did you smell this F-level speed food? Eat it if you want, I've already paid for it." As she spoke, she couldn't help but move closer to smell the aroma of the food. She found it somewhat tempting and even wanted to taste it, but she finally restrained herself. When the little white fox heard what his master said, a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. He immediately broke free from his master's embrace, pounced on the food, and began to eat it voraciously. The aroma of the food filled the air, and the surroundings were quiet, with only the sound of the little white fox chewing. A miracle happened soon. After eating the food, the little white fox paused for a moment, and the aura around it changed significantly. It flicked its tail lightly, which actually caused a breeze, and a faint fluorescent light flowed on its four snow-white paws, as if it was stepping on some kind of energy ring. "That's amazing!" Mu Wanyin's eyes lit up, and she couldn't wait to take out her phone and open the speed test app. "Xiao Bai, try your speed." Whoosh! The little white fox turned into a white shadow and quickly shuttled through the pet store, leaving only a few blurry afterimages. Its speed was so amazing that it was dazzling. Ding! The test is over. Your pet's circling speed is 33 meters per second, 5 meters above the passing line, reaching the excellent level of F. The AI prompt sounded softly. Mu Wanyin jumped up with excitement, a blush of joy appearing on her innocent face. Zhou Nana, who was standing by, widened her eyes, speechless with shock. How is this possible? The little white fox's speed this morning was only 27 meters per second. Just one F-level food increased the speed of the little white fox by 6 meters per second. How amazing is the food in this pet store? The rain stopped. Mu Wanyin checked the time, picked up the little white fox, and reached out to help Zhou Nana up from the slumped position on the ground. "Nana, get up quickly. Why are you still sitting on the ground? Hey, you actually peed yourself in fear? Stop talking. It's so embarrassing." Zhou Nana's face suddenly turned red to her ears, and she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Mu Wanyin stuck out her tongue, her smile a little embarrassed, and even a faint blush appeared on her neck. As I watched this scene, I couldn't help but sigh inwardly. A beauty is a beauty. Even if she is shy, she is still heartwarming. Before leaving, Mu Wanyan waved at me and said with a smile, "Thank you, owner. When I pass the preliminary Beastmaster assessment, I will definitely recommend your store. By the way, don't forget to agree to my friend request." After saying that, she hugged the little white fox, supported Jo Nana, and left quickly in her high heels. I looked at her back, stunned for a moment, took out my phone, and sure enough, saw a new friend request. Mu Wanyan. Mu Wanyan. She has a nice name, and she's pretty, but the key is... I casually clicked on her circle of friends and saw a photo of her and the law enforcement team leader Mu Wanru. So they're sisters. No wonder they look so alike, I said to myself. However, I suddenly recalled the look in Jo Nana's eyes when she left, and my heart tightened. The way that girl glared at me, it seemed like she had some murderous intent. This world is really dangerous these days. With the roar of the V12 engine, the sports car sped away. Soon after, the sports car stopped in a beautiful park. In the car, Jo Nana's face was gloomy. She took out her cell phone and dialed a number. "Hello, check a person, the owner of the pet store on Nanwen Street. His name is Wu Ming. He looks quite handsome and quite young. If he doesn't have any background, send someone to kill him." After hanging up the phone, Jo Nana looked cold. I was completely unaware of all this. I just sat in the pet store, drinking jasmine tea while logging into the pet network and carefully searching for information related to ferocious beasts and medicinal materials. Finally, during the third cup of tea, I found a useful clue. The wholesale market at the end of Nanwen Street in Jialan City. Low-level beast materials and medicinal materials? Yes, that's it. I closed my computer and prepared to close the shop, but I found that the glass door had been broken by the landlady. I tried several times to close it but failed, so I had to give up. Riding the old 28-inch bicycle in the store, I rushed along the wet cobblestone street towards the wholesale market. The wholesale market is a brick concrete building with white walls and red roofs. The air is mixed with the smell of fish, medicine, and bacon. The stalls are filled with materials such as fierce beast claws, fur, dried meat, and medicinal materials. I walked up to a fat uncle's stall, locked my eyes on the nether wolf's claw that was as thick as an ox's leg, and silently opened the eye of insight. A line of information appeared in front of him. Species: nether wolf claws. Level: common ferocious beast. Remarks: can be converted into 0.1 evolution points. A hint of joy flashed in my eyes, and then I said, "Boss, how much is this nether wolf's claw?" "You have good eyesight, young man. You can recognize this as the claw of a nether wolf." The fat uncle squinted his eyes and smiled with wrinkles all over his face. "This is a rare item. I'm selling it at a low price. It only costs 998 pet coins." I glanced at the worn-out card next to it that had Netherworld Wolf Claw written on it and complained to myself. Even if I were blind, I wouldn't be fooled by this thing. Although the price of wolf claws is high, it can only be converted into 0.1 evolution points, which is outrageous. One evolution point costs 10,000 pet coins? This is too much. I calculated in my mind and couldn't help shaking my head. This price is almost as high as the cost of a F-level speed food. Okay, buy one and pay via VX. Wu Ming next to him thought for a moment and decisively took out his mobile phone. The fat uncle's smile became even brighter. "I'll give you a discount. 988. I almost slipped on the floor under my feet. "Boss, you are really stingy. 998 reduced to 988. This is a 9.99% discount." Although I complained, I still paid and turned around to continue shopping in the market. This wholesale market is a real treasure land. I quickly selected several raw materials for F-level speed food, calculating quickly with my abacus in my hand. I still have 200,000 pet coins on hand. After deducting the 100,000 rent in 3 days, the remaining funds are just enough to stock up. 57 evolution points are enough to prepare 11 F-level speed food, and the estimated selling price is over 1 million pet coins. I nodded secretly. This deal is a sure thing. However, just when I was feeling proud, a chill suddenly arose outside the wholesale market. A scarred man wearing a black windbreaker and sunglasses stared at my back with a cold look. He compared the photo in his hand with mine and found it was correct. He then took out his phone and whispered, "Target confirmed." A cold voice came from the other end of the phone. "There are too many people in the market. Wait for an opportunity to take action." An hour later, I returned with a full load, having gathered the ingredients for 5 F-class speed rations. As night fell, the flow of people on Nanwen Street gradually thinned out, so I chose to take a shortcut through a forest. The woods were silent, with a chilly breeze blowing and the shadows of the trees swaying eerily. Suddenly, several disheveled men jumped out of the bushes and dragged me into the woods. They held sharp stones in their hands and had vicious looks on their faces. Vagabond? My heart sank, thinking to myself, this is not good. There are no surveillance cameras here. If I really get caught, I'm afraid no one will even know that there is a corpse. However, I was prepared. The nether cat had already been hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Just as the big man was swinging the stone, a thunderous roar came from outside the forest. The next second, a huge bear rushed in, raised its huge paw, and slapped several wanderers away, knocking them to the ground. I was stunned. Where did the giant bear come from? Come back, big bear! A cheerful voice came from outside the forest. The giant bear stopped and ran back to his master. I looked up and saw a young man with dyed yellow hair, about 18 years old, standing there with his hands in his pockets and a relaxed expression. Name: Huang Samba. Level: F-Class Beast Tamer Preparatory. Pet: F-Class Powerful Giant Bear. Talent: Power Suppression. Why did the Wanderers target you? Huang Samba glanced at me, his tone full of curiosity. Did you offend someone you shouldn't have offended? I looked back at the homeless man who had fainted on the ground. The faces of the landlady and Joe Nana appeared in my mind, and I frowned. They probably sent them. Huang Samba shrugged, patted the giant bear on the head, and prepared to leave. Hey, be careful next time. I don't have the time to save it a second time. Wait, I called him and looked at the giant bear. Your giant bear has enough strength, but not enough speed. I have F-Class speed food. Do you want to try it? Huang Samba stopped, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Are you a trainer? That's right, I answered calmly. He looked me up and down and curled his lips. The trainers I've seen all have a lot of bodyguards around them, but you look quite shabby. If you don't believe me, come to my pet shop and I can prepare an F-level speed food for you to try today. I said, are you serious? Huang Samba looked suspicious, but with a hint of expectation in his eyes. If you sell fake goods, you will be expelled from Jialan City. Also, I saved your life. Can I get a free meal? It's impossible to get a free meal. At most, I can give you a discount. I said lightly, but I was thinking in my heart, Huang Samba is an upright person. Maybe he could become my long-term customer. Huang Samba crossed his arms and pouted. You're so stingy, but I'll go with you to see if you really have the ability. I turned around and ran to the bodies of several homeless people, dug out a stack of pet coins covered in mud, and my eyes darkened. It seems that this was indeed done by the female landlord. Want to kill me? Sooner or later, I will make you pay the price. I gritted my teeth and clenched my fists slightly. Not long after, I took Huang Samba back to the pet store. When the pedestrians on the street saw the F-level powerful giant bear, they all showed awe and quickly made way. At the corner of the street, the scarred man in the black windbreaker was still sitting in the car, sneering as he dialed the phone. The target has been hooked up with an F-level reserve Beastmaster, so it's not a good idea to take action for now. A cold snort came from the other end of the phone. What? She's willing to pay more? Then keep watching. You'll always find an opportunity. Scarface hung up the phone, threw the cigarette, but on the ground, glanced grimly at the pet shop, and continued to wait patiently. Inside the pet store, the air was filled with the faint aroma of medicinal herbs. Huang Samba leaned on the sofa, looking lazy, while the powerful giant bear beside him lay quietly on the floor, occasionally twitching his nostrils and sniffing the air. I stood behind the counter, weighing various medicinal materials slowly and calmly. It seemed clumsy, but there was a method to it. Hey, why are your mixing techniques so unfamiliar? You look like an apprentice. Huang Samba looked suspicious and glanced at me with a bit of distrust. The corners of my mouth slightly raised, without raising my head. Whether I am an apprentice or not, you will know it later. After that, I finished the preparation in less than 10 minutes. My movements were calm and casual, and my expression was full of confidence. I laughed in my heart. I want to be low-key, but my strength does not allow it. Sometimes a proper publicity is more beneficial. Huang Samba turned on the TV out of boredom and tuned to China TV. On the screen, a dignified female host said solemnly, "Next, let me interrupt with a piece of news. A-level taming master Wu Tianxua announced a new method of mixing evolutionary food, which shocked the industry. In the picture, Master Wu Tianxua slowly puts the medicinal materials into the bronze tripod and lightly presses the ears of the tripod with his palm. A scorching light instantly rises, and flames soar into the sky. The medicinal materials in the tripod quickly melt and finally condense into golden food. I am Wu Tianshuo. This is a new method I developed by combining ancient alchemy techniques. It's much more efficient than the traditional boiling method. The old man's voice was calm, but powerful. Huang Samba was stunned and turned to urge, "Brother, hurry up. The boiling method takes at least 3 hours. And I'm in a hurry to go back for a date." I smiled faintly. "Who told you that I want to use the boiling crystallization method?" Ah? Huang Samba was stunned and couldn't help but joked. "Could it be that you also know Master Wu's ancient alchemy technique?" "Yeah," I responded lightly, holding down both sides of the glass reactor with both hands. "Watch it." At the same time, I secretly deducted 5 evolution points. Huang Samba was full of disbelief and was even ready to turn around and leave. But the next second, his eyes froze in place. In the reactor, the medicinal materials melted rapidly and condensed into brown grains with a faint fragrance at an astonishing speed, as big as soybeans. Roar! The giant bear suddenly stood up, his nose twitching rapidly, and stared at the reactor with his eyes wide open. Obviously, the quality of this food made it hard to resist. Huang Samba was completely stunned and stammered. "Dude, is this really an ancient alchemy technique? Who are you?" I calmly put the food into the wooden box and handed it over. "I'll give you a 40% discount, only 60,000 pet coins." 60,000? Huang Samba's face froze, and he scratched his head awkwardly. "I can't even take out 6,000. How about, can I work for you? I'm very capable." I wanted to refuse, but my eyes swept over his burly body, and I had an idea. It's not bad to train a subordinate. Although this guy is rude, he has a good heart, and he even saved my life today. "Okay, start working for me tomorrow. But there's nothing for you to do in the store right now. I could be a bodyguard." Huang Samba rolled up his sleeves immediately upon hearing this, revealing his strong biceps. He picked up the sofa and easily lifted it over his head. My eyes widened. "You are so strong?" Huang Samba put down the sofa proudly and said with a chuckle, "You are a tamer, but you don't even know this? After we beast master sign a contract with our pets, we can share some of their abilities. My giant bear has a strength of 10 tons, and I can share 1/40th of it, which is about 500 kilograms. I nodded thoughtfully. "I see." At this time, across the street in a black car, a man in a black windbreaker saw Huang Samba lifting the sofa through the window. His face suddenly changed, and even his sunglasses slipped off. "What kind of supernatural power is this? This job is too risky. I have to pay more." A cold voice came from the other end of the phone. "The employer is not short of money. It is impossible for a beast master to stay by the target all the time and find the right opportunity to strike." "Understood." The man in the black windbreaker lit a cigarette and squinted his eyes to continue monitoring. "As long as there is money, I can keep an eye on the target even if nails rain from the sky." Inside the pet store, Huang Samba put down the sofa and patted his chest proudly. "How is it? I'm a good bodyguard, right?" I couldn't help but laugh and said, "Okay, report in tomorrow." Just as he was about to see him off, Huang Samba suddenly paused, staring at the shop owner's ID on the counter, and blankly read out, "Wu Ming? Wait, you are not the grandson of Master Wu Tianxuo." I really didn't expect that Huang Samba had such a big imagination that he actually treated me as the grandson of A-level taming Master Wu Tianxuo. Master Wu and I have nothing to do with each other. "You should go back now." I waved goodbye helplessly. "Don't be in a hurry. Add me on VX first." Huang Samba happily took out his mobile phone and scanned my QR code skillfully. I couldn't persuade him, so I had to give in. A glance at the profile picture showed him and a girl with a shamat style standing in front of a giant bear. I guess this girl is probably his so-called girlfriend. After seeing Huang Samba off, I came to the glass door of the pet store and knocked on it a few times with a small hammer. The door was barely closed, but the sound was unpleasant and harsh. "Do you need help?" A soft voice suddenly came with a hint of concern. I looked back and saw a young girl in an apron standing not far away. She was about 1.55 meters tall, with a pure and sweet look, a gentle look in her eyes, and her petite figure made her look like a Lolita from a comic book. "I'm Wan Siyu, a clerk in the tea shop next door. I heard you repairing the door, so I came over to see if I could help." She smiled, revealing a row of neat white teeth. "It's okay, it should be fixed." I smiled and pushed the door casually, but the door didn't move at all. "Why is it stuck again?" I wanted to cry, but I couldn't. Let me try it with you. Wan Siyu smiled with her hands covering her lips and walked to my side. A faint fragrance drifted over with the wind. I was a little embarrassed, but I still grabbed the door handle with her. 1, 2, 3, bang! With a loud noise, the door opened, but the two of us were carried backwards by the inertia. I sat heavily on the ground, and Wan Siyu jumped directly into my arms. Although there was no accidental kiss like on TV, the two were so close that I could even smell the fragrance of her hair. After Wan Siyu reacted, her pretty face turned red instantly, and she tried to stand up in a panic. At this moment, the door of the tea shop next door was pushed open violently, and a middle-aged man with Mediterranean hair and reading glasses walked out angrily. "Want to see you. You vixen, you usually pretend to be so innocent in front of me, but now you just throw yourself into my arms." The middle-aged man had a sinister look on his face, and his words were full of sarcasm. "Store manager, I don't have one." Wan Siyu explained in a panic, her eyes red. I also stood up, frowned, and looked at the man coldly. "Stop pretending. Wan Siyu." The tea shop manager sneered complacently. "If you don't accompany me tonight, I will fire you tomorrow, with your pitiful rent and savings. I'm afraid you will have to sleep on the streets. Ha!" As soon as she finished speaking, Wan Siyu finally couldn't hold it in anymore and fell to her knees on the ground, tears streaming down her face. I took a deep breath, walked over and helped her up, and said calmly but firmly, "If you are fired, my pet store is in need of a clerk. You are welcome to join us at any time." Wan Siyu looked up at me blankly, as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. The tea shop manager sneered after hearing this. "You? A pretty boy who can't even pay the rent. You dare to be a hero and save the beauty? In 3 days, you will pack up and leave." Bah! Suddenly, a big hand slapped the tea shop manager on the shoulder. He was stunned, and just as he was about to explode, he saw a yellow-haired young man as tall as a wall standing behind him, with a smirk on his face. Next to him stood a 2-meter-tall, powerful giant bear. "Who said my eldest brother can't protect himself?" Huang Samba sneered and lifted up the manager of the tea shop. The tea shop manager turned pale instantly and asked stutteringly, "Beast tamer?" Huang Samba sneered contemptuously and threw him to the ground. "Listen carefully. Manager Wu Ming is my elder brother and a distinguished trainer. 1 F-level evolutionary food can be easily bought with 100,000 pet coins. Rent? Not worth mentioning." The crowd around was in an uproar, and someone whispered, "Trainer, really, why would he open a shop here?" But when they saw the huge bear, all their doubts were suppressed. Wan Siyu wiped her tears and asked softly, Are you really a trainer?" I smiled faintly. "Yes, I'm an F-class trainer, but I haven't received the official certification yet." The tea shop manager's face turned pale, and just as he was about to say something else, Huang Samba casually threw it into the trash can on the side of the road. "Ah, it stinks. Let me out." He crawled out in a mess, with garbage in his mouth. He looked as ridiculous as it could be. He pointed at Wan Siyu viciously and said, "You stinky vixen, you're fired. Don't even think about finding a job in your life." After saying that, he rushed in, threw Wan Siyu's things out, and locked the door of the tea shop. I bent down to pick up the item on the ground and handed it to Wan Siyu, saying in a gentle but firm tone, "Don't worry, if you want, you can come to work in my pet store. The salary will definitely not be bad for you." "Thank you." After experiencing a series of blows, the sudden care made Wan Siyu burst into tears again. She couldn't help but hug me, her shoulders trembling slightly, choking and unable to speak. I patted her back gently and said soothingly, "It's okay." Huang Samba, who was standing by, laughed and put his hands on his hips. He interrupted nonchalantly, "You beat up the manager of the tea shop. Aren't you afraid that the law enforcement team will cause trouble for you?" "What are you afraid of?" Huang Samba waved his hands proudly. "I'm a beastmaster. I didn't really cause any trouble. The law enforcement team is just putting on an act and shouting a few polite words. So a beastmaster can have this privilege," I thought, realizing once again the huge gap in status between beastmasters and trainers in this world. Sometimes, revealing one's identity is also an advantage. I asked him curiously, "By the way, why did you come back?" "Hey, I left my coat in the store." Huang Samba grabbed the small vest on the sofa and grinned. "I just remembered it when I walked to the next street, and then I ran into this when I came back." He paused, blinked, and teased, "Brother, don't be afraid if you encounter this kind of thing in the future. You are a trainer. When you have more clients, Whoever dares to bully you, the clients will stand up for you. As he spoke, he glanced between Wan Siyu and me in an ambiguous manner and said with a chuckle, "Okay, I'm going home to be with my girlfriend." After Huang Samba left, Wan Siyu's cheeks turned red quietly. She lowered her head, and even her neck was stained with a light blush. I coughed lightly and pointed to the sofa. "Don't worry about him. Just sit down." "Do it here," Wan Siyu whispered softly. Her ears instantly turned red, and she used her fingers to lift the hair on the side of her face. I couldn't help laughing. "It's sit down, not do as you think." I poured a glass of water and placed it on the coffee table. Wan Siyu quickly sat down, picked up the cup, and took a sip, but the blush on her face deepened. "It's almost evening. Have you eaten?" I asked casually. "I haven't eaten yet." Wan Siyu responded in a low voice, her voice soft and gentle. I looked at the pet food on the counter, picked up the key, stood up and said, "Let's go, it's my treat." "How can I do that?" I heard. Wan Siyu looked up and was about to refuse, but she saw me shaking the pet coins in my hand and said with a smile, "Others said that I can't pay the rent for next year. Don't believe it. It's just an appearance." Wan Siyu was stunned for a moment, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. Across the street, in a car, the man in the black windbreaker took out his cell phone, his face grim. "Tell the employer that I won't take this order. Let me deal with a trainer? I'll risk my life." There seemed to be a number coming from the other end of the phone, and the man in the black windbreaker's eyes suddenly lit up. 10 times the price? Okay, I'll try again and find a chance to beat him up. I didn't know someone was watching me. At this time, I took Wan Siyu into a nearby spicy hot pot restaurant. The aroma of the steaming hot soup was overflowing, and the table was full of dishes. The two of us ate heartily. I haven't eaten so full in a long time. Wan Siyu ate a string of meatballs with a happy smile on her face, and her fair cheeks showed a touching blush. I looked at her, and my heart was moved involuntarily. Why didn't I realize before that there is such a beautiful neighbor next door? Then I shook my head and shook off the floating thoughts. The most important thing now is to make money. After dinner, I offered to take her home. She lived in an old residential area nearby, only a few hundred meters away from the pet store, but it was late at night, and the streets were uncomfortably quiet. Wan Siyu hummed softly, lowered her head and followed me, her steps light and quiet. In the dim night, I walked side by side with her in the narrow alley and smelled the faint fragrance of her hair. Wan Siyu blushed and seemed to want to say something, but was too embarrassed to speak. Just then, a burst of hurried footsteps came from the end of the alley. A man in a black windbreaker with his face covered suddenly rushed out, waving an iron rod in his hand, and smashed it straight at me. "Ah!" Wan Siyu screamed and took a step back in panic. I reacted quickly and protected her behind me. At the same time, a shadow passed by us. The Hellcat attacked silently, its claws shining coldly. "Sa!" The iron rod was cut off in an instant. Sparks flew everywhere. Before the man in the black windbreaker could react, he was hit in the stomach, and the whole person flew out like a kite with a broken string and fell heavily to the ground. Wan Siyu covered her chest and looked at the scene in horror, her voice trembling. "What happened?" I patted her shoulder gently and comforted her. "It's okay." I walked over and shone the flashlight and found that the man in the black windbreaker had fainted. A business card fell out of his pocket. Black Windbreaker Security Company. I narrowed my eyes and sneered in my heart. It is indeed Zhou Nana's work. Wan Siyu walked to my side cautiously, her face full of worry. "Brother Wu, he is not dead?" "Don't worry, he just fainted," I said calmly. Hearing this, Wan Siyu finally breathed a sigh of relief and whispered, "Fortunately, nothing happened." Chapter 10, A Powerful Material. Dingling! The cell phone of the man in the black windbreaker rang. This was a call from someone with the note, "Stupid employer." Wu Ming raised the corners of his mouth, took out his mobile phone, turned on the recording function, and then answered the call. "Hey, what's going on with you thugs? It's been so long, and there's still no news. Has my money been wasted?" Zhou Nana's voice came from the other end of the phone. When Wan Siyu heard this, she was so scared that she quickly covered her mouth with her hands. She knew Wu Ming was recording, so she was sensible and didn't make any sound. At this time, Wu Ming picked up the phone of the man in the black windbreaker and said, "Zhou Nana, right? You peed yourself in the pet store today. Are your pants still wet now?" There was silence on the other end of the line. After a long time, Zhou Nana yelled, "Wu Ming, why did you answer the phone? Where is the security guard? Where is the security guard?" He fell asleep. Wu Ming raised his lips. It seems that these thugs you found are not good enough. They can't even beat me, and you still want to teach me a lesson. It's ridiculous. Zhou Nana was immediately furious. Wu Ming, just wait for me. I have plenty of money. I will hire a few thugs and knock out your teeth one by one. Hearing how cruel this crazy woman was, Wu Ming's eyes flashed with coldness. He hung up the phone and ended the recording. So, someone wants to harm Wu Ge. Wan Siyu looked worried. Wu Ge, the man opposite sounds like he's very rich. What should we do now? No matter how rich she is, can she compare with a trainer? Wu Ming threw the man in the black windbreaker's cell phone to the ground. Wan Siyu thought about it, and it seemed to be true. On Sky Blue Star, Beastmasters have the highest status, and Tamers are on par with them. They are all powerful people who truly control the entire world. Moreover, sometimes, a trainer can call upon dozens or even hundreds of Beastmasters. The pomp and momentum are beyond the reach of ordinary people. Even if Zhou Nana is rich, she will definitely not be able to defeat Wu Ming, a trainer, if she does not have a powerful animal tamer to support her. Thinking of this, Wan Siyu breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Mingzhao said to Wan Siyu, "Let me take you home first. But after what happened tonight, I feel like I may not be able to sleep." Wan Siyu said in a weak voice. Ouch! At this time, the man in the black windbreaker wailed and covered his stomach with his hands. Ah! He seems to be waking up. Wan Siyu was frightened. She picked up the iron rod on the ground and smashed it on the head of the man in the black windbreaker. Shit! Before the man in the black windbreaker could open his eyes, he felt himself being hit again and fainted. Wu Ming did not expect Wan Siyu to be so aggressive. He quickly pulled her out of the alley and sent her downstairs to the old residential area. "Brother Wu, I'll go home first. Do you want to come up and have a cup of tea?" Wan Siyu asked. Wu Ming remembered that there was still a wolf claw of a fierce beast in the system space that had not been transformed. He was anxious to go back, so he waved his hand and said, "No, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. By the way, if you need money in the future, you can borrow from me." Okay. Wan Siyu quickly added Wu Ming on VX and went upstairs with light steps. Wu Ming walked around and returned to the pet shop, closed the door, and went straight to the second floor. After closing the door, Wu Ming took out the wolf's claw. System, transform this wolf claw. Wu Mingxin thought. The system asked, "Dear host, do you choose to transform completely or partially?" Wu Ming was stunned for a moment and asked in his heart, "Is there any difference?" The system explained. Partial conversion only converts the special energy contained in the wolf claw into evolution points. The surface of the wolf claw will not look any different. Full conversion means that the entire wolf claw can be absorbed to obtain evolution points and material spirit balls. Wu Ming was very interested in the new term and asked, "What is a material spirit ball?" The material spirit ball is a sphere that compresses matter and stores it in the system space. It has an ultra-high density and a very stable atomic state. It is a very strong special material. The system explained. "So that's how it is? Then convert them all." Wu Ming gave the order. "Host, please hold down the wolf claw with your hand," said the system. Wu Ming immediately did as he was told. He pressed the wolf claw with both hands and silently recited the words, "All transformed." Then he found that the wolf claw seemed to have been weathered and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ding! Obtain 0.1 evolution points and a material spirit orb. The system prompted. Wu Ming stretched out his hand and found a black ball the size of a marble in his palm. He found that it was very light, not as heavy as a wolf's claw at all. The system prompts that the material spirit ball is a special material that can change its own weight. The upper limit is its original weight on the Sky Blue Star, and the lower limit is to be reduced to 1/10,000th of the original weight, said the system. Wu Ming's eyes suddenly widened. He realized the terrifying function of the material spirit ball. This marble-sized material spirit ball was transformed from the wolf's claw. It weighed 10 kilograms at the beginning. If you first turn it into 0.01 kilograms, throw it out with all your strength, and then control it back to 10 kilograms, the impact force will instantly increase 1,000 times. What is the concept? Even though Wu Ming is just an ordinary person, he can rely on this material spirit ball to exert an impact force much stronger than a bullet. It seems that I must try my best to transform all the materials into more material spirit balls, which will become the final killer. Wu Ming put away the material spirit balls and planned silently in his mind. After a while, Wu Ming tried to transform other substances, such as tables and stools, but was told by the system that the transformation failed. Only materials with evolution points can be transformed. Ordinary materials cannot be transformed into material spirit balls. The system prompts. Wu Ming suddenly realized, took a shower, and lay on the bed with the material spirit ball in his hand, preparing to go to the wholesale market early the next morning to get more ferocious beast materials and transform them all into material spirit balls. In the alley, the man in the black windbreaker finally woke up. He rubbed his forehead, picked up the phone, and called. Before he could open his mouth, he was bombarded with insults from the other end of the line. What the hell are you doing? You can't even beat an ordinary person. Are you a piece of shit? Get back to the company right now. The employer said she wants Wild Wolf to do it herself. The man in the black windbreaker was stunned when he heard this. You actually want to ask Wild Wolf to help? I heard that Wild Wolf is one of the top 10 fighters in our black windbreaker security company. He has a pet beast called One-Eyed Wolf. Although it is not at the level of F rank, it is also very strong. Yes, this time it's absolutely foolproof because of Wild Wolf. Come back quickly, you good for nothing. The person on the other end of the phone said this and hung up angrily. The man in the black windbreaker swallowed his saliva and said to himself, even the wild wolves have been dispatched. It seems that the employer is serious about this. After saying that, the man immediately got into the car, holding his stomach, which was in severe pain, and returned to the black windbreaker security company. Chapter 11. Are you qualified to be a trainer? Pet shop. Wu Ming let the nether cat out to keep watch at night. Then he covered himself with a blanket and fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, as soon as Wu Ming went downstairs, he saw a beautiful figure standing outside the glass door, blowing on her hands. Good morning, brother Wu. Want to see you wave her hand towards Wu Ming. Wu Ming hurried over to open the door and said, why are you up so early? Working here, you only need to work from 9 to 5. You don't need to work 996. Do you understand? Okay, I've got that. As soon as Wan Siyu came in, she immediately swept and mopped the floor, and then cleaned the coffee table, sofa, counter, and other things. Wu Ming expressed his satisfaction with this. Please sit down. Since you have decided to work for me, we have to negotiate the salary, said Wu Ming. Okay. Wan Siyu was a little nervous. She sat opposite Wu Ming, her hands chattering with nervousness, and she lowered her head slightly. How much is your salary at the tea shop next door? Wu Ming finally asked. 2,000 pet coins every month. Wan Siyu said weakly. When Wu Ming heard the salary, his eyes widened, feeling unbelievable. A girl who was so diligent and hardworking was only offered 2,000 a month? I'll give you 3,500 a month. Wu Ming said. 2,005? It seems quite high. Oh no. Did I hear 3,005? Wan Siyu was stunned at first, then suddenly looked up and looked at Wu Ming in disbelief. You heard it right, 3,500 a month, and this is just the basic salary. You can also get a commission for every piece of evolutionary food sold. We can discuss this later. Wu Ming said, a portion of evolutionary food costs 100,000 pet coins, with a net profit of 40,000. Even if only one is sold per month, the pet shop can still maintain a good profit all year round, and it is not a problem to offer Wan Siyu a price of 5,000. However, Wu Ming didn't want to give too high a price at once. After all, Wan Siyu's previous salary was only 2,000, and now it has increased directly to 3,500, almost doubling. It is still within an acceptable range for her. If it is higher, it will definitely put too much pressure on her. Moreover, this is just the basic salary. As long as Wan Siyu works hard enough, her commission alone can easily exceed her basic salary. When she heard that there was a commission, Wan Siyu stood up happily and kept bowing to Wu Ming to express her gratitude. Okay, if you agree, let's sign a simple contract. Wu Ming printed 2 documents. These were ordinary contracts on the Sky Blue Star, equivalent to a contract but simpler. There's actually a contract? Wan Siyu's heart beat faster with excitement. On Sky Blue Star, not every job can get a contract. For example, she previously worked in the tea shop next door. There was no contract, and if she made a mistake, she would be deducted money. Everything was decided by the boss. In the end, let alone 2,000, it was good enough to get 1,500. Thank you so much, Angkor. Wan Siyu was deeply moved. Please take a look at the contents of the contract first. Make 2 copies. If there is no problem, sign it and then put your fingerprint on it, Wu Ming reminded. Wan Siyu immediately checked the contract and found that it was all about benefits and job content descriptions, including paid leave daily preparation of medicinal materials, listing for sale, and other related matters. Not long after, Wan Siyu signed her name and put her fingerprints on it. The rules on Sky Blue Star are much simpler. With this contract, if a dispute occurs, you can use it as evidence to get help from the law enforcement center. Wu Ming stood up and extended his hand towards Wan Siyu. Welcome to my pet store. From now on, you will be the first clerk here. Brother Wu, I will definitely work hard in the future. Well, let's get to work. The two shook hands. Wan Siyu put away her own contract and started to get busy in the pet shop. Bang, bang, bang. Not long after, there was a rapid knock on the door. Wu Ming looked over and found a fat figure blocking the door. It was the landlady. He's not dead. The landlady first saw Wan Siyu busy in front of the counter and thought that Wu Ming was dead. She was very happy, but then she saw Wu Ming walking out with a teacup and her pupils shrank. Pay me the rent right now. The landlady took out a contract. However, at this time, you're still in the mood to drink tea. You must know that you have no money and want to enjoy your last moments in this place. You are such a poor fellow. Wan Siyu knew the landlady. After all, most of the dozens of shops nearby belonged to her. However, hearing the landlady humiliating Wu Ming like this, Wan Siyu couldn't help but retort. Wu Ji is an F-level trainer. How could he not have money to pay the rent? Landlady, you are too arrogant and domineering, aren't you? Oh, an F-level trainer? With Wu Ming's lousy appearance, is he qualified to be a trainer? And you, a little girl, dare to talk to me like this? I think you are tired of living. The landlady twisted her bulky body and was about to slap Wan Siyu in the face. Ah! Wan Siyu dodged immediately. Wu Ming was about to rush forward, but he stopped because a young man with dyed yellow hair had appeared in the pet shop, grabbed the landlady's arm, and shook it hard. Bang! The 300-pound landlady fell to the ground. If you dare to touch me, I will kill you. The landlady screamed heartbreakingly, waving her hands. Help, help. The landlady kept shouting. When the people around heard the landlady's harsh voice and saw Huang Samba, the prospective beastmaster, they dared not say a word. The manager of the tea shop next door ran out and was about to help. But when he saw Huang Samba looking at him with his arms folded, he was so scared that he pissed his pants and immediately ran back to the tea shop. We are the law enforcement team. What happened here? At this time, the team leader Mu Wanru with short and neat hair came over, followed by two mighty police officers. This morning, Mu Wanru happened to accept a patrol mission. As soon as she arrived nearby, she heard the dispute. They beat me, Wu. As soon as the landlady saw Mu Wanru coming, she immediately covered her face with her hands and cried loudly. I beat him. Huang Samba laughed and admitted it straightforwardly. The reason is that this fat guy dared to attack my boss. As a bodyguard, it is reasonable for me to stop this behavior in time, right? When Mu Wanru saw Huang Samba, her expression changed a little, and she said, Huang Samba, it's you again? You just said that you were protecting your boss, so who is your boss? Huang Samba pointed at Wu Ming, who was drinking tea calmly, and said, My boss is Wu Ge, and I am, of course, the bodyguard of this pet store. Captain Mu, how about it? I finally found a proper job, right? You are a potential beast master, and you are actually protecting an ordinary person? Mu Wanru found it unbelievable. What? This yellow-haired guy is actually a potential beast master. When the landlady heard the conversation, she was so scared that she immediately stopped crying and looked at Huang Samba in horror. If Huang Samba is really a potential beast master, this matter will be very disadvantageous to her. Thinking of this, the landlady's face gradually turned pale. Chapter 12. Yes, I am the trainer. Huang Samba didn't bother to pay attention to the landlady, but pointed at Wu Ming and said to the team leader Mu Wanru, Wu Ge is an F-level trainer, not an ordinary person. Trainer? This time, even Mu Wanru was surprised. On the Sky Blue planet, trainers are much rarer than beastmasters. Although beast tamers are the absolute mainstream, trainers are also an indispensable profession. If what Huang Samba said was true, then what happened today was just an ordinary person attacking a trainer. Mu Wanru already knew how to judge it. Impossible. How can Wu Ming, who looks so miserable, be a noble trainer? If you have the guts, show me your trainer certificate, or I will go to the law enforcement center to sue you. The landlady struggled to get up, baring her teeth and claws, and was about to pounce on Wu Ming like a big, stupid elephant. Water control. Mu Wanru suddenly spoke. A stream of water appeared behind Mu Wanru, tightly wrapping around the landlady and fixing her in place, unable to move. This is Mu Wanru's pet, the E-level elemental waterman. Normally, it can be integrated into Mu Wanru's body, but when used, the E-level elemental water man will separate from her. To be honest, I don't have a trainer certificate. Wu Ming finally spoke. Haha, I knew you didn't have it. You're a complete liar. The landlady laughed, her nose in the air, with a look of disdain on her face. Wu Ming, those who pretend to be trainers will be locked up. In the worst case, they will be expelled. Mu Wanru frowned slightly. Wu Ming said calmly, I don't have a certificate, but that doesn't mean I'm not a trainer, because I can prepare F-level speed rations. Really? Mu Wanru was puzzled. She is an E-rank beastmaster and is considered to be well-known in the entire Jelon City, but if she really meets a trainer, she will become more respectful, even if the other party does not have a certificate issued by the Pet Beast Alliance. Wu Ming said, Of course it is true. The landlady gnashed her teeth and said, I want to see how you can prove it. It's too easy to prove that I'm a trainer. For example, I can mix an F-level speed ration on the spot. Wu Ming put down the teacup, walked to the counter, and said to Wan Siyu, Su, mix these herbs for me according to the formula. Not a gram can be wrong. Okay. Wan Siyu took a deep breath and adjusted her state. According to the recipe Wu Ming had placed on the counter in advance, she took out the herbs, weighed them, crushed them, and mixed them. Wu Ming supervised from the side and gave some pointers from time to time. Mu Wanru was shocked when she saw this scene. That's the recipe for evolutionary food. How could Wu Ming be seen by the female clerk like this? Isn't he afraid that the formula will be leaked? Countless questions flooded Mu Wanru's mind. For a moment, she forgot to think and just stood there watching. Huang Samba also opened his eyes wide, not wanting to miss any details. The landlady was about to curse, but her mouth was blocked by a stream of water, and she could only whimper. In front of the counter, the careful Wan Siyu continued to mix the medicinal materials, and finally got them all ready and placed them in a glass reactor. Brother Wu, it's okay. Wan Siyu wiped the sweat off his forehead. Wu Ming took the reactor and said with a smile, Well done. Next, just watch me. After saying that, Wu Ming glanced at the landlady coldly and said, I just want to say that you are really ignorant. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Ming deducted 5 evolution points. Buzz! The reactor shook slightly. Everyone was surprised to find that the medicinal materials in the reactor began to melt and turned into liquid, then began to harden and dry, and then broke into 100 soybean-sized grains. The rich fragrance spread instantly. Isn't this the ancient alchemy method of A-level taming master Wu Tianshuo? How could Wu Ming? Oh, Wu Tianshuo, Wu Ming. Mu Wanru said in shock, her little mouth opened in surprise. She thought of something. That is, Wu Ming is very likely the grandson of Master Wu Tianshuo. Even if they're not, they're most likely of the same race. Even if we take a step back and assume that Wu Ming and Wu Tianshuo have nothing to do with each other, Wu Ming is still an excellent trainer. It's done. Wu Ming poured the F-class speed food in the reactor into a wooden box and brought it to Mu Wanru. You can take it for testing to see if it's really evolutionary food. No need to test, it's indeed real, and even my pet, the elemental waterman, wants to eat it. Mu Wanru said with a look of surprise. After hearing this, the landlady looked as pale as death. Wu Ming turned out to be a distinguished trainer. It's over. Not only did I attack Wu Ming, but I also hired someone to assassinate him behind the scenes. What should I do if this is discovered? The landlady became more and more frightened the more she thought about it. I have proven myself to be a trainer. So, what should I do if this person attacks me? Wu Ming pointed at the landlady. If a civilian attacks a trainer, the lightest punishment would be 6 months in prison, and the worst punishment would be stripping him of his status and demoting him to a vagrant. But because it was an attempted crime, the probability is that he will be given a lighter sentence, probably just half a month in prison and some ideological education. Mu Wanru was very familiar with these regulations and said them out immediately. After hearing this, the landlady breathed a sigh of relief. I'm only locked up for half a month, which is bearable. What if this person paid a wanderer to assassinate me in advance? Wu Ming took out a stack of money and threw it on the floor. This sound was like thunder bursting. When the landlady saw the money on the ground, her pupils suddenly constricted and her fat face almost turned the color of liver. What do you have to say? Mu Wanru opened the water seal to allow the landlady to speak. No, I didn't hire anyone to kill me. This is a frame-up. The landlady screamed hysterically, her eyes fixed on Wu Ming. Since you say you are wronged, then we will know the truth after checking it out. Mu Wanru picked up the stack of money on the ground. Based on the number above, Mu Wanru used a special app on her phone to check and immediately confirmed that this was the cash that the landlady had withdrawn from the pet bank some time ago and had not spent it yet. Mu Wanru checked the surveillance video again and found that the landlady stopped the car in front of a small alley, went into it, and came out after a while. Soon after, the rangers set out. At the same time, Mu Wanru also asked 2 other police officers to go to the scene to search, and they indeed found the bodies of the vagrants. All the clues point to the landlady. The evidence is conclusive. What else do you have to say? Mu Wanru looked serious. Faced with the overwhelming evidence and Wu Ming's distinguished identity as a trainer, the landlady's last line of defense collapsed. She went dark and fainted. Bang! Huang Samba went up and slapped the landlady in the face, causing her cheek to swell up. Then he slapped her a second time with a pop sound and poured a glass of water on her to wake her up. Please spare my life, Wu Ming. Honorable trainer, please be magnanimous and spare me. I can give you as much money as you want. I can also give you this pet shop, as long as you spare me. The landlady knew she could not argue, so she knelt down and begged for mercy, crying. However, Wu Ming was too lazy to look at her. At this time, Mu Wanru announced loudly, "As a civilian, you hired someone to assassinate a trainer. According to the regulations of Jialan City, I will detain you as a law enforcement team. Because of your bad attitude and refusal to admit your mistakes, I will deprive you of your civilian status, confiscate all your property, and temporarily detain you in the law enforcement center. After half a month, you will be expelled from Jialan City." Ah! The landlady screamed and fainted again. Mu Wanru said coldly, "Take him away." The 2 cold-blooded police officers took action immediately, holding the crying and screaming landlady on the left and right, and sent her to the law enforcement center. What happened? Look, the landlady has been detained. Ah, well done. I'll let her be so arrogant on weekdays. Now she is getting her comeuppance. When people in nearby shops saw the landlady being taken away by the law enforcement team, they pointed and talked, and most of them felt proud. Chapter 13. Mu Wanru's attention. Super affordable mall. In the pet store, Mu Wanru smiled at Wu Ming. "So you really are a trainer. I was rude to you before." Wu Ming waved his hand and said, "Captain Mu, I am embarrassed by what you said. By the way, the landlady's property has been confiscated. So what should we do with this pet store?" "You don't have to worry about that. The confiscated property belongs to the Jialan City Lord's Mansion. The rent can be paid directly on the website. Of course, if you get a trainer's certificate, small shops with annual rents below 200,000 can be exempted from rent." Mu Wanru told Wu Ming a piece of news that made his eyes light up. "Free rent? That's great. If it's not too much trouble, Wu Ming plans to get a certification." Mu Wanru nodded her delicate chin and said, "This is mainly to retain talents. After all, every trainer is a valuable asset. If you want, you can even be exempted from the exam and directly obtain the trainer certificate." If it were someone else, Mu Wanru wouldn't bother explaining so much. But Wu Ming is different. This is a talented trainer who has mastered a new method derived from ancient alchemy and has a bright future. Mu Wanru seemed to be able to foresee the day when Wu Ming would become a master trainer. By then, with a wave of his hand, countless C-Class, B-Class, and A-Class Beastmasters would obey his orders. Not to mention the small Jialan City, even the entire southern province would have to rely on him. Hearing that he could be exempted from the exam, Wu Ming asked curiously, "Captain Mu, can I really be exempted from the exam? You can already independently prepare F-level speed food, which makes you a real trainer. As long as you prepare a batch of evolutionary food in front of the examiner of the Pet Beast Alliance, you will of course be able to obtain a certificate, which is equivalent to being exempted from the exam." Mu Wanru explained. "So that's how it is." Wu Ming suddenly realized, "By the way, let's add each other on VX." Mu Wanru shook her phone. "Okay." Wu Ming took out his cell phone. The 2 added each other on VX. Wu Ming habitually opened his new friend circle of friends and found that under every circle of friends posted by Mu Wanru, there were likes and comments from Mu Wanyan. After taking a quick look, Wu Ming was sure that the 2 were sisters. "So, Mu Wanyan is your sister?" Wu Ming said with a smile. "You know Xiaoyan?" Mu Wanru was surprised. Wu Ming said, "It rained heavily yesterday, so your sister ran here to avoid the rain. I happen to have prepared some F-level speed food, so she bought one, which increased the speed of the little white fox to F-level, reaching 33 meters per second. Hey, where does she get so much money to buy evolutionary food?" Mu Wanru was surprised. After a moment of silence, she said to Wu Ming, Actually, I also want to buy a portion of F-level speed food. 100,000 pet coins. Wu Ming took out the evolution food. Mu Wanru paid the money, got the F-level speed food, and immediately opened the wooden box and said, "Shuair, eat." The next moment, a stream of water flowed out from Mu Wanru's body and transformed into a human-shaped elemental waterman, which slowly ate the evolutionary food. Afterwards, the surface of the elemental water man glowed with fluorescence. Mu Wanru, who had signed a contract with it, immediately received a speed increase prompt, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. As expected of a genius trainer, the speed food you prepared is quite effective. My Shuair said that its speed should be 34 meters per second. Mu Wanru paused. By the way, are there any other evolutionary food here? Wu Ming nodded and said, "Yes, but my pet store is still in the early stages of operation, and I haven't bought many medicinal materials yet, so I can't mix them for the time being. Then I'll come again later." Mu Wanru waved her hand and left the pet shop with the E-level elemental waterman. "Wow, it's open!" After Mu Wanru left, one Siyu jumped up with joy. Huang Samba also showed a happy smile and said, "Brother Wu, I will follow you from now on." "Okay, you signed a contract too?" Wu Ming printed out 2 contracts and handed them to Huang Samba. "No problem." Huang Samba signed it without even looking at it. Since then, the pet shop, with 3 people including the owner Wu Ming, has started to make progress. There were still 3 portions of medicinal materials left, and Wu Ming asked one Siyu to weigh and crush them all according to the recipe. After mixing them, he deducted 15 evolution points and converted them into 3 portions of F-level speed food. At this time, Huang Samba and the powerful giant bear sat on the sofa and acted as guards. Wan Siyu cleans the pet shop and is very diligent. Wu Ming sat in front of the computer, looking for information. At this stage, there are only 32.1 evolution points left, and Wu Ming can't even afford a recipe for an F-level evolutionary food, which makes him feel very poor. We must sell the remaining 4 F-level speed rations first. Oh, one of them must be given to Huang Samba, which means we can only sell 3. Who should we sell them to? Wu Ming fell into deep thought. "Brother Wu, is there anything I can help you with?" Huang Samba was bored and wanted to find something to do, so he asked, "I want to sell the F-class speed food. Do you know where I can sell it quickly?" Wu Ming asked. "It must be the super affordable mall. It's the largest mall in the entire Jialan city. It's said to be a national chain. They can't wait to buy back the evolutionary food you prepared, Angkor, at a high price, and then sell it at a high price again." When Huang Samba talked about this, he couldn't stop. "Okay, come with me to the super bargain mall." Wu Ming made the decision. "See you stay and look after the store. Contact me if there's anything." Huang Samba and I are going to go shopping at the super affordable mall. Wu Ming gave a few instructions and left the pet store with Huang Samba. The 2 men and the bear walked a few hundred meters along Nanwen Street, waited at the bus stop for 10 minutes, boarded a bus, and headed for the city center. In the car, everyone looked at the powerful giant bear with awe. Half an hour later, the 2 got off the bus and appeared in front of a building about 100 meters high, like a huge bowl upside down on the ground. "This is the super affordable mall. So you are the distinguished Beastmasters. Please come in. How can I help you?" As soon as the 2 of them walked into the door of the super bargain mall, a woman in an OL uniform and with exquisite makeup came over and came very close. "I am Wu Yi, a trainer. I'm here to sell you top-quality F-class speed food." Huang Samba immediately explained his purpose. "So you are the distinguished trainer. Please follow me." The woman took Wu Ming's hand and walked towards the box upstairs in the hall. Wu Ming took the opportunity to look around the super affordable mall and found that there were quite a few people here, all with their pets. However, most of them are just half-baked and have not yet fully passed the assessment of a reserve animal tamer. They don't even have a grade and are far inferior to Huang Sanda. On Sky Blue Star, basically as long as you have money, you can buy ownerless pet eggs and sign a contract after they hatch. However, such people can only be regarded as pet lovers. Only after passing all the assessments for a beast tamer can one be considered a preparatory beast tamer. After a 1-year internship, one will have the opportunity to become an F-class beast tamer and enjoy special allowances. Soon a group of people came upstairs. Chapter 14, Super Quality, Ordinary VIP Card. Boom, boom, boom. The woman knocked on the door of a private room. When you walk in, you can see a beautiful middle-aged woman wearing glasses and with a dignified appearance sitting in front of a computer, checking various information. "Mr. Su, this is the trainer. He said he's here to sell F-class speed food." After the woman in the OL uniform introduced herself, she walked out and closed the door behind her. Upon hearing that the trainer had arrived, Mr. Su immediately stood up and greeted him with a smile. "So you are the respected trainer. How should I address you?" Mr. Su came closer and asked in a sweet voice. "My name is Wu Ming, also known as Tian Wu, Sun and Moon Ming." Wu Ming introduced himself and pointed at Huang Samba. "This is my bodyguard, Huang Samba, the reserve Beastmaster." When he heard that Wu Ming even had a Beastmaster bodyguard, Mr. Su's smile became even stronger, and he immediately asked, "So, Mr. Wu Ming, where is the evolutionary food you plan to sell?" Wu Ming put a wooden box on the table. Mr. Su raised his index finger and opened the wooden box, and a rich fragrance immediately spread out. "It smells so good." Mr. Su blinked, thinking that the quality of this evolutionary food must be very high. He immediately picked up the landline and made a call. "Xiao Su, are you looking for me?" The call was connected, and an old voice came from the other end. "Teacher Liu, I have a piece of F-class speed food that I need you to identify. I wonder if you are free now?" Mr. Su asked politely. "Come over." Teacher Liu on the other end of the phone agreed. Mr. Su immediately hung up the phone, took the wooden box, and took Wu Ming and Huang Samba into the elevator, went to the 10th floor underground, and entered a heavily guarded laboratory. Coming! An old man in a white robe came up, picked up the wooden box, dipped a little evolutionary food with a moist cotton swab, placed it on a special glass slide, and then installed it under a special electron microscope. After 2 beeps, the detection begins. Old man Liu, wearing thick black-framed reading glasses, looked at the data displayed on the computer screen with his mouth wide open in surprise. "Oh my God! The molecular activity has reached 99%, and the quality of the special energy is superb. The efficacy of this F-grade speed food is more than 30% better than the inferior evolutionary food." When old man Liu got the test results, his breathing quickened a lot. "It's actually super." Mr. Su covered his mouth with his hands in surprise. Each piece of evolutionary food has different qualities: low quality, medium quality, high quality, and super quality. The evolutionary food sold outside now is basically of low and medium quality. As for high and super quality, they are basically customized and rarely sold to the outside. Medium quality is 10% better than inferior quality. Superior quality is 20% better than inferior quality, and superb quality is 30% better than inferior quality. Pets of the same species that rely on inferior quality evolutionary food to improve their strength cannot catch up with those that use super quality evolutionary food. Who is the trainer? Old man Liu took off his reading glasses and asked hurriedly. "It's me," Wu Ming said. Old Liu rushed over and shook Wu Ming's hand as if he had seen a great god and said excitedly, "Please sell this evolutionary food to our super affordable mall. I'm here to sell evolutionary food, 3 packages in total, all F-level speed food." Wu Ming took out 2 more wooden boxes. Looking at the 3 super quality evolutionary foods in front of him, old man Liu was so excited that he almost fainted. He said the price of low-quality F-level evolutionary foods is 100,000 pet beast coins. These 3 are all super quality. We can give a unit price of at least 130,000. What do you think? Okay. Wu Ming nodded. To be honest, he didn't know at first that evolutionary food had different qualities. His original plan was to sell each piece of F-grade speed food for 100,000 pet coins. In the end, he actually made an extra 90,000. That won't do. Mr. Su stood up. The others immediately looked at Mr. Su in surprise, especially old man Liu, who almost jumped up. "Xiao Su, this is super high-quality evolutionary food. Don't even mention the price of 130,000 per unit. Even if it's 30,000 more, it's fine." President Su greeted him with a smile. "Teacher Liu, don't worry. What I mean is that 3 packages of super quality F-level speed food cost a total of 390,000, which is too little. Let's make it a whole, for 100,000. In addition, I will give Mr. Wu Ming an ordinary VIP card of our super affordable mall. Except for the specially marked items, all other items will be discounted by 10%. Upon hearing this, old man Liu burst into laughter. Wu Ming and Huang Samba looked at each other and saw the joy in each other's eyes. They felt that they had really made a profit this time. Okay, that's settled. Old man Liu left 3 portions of F-class speed rations in the laboratory, added a VX with Wu Ming, and began to conduct research behind closed doors. After a moment, in Mr. Su's office, Wu Ming received a silver ordinary VIP card, completed the real name registration, and received a remittance of 400,000 yuan from Mr. Su. Mr. Wu Ming, let's add each other on WeChat. If you miss me in the future or need to sell evolutionary food, you can send me a private message. Mr. Su walked over with his slender waist swaying and patted Wu Ming's chest. I will. Wu Ming smiled. He really enjoyed the feeling of having a beautiful woman so close to him. The two chatted for a while and then left Mr. Su's office. After Wu Ming and Huang Samba left, President Su closed the door and picked up the phone. Hello, find out about a person named Wu Ming for me. The more detailed the information, the better. What? We are not trying to kill him. This is our VIP client. We need to understand his information and promote deeper cooperation. Don't mess around. When necessary, you can protect him. Do you understand? Super affordable mall. Wu Ming and Huang Samba walked past the doors of various shops. Huang Samba blew a kiss to the beauties passing by from time to time, and when they saw the powerful giant bear beside him, the beauties immediately smiled. In just 10 minutes, you added 15 beauties on VX. You are really a sea king. Wu Ming complained. Huang Samba laughed loudly and said, Brother Wu, my motto is to enjoy life to the fullest, pick up girls more, and talk less nonsense. Wu Ming smiled and said nothing. By the way, Angkor, do we need to buy anything? Huang Samba asked. That's 400,000 yuan. I'm sure we can have a big meal tonight, right? Let's buy some herbs first, and then have dinner together in the evening. I will make sure you guys have enough to eat. Wu Ming said with a smile. Hee, Angkor is just great. Huang Samba became happy. And then he went shopping with Wu Ming to buy medicinal materials while chatting with the beauties he had just added on VX. With an ordinary VIP card at the super affordable mall, you can basically get a 10% discount in all stores in the mall. At this time, Wu Ming walked into a large store specializing in selling medicinal materials. In order not to waste time, he directly showed his ordinary VIP card, and the clerk immediately entertained him warmly. These medicinal herbs are good. Wu Ming picked up a wooden box, which contained a spiritual ginseng. It was not expensive, only 30,000 pet beast coins. Ding, 5 evolution points detected, can be converted. Just when Wu Ming's hand was very close to the spiritual ginseng, the system's prompt sound suddenly sounded in his mind. Chapter 15, New F-Class Evolutionary Food. The spiritual ginseng actually has so many evolution points? Wu Ming was stunned. He looked at the spiritual ginseng carefully and opened the Eye of Insight at the same time. Variety, Lingshan. Level normal. Note, 5 evolution points can be converted. This is the data seen by the Eye of Insight. Wu Ming narrowed his eyes and said, I want this spiritual ginseng. Please pack it up. Okay, sir. The clerk immediately picked up the spiritual ginseng and followed Wu Ming. Sir, do you need to buy any other herbs? Wu Ming nodded. Of course I need it, but I have to look at it slowly, and I will buy it once I make my choice. After saying that, Wu Ming continued to use the Eye of Insight to check the medicinal materials displayed in the store and found that most of them contained only 0.1 evolution points. Any medicinal materials with more than 1 evolution point basically cost more than 10,000. Finally, Wu Ming selected 3 spiritual ginsengs and several other medicinal materials, which added up to more than 15 evolution points. The discounted price was only 100,000 pet beast coins, which was more cost-effective than converting ferocious beast materials. If it is through the transformation of the corpses of ferocious beasts, 15 evolution points will require at least 150,000 pet beast coins, but now it is directly reduced by 1/3. The clerk asked, Sir, do you need any other herbs? Wu Ming shook his head and said, That's all. Pack it up. Okay. The clerk packed up the items immediately, and Wu Ming paid quickly to avoid any unnecessary trouble. Wu Ming was very happy after getting the medicinal materials. Although I consumed 100,000 pet coins in an instant, I bought some medicinal herbs that could be converted into 15 evolution points, which is considered a good deal. Let's go to another herbal medicine store. Wu Ming and Huang Samba left this store and walked towards another herbal medicine store. This store is even larger, with tens of thousands of medicinal herbs and many customers. Wu Ming only needed to scan it with the Eye of Insight and discovered that many of the herbs contain more than 5 evolution points. Welcome. The clerk came over immediately and greeted us with a smile. I want to buy 10 of the medicinal herbs on this list. Wu Ming handed a list to the clerk. This is the raw material for F-level speed food. The original price of 10 portions is only 100,000 pet coins, and the discounted price is 90,000. Okay, wait a moment. The clerk immediately filled the prescription according to the list. Huang Samba said worriedly, Brother Wu, those are the recipes. You just showed them to a clerk in a herbal medicine store? Don't worry. Wu Ming waved his hand. Even if he announced the formula of F-class speed food, no one would be able to produce it. Because the most important material is evolution points. Except for Wu Ming, who has the system, no one else has evolution points. There is no point in knowing the formula, so there is no need to worry about the formula being exposed. Hello. These are the herbs you ordered. The clerk presented the herbs to Wu Ming. Wu Ming paid 90,000 pet coins and selected some herbs that contained a large number of evolution points, spending another 110,000 pet coins. On the way back to the pet shop, Huang Samba was holding 2 large boxes of medicinal herbs, smiling from ear to ear. Brother Wu, you bought so many medicinal herbs, but you must remember to leave a portion of F-class speed rations for me. 60,000 pet coins. Wu Ming said with a smile. When Huang Samba heard that he couldn't get it for free, he immediately looked bitter. When the two entered the pet shop, a young man with a crew cut was observing Wu Ming and Huang Samba through a telescope on a small hill a few hundred meters away. I am Wild Wolf. The target has been confirmed. I will take action as soon as the Beast Master and bodyguards are not around. After saying that, the young man with the crew cut hung up the phone. In the pet store, Wan Siyu looked at the 2 large boxes of medicinal herbs on the counter and took the initiative to sort them. She got 10 portions of F-level speed food, but found that there were still many medicinal herbs left, and she didn't know what they were used for. Brother Wu, what are the remaining medicinal herbs? Wan Siyu couldn't help but ask. Wu Ming said, pack those herbs separately. I have other uses for them. Yeah, okay. Wan Siyu was very well behaved and did as she was told immediately. Soon it was time for lunch. Wu Ming ordered takeout, and after the 3 of them had eaten, they continued to work in the store. Wu Ming said, I'm going upstairs to take a nap. You guys go ahead and get busy. Tonight is the first dinner party in our pet store. I'm sure you guys will eat as much as you want. Great! Wan Siyu jumped up with joy. Huang Samba also became excited. Second floor. Wu Ming closed the door, spread dozens of medicinal herbs including Lingshan on the table, and pressed them with both hands. System, transform them all for me. Ding, transformation begins. The next moment, these medicinal herbs that cost 210,000 pet coins to buy converted into a total of 35 evolution points. With the remaining amount, there are currently 67.1 evolution points. At the same time, Wu Ming discovered that the material spirit ball, which originally weighed only 10 kilograms, had become 12 kilograms. It's time to buy new F-level evolutionary food. Wu Ming opened the system all. F-level flame food, F-level ice food. Wu Ming looked at the dazzling array of goods, kept selecting, and finally chose a formula called F-level defensive food. He spent 38 evolution points to buy it, and relevant information immediately appeared in his sight. Defense food, F-class. Recipe, 65g of dragon bone flour, 78g of sandstone fruit, 120g of iron tree heart, and 21 other medicinal materials, 5 evolution points. Function, any pet that eats a piece of F-level defense food can achieve F-level defense, and the hardness of its skin reaches the level of super alloy steel. At critical moments, it can activate the defense shield, and the defense is temporarily doubled. The effects of multiple feedings cannot be superimposed, and each pet can only use it once. After seeing the relevant introduction, Wu Ming laughed. Although there are only 29.1 evolution points left, I got an extra F-level defense food. The pet store's products have expanded a lot. Wu Ming laughed. Next, he took a nap. Soon it was night, and Wu Ming took Huang Samba and Wan Siyu to a large restaurant a few thousand meters away. They spent 2,000 pet coins and had a big meal. Brother Wu, can I take you back? Huang Samba said. No need. Wu Ming waved his hand and handed a portion of F-class speed food to Huang Samba. This is for you. You must work hard in the future. When you have money, transfer it to me. Don't worry, Angkor. Huang Samba was overjoyed. Afterwards, Wu Ming sent Wan Siyu to the old residential area and walked towards the pet shop alone. However, he did not enter the pet shop. Instead, he walked along Nanwen Street towards the sparsely populated woods in the distance. What a great opportunity! The young man with a crew cut who was hiding in the dark finally found an opportunity and followed secretly. In the woods, Wu Ming sat on a rock, playing with his mobile phone, like an ordinary young man taking a walk after dinner. At this time, the night was already dark. There are no street lights here, so it's quite dark. 100 meters away, the young man with the crew cut took out his cell phone and said, "Hey, there is a chance to kill the target person. Do you want to kill him? Kill him at all costs." A cold female voice came from the phone. The young man with the crew cut hung up the phone and moved over like a ghost. He soon came to a place 3 meters behind Wu Ming, holding a sharp dagger in his hand. Whoosh! The dagger pierced through the darkness and was about to pierce the back of Wu Ming's head. Chapter 16. Counterattack in the Dark Undercurrent. The dagger is very fast. The distance of 3 meters is reached in a flash. After all, the young man with the crew cut is a super bodyguard nicknamed Wild Wolf. He almost passed the assessment for a reserve Beastmaster, and his strength is not much worse than Huang Samba. You finally couldn't help but take action. Wu Ming made a dull sound. At the critical moment, he turned around and looked at the Wild Wolf that was charging towards him. There was no fear in his eyes, only coldness. Oh no, he actually knew that I was launching a sneak attack. He must be an expert. The Wild Wolf instantly put away his dagger, turned around, and ran away. But the next moment, a cold light flashed across the wolf's neck. So fast. The Wild Wolf covered his neck, groaned a few times, and fell straight to the ground. Until his death, the wolf didn't know what had cut his neck. Meow. The cat's cry sounded strange in the woods. Wu Ming walked to the wolf's body and sighed. In fact, if the Wild Wolf didn't want to kill him, why would he let the Phantom Cat take action? All of this is the wolf's own fault. It must be a killer sent by Zhou Nana, who wants to kill me. Haha, I will make you pay the price you deserve, Wu Ming said in a cold voice, his eyes full of murderous intent. In fact, Wu Ming knew that he was being followed half an hour ago. He now likes to keep the Phantom Cat by his side. Since the Phantom Cat can be invisible, he is not afraid of being discovered. Because the Nether Cat was extremely vigilant, it had already discovered the Wild Wolf several hundred meters away, so it fed back the danger signal to Wu Ming. Because of this, after eating, Wu Ming did not go back to the pet store directly, but pretended to take a walk in order to lure out the Wild Wolf. Now, the hunt is complete. Wu Ming collected his thoughts, squatted beside the wolf's body, put his hands on his back, and said silently, "System, convert them all for me." In the blink of an eye, everything about the Wild Wolf was transformed into a material spirit ball and merged with the original one, weighing 140 kilograms. However, when Wu Ming activated his talent of material spirit ball, it was equivalent to a small steel ball of 14 grams in his hand. To Wu Ming's surprise, he also gained 0.4 evolution points from the Wild Wolf. As a result, there are 29.5 evolution points left. It may be because the Wild Wolf is a pet, so it gets energy feedback, so it has special energy that can be converted into evolution points. Wu Ming thinks this should be the reason. Soon, Wu Ming returned to the pet shop. After releasing the Phantom Cat to keep watch at night, Wu Ming took a bath and fell into a deep sleep. Midnight. Super affordable mall. Mr. Su was sitting in his office, looking at a secret document on the computer screen, his almond-shaped eyes filled with surprise. The latest news is that Miss Zhou Nana of the Zhou family sent the killer Wild Wolf to attack Wu Ming. However, there is no news about Wild Wolf now. It is judged that he failed and is likely dead. But that night, Wu Ming was alone. How did he deal with the Wild Wolf? Could it be that Wu Ming is also a Beastmaster, and of a very high rank, at least a senior F rank, or even an E rank? Or there is a very powerful person hidden by Wu Ming's side, and Huang Samba, a bodyguard at the level of a potential Beastmaster, is probably just a cover. Mr. Su analyzed the information in the secret document and came to a conclusion. Wu Ming is not simple. You can only make friends with this kind of people, not make enemies. Fortunately, I have a good attitude towards Wu Ming. I hope our cooperation can last for a long time. Mr. Su whispered. She patted her chest proudly, turned off the computer, went out of the garage, and drove the Bison sports car worth 3 million pet coins back to the big villa where she lived. In a big villa, Zhou Nana was wearing pajamas, with her long legs straddling the coffee table. She was holding a cell phone and typing quickly to a person with the handle Sunglasses Brother. Zhou Nana. I heard the mission failed? Brother Sunglasses. There is no final conclusion yet, but it is almost a failure. Zhou Nana. What do you mean by considered? Brother Sunglasses. There is no news from Wild Wolf. It is very likely that he was killed. By the way, did Wild Wolf call you before he took action? Nana. That's right. Sunglasses. Then the mission has failed. Nana. What should I do next? I paid 500,000 pet coins in advance. Brother Sunglasses. Don't worry. After the mission fails, we will reevaluate the difficulty of the mission and send out a more powerful killer. Nana. What level is the mission at now? Brother Sunglasses. The latest news is that the target is an F-level trainer. He has a reserve beast master as a bodyguard, and he can kill wild wolves. The mission difficulty is at least F-level. Our black windbreaker security company can't handle it. Nana. What's the use of you? Brother Sunglasses. Our black windbreaker security company is mainly responsible for security. Assassination is not our strong point. But if we reclassify the mission and submit it to the Demon Lotus Killer organization next door, we can send out F-level killers. Nana. You mean there will be F-level beast masters acting as killers? Sunglasses guy. Of course. Nana. How much is the price? Brother in Sunglasses. One price, 3 million. Nana in front of the screen took a deep breath and cursed the man with sunglasses for asking for too much. She almost wanted to offer a reward for him. She was silent for a long time before she started typing. Too expensive. Brother with Sunglasses. Will the second daughter of the Zhou family be short of money? I remember that you poisoned your eldest brother. It won't be long before you can inherit 80% of the shares of the Zhou group. Let alone 3 million. You can afford 300 million, right? Nana. You're investigating me. Brother Sunglasses. Don't worry. As the people behind the scenes, we have all the information. Besides, this matter has long been spread among the underground killers. You don't have to hide anything when you talk to me. Nana. Okay, 3 million is 3 million, but I want to see that person die with my own eyes. Brother with Sunglasses. I will record a video for you. Soon, Nana put down her phone and ended the chat with the guy in sunglasses. Heh, Wu Ming, you're just a small trainer. Do you think you're so great? If you dare to offend me, I'll kill you. Nana laughed pervertedly. Wu Ming didn't know that an F-level killer would come. At this moment, he was hugging a pillow and sleeping soundly. On the table, the phantom cat lay there lazily, concealing its body. It could not be detected even with infrared detectors or thermal imaging. It was like a natural-born, cold-blooded killer. It has claws as hard and sharp as super alloy steel, a speed of 37 meters per second, and a talent for stealth. Even if a killer approaches, he will be killed by it in one blow. Because of this, Wu Ming slept soundly. Early the next morning, Wu Ming woke up. He opened the glass door downstairs and found Wan Siyu already standing in front of the door. Brother Wu, I bought you a loving breakfast. Wan Siyu took out the fried dough sticks and soy milk, which were still hot. Chapter 17 Super Alloy Level Defense. Thank you. I'll pay for breakfast from now on. Wu Ming immediately gave Wan Siyu a red envelope of 200 yuan. Wan Siyu clicked it and exclaimed, wow. Thank you, Brother Wu. This is the biggest red envelope I have ever received since I was a child. Wan Siyu blushed. Brother Wu Siyu, good morning. Huang Samba's voice came from outside the door, sounding weak. Wu Ming looked at Huang Samba and found that he had dark circles under his eyes, as if he hadn't slept all night. So he asked, what's wrong with you? Huang Samba yawned and said, I was drinking with a few girls last night, and we had a great time. Wu Ming immediately guessed the truth. Chatting? I see you've been talking like crazy all night long. Huang Samba gave an embarrassed smile. Seeing the soy milk and fried dough sticks that Wan Siyu had placed on the counter, he immediately picked up a fried dough stick and started eating it as he was starving. You are such a jerk, Huang Samba. How dare you steal food? I bought this for Angkor Wu. Wan Si angrily took away the remaining fried dough sticks and soy milk. Huang Samba scratched his head and said, sorry, I thought you bought it for me to eat. Humph. You wish. Wan Siyu pouted. It doesn't matter, let's get busy first. Wu Ming smiled, opened VX, and found that there were still 300,000 or 400,000 pet coins in the account. So he made a list and gave it to Huang Samba. Please buy 5 copies of the materials on the list for me. After saying that, Wu Ming transferred 100,000 pet coins to Huang Samba and gave him an ordinary VIP card. Okay. When Huang Samba heard that there was a job to do, he slipped out immediately, rented a pickup truck on the street, and took the powerful giant bear to the Super Bargain Mall. Wu Ming sat on the sofa and turned on the TV. The super affordable mall has been updated again. This time the exhibit is a rare F-class speed food, which is of super quality. It will be auctioned today with a starting price of 100,000 pet coins. The show is on TV at Jialan TV. As soon as I turned on the program, I saw the promotion of super affordable mall. Wan Siyu wiped the table and exclaimed, "It's actually super quality, so amazing. I wonder if the evolutionary food in our pet store has this grade?" Wu Ming looked strange. He really wanted to say that the F-class speed food being advertised in the super affordable mall was most likely the one sold to Mr. Su last night. But because he was unsure, Wu Ming did not respond. Not long after, Huang Samba came back, put a box of herbs on the counter, and transferred another 55,000 yuan to Wu Ming, saying, "Brother Wu, the discounted price of 5 packages of herbs is 45,000 yuan. I will transfer the rest of the money to you." Okay. Wu Ming put down the remote control, and his expression became serious. "Next, I'm going to mix F-level defense rations. Since this is my first time, you just watch from the side." Ah? Wan Siyu widened her eyes. Ever since she became a clerk in the pet store, she has been staying up late to look up information and learn a lot about pets and evolving food. From the information she had learned, trainers who mastered a variety of evolutionary food recipes were truly in high demand. F-class defensive food? Huang Samba was also shocked and quickly gathered around the counter, watching Wu Ming open the medicine box. Wan Siyu also stood aside, ready to learn. In fact, preparing evolutionary food is quite simple. Of course, this is only possible for trainers who have mastered special methods. Wu Ming explained while sorting the herbs. Wan Siyu and Huang Samba listened attentively, like diligent and hardworking students. To prepare evolutionary food, the first thing to do is to select the medicinal materials, sort them, and weigh them. These tasks can be completed by any trainer apprentice. Wu Ming continued, but the next step is not easy. At this time, Wu Ming had already prepared the medicinal materials and placed them in the reactor. The last step is usually the boiling crystallization method. This method takes too long and is very inefficient. It will be eliminated in the future. Wu Ming put his hands on the wall of the reactor. "The method I use is derived from the ancient alchemy method, but it is different from Master Wu Tianshua's." At this point, Wu Ming deducted 5 evolution points, leaving 24.5. Under the gaze of Wan Siyu and Huang Samba, the medicinal materials in the reactor seemed to be disturbed by a special magnetic field. They melted and fused with each other, and finally became 100 soybean-sized grains of food with a fragrant smell. How magical! Wan Siyu's little face was full of surprise. "Brother Wu, what principle does this apply?" Huang Samba scratched his head and asked without thinking. Wu Ming thought about it and explained, "This is the magnetic field effect." As soon as the voice came out, Wan Siyu and Huang Samba were stunned. "Magnetic field effect? Why does it sound so unreliable?" Wu Ming explained, "This is called biomagnetic field. Most people cannot master it. Only special trainers like us can control it freely. This biomagnetic field can make the medicinal materials react and fuse through the air, turning them into super quality evolutionary food." All of this was made up by Wu Ming. The purpose, of course, is to give a reasonable explanation for one's special abilities. "So that's how it is?" Huang Samba touched his chin and whispered thoughtfully, "By the way, Angkor, can we learn it?" Wu Ming placed the F-level defense food in a wooden box and shook his head, saying, "Not for now. I have mastered the biomagnetic field because of special circumstances, but I have not yet summed up a mature method that can be passed on to others." "That's a pity." Huang Samba looked regretful. If possible, he also wants to be a trainer. "Okay, this F-level defense food has been prepared. Huang Samba, do you want to let the giant bear try it?" Wu Ming put the wooden box containing the evolutionary food on the counter with a smile on his face. Huang Samba's eyes widened. "Is it okay?" The powerful giant bear got up from the ground, placed its 2 huge paws on the counter, and looked at the evolutionary food eagerly, wanting to have a bite. "Of course, but you can continue to buy on credit for 60,000 pet coins each," Wu Ming said mysteriously. When Huang Samba heard this, he scratched his head and felt that the money he owed was increasing. He might have to work for Wu Ming to pay off his debts for the rest of his life. However, Huang Samba was still very willing. In his opinion, Wu Ming is a top-notch talented trainer with great potential, and his future achievements are limitless. Following Wu Ming, his own achievements will definitely not be low. Thinking of this, Huang Samba said with a smile, "Okay, Then I will continue to buy on credit and work for Angkor to pay off the debt later. Before the experiment, let's test the giant bear's current defense capabilities. Wu Ming began to instruct. Huang Samba immediately understood and said to the powerful giant bear, "Big bear, you must be patient." After saying that, Huang Samba took out a super alloy steel dagger and used all his strength to cut a scar on the giant bear's paw. Then, Wu Ming let the giant bear eat a portion of F-level defensive food. As the food went down its stomach, in front of the astonished gazes of the three people, the giant bear's fur became more shiny and bright, with a glow lingering on its surface, which disappeared in an instant. The wound on the bear's paw also healed in the process. Try the current defense again, Wu Ming ordered. Huang Samba immediately raised the dagger and stabbed it into the bear's paw. Ding! The super alloy dagger broke directly. Chapter 18, Huang Samba's Mission. The strength of super alloy steel is close to F-level defense. However, the dagger made of this material was actually broken by the giant bear's palm. That's amazing! Wansiyu covered her mouth in surprise. Wu Ming also lowered his head to look at the giant bear's paw and found that there were no other scars except a white mark. This shows that after taking F-level defensive food, the giant bear's defense is much stronger than super alloy steel. Otherwise, it would be impossible to break the dagger. It really is F-grade defense food. It can't be of super quality, right? Huang Samba asked hurriedly. Also, Wansiyu was confused. Could it be that the previous F-speed food was also of super quality? Huang Samba nodded and said, "Of course. When Wu Gu and I went to the super affordable mall yesterday, we tested all 3 F-class speed rations and found that they were of superb quality. We sold them for a total of 400,000. Upon hearing this, Wansiyu covered her mouth in surprise. She knew that Wu Ming and Huang Samba went out yesterday and made some money, but she didn't expect that they made 400,000 in one go. Oh my God! Some stores have an annual turnover of less than 400,000, but our pet store completes it in one day. Wansiyu's heart was pounding, and she realized that following Wu Ming was indeed a very correct decision. Okay, you have just seen the preparation process of F-level defensive food. Next, Siyu, you will prepare the remaining 4 medicinal materials for me, and I will use the biomagnetic field to refine them into evolutionary food. Wu Ming gave a few instructions and sat aside. Okay, Wansiyu was very obedient, especially after seeing Wu Ming's many extraordinary methods. Basically, she obeyed Wu Ming's words. Huang Samba sat on the sofa and said boredly, "Brother Wu, is there anything I can do now? Aren't you a trainee beast master? When can you become a regular beast master?" Wu Ming asked. In fact, I could have been promoted long ago, but every formal F-class beastmaster must go out of the city and hunt 10 low-grade beasts or 1 F-class beast. I was too scared before, so I didn't dare to go out of the city alone to carry out the mission. Huang Samba lowered his head, feeling a little embarrassed. Wu Ming patted Huang Samba on the shoulder and said, "The F-class speed food and defense food I gave you have been digested by the giant bear. Considering its own F-power, it can be considered an elite among the F-class. It shouldn't be difficult to complete the mission, right?" In fact, Wu Ming also wanted to leave the city. The claws of a single nether wolf have 0.1 evolution points. If you can hunt down a lot of low-grade ferocious beasts near Jialan City, you can definitely convert a large number of evolution points. At this stage, evolution points are simply not enough. If I had hundreds or thousands of evolution points, I could buy higher-level evolutionary food. Moreover, some high-grade evolutionary food materials are not available in Jialan City. They can only be found in the deep mountains and old forests outside. Wu Ming thought so in his heart. At this time, Huang Samba slapped his head and said, "Oh, that's right. Now the big bear has F-level defense, F-level speed, and F-level strength. As long as it doesn't encounter a group of F-level beasts or E-level beasts, it will not be in danger. Angkor, I will leave the city tomorrow." "I want to go out too," said Wu Ming. When these words came out, Wansiyu and Huang Samba were both shocked. "Angkor, you are a distinguished trainer. Normally, you just need to guard the rear. There is no need to go out of the city and take risks." Wansiyu hurriedly persuaded. "With the F-level elite pet Big Bear, we will not be in danger." Wu Ming did not want to expose the existence of the F-level nether cat for the time being. This is one of his current trump cards and also the second-to-last line of defense. Wu Ming does not want anyone to know about the existence of the nether cat unless it is absolutely necessary. "Brother Wu, The medicinal materials for 4 portions of F-level defense food have been prepared. Not long after, Wan Siyu placed 4 packets of crushed and evenly mixed medicinal materials on the counter. Yeah. Wu Ming picked up the reactor, deducted 20 evolution points, and in less than half an hour, he produced 4 portions of F-level defense food. Since then, the evolution points have only been reduced to a pitiful 4.5 points. Take 3 F-level defense foods to the super affordable mall and sell them to Mr. Su. The sooner you go, the sooner you will come back. Wu Ming placed the 3 evolutionary foods in a wooden box, locked it in a suitcase, and handed it to Huang Samba. Don't worry, Angkor. I will definitely do it. Huang Samba took the suitcase and headed to the super bargain mall as quickly as possible. See you go ahead and do your work. I'll go upstairs to take a look. After saying that, Wu Ming brought the last portion of F-level defense food to the second floor and closed the door. On the desktop, the phantom cat lost its invisibility and lay down lazily. Your talents are invisibility, extreme speed, and iron claws, all of which are F-level, but your defense is too weak, so this F-level defense food is for you. Wu Ming opened the wooden box, and the aroma wafted out. The nether cat received the order and started eating immediately. Super affordable mall. Huang Samba placed the briefcase on Mr. Su's desk and opened it, revealing 3 F-level defense rations. What's this? President Su stood up quickly and looked around. Isn't Mr. Wu Ming here? Brother Wu is resting. He said he wants to sell these 3 F-level defense foods to your super affordable mall to see if you are willing to make an offer. Huang Samba explained his purpose. Of course we will, but we still have to test the quality. President Su picked up the suitcase, swayed his slender waist, and walked in front, bringing Huang Samba to the laboratory on the 10th floor underground again. When Old Man Lu heard that he was going to test the F-level defense food, he immediately put on his thick black-framed reading glasses, dipped a little food with a cotton swab, and placed it on the testing instrument. Ding! Molecular activity, 99%. Excellent quality. 10 seconds later, an electronic sound rang out. Old Lu and Mr. Su opened their mouths in shock again. It's actually super good too. Is there anything wrong with the instrument? Old Man Lu patted the machine and did several more tests to be on the safe side, only to find the same result. Oh my God, it's super again. Old Man Lu danced with joy and excitement, holding Huang Samba's hand. Mr. Wu Ming is really amazing. Just based on this skill of stably producing super quality evolutionary food, he is definitely the best in our Jialan city. Seeing Mr. Su standing there in a daze, Old Man Lu hurriedly urged him, Xiao Su, what are you standing there for? Pay the money quickly. Oh, okay. President Su quickly twisted his slender waist and took Huang Samba back to the office. He took out a bank card from the drawer and said, Please lead the way. I want to visit Mr. Wu Ming in person. Huang Samba's eyes widened immediately. Are you sure you want to visit? Of course. Mr. Su nodded his delicate chin and smiled charmingly. Although Ms. Su is over 30 years old, she is well-maintained, wears exquisite makeup, and has a proud figure. Even Huang Samba, who has seen countless women, couldn't help but swallow his saliva. However, Huang Samba still took out his cell phone and made a call. Brother Wu, Mr. Su wants to come over to visit. Is it okay with you? Can. Wu Ming's voice came from the other side. Chapter 19. Mr. Su comes to visit and blows up the streets. Upon hearing that he could come to visit, Mr. Su looked out of the office window at the prosperous Jialan city with a confident smile. She believed that if there was a first time, there would be a second time. As long as you go to Wu Ming's pet store more often, you can definitely win him over to become a high-quality supplier of super affordable mall. I'm driving. Do you need a ride? Mr. Su picked up a bag worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, took out the keys to the Bison sports car, and waved them in front of Huang Samba. Forget it, your sports car can't carry us. Huang Samba really wanted to try the Bison sports car worth millions, but the powerful giant bear next to him was too big and could only ride in a pickup truck. Mr. Su smiled and said, Please send me the address. I'll go there first. As for you, I'll ask the security guard to drive a Big M car to take you there. Okay. Huang Samba nodded. Nanwen Street. Boom! With the deafening roar of the sports car, it became the most popular thing on the whole street, attracting everyone's attention. Wow, it's the limited edition Bull sports car. This is worth at least several million, right? He's really a rich man. It is a sunny day today, and there are many people on the street, all attracted by the roaring sports car. Hiss! The sports car stopped in front of the pet store, attracting everyone's surprised gazes. The scissor door opened, and the first thing that came into view was a pair of slender and round, beautiful legs. Then, a beautiful woman dressed in a sexy and mature manner with a strong aura walked out of the sports car and knocked on the door of the pet shop. "Is Mr. Wu Ming here? I'm Su Chanqian from Super Affordable Mall. I came here specially to visit you today." Mr. Su spoke. When the people around heard these respectful words, their mouths opened so wide in shock that it seemed as if an egg could fit in them. How could a beautiful woman worth tens of millions be so respectful to Wu Ming? Is Wu Ming really a trainer? Nonsense. How else can an ordinary person be treated like this by a wealthy woman? Why didn't the rich woman choose me? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Everyone around was talking about it. At this time, Wu Ming opened the glass door and first saw a pair of long, white legs of General Su Qianqian. Then his eyes moved upwards, across her proud breasts, and finally to her beautiful face. Why did Mr. Su come here in person? Wu Ming stepped aside to give Su Qianqian space to enter. Su Qianqian sat on the sofa, legs together, and placed a bank card on the table. "Mr. Wu Ming, this is the money you need to pay to buy 3 super-quality F-level defense food in our super affordable mall. The total is 1 million. Wan Siyu's hands trembled as she was about to make tea. 1 million. That's the amount of money an ordinary person like her can earn after working for 20 years. In Wan Siyu's opinion, 1 million is enough for her to buy a house in a remote town and then live frugally for decades. And now, 3 packages of F-grade defense food can be sold at this price." Wan Siyu increasingly felt that working with Wu Ming had great prospects. However, Wu Ming picked up the bank card and frowned. 3 F-level defense rations are at most 400,000 yuan. Mr. Su gave too much money. "Not much." Mr. Su shook his head and checked the time on his Lux watch. "It's about time. Mr. Wu Ming, you can watch the live broadcast of Jialan TV and see how popular your evolutionary food is. Siyu, turn on the TV." "Yeah, okay." Wan Siyu picked up the remote control and turned on Jialan TV. Then the next item to be auctioned is a set of F-grade speed food, which was produced by a mysterious trainer. It has been identified by the senior appraiser Master Liu as being of superb quality. The starting price is 100,000 pet coins, and each bid must not be less than 5,000. Let's start the auction now. 105,000. 110,000. Poor bastard. You dare to rob me? 130,000. 150,000. An auction is being broadcast live on Jialan TV. The item being auctioned was one of the 3 F-class speed rations that Wu Ming sold to Super Affordable Mall. As a nationwide super-large shopping mall chain, Super Affordable Mall has a very high reputation. When they heard that it was super high-quality evolutionary food, many Beastmasters who were not short of money immediately joined the auction. In less than 5 minutes, the price had climbed to 200,000. Oh my god, this is twice the official price. Are beast tamers really that rich? Wan Siyu was narrow-minded after all. She didn't understand the world of rich people at all, and she didn't realize the importance of super-quality evolutionary food. Su Qianqian crossed her legs, letting out a fragrant breeze, and said with a smile, "That is super-quality evolutionary food. On Sky Blue Star, the effects of each type of evolutionary food cannot be superimposed. An F-level speed food can only be taken once in a lifetime. Therefore, many wealthy Beastmasters will try their best to choose super-quality evolutionary food when training their pets. The pets trained in this way have the strongest data in all aspects and are the real kings." At this point, Su Qianqian leaned forward slightly. "So, let alone twice the price, even if it's 3 or 5 times, as long as they have enough funds, they will rush to buy it. 250,000. Is there a higher price? 300,000. 300,000 for one time. 300,000. 500,000. The live broadcast is still going on. When someone called out a high price of 500,000, Wan Siyu was already stunned. Even Wu Ming was surprised, thinking that it was far beyond his expectations. In Wu Ming's opinion, even if it was auctioned, the price could only go up to 200,000 or 300,000 at most. But in the end, it has now reached 500,000. Wu Ming looked at the bank card again and found that the 1 million in it seemed reasonable. Congratulations to Mr. Li for winning this superb quality F-class speed food at a price of 600,000. In a while, we will also have F-class defense food for auction, and the quality is also superb. The live broadcast of Jialan TV continued until the host broke the news, and the crowd participating in the auction below caused a sensation again. At this time, Su Qianqian turned off the TV. Mr. Wu Ming, do you think 1 million is too much to buy your 3 F-level defense rations? Actually, it's not too much at all. Su Qianqian stood up, only half a meter away from Wu Ming, and said with a sweet breath, I came here with sincerity, hoping to establish a long-term cooperative relationship with you. Wu Ming frowned, thinking that Su Qianqian's personal visit must have ulterior motives. What kind of cooperation? Although Wu Ming felt that Su Qianqian came suddenly, he still asked about the specific content of the cooperation. Su Qianqian pursed her red lips when she heard that there was a chance. Don't worry, Mr. Wu Ming. When we talk about long-term cooperation, we just hope that you can continue to sell the evolutionary food you prepared to our mall. As long as we can continue to get the goods, we will be very satisfied. She didn't dare force Wu Ming. As a shrewd woman, Su Qianqian knew Wu Ming's importance. To cooperate with him, you must stand at the same level or have a lower attitude than Wu Ming, so as not to cause disgust. When Wu Ming heard what was going on, he said, I can sell part of the evolutionary food I prepared to your mall. As for the price, I'll give you the highest price. Su Qianqian immediately responded. Okay. Wu Ming stretched out his hand, shook hands with Su Qianqian's soft hand, and then separated. It's a pleasure working with you. Su Qianqian samai buti fun. At this time, there was another roaring sound of an engine, attracting everyone's attention. Chapter 20. 1 million pet coins, E-Class battle card. A large M car priced at 3 million drove over. This is a super mountain off-road vehicle that has been specially modified so that it can run wildly in the mountains. Its surface is covered with super alloy steel, which can even stop ordinary ferocious beasts. The sound of screeching brakes was heard. This big M was parked near the pet shop. The car door opened, and Huang Samba and Dali Juxiong walked out from the back door. This car is so cool. Huang Samba jumped on the ground, looking excited. Brother Wu, we will also get one in the future. By the way, when are we going to leave the city? Leave the city? Su Qianqian was surprised and turned to look at Wu Ming. Sir Wu Ming, it's very dangerous outside the city. Are you sure you want to go out? Huang Samba is going to take the assessment to become a regular beastmaster, and I also want to go out for a walk. Wu Ming did not shy away from it. Ordinary people dare not leave the city because they do not have powerful pets to protect them. But for a beastmaster, as long as he is not more than 500 kilometers away from Jialan City, he will basically not encounter any ferocious beasts that are too scary. As long as he is a little careful, he can return safely. It just so happens that our super affordable mall will have a convoy heading to Yaodao Ancient Town, 300 kilometers away, tomorrow to visit a D-level beastmaster. If Mr. Wu Ming is willing, we can go together. At this point, Su Qianqian's face became a little serious. Besides, this visit is not simple. It is said that it will involve major events related to the safety of the entire Jialan City. As a trainer, Mr. Wu Ming would also be better off going. It involves the safety of the entire Jialan City. Wu Ming, Huang Samba, and Wan Siyu all changed their expressions. Su Qianqian nodded and said, I just learned the news today, and Master Lu and I have to go there tomorrow. Hearing that tomorrow's visit was so important, Wu Ming couldn't help but clench his fists and said, Okay, let's go together tomorrow. Okay, in that case, I will go back today to arrange the fleet and prepare an extra M-class for Mr. Wu Ming. Before departure, we will send a special car to pick you up. Let's contact each other on VX for the specific time. Su Qianqian nodded to Wu Ming, picked up her bag, stepped into the Bison sports car, pulled out a brilliant tail flame, and quickly disappeared at the end of the street. Another Big M also drove away. In the pet shop, only Wu Ming, Huang Samba, and Wan Siyu were left, with different expressions on their faces. Encore, it's too dangerous to leave the city. Wan Siyu is very worried. If what Mr. Su said is true, then this outing is of great importance. Even if it is dangerous, we have to go. Wu Ming's face also changed, not knowing what this so-called crisis was. But since the whole city is involved, then he, as a native of Jialan City, cannot be spared. Of course, he has to participate if he can, so that he can find a way to survive in the troubled times. However, our current strength is still not enough. Wu Ming was worried in his heart and picked up the bank card left by Su Qianqian. There are 1 million pet coins in it. Counting the money on VX, there are more than 1 million in total, which is enough for me to improve before tomorrow. There is a saying that goes, if you have money, you don't need a bastard. Now that he had more than 1 million pet coins, even if he only used 1 million, it would be enough to buy many medicinal herbs that contained a large number of evolution points. Huang Samba, come with me to the super affordable mall. Wu Ming picked up the bank card, glanced at the initial password written on the card, and walked out of the pet store. Huang Samba scratched his head, not knowing why Wu Ming wanted to go to the mall again. But he still rented a pickup truck and rushed to his destination. Super affordable mall. Wu Ming walked into a pharmacy, opened his eye of insight, and judged the evolution points contained in each medicinal ingredient. Centennial Mountain Ginseng, 15 evolution points. F-level Beast Red Flame Snake Skeleton, 3 evolution points. Wu Ming didn't feel any pain at all. In less than an hour, he spent a full 1 million pet coins, shocking Huang Samba and the accompanying clerk. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Wu Ming and Huang Samba carried a large amount of medicinal materials, filling the entire pickup truck, and hurried back to the pet store. In the office, Su Qianqian received the call. What did you say? Mr. Wu Ming bought medicinal materials worth 1 million pet coins within an hour? Okay, I get it. After hanging up the phone, Su Qianqian rubbed her temples with her hands. She didn't think it was strange. After all, Wu Ming was a trainer, so it was normal for him to buy medicinal materials. She didn't think much about it. 6 p.m. Brother Wu, I'll go home first and come back tomorrow morning. Huang Samba waved to Wu Ming and left the pet shop. Brother Wu, I'm off work too. After cleaning, Wan Siyu put on her backpack, bought a box of fried noodles on the roadside, and went home. Soon, Wu Ming was the only one left in the pet shop. He went to the second floor, closed the door, and looked at the medicinal herbs in several large boxes with an excited smile. System, transform all these medicinal herbs for me. Wu Ming gave the order. As a ray of light fell, all the medicinal herbs worth by 1 pet coins turned into ashes, and then disappeared, turning into evolution points and 20 kilograms of material spirit balls. Since then, the total weight of the material spirit ball has increased from 140 kilograms to 160 kilograms, and the evolution points have soared from the original 4.5 to 180 points. A 160-kilogram material spirit ball and 180 evolution points. It's really easy to get things done if you have money, Wu Ming said with emotion. He knew the importance of money long ago. However, when I thought about spending 1 million in just 1 hour, I couldn't help but feel a little distressed, so I opened the system mall and thought about what to buy. The egg of the E-level pet bald eagle is priced at 98 points. It's too expensive, and time is tight, so it's not suitable to buy it. The E-level flame talent evolution food formula is priced at 99 points. It's useless to buy it. After all, the medicinal materials needed for the E-level formula must be very expensive, and they may not be available in the super affordable mall. Wu Ming looked through dozens of F-level and E-level pet eggs and evolutionary food formulas. As for the D-level ones, they were too expensive because they cost at least 300 evolution points, so he simply ignored them. Found it! At this time, Wu Ming discovered a system product that was worth buying. After purchasing the E-level battle card Soul Stealing Claw, you will receive a special energy card. After fusing it with your pet, you can use an E-level claw that is indestructible. It can be used 10 times in total. The price is 30 evolution points. Wu Ming looked at the introduction of this E-level combat card and almost bought it directly. But in the end, he still asked the system. System, is the effect of the E-level combat card Soul Stealing Claw real? It's true, the system explained. So, what does it mean to use it 10 times? Wu Ming asked again. After the pet is integrated with the E-level combat card Soul Stealing Claw, it can store powerful energy in its body. When using it, this energy can be injected into the claws, so that the destructive strength of the claws is temporarily increased to E-level. Each use can last for 6 seconds, and the total number of times is 10. The system continued to explain. I understand. This means that by spending 30 evolution points, I can only allow my claws to continuously burst out with an E-level destructive level for 1 minute. How luxurious! Wu Ming sighed, feeling very painful. After fusing the E-level combat card Soul Stealing Claw, as long as the stored energy and times are not exhausted, you can wait until the next time to use it. The system explained again. Upon hearing that it could be used in this way, Wu Ming decisively spent 30 evolution points and purchased an E-level combat card Soul Stealing Claw. With this battle card, my ability to protect myself has been greatly enhanced. Tomorrow I will go to the retreat of that D-level beast master and see what the so-called crisis is. Even a D-level beast master takes it seriously. Wu Ming was also worried. A D-level beast tamer is already a powerful person in Jialan City. It is impossible for Wu Ming to ignore the danger that even they're worried about. He increasingly felt that he had no time to rest and that he had to train a high-level pet as quickly as possible to gain sufficient self-protection capabilities. Chapter 21, First Out of Town. Ding. Purchase of E-level combat card is successful. Please check. The system prompt sounded. Wu Ming stretched out his hand and found a glowing orange card appeared above his palm, slowly rotating. So this is the E-level battle card, Soul-Stealing Claw. It looks quite magical, like a hologram. Wu Ming pinched the E-level battle card and stuck it on the forehead of the nether cat, allowing it to absorb it and become one of its current trump cards. Meow, meow, meow. After absorbing the energy of the battle card, the nether cat made an intoxicated cry, like a lazy lady taking a hot spring bath, feeling comfortable all over. Wu Ming patted the nether cat's head and prepared to prepare potential-enhancing evolutionary food for the nether cat when it had enough evolutionary points, so that it could be promoted to E-level or higher D-level. There are still 150 evolution points left. Keep them for now and use them when needed. Wu Ming asked the nether cat to keep watch while he fell asleep. Early the next morning, Wan Xiyu took 2 loving breakfasts and waited at the door of the pet shop early in the morning. She didn't walk in until Wu Ming opened the door. "Brother Wu, are you leaving today?" Wan Xiyu put breakfast on the table, her little face full of worry. Wu Ming placed the key to the pet store on the table and said, "Yes, we are leaving today. The exact time is not yet determined, but it will probably be in the morning. By the way, this is the key to the door. Huang Samba, and I probably won't be back tonight. Remember to lock the door after you get off work this afternoon." "Of course, if you want to sleep here tonight, that's fine," Wu Ming added with a smile. "Is Wu Ge hinting that I should stay overnight in the future?" Wan Xiyu guessed in her heart, her ears turning red. Ding dong. The VX prompt sounded. Wu Ming opened his phone and found a voice message from Su Qianqian. "Mr. Wu Ming, you will leave the city at 8 this morning. I will send a car to pick you up at 7:30. These are Su Qianqian's original words. Wu Ming picked up his phone and replied, "No problem, I'm ready." When he woke up today, Wu Ming had already packed a set of clothes, as well as some first aid medicines, dry food, a bottle of water, a power bank, etc. in his backpack. Although it has 100 cubic meters of system space, which can hold a lot of things, this is confidential and cannot be known to others. So, Wu Ming deliberately carried a bag as a cover. As for most things, they are hidden in the system space and taken out for use at critical moments. "Brother Wu, I'm here." At this time, Huang Samba just arrived at the pet shop. He didn't bring anything with him, with his hands in his pockets, looking very cool. "You're not bringing anything?" "Yes, Big Bear is carrying it on his back." Wu Ming looked towards the door of the pet shop and saw a powerful giant bear crawling in, carrying an oversized backpack with a capacity of at least 100 liters, which contained enough supplies to survive in the wild for half a month. "Fuck, you even brought an inflatable doll and an air pump. I'm impressed." Wu Ming opened the package on the back of the powerful giant bear and found a set of things inside. He was too tired to complain. "Poochie," Wan Xiyu burst out laughing. Huang Samba said as if it was a matter of course. "This is a normal physiological need. It's human nature. Angkor, what time do you want to leave? If it's still early, I'll give you a set and lubricant." "Huang Samba, you're a hooligan." Before Wu Ming could speak, Wan Xiyu's face turned red with shame. Wu Ming looked embarrassed. He glanced at the clock on the wall and found that it was almost 7:30. He took the initiative to change the subject. "Don't joke. President Su sent me a message to pick us up at 7:30. It's almost time now. Let's take a look and see if there is anything missing." "No," Huang Samba said with certainty. Wu Ming nodded. "Okay, let's take a break first." 7:30. The powerful roar of the engine came. A large M mountain off-road vehicle stopped in front of the pet store, and a fully armed bodyguard got off. He was about 1.9 meters tall and wore sunglasses, giving people a ferocious feeling like a wild beast. "Mr. Wu Ming, please get in the car." The space inside the M is very large. After the original third row of rear seats was removed, the powerful giant bear can lie there, while Wu Ming and Huang Samba can sit in the second row. "Set off." The big M SUV roared out and disappeared around the corner of the street under Wan Xiyu's worried gaze. No one knew that 1 kilometer away from the pet shop, There was a person standing behind the reflective glass, holding a telescope and looking in the direction the car left. The prey is out of town. Time to hunt. Wu Ming felt very comfortable sitting in the car. Looking at the things receding outside the window, Wu Ming gradually saw a wall about 30 meters high in the distance. It was made of cement bricks and was very thick and solid. Angkor, we have reached the city wall, said Huang Samba. Okay, I understand. Wu Ming nodded slightly. City wall. In Wu Ming's impression, this is something that was only useful in ancient times. But now, in this world where ferocious beasts are rampant, every city and town must build a strong enough wall to prevent the invasion of those low-grade ferocious beasts. As for the ferocious beasts of certain grade, they naturally cannot be stopped by walls. Instead, they are stopped by the beast masters in the city to protect the safety of the citizens. Not long after, when Wu Ming arrived at the city gate in the large M off-road vehicle he was riding in, he saw a dozen other large M vehicles and an oversized armored vehicle equipped with powerful artillery. There is the presence of beast tamers, 2 of them in total, both F-class. Wu Ming was looking at a certain car and found himself suddenly having this strange feeling, as if it was due to the side effect of the Eye of Insight. System, can I sense the presence of a beast master nearby? Wu Ming quickly asked the system. Yes. With the host's current ability, any ferocious beast or beast master that appears within a 100-meter radius can be sensed, the system explained. Wu Ming was immediately very happy. In the wild, this ability can be considered abnormal and can play a very powerful role. Mr. Wu Ming, you're here? Su Qianqian jumped out of a car and knocked on Wu Ming's car window. Well, we're here. Are we going directly to Yaodao, ancient town? Wu Ming asked. Su Qianqian tapped her chin lightly. Yes, we may not stop on the way. So Huang Samba's mission could be to arrive at Yaodao, ancient town, and then look for ferocious beasts nearby to hunt. Okay, Wu Ming agreed. After all, he was just taking a ride with someone else, so he still had to listen to Su Qianqian's itinerary. 10 minutes later, it was 8 o'clock. The alloy steel gate of Jialan City was finally opened, and the large convoy of more than a dozen vehicles quickly left the city and sped along the dilapidated road. Wu Ming didn't roll down the window because it would be a bit dangerous to do so. Outside the city, you can occasionally see wild beasts running on the road, even ferocious beasts of no rank. As for the powerful beasts of Class F and Class E, they rarely appear near cities. Once they do appear, it means danger. Chapter 22, Hidden Crisis. Angkor, is this your first time out of the city? Huang Samba was a man who couldn't sit still. Less than 5 minutes after leaving the city, he couldn't help but ask. I guess so, said Wu Ming. He was a person who had traveled through time, and in principle, it was indeed his first time out of the city. Looking at the wild world outside the city and recalling the prosperity within the city, the desolation and civilization blended and collided at this moment, giving Wu Ming a very special feeling. Su Qianqian's voice was heard on the intercom. Once out of the city, there was basically no signal on mobile phones, and communication between teams basically relied on walkie-talkies. Mr. Wu Ming, the route we chose this time is the safest one, so we need to take a detour. The total distance is 350 kilometers. The speed is slow, and we will arrive at Yaodao, ancient town, around 2 p.m. Su Qianqian explained the situation using the walkie-talkie. Then I'll take a nap, Wu Ming said. Okay, in fact, most of us will choose to rest on the road and recharge our batteries. Su Qianqian had the same idea, which coincided with Wu Ming's. For the next hour, the convoy passed without incident. Including the powerful giant bear, there are 3 F-level pets in the convoy. The invisible aura they emit is very strong. Ordinary ferocious beasts and wild beasts dare not approach after smelling this dangerous aura from afar. Even an E-class beast, facing a large convoy of armored vehicles, would have to weigh its own strength before considering attacking. At this time, Wu Ming woke up and found that the road was a bit bumpy. Where is this? Wu Ming looked out of the car window and found that this was no longer a cement road, but a real wilderness. Fortunately, there was no swamp, and with the super off-road performance of the M, he could temporarily drive on it as if it were flat ground. Looking around, there are only small hills all around, no big mountains or rivers. Although there are occasional bushes on the road, they cannot stop us from moving forward. Angkor, this seems to be a wild lizard wasteland, stretching for dozens of kilometers. Huang Samba opened the electronic map and found the introduction of this area. Will it be dangerous? Wu Ming was a little worried. At this time, the bodyguard sitting in the co-pilot's seat smiled and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Wu Ming. There are only a few big mutant lizards with bad tempers in the wild lizard wasteland. They are not a threat." Wu Ming said, "Oh," and looked into the distance. Suddenly, he noticed a thick dust at the end of his sight. When he looked through the telescope, he found that it was a group of huge lizards, each one larger than a Komodo dragon, running very fast. Especially the leader who led this group of crazy lizards. He was 10 meters long, with a mouth that could at least swallow a whole cow. His body was glowing with a dark red light, which gave people a terrifying feeling just from a distance. Fuck, it's so big. To be honest, Wu Ming was a little surprised and quickly opened the eye of insight. Species: mutated lizard. Level: F-level pet beginner. Talent: F-level leather armor. The hardness of the leather armor is comparable to super alloy steel. Extremely hard. It turns out to be just a ferocious beast that has just entered the F level. It looks huge, but in fact it can't even beat the nether cat and the giant bear. I worried for nothing. Wu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Boom, boom, boom. This group of crazy lizards chased the convoy and soon arrived nearby, rushing over desperately. Da-da-da. The bodyguard on the passenger seat took out an AK and started firing at the lizards in the distance, killing many of them. Other vehicles also began to attack, scaring the lizards so much that they stopped and dared not approach. Except for the leader of the crazy lizards, ordinary crazy lizards can't withstand bullets. It's really boring to fight them. The bodyguard rolled up the car window, holding the AK, and said to himself. The convoy continued to move forward, soon leaving the wild lizard wasteland and continuing on its way. What everyone didn't know was that there was an off-road motorcycle chasing behind the convoy, but because the two were more than 10 kilometers apart, no one could find the motorcycle for the time being. Squeak! The off-road motorcycle stopped in the lizard wasteland. A tall figure wearing a leather jacket and a covering helmet stood on the ground, letting out a beast-like growl from his throat. At this time, the group of crazy lizards discovered this man and quickly surrounded him. "A bunch of rubbish? You want to kill me too?" The mysterious man spoke with a cold voice. He was a man with his arms crossed, looking like he didn't need to do anything himself. Cry! The next moment, a sharp cry came from the sky, and an eagle with a wingspan of 3 meters fell rapidly. With a slight tear of its sharp claws, several crazy lizards were split into 4. The leader of the crazy lizards realized that something was wrong and quickly ordered his men to flee. "You're done, idiot!" The man sneered. The eagle flapped its wings, and with a gust of wind, it flew over dozens of meters in an instant. Its sharp claws cut the head of the crazy lizard leader like tofu, killing him on the spot. The other crazy lizards were frightened and fled in all directions, no longer as majestic as before. Then, the man let the eagle tear the lizard leader into pieces. After searching for a while, he took out a round bead covered in blood, about the size of a tennis ball. "Found it!" The man rinsed the beads with water, put them in a special wooden box, threw them into the backpack behind him, got on the off-road motorcycle, and continued on his way. The eagle flew high into the sky and slowly turned into a black, making it difficult to spot. Through the camera installed on the F-level pet eagle, the man can grasp all the movements on the ground around him and always be in an advantageous situation. The young lady of the Zhou family is really rich. She is willing to pay 3 million to kill a person. However, it seems that this woman does not have a beast master as a backer. After returning, I can find an opportunity to taste the taste of this young lady. The man muttered to himself. His voice was cold, like a demon from hell. In the car, Wu Ming was sitting on a chair, unaware that someone was following him. But with his current hiding means, he has nothing to fear even if he knows, especially with the nether cat that has absorbed the E-level battle card as a backup. Even if he encounters an E-level beast, he will be able to fight. 11 o'clock in the morning. The convoy stopped at a scenic lake. "Everyone, please rest here for 10 minutes. Those who go to the toilet should go in groups, and don't be alone." Su Qianqian said to everyone, then twisted her slender waist and walked towards Wu Ming. Wu Ming noticed that there was a woman standing next to Su Qianqian. She had short silver hair, cold eyes, and was wearing a black leather jacket that highlighted her explosive curves. F-level beast tamer. Wu Ming looked at the silver-haired woman and opened his eye of insight. Name: Silver Eyes. Rank: F-class beast tamer, elite. Pet: F-class Dark Knight Viper. F-class fangs, slightly harder than alloy steel, can inject super strong toxins, 1 milligram can kill an elephant. F-class speed, 33 meters per second. F-class defense. After browsing the information of the F-level Beastmaster named Yintong, Wu Ming noticed Yintong's belt. Looking closely, he found that it was a flat, black, poisonous snake. Its 2 eyeballs were like rubies, flashing a deadly cold light, and his heart trembled. Chapter 23, Beastmaster Silver Eyes. Sir Wu Ming, let me introduce you. This is the F-class Beastmaster Silver Eyes, my cousin, and also the security consultant for this trip. Su Qianqian took the initiative to introduce her to Wu Ming. Hello. Although Yintong looked cold, he still extended his hand. Wu Ming stretched out his hand and shook hands with Yintong. It felt cold, as if he had touched a piece of ice, but Yintong's skin was smooth and delicate, giving people an endless feeling. Hello. My name is Wu Ming. Nice to meet you. Wu Ming let go of his hand and said with a smile. Yintong nodded, being frugal with words. Seeing that the two sides were a little awkward, Su Qianqian quickly interrupted. Cousin, you may not know who prepared the F-level defense food that the Night Viper eats, right? Hearing this, Yintong's gaze changed a little and fell on Wu Ming, wondering, is it him? Bingo! You guessed it right. The evolutionary food that helps your F-level Night Viper enhance its defense was prepared by His Excellency Wu Ming in front of us. It is of superb quality. Su Qianqian smiled with her hands covering her lips. Silver pupils looked at Wu Ming, never expecting that this handsome guy was the legendary trainer. His eyes kept changing, and finally he said in a cold voice, "Thank you for your evolutionary food. The Dark Night Viper likes it very much." As she spoke, Yintong placed her slender hands on her waist, and a black night venomous snake crawled up her hands, along her arms to her shoulders. A pair of gem-like eyes looked at Wu Ming, and finally she grinned, as if revealing a grateful smile. As expected of an F-class pet, it's very intelligent. Wu Ming and the Dark Night Viper looked at each other, and could see expressions of closeness and flattery in each other's eyes. Wu Ming reached out and touched the head of the Dark Night Serpent. It felt cold, just like its owner's silver eyes. Be careful. Su Qianqian was afraid that Wu Ming would be bitten by a poisonous night snake, so she quickly reminded him. Yintong and Huang Samba both looked worried. But the next scene almost made the 3 people around him drop their jaws. The Dark Night venomous snake, which was known for its killing spree, rubbed its head against Wu Ming's palm in a flattering manner, as if it had met an old friend it hadn't seen for many years. Soon, Wu Ming withdrew his hand. Oh my God! Su Qianqian squeezed her round and slender legs together, worrying about Wu Ming. Huang Samba's eyes widened. Brother Wu, how did you do it? Yintong was also surprised and asked Wu Ming. Dark Night Viper is my contracted pet. Why does it feel so close to you that it can almost be compared to me as its master? Wu Ming smiled and explained, I'm a trainer. I specialize in preparing evolutionary food for pets. I'm naturally close to pets. There's nothing strange about this. These words are half true and half false. Only Wu Ming knows the real reason. The main reason is that the Dark Night Viper ate the F-level defense food that Wu Ming personally prepared, and these evolutionary foods contained evolutionary points from system transformation, so a special invisible spiritual bond was formed between it and Wu Ming. Not only the Dark Night Viper, but all other pets that have eaten the evolutionary food prepared by Wu Ming will develop a sense of closeness to Wu Ming. The more you eat, the stronger the feeling of intimacy. However, Wu Ming could not say these out loud, so he used them as a trump card. Yintong looked puzzled by Wu Ming's explanation. Su Qianqian and Huang Samba believed most of it. Mr. Su, when are we leaving? Wu Ming took a look at the surroundings and found that the scenery here was beautiful and very suitable for camping or traveling. Of course, the premise is that there are no ferocious beasts here. Su Qianqian glanced at her watch and said, there are still 7 minutes left. Mr. Wu Ming, do you want to have a cup of coffee in my car? No thanks. Wu Ming declined Su Qianqian's invitation, walked to the nearby area with Huang Samba and Dali Juxiong, went to the toilet, and observed the surroundings. We are in the wilderness here, and I don't know if there are any medicinal herbs that can be taken away. Oh, right, I have insight. Wu Ming looked at the time and found that there were still 5 minutes left. He immediately looked around and activated the Eye of Insight at the same time. With insight, any plant detected to contain evolutionary points is a medicinal material. Wu Ming looked at a blade of grass by the lake and found that it contained 0.1 evolution points. He immediately touched it with his hand, but only the evolution points were converted. By doing this, although you cannot obtain the material spirit orb, your secret will not be discovered by others. Angkor, why are you touching the weeds by the lake? Huang Samba stood aside with his arms folded, like an iron tower, with the temperament of a bodyguard. I'm a trainer and I'm more interested in plants. I'm just taking a look, Wu Ming explained. Huang Samba had no objection to this statement. In less than 5 minutes, Wu Ming had transformed all nearby plants containing evolution points and obtained 11 evolution points. The gains from going out of the city are really great. Wu Ming was very happy. Including the original evolution points, there are now a total of 161 points, which is increasing. Wu Ming decided that once his evolution points exceeded 500, he would buy E-level evolution food from the system mall to increase the strength of the nether cat. Although the potential of the nether cat is only F level, this means that it can only reach F level naturally after adulthood without relying on any evolutionary food. However, if you eat evolutionary food prepared using evolutionary points, you can continue to improve yourself. If the nether cat is fed with an E-level speed food, its speed can also reach E-level, but because of its own potential, even if its speed can reach E-level, it is not as good as other pets with higher potential. If a pet with E-level potential is fed with the same quality evolutionary food, the improvement it gets will be greater than that of an F-level nether cat. This is the difference in potential. I must buy a pet with A-level or S-level potential in the future. Otherwise, even if I train the nether cat to S-level, its strength will only be considered average among S-level pets. Wu Ming thought secretly. The break is over. Count the number of people and get on the bus. Su Qianqian shouted through the loudspeaker, and everyone immediately jumped on the bus and got ready. After counting the number of people, Su Qianqian confirmed that no one was lost and immediately ordered the car to be driven. Amid the roar of engines, the convoy continued on its way. After everyone left, an off-road motorcycle arrived near the lake. The cold-blooded man looked at the wheel tracks on the ground, then raised his head to look at the eagle flying high in the sky, and sneered. It seems that this group of people didn't even notice my existence. They waited until they reached Yaotao ancient town and waited for an opportunity to strike. By then, no one would have thought it was me who did it. The cold man couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth when he thought that after dealing with Wu Ming, he could return to Jialan City and taste Zhou Nana. 10 kilometers away, the fleet of Super Bargain Mall is still moving at full speed. The journey was smooth, and the group finally arrived at their destination at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Wu Ming looked out the car window and saw a towering city wall and the words Yaotao ancient town on the gate. A sense of vicissitudes of history came over him. Soon, the convoy stopped in front of a villa. Su Qianqian, why are you here too, you slutty fox? As soon as Wu Ming got off the car, he heard a malicious voice coming from not far away. Chapter 24, D-Class Beast Tamer. Da-da-da. There was a rapid sound of high heels. Wu Ming looked in the direction of the sound and saw a dozen people walking towards him from a distance. The leader was a sexy woman with a tall figure. She was wearing a black hip skirt, a white top with a large V-neck, and a pair of 10-centimeter high heels. She twisted her body as she walked, and her figure was comparable to Su Qianqian's. At this time, the sexy woman crossed her arms, wearing a black coat and smoking a cigar, looking like a leader. Standing next to the woman was a charming beauty, wearing an OL uniform and black-framed glasses. The other dozen or so people were all bodyguards in black, all of them strong and powerful. Brother Wu, this woman is the president of Manhwa Group in Jialan City, Zhu Yueming. It is said that she is only 28 years old. She inherited the group 10 years ago. She relied on her own means to build Manhwa Group into an iron barrel. It is financially strong and employs several beast masters. Huang Samba immediately leaned close to Wu Ming's ear to explain. It looks like he has something against Mr. Su. Wu Ming whispered. Huang Samba nodded and said, Of course. I heard that Mr. Su and Zhu Yueming were classmates when they were young, but their relationship suddenly became strained. Something must have happened, but we just don't know it. Wu Ming whispered. Huang Samba shrugged and said, I've never heard anyone tell me what it was about, but it's better for us not to get involved in this kind of thing. That's right. Wu Ming nodded. At this time, Zhu Yueming stood in the middle of the road, looking into Su Qianqian's eyes. There seemed to be sparks and lightning flashing in his eyes, and everyone around them felt that the atmosphere was a little weird. Huh? Wu Ming looked at the secretary with black-framed glasses standing next to Zhu Yueming and was surprised to find that she was also an F-level beast tamer. Name: Ava. Level: F-class beast tamer, senior. Pet: F-level charming silver fox, F-level charming, F-level air cannon. After using the Eye of Insight to browse Ava's information, Wu Ming was slightly surprised. Charm: that is a very dangerous talent, especially at close range. Once enchanted, even a D-level or even C-level Beastmaster will be at the mercy of the beast and unable to give correct commands to the pet. As for the air cannon, you can tell at first glance that it is a means of long-range attack. In a nutshell, this F-class senior Beastmaster named Ava is no ordinary person. She exudes a very attractive aura from her whole body. Not to mention ordinary people, even ordinary Beastmasters cannot resist it. Zhu Yueming, you are the slutty vixen. Su Qianqian stared at Zhu Yueming with wide eyes and fought back unwillingly. After saying that, Su Qianqian noticed Ava beside Zhu Yueming and showed a surprised expression. Even the enchanting Beastmaster Ava is here. Zhu Yueming, you really came prepared. Zhu Yueming laughed softly, glanced at the cold silver pupil, and said, you are the same. You even brought your cousin, and you are well prepared. Faced with the tit-for-tat between the two beauties, Wu Ming and Huang Samba stood at the back, keeping out of the matter. Ahem! Someone came out from the courtyard. This is an old man wearing a tang suit, with a look of vicissitudes between his brows, like an old gentleman. Could this be a D-level beast tamer? Huang Samba muttered. Wu Ming used his eyes of insight to look at the old man in the tang suit and found that he was a senior ill-level beastmaster and not the person he wanted to visit this time. Butler Lin. When Su Qianqian saw the old man in Tang's suit, she immediately smiled. Hello, Steward Lin. Zhu Yueming also greeted him with his head slightly lowered, revealing a patch of snow white on his chest. Steward Lin, whose name is unknown. He is the personal butler of Mr. Su, the former mayor of Yaotao Ancient Town. He is humble, elegant, and gentlemanly. He is not only an E-level beastmaster, but also an E-level trainer. He is also very famous in the whole Jialan city. The D-class beastmaster that they were going to visit this time was Steward Lin's master, Old Su. The others are already here. Come over too. Butler Lin glanced at everyone, put one hand behind his back, and led the way, as if he was just an ordinary servant, without any arrogance or airs. Wu Ming followed the crowd and entered the courtyard. The courtyard was very large. After passing through several archways, we finally arrived at a huge banquet hall with dozens of large round tables and a small stage. Wu Ming discovered that each large round table could seat more than a dozen people, and many were already full, with even bodyguards able to sit at the tables. Su Qianqian sat next to Wu Ming, with Yin Tong sitting next to her. As for the other beastmaster in the convoy, he was not at his seat, and even Wu Ming did not notice where he had gone. Everyone, please have afternoon tea first, Butler Lin said, and with a slight wave of his hand, afternoon tea was served politely. Wu Ming ate some snacks and found the atmosphere a bit strange. Ding, ding, ding. A bell rang in the banquet hall. It was exactly 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The master has woken up. Dear guests, please follow me, Butler Lin said and walked in front. Sir Wu Ming, Huang Samba, Yintong, follow me. Su Qianqian stood up and only called the 3 of them. As for the bodyguards, they were all left in their positions and were not qualified to see Mr. Su. Only a few guests from other tables stood up. They were either dignitaries or beastmasters. At Zhu Yueming's table, only she and Ava were qualified to visit. After a moment, a small meeting room. There's a lounge chair by the window. A silver-haired old man was lying there, his face ruddy and full of energy, holding a cigar in his left hand and stroking the head of a strange pet with his right hand, basking in the afternoon sun comfortably. You're here. The old mayor turned around and looked at everyone, smiling kindly. Greetings, Mr. Su. I wish you good fortune and everything goes well. Many dignitaries immediately greeted him respectfully. Wu Ming looked at the pet that old Su was stroking and discovered that it was a unicorn, only 1 meter tall, with a faint colorful glow all over its body. It was very mysterious and looked very much like a legendary beast. Boom, boom, boom. A 3-meter tall mutant mountain gorilla pet came over and served tea and water to old Su. It exuded a terrifying aura, giving people a huge sense of oppression. Wu Ming decisively opened the Eye of Insight. Name: Su Zhanghe. Level: D-level beast tamer, master. Pets: D-level colorful unicorn, E-level superpowered gorilla, E-level lark, F-level giant crocodile, F-level pterosaur, F-level golden arowana. After reading Mr. Su's message, Wu Ming almost cried out in surprise. A beast master who owns 6 powerful pets and is rated as a master in Class D by the system is enough to show how powerful Mr. Su is. His overall strength may not be weaker than that of a Class C beastmaster. In some ways, Old Su is even stronger than a C-rank beast tamer. Such a strong man can definitely be regarded as one of the pillars in Jialan City. Since you are all here, I will not waste any more words. This time I sent a message to ask you to come here, because I really have something important to say that concerns the safety of the entire Jialan City. Old Su spoke slowly. Everyone immediately turned serious and listened to what was to come. Chapter 25: Pets and Taming Competition. At present, the only people in the entire Jialan City who know about this are me and those C-level beast masters who have not come out to the world. A few days ago, we met privately, and after discussing it, we decided to announce this to you all today. Old Su stood up with the help of the E-level super-strength gorilla and looked into the distance. In recent years, the reproduction capacity of the fierce beasts on the sky blue star has increased significantly. Many cities are under great pressure, especially small places like Yaotao Ancient Town. Most of them have been breached, and only 1 in 10 survives. Everyone listened attentively and did not dare to speak. At this stage, the leader and deputy leader of the Pet Beast Alliance held many meetings and finally made a decision. I know that once this decision is made, there will definitely be many people who hate the Pet Beast Alliance. But if we don't do this, perhaps our sky blue planet will have no future. Old Su continued. Hearing this, everyone's eyes were filled with shock. What kind of decision would actually affect the entire blue planet? Old Su continued. Each city has limited defense and combat capabilities. So the Alliance leader and deputy leader have unanimously decided to select 100 cities from the current ones for key construction and to make them future key cities. As for those cities and towns that are not selected, all the people must relocate to nearby key cities to keep each other company. Is it really like this? A middle-aged man with a big belly was surprised. Could it be that our Jialan City was not selected as a key city? A middle-aged woman with short, neat hair frowned. Mr. Su, we haven't really been abandoned by the Alliance, have we? The others also looked worried. With their financial resources, they can safely move their families to other cities, but many of the interpersonal relationships and business channels they have built up over the years will suffer severe losses. Therefore, many people present were unwilling to relocate. Old Su listened to those people talking without any impatience. Instead, he smoked his cigar, blew out a smoke ring, and then raised his hand. The scene immediately became quiet. You all guessed wrong. The Alliance has not yet selected 100 key cities. It has only selected 3 major centers, namely Nanjiang City, Donghai City, and Beiyuan City. Old Su explained. Nanjiang, Donghai, Beiyuan. These 3 cities have always been the real centers. Now that they have been selected as the 3 major centers, no one present raised any objection. Instead, everyone looked serious and waited for Mr. Su's next words. I asked you to come here because we need to select 100 key cities. Old Su put down his cigar and leaned his head on the recliner. There are too many cities like Jialan City. There are at least thousands of them in the whole of China. If we directly select 100 from them, it will definitely be unfair to the other cities. Therefore, the Alliance has decided to hold the first pet and taming competition. Elder Su paused and continued. The 100 cities that performed most outstandingly in the competition will be the key cities for future construction. A fat man frowned and said, choosing 100 cities from thousands of cities, the advantage of our Jialan City is still too small. The capable woman with short hair also said, besides, minus the quota occupied by the 3 major centers, there are only 97 left. Old Su raised his hand, interrupted the woman, and said, my statement just now was a little unclear. The 3 major centers are the 3 major centers and will not participate in the competition. We want to select 100 cities outside the 3 major centers. The short-haired woman said, I see. I misunderstood. The fat man asked quickly, Mr. Su, how do you compete in the pet and taming competition? Wu Ming, Su Qianqian, and others all showed curiosity, and their eyes were focused on Old Su's face. Old Su explained. Specifically, the competition will first be held in various cities, with 6 people selected from each city, including 3 trainers and 3 beast masters. Moreover, the age limit is under 30 years old, which is intended to compete with young people and test the development potential of a city. What? The rise and fall of a city is left to a junior under 30 years old? This is too much of a joke. A middle-aged man with gray hair was very dissatisfied. What do you know? Old Sue glanced at the middle-aged man coldly, scaring the other person so much that he quickly lowered his head and dared not speak. Old Sue stood up, looked around, and said, "Our Jialan city is ranked in the lower middle, and is ranked only about 500 to 600. If the pet and taming competition is for the best people in each city, is there any point in the competition? Our Jialan city has no hope at all." At this point, Mr. Su started coughing violently. "Mr. Su, don't be angry." Su Qianqian, Zhu Yueming, and other beauties hurriedly supported Mr. Su. The middle-aged man who was scolded suddenly turned red in the face. The reason why the alliance allows younger generations to join is to take care of those cities that are not very strong and give them hope. But to be honest, it is only superficial hope. Old Su sighed. "Why is that?" asked the short-haired, capable woman. Old Su smiled bitterly. "Those cities that are already strong, do you think their descendants will be weak? But because the age limit is under 30, the gap between the major cities will be narrowed a lot. At least it can give people hope and make them willing to give it a try." "So that's how it is?" Wu Ming said secretly. At this time, Zhu Yueming asked, "Mr. Su, do you know when the auditions will start?" Elder Su nodded and said, "I asked you to come here today to tell you about this matter. The specific time is 7 days from now, and it will be broadcasted to the whole city in advance." Su Qianqian also asked, "What about after the auditions? After the 3 trainers and 3 beast masters are selected, where will they go to compete?" "In a month, the official competition will be held in the 3 major central cities. Our Jialan city is close to Nanjiang City, so we will go to the Nanjiang competition area. It is expected that there will be 400 participating teams," said Old Su. "So much." Everyone present was stunned. Old Su also sighed and said, "It can't be helped. Who made us have so many cities in the Nanjiang division?" Wu Ming was very curious, so he asked, "I have a question. How will the competition be held after more than 400 teams arrive in Nanjiang City?" The middle-aged man who was scolded earlier narrowed his eyes and glared at Wu Ming, saying unhappily, "You are just a brat. Do you think it's your turn to speak here?" When Wu Ming heard this, he immediately laughed. Su Qianqian stared at the middle-aged man. "Li Mao, this Mr. Wu Ming is a true F-level trainer. Doesn't even he have the right to speak?" When these words were spoken, everyone in the audience was stunned. Even Mr. Su looked at Wu Ming. There are hundreds of F-level trainers in the entire Jialan city. However, a young F-level trainer like Wu Ming is very powerful. "Impossible. I have seen all the certified trainers in Jialan city. How could a pretty boy like him be an F-level trainer?" Li Mao thought about it and immediately refuted. "Chapter 26 Trainer Liu Gaohan. Enough. What are you arguing about?" Old Su frowned, and everyone immediately shut up. Although Mr. Su is old, he is still a beastmaster with comprehensive strength comparable to that of a C-level beastman. If he really gets angry, he can kill everyone around him in less than half a minute. Old Su looked at Wu Ming and didn't care whether he was a trainer or not. Instead, he said the 6 people who can stand out in our Jialan city will form the official team of Jialan city. After arriving in Nanjiang City, they will participate in many complicated competitions. The specific process will be announced when they arrive. In the end, everyone's performance score will be accumulated to become the total score of our Jialan city. The top 100 cities in the total score will be the top 100 key cities. After hearing this, everyone understood. Wu Ming asked again. With so many participating teams and the competition being so complicated, the required competition period should be very long, right? Isn't the Alliance worried that the beasts will take advantage of the opportunity to attack the city? Old Su's eyes showed a strange look, and he said, "You are a good thinker who can pay attention to time, but you don't have to worry. The beasts are just multiplying too fast and have attracted the attention of the Alliance's top leaders. There is still a lot of time before the siege. Otherwise, the Alliance would not have spent time holding the competition." After a moment's silence, Elder Su revealed an important piece of news. In fact, even if there is no threat of ferocious beasts multiplying too quickly, it is inevitable that small cities will be merged into large cities in the future. And now, the Alliance is holding a pet and taming competition, and the more important thing is actually to select talents. Talent. Everyone present noticed this term. Talent has always been indispensable throughout history. There is a saying that goes, the world will eventually belong to the young. Only by selecting talents that can be cultivated from major cities through pet and taming competitions can we ensure the prosperity and development of the human world and avoid a lack of successors that will eventually lead to a collapse of the market. At this time, Old Sue said, this pet and taming competition will gather more than 6,000 young talents from thousands of cities, including more than 3,000 young and promising trainers and more than 3,000 young and strong beast masters. Those who can stand out from the crowd will definitely be able to stay in the 3 central cities in the future to receive higher-level training and have the hope of becoming A-level masters. A-level master. Looking at the whole of China, they are all true masters. Even if they are placed in the 3 major centers, they are true big shots. As for the higher S level, it is a human myth and too far away. Hearing this, Wu Ming nodded and said, "Thank you, Mr. Su, for clearing up my doubts." The middle-aged man named Li Mao was very angry when he saw Wu Ming and Old Su talking and laughing. He thought to himself that even if Wu Ming was a trainer, so what? He could only be F-level at best and could only prepare one kind of F-level evolutionary food. Our company also has an F-class trainer. He is a genius who can mix 3 kinds of evolutionary food. When the auditions are held in Jialan City, he will definitely make you look good. Li Mao stared at Wu Ming, hating him secretly in his heart. At this time, Elder Su spoke again. I almost forgot to mention that there will be a dinner party here today. I also heard that many trainers and beast masters are here. So in order to prepare for the upcoming auditions, we can have some exchanges on the spot, just as a warm-up before the game. After saying that, Mr. Su waved his hand. Mr. Su, let's go to the banquet hall and wait first. Su Qianqian said with a slight smile, winked at Wu Ming, Huang Samba, and Yin Tong, and walked out. After everyone left the meeting room where Elder Su was, Steward Lin came over, extended his hand elegantly, and led the way to the banquet hall, saying, today's dinner will include a pet and taming warm-up match. Anyone interested can try to compete, especially the tamers, who can use the materials here to mix them into evolutionary food and conduct on-site evaluation and auction. Upon hearing this, Su Qianqian immediately winked at Wu Ming and whispered in his ear, Sir Wu Ming, it looks like you're going to wow everyone in tonight's warm-up match. Wu Ming shrugged and said, I don't really want to participate now. I'd better wait until the Jialan City auditions. He felt that he still needed to participate in the pet animal and taming competition that concerned the safety of the entire Jialan City. As the saying goes, when the nest is overturned, no egg can remain intact. If Jialan City could not be saved, it would be difficult for him to survive alone in a world where ferocious beasts were rampant. You don't want to participate in the warm-up match tonight? That's a pity. Without you, the warm-up match will just be a small fight, and there will be nothing to watch. Su Qianqian smiled softly with her hands, covering her lips. Because the 2 men spoke in low voices and stood at the edge of the crowd, no one knew what they were talking about. But at this moment, Li Mao came over, accompanied by a rebellious young man with a slick back hair and wearing big sunglasses. Boy, Su Qianqian said that you are also a trainer. Do you dare to compete with the trainer Lu Gaoan from our Black Windbreaker Security Company in tonight's warm-up match? Li Mao said proudly. When Wu Ming heard the words Black Windbreaker Security Company, his eyes turned cold. The man in the black windbreaker and sunglasses hired by Zhou Nana and the wild wolf who later assassinated him were both from this company. Combined with what happened in the conference room before, Wu Ming began to dislike Li Mao. Before Wu Ming could speak, Su Qianqian was already standing in front of him. Li Mao, our Lord Wu Ming is of noble status. How can you yell here? Li Mao was so angry that he glared at Su Qianqian's proud figure with greedy eyes, wishing he could take her for himself. He sneered, Why, are you afraid that the trainers in your super affordable mall will lose and no one will dare to buy things from you in the future? Hey, this chest and legs are wider than my wife's, huh? You hooligan. Where are you looking? Su Qianqian immediately covered the white area on her chest with her hands and glared at Li Mao, the boss behind the Black Windbreaker Security Company. At this time, a tall figure stood in front of Su Qianqian, blocking Li Mao's greedy gaze for her. Looking at the broad figure in front of her, Su Qianqian was somewhat touched. Wu Ming protected Su Qianqian behind him and asked Li Mao, Don't you know me? Li Mao looked at Wu Ming and sneered. You are a nobody. How could I possibly know you? Hearing this, Wu Ming smiled. It seems that Li Mao has no idea that Zhou Nana hired someone to kill me, so he has never seen my photo and doesn't know who I am. Wu Ming said secretly. Thinking of this, Wu Ming stepped forward and said, "Don't you want to compete? I want to see how capable your trainer is." "Hey kid, you're still going crazy with me." Li Mao smiled crookedly and asked the trainer Lu Gaohan beside him. "Mr. Lu, what do you think your chances of winning are?" Lu Gaohan didn't even take off his sunglasses. He just glanced at Wu Ming without any interest. He stretched out his hand, gave Wu Ming a thumbs up, and pointed fiercely at the ground. When others saw this scene, they all laughed secretly. It looks like there will be something interesting to watch at the dinner later. Zhu Yueming, who likes to watch fun and not afraid of trouble, said something in a sarcastic tone and left with her voluptuous figure twisted. Chapter 27 Assassination Attack. "Boy, we're waiting." Li Mao laughed and left together with the trainer Lu Gaohan. The other guests looked at Wu Ming meaningfully and went to the banquet hall one after another. Soon, only Wu Ming, Su Qianqian, Huang Samba, and Yin Tong were left at the scene. "Brother Wu, you are an F-level trainer who can prepare super-quality evolutionary food. Lu Gaohan from the Black Windbreaker Security Company is bound to lose." Huang Samba laughed. "To be honest, I really want to see that big idiot Li Mao's stunned look right now." Su Qianqian's pretty face was full of anticipation. Silver pupils looked at Wu Ming curiously and asked, "Did you really mix those two kinds of super quality speed and defense food into super affordable mall?" "It's me." Wu Ming nodded. Hearing this, Yin Tong's expression relaxed and he said, "In this case, your chances of winning are 100% because I have investigated and found that Lu Gaohan is just an ordinary F-level trainer who has mastered the formula of 3 F-level evolutionary food, and the quality of the food he prepared is only inferior." Su Qianqian put her arm around Yin Tong's shoulders and said, "Don't worry, cousin. We have Mr. Wu Ming. We will definitely shock those people tonight." Banquet hall. Including the dignitaries of Yaodao Ancient Town, there are more than 100 people sitting here. As for people like bodyguards, they had already been transferred out and placed in the side hall. "Mr. Wu Ming, let me pour you some tea." Su Qianqian walked to Wu Ming, bent down, and deliberately revealed a bit of her snow-white chest to Wu Ming. Zhu Yueming is right. Su Qianqian is really a witch. Wu Ming took a sip of tea to hide the fact that he was swallowing saliva and suppress the evil thoughts in his heart. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, Steward Lin clapped his hands, pointed elegantly at the gate in the distance, and said loudly, "Next, we invite our circus to entertain the guests. As for the dinner, it will be arranged at 8 o'clock in the evening." Wu Ming looked at the clock and found that it was not even 5 o'clock yet. "If this continues, we will have to wait for more than 3 hours. Can we go out for a walk?" Wu Ming asked. Steward Lin happened to be nearby and smiled. "Of course, but please be sure to return before 7:30. The master will arrive at the scene and give the opening speech at that time." "Okay, thank you, Butler Lin." Wu Ming stood up and walked out with Huang Samba. The ancient town is not very big, and once you leave Mr. Su's villa, the area for activities outside is not very large. Wu Ming and Huang Samba left the ancient town, preparing to hunt low-grade ferocious beasts nearby to help Huang Samba complete the assessment for a beast master. "Angkor, we shouldn't be in danger nearby, right?" Huang Samba asked. "Don't worry. Yaodao Ancient Town is Mr. Su's retirement place. With so many pets here, how could there be any danger? In my opinion, it would be difficult for you to find some non-grade ferocious beasts nearby." Wu Ming said. "Then won't my mission be completed?" Huang Samba was a little distressed. Wu Ming smiled, thinking that he came out just to absorb evolution points, and doing the mission was just a cover. Thinking of this, Wu Ming looked at a ferocious beast claw on the ground, touched it with his hand, and converted 0.1 evolution points. After a while, Wu Ming saw a flower on the road, picked it up, and converted another 0.2 evolution points. In less than half an hour, Wu Ming's evolution points increased by 5. As for Huang Samba, he couldn't even find a low-grade ferocious beast, and followed Wu Ming with a depressed look on his face. The powerful giant bear walked at the back, eating an elk in its mouth. At this moment, several hundred meters away, a man in a leather jacket stood there, wearing a camera, looking at Wu Ming and Huang Samba, and licked his lips. "The target person has appeared. Just kill him, and you can go back to collect the reward." The man laughed coldly. However, he did not act immediately, but wanted to wait for the most appropriate opportunity. After all, Huang Samba and the powerful giant bear were still by Wu Ming's side. The man thought that this was not the best time, and he had to wait for the best opportunity to ensure that Wu Ming would be killed with one blow. Finally, he compiled the process captured by the camera into a compilation of assassinations and gave it to Zhou Nana in person. And then, by the way, he dealt with Zhou Nana, his employer. Far away, Wu Ming and Huang Samba came to a small river. When leaving Yaotao ancient town, the guard told us to try not to leave the area within 10 kilometers to avoid delayed rescue in case of danger. Within a range of 10 kilometers, this is a relatively safe area for activities. We are only 5 kilometers away from Yaodao ancient town, so we can continue shopping. Wu Ming said, "Roar!" At this time, the powerful giant bear smelled the breath of the ferocious beast and immediately jumped into the river, slapping somewhere with one hand, making a loud roaring sound. Crash! The sound of water spread, and the waves rolled. Soon, the giant bear, wet all over, dragged a 2-meter-long crocodile onto the shore and broke its spine with a slap. "Ha! The first prey is caught." Huang Samba laughed and said to the powerful giant bear, "Big bear, throw the prey away and let's continue looking for it." Wu Ming asked in surprise, "Don't we need to bring the prey back?" Huang Samba pointed at the camera hanging on his chest and explained, "The entire hunting process has been recorded. As long as I hunt 10 similar non-grade beasts and submit the video, the reviewer of the Pet Beast Alliance will naturally approve my review." So that's how it is, Wu Ming suddenly realized. So, this 2-meter-long mutant crocodile is no longer needed, right? Of course not. Huang Samba nodded. Wu Ming squatted down, stroked the surface of the crocodile, and shook his head, saying, "That's a pity." While speaking, he had already taken the opportunity to transform the crocodile's evolution points. This time the harvest was quite rich, reaching 2 points. Next, Huang Samba ordered the powerful giant bear to search for prey nearby, while he himself stood within 10 meters of Wu Ming, ready to protect him at any time. At this moment, 300 meters away, the man in leather jacket stood in the bushes. Next to him was the F-class eagle. "I have a feeling that the time is getting closer." The man narrowed his eyes, thought for a while, took out a light sniper rifle from his backpack, and began to assemble it on the spot. In less than 3 minutes, the sniper rifle was assembled. The man in leather jacket loaded the bullet, quickly reloaded the gun, and aimed through the scope at Wu Ming, who was standing there looking at his phone. "Luckily, I bought a sniper rifle from the black market. The only drawback is that it must be within a range of 500 meters to ensure sufficient accuracy and lethality," the man in leather jacket muttered. In fact, the main reason is that his shooting skills are not very good. Otherwise, you can just shoot from 800 meters away. However, just as the man in leather jacket was aiming at Wu Ming and about to pull the trigger, the eagle beside him made a low sound, as if it was afraid of something. "Old Black, don't disturb me while I'm shooting," the man in leather jacket whispered. "Tear!" A strange sound was heard. The man in leather jacket turned around, ready to scold the eagle, but suddenly found that his F-rank pet had fallen in a pool of blood, with its head chopped off dead. What happened? The man in leather jacket was terrified. "Meow, akat meod." The leather jacket man's pupils suddenly dilated. He covered his neck with both hands and fell to the ground with a look of disbelief on his face. Chapter 28, Warm-Up Match in the Banquet Hall. 300 meters away, the corners of Wu Ming's mouth rose slightly. After leaving the ancient town, the ghost cat had been patrolling in stealth nearby and discovered the presence of the leather jacket man and the F-class eagle. Wu Ming, who had a telepathic connection with them, also received the reminder immediately. So, Wu Ming let the nether cat lurk beside the man in leather jacket. In order to ensure a fatal blow, the nether cat directly used the E-level combat card, consuming one opportunity to attack, and unleashed the terrifying destructive power of the E-level claws within 6 seconds. With just one strike, the F-class eagle had its head chopped off. As for the F-class beastmaster, the man in leather jacket, he was also taken away by the nether cat with one claw. "Huang Samba, you hunt the low-grade beasts here. I'm going to use the toilet nearby." After Wu Ming finished speaking, he walked towards where the man in leather jacket was. "Wu Long, beware of danger. I will go with you." "No need. The view here is wide, and there is no danger." "Oh well." Huang Samba could only keep an eye on Wu Ming at all times to make sure he was always in his sight. Arriving at the bushes where the leather-jacketed man was, Wu Ming walked in and transformed both the leather-jacketed man and the F-level beast into material spirit balls and evolution points as quickly as possible. Hey, there's actually an inner elixir of an F-level beast, and it just happened to be transformed. Wu Ming quickly checked the spoils. Not far away, Huang Samba discovered that Wu Ming had been in the bushes for almost 3 minutes but had not come out yet, so he hurried over. However, when Huang Samba came to within 100 meters of the bushes, Wu Ming came out unharmed. I was so scared. I thought you, Angkor, were kidnapped by a wild boar. Huang Samba waved his hand and teased. Haha, what can happen to me? Wu Ming smiled. This time, he not only easily solved the F-level killer, but also obtained 20 evolution points, which was a big profit. As for the other stolen goods, Wu Ming did not take them and let the Nether Cat deal with them all. Up to now, the evolution points have reached 200 points, and the total weight of the material spirit ball has skyrocketed to 300 kilograms, becoming an increasingly powerful backup. It's almost time, let's go back. Wu Ming looked at his phone. It was already 6:30 in the afternoon, and it would take about an hour to get back. There was no time to delay. Okay, Huang Samba was a little unsatisfied. From the time he left home until now, the powerful giant bear had killed a total of 3 gradeless beasts, and there was still a long way to go before completing the task. But since Wu Ming wanted to go back, as his bodyguard, he could only obey. 7:25 p.m. Wu Ming and Huang Samba successfully sat down in their seats in the banquet hall. Mr. Wu Ming, you finally made it back. When Su Qianqian saw Wu Ming, she immediately bent down, poured him tea, and deliberately exposed her snow-white face. Wu Ming secretly cursed Su Qianqian for seducing him again. It seemed that she wanted to tie him to super affordable mall. Bang, bang, bang. Butler Lin walked onto the small stage and clapped his hands, and the whole audience fell silent instantly. I only heard Steward Lin say in a loud voice, "Dear distinguished guests, now, let us invite the master to the stage." Bang, bang, bang. The whole audience stood up and applauded in welcome. Amidst thunderous applause, Mr. Su, supported by the E-level superpower gorilla, walked onto the small stage with steady steps, stood in front of the microphone, his face flushed. Thank you all for your support. If it weren't for your support, Jialan City would have had a hard time holding on to this point, and I wouldn't have been able to live in seclusion in Yaodao, ancient town. It can be said that everyone here is a noble person of Jialan City, and also a noble person of mine. As soon as Mr. Su opened his mouth, many people looked happy. There is still half an hour before the banquet starts. There are so many young beast masters and trainers here. How about we have a warm-up match? Good. The guests present echoed this. Next, which beast master would like to spar with his peers? Old Su stepped aside with a microphone in hand, and in a playful mood, he acted as a guest host on the spot. I'll do it. An exceptionally strong young man stood up, followed by a 1-meter-tall rooster with a bright red comb. When he walked, the rooster made a thudding sound, almost shaking the ground. It's an F-class pet, the red-crested rooster. It's said that its beak is as hard as alloy steel. If it gets pecked, its life will surely be in danger. So, who can be its opponent? After all, Old Su is a master among D-class beastmasters. He recognized the pet at a glance and explained it on the spot. I'll do it. A young man wearing sunglasses stood up from beside Li Mao. He was one of the F-level beastmasters of the Black Windbreaker Security Company, and his status was second only to Li Mao and Lu Gaoan. As the young man in sunglasses stood up, a figure appeared behind him. That's a wolf. It is about 1 meter tall, with strong limbs, comparable to a tiger. Because it is an F-level pet, its actual combat power far exceeds that of ordinary beasts. It turned out to be a nether wolf, a very common pet beast. It looks like it has awakened its F-level sharp teeth, and its bite force is conservatively estimated to be over 3 tons. Once bitten by these sharp teeth that are as hard as alloy steel, even steel will break in two. Old Su became playful and continued to explain, like a professional pet beast competition commentator. Although it's a sparring match and a warm-up match, it won't work without a prize. Let's put it this way. The winner of this sparring match will get an inner elixir of an F-level beast. As for the rules of the match, the fight will continue until one of the two sides admits defeat. Alternatively, both sides will compete for 3 minutes, and the points will be determined based on their performance. As soon as Mr. Su opened his mouth, the atmosphere in the whole venue was immediately ignited. Especially the man with sunglasses and the burly man who were participating in the competition. They were all ready to go and communicated with their pets, asking them to try harder. Well, without further ado, this warm-up match is about to begin. As soon as Mr. Su spoke, he immediately retreated to a distance, leaving the stage to the red-crowned rooster and the nether wolf. As for the two beast masters, They stood behind their pets and served as combat guides. Wu Ming sat in his seat and watched with interest. This was his first time seeing a pet competition, and through Mr. Su's explanation, he finally had a clear understanding. Red Crown, be careful of the nether wolf's mouth. Don't get bitten. Then we have a chance to win. The sturdy young man began to command the red crown rooster. Ghost Wolf, you heard it too, right? You can win by biting the red-crested rooster's neck, but be sure not to get your eyes pecked. The young man in sunglasses also began to give orders. Peck its eyes. The sturdy young man quickly reminded the red-crowned rooster, causing countless people at the scene to laugh. The 3-minute countdown begins. At this time, Mr. Su took out a stopwatch and said, "Attack!" The two beast masters gave orders at the same time. The red-crowned rooster and the nether wolf stared at each other. One of them retracted his neck to protect his vital parts. The other one lowered his body, narrowed his eyes, and waited for the best time to attack. Ugh! The red-crested rooster launched the attack first. It flapped its wings violently and flew into the air, grabbing with its 2 claws as sharp as alloy steel. Voila! The nether wolf suddenly leaped up and dodged, then waved its sharp claws in the air and grabbed a few feathers of the red-crowned rooster. The red-crowned rooster was not to be outdone. It flapped its wings, slapped the nether wolf away, and then continued its attack. The two F-pets fought back and forth, constantly attacking while protecting their vital parts. For a moment, there was chaos everywhere, and even the hard marble floor was cut into pieces. Chapter 29, the competition begins. What a fierce battle, Wu Ming exclaimed. Although the nether cat can beat these two F-level pets, that is because it has a bug-level talent for invisibility. If it can't become invisible, the nether cat's advantage will be greatly reduced, and it will take a lot of effort to deal with these two pets, and it will not be an easy win. TSK, it's nowhere near my big bear, Huang Samba muttered. Wu Ming did not refute this. What Huang Samba said is true. At this stage, the powerful giant bear has been upgraded to the elite level in F-class, with F-class speed, F-class strength, and F-class defense. Not to mention speed and strength. Relying solely on the defensive capabilities developed from the super-quality F-level defensive food, the mighty giant bear can almost ignore the attacks of most F-level pets. Then, it would use its extremely fast speed and super strength to suppress, and it would only be a matter of time before it defeated the red-crowned rooster and the nether wolf. Intong didn't say anything. Although her night viper is already an elite in Class F, and its overall strength is comparable to that of the mighty bear, Silver Eyes is a low-key person and is not proud of it. At this time, the battle between the red-crowned rooster and the nether wolf was finally coming to an end. Ugh! The red-crested rooster let out a loud and high-pitched cry and pounced hard. Its huge beak, as if carrying a tremendous force, pecked heavily on the back of the nether wolf. Boom! The nether wolf fell to the ground, and although he was able to stand up again, he had already lost. Okay, 3 minutes are up, Old Sue shouted, picked up the hammer, and hit the bronze bell against the wall, making a clear and loud sound that echoed continuously. Return. The two Beastmasters called upon their pets at the same time. The man in black windbreaker and sunglasses from the security company applied medicine to the nether wolf with heartache. Looking at the bloody wound on its back, anger flashed in his eyes. The sturdy young man took out fat and big milky white insects from a wooden box and kept feeding them to the red-crested rooster with a look of joy on his face. Congratulations to the red-crested rooster for winning by a narrow margin. At this time, Old Sue announced the result, took out an F-level beast inner elixir, and rewarded it on the spot to the sturdy young man who controlled the red-crowned rooster. The young man wearing sunglasses was applying medicine to the nether wolf while cursing, with jealousy in his eyes. In the final stage of the battle between the two sides, if the red-crowned rooster had not pecked the nether wolf, the two sides could barely be considered a draw. But the reality is cruel. The red-crested rooster won. It's really surprising that a chicken defeated a wolf, Su Qianqian said softly as she sat next to Wu Ming, then cast a playful look at Li Mao, the boss of a security company wearing a black windbreaker not far away. Dare to laugh at me? Li Mao slammed the table and looked at the trainer Lu Gaoan who was sitting next to him. Mr. Liu, please come on stage later and teach the trainer of Super Affordable Mall a lesson. It would be best if you beat him up. Lu Gaoan smiled proudly. Don't worry, Boss Li. I can't say anything else, but among the younger generation of F-class trainers in Jialan City, no one can beat me in terms of speed. After all, I am an F-class trainer nicknamed Quick Gunner. Then I feel relieved. Limauloga. At this time, Mr. Su looked at the time and said with a microphone, "Just now, a wonderful pet competition was staged. Next, let's change the way of playing. Please invite 2 trainers to come on stage and prepare an F-level evolutionary food on the spot. Which 2 are interested in coming on stage to compete? The winner will be rewarded with 1 million cash." As he spoke, Mr. Su lengthened his tone. Wu Ming looked at old Su and thought to himself that this guy was quite good at hosting. Could he have been the host of a pet animal competition before? However, before Wu Ming could continue thinking, a shout brought his thoughts back to the present world. "Wu Ming, I heard that you are a trainer. Do you dare to compete with me?" Lu Gaohan was already standing on the small stage with his hands behind his back. In order to look cool, he kept wearing sunglasses. "Why not?" Wu Ming stood up. Elder Su suddenly interrupted and said, "Ha! It seems that the 2 young trainers are very motivated. Then, how about you 2 directly use your most skilled F-level evolutionary food to compete?" "Can." Wu Ming and Lu Gaohan nodded at the same time. "Okay then, I'll give you 5 minutes to select the herbs, and then we'll officially begin." Boss Su waved his hand, and immediately several bodyguards came to the banquet hall pushing for mobile shelves. Everyone looked over and saw the shelves filled with all kinds of medicinal herbs. The total price is at least 100 million. Rich. These 2 words popped up in everyone's mind. Even Wu Ming was astonished, thinking that old Su really had a deep family background, as he could easily take out medicinal herbs worth hundreds of millions. This made him even more determined to become a high-level beast master and trainer. You can choose any herbs you want, but each person only has 2 chances to mix them. If you fail twice, it means you have failed completely. Elder Su said into the microphone, "Okay, please choose the herbs first." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Gaohan rushed down from the small stage, ready to get the herbs before Wu Ming. However, due to the previous battle between the red-crested rooster and the nether wolf, the ground was uneven, and he accidentally stepped on a pit and fell flat on his face in front of everyone. "Oh!" Lu Gaohan covered his nose and cried out in pain. One of his front teeth was broken, and he looked very embarrassed. "Ha ha!" The whole room burst into laughter. Lu Gaohan pounded the ground hard and gritted his teeth. When Lu Gaohan got up, he found that Wu Ming had already picked out 2 batches of medicinal herbs and was standing in front of a newly moved table. Damn it! Lu Gaohan didn't care about his image. He quickly picked 2 batches of medicinal herbs and stood in front of another table. It seems that the 2 trainers have already selected the medicinal materials. Next, let's give them warm applause to encourage them. Mr. Su is very good at livening up the atmosphere. As soon as he spoke, the whole audience cheered and applauded. At this time, Lu Gaohan waved towards a certain place, and immediately a bodyguard in a black windbreaker came over carrying a large box, took out special instruments such as the reactor, evaporator, and heating furnace and began to assemble them on site. Elder Su walked up to Lu Gaohan and asked him, "Lu Gaohan, what kind of evolutionary food do you want to prepare? How long will it take?" Lu Gaohan said proudly, "I mixed F-level speed rations, and the finished product can be produced in just half an hour, which is several times faster than the conventional method." When these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked. Very impressive. Old Su gave a thumbs up, then looked at Wu Ming, his expression suddenly becoming very surprised. Because Wu Ming only took out simple tools such as a scale, a reactor, a chopping board, a knife, and a grinding rod. Trainer Wu Ming only has a few tools. Doesn't he have an evaporator? Old Su made a surprise sound, attracting the attention of everyone. All the guests were stunned watching this scene. Lu Gaohan laughed and said sarcastically, "This is absolutely ridiculous. You don't even need an evaporator. Don't you even know the water boiling crystallization method?" At this time, Mr. Su handed the microphone to Wu Ming. "I don't use the water boiling crystallization method." Wu Ming said, "Tisk, in my opinion, you don't even know the water boiling crystallization method." Lu Gaohan sneered. Wu Ming was very calm and said, "I really don't know how to boil and crystallize. After all, this method is too backward, and the quality of the evolutionary food it produces is too poor. There is no need to learn it at all." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell silent. Chapter 30, Stunning Skills. Lu Gaohan widened his eyes and sneered. "You still look down on the boiling crystal method? Could it be that you are using the ancient alchemy method that A-level master Wu Tianxua has just researched?" Under everyone's stunned gaze, Wu Ming nodded and said, "Yes, I am going to use a new method of refining that is derived from the ancient alchemy method. I will also refine F-level speed food. As for the time, 3 minutes should be enough. Puff! The whole audience burst into laughter. The commonly used water boiling crystallization method takes at least 20 minutes. Lu Gaohan claimed that he could prepare it in half an hour, but few people believed him and thought he would need at least an hour. As a result, Wu Ming only needed 3 minutes? This is just bragging. Oh my god! Many people looked disdainful. Only Huang Samba remained calm, muttering, Angkor Wu is being modest again. If the herbs are prepared well, it won't take 3 minutes at all, not even half a minute to finish it. When Yin Tong and Su Qianqian heard Huang Samba's muttering, their eyes widened, with disbelief written all over their beautiful faces. 3 minutes? Is this really possible? The two said it was incredible. If this is true, then Wu Ming's efficiency in preparing evolutionary food must be explosively high. Others could only complete one copy in an hour, but he could finish dozens of copies in an hour. Even if the price and quality are the same, Wu Ming can still take the route of crushing by quantity and maintain high competitiveness among his peers. When Lu Gaohan heard that Wu Ming was really going to use the ancient alchemy method, he was stunned at first and then burst into laughter. You want to prepare an F-level speed food in 3 minutes. Do you think others are fools and can be fooled casually? Many guests also seemed to share a common hatred for the enemy, thinking that Wu Ming's answer insulted their intelligence. Even Mr. Su opened his mouth wide and showed an exaggerated expression. It seems that our trainer Wu Ming is very confident. So, can he really complete the preparation of an F-level speed ration within 3 minutes? Let's wait and see. Mr. Su held the microphone and spoke in a deep voice. Then, Mr. Su put the microphone to Wu Ming's mouth. I don't need to lie to you. Wu Ming said into the microphone. By the way, when can we start? I'm waiting for dinner. Lu Gaohan laughed loudly. You still want to eat? You might as well eat fart. If Wu Ming said that he could complete the preparation of F-level speed rations within an hour, he would think that Wu Ming was very confident and arrogant. But now he said that he had mastered a new refining method derived from the ancient alchemy method and could prepare it in only 3 minutes. That was an insult to other people's IQ. You don't believe it? Wu Ming spread his hands, feeling helpless. If you can prepare a batch of evolutionary food within 3 minutes, oh no, 10 minutes. As long as you can do it within 10 minutes, I will eat this stone on the spot. Lu Gaohan searched on the ground, picked up a piece of hard gravel, and laughed. Well, then you should get ready to eat stones. Wu Ming said calmly. Lu Gaohan's eyes narrowed, like a poisonous snake about to bite, and he said coldly, You are still stubborn now. You really deserve a beating. I will let you know the price of arrogance later. After saying that, Lu Gaohan bowed to Old Su and said, Old Su, when do we start? I can't help but teach this arrogant guy a lesson. Since both sides are very motivated, let's start now. Old Su also wanted to see whether Wu Ming had the ability. It's finally begun. Lu Gaohan immediately took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of eyes with heavy dark circles. Then his expression became serious, and he began to prepare the evolutionary food. Lu Gaohan's movements are very skillful. Cutting medicinal materials, weighing, proportioning, distillation, all the movements are done in one go and are pleasing to the eye. When the guests present saw it, they all gave a thumbs up. Ah, well done. Li Mao laughed loudly, very proudly. He looked at Su Qianqian and Yin Tong with greedy and teasing eyes, and then cast a mocking look at Wu Ming. Why doesn't Wu Ming move? Yeah, this guy doesn't even have a vaporizer. Could what he said just now be just bragging? What do you know? This is called the calmness of a master. The guests present were talking about it, and some even started to make sarcastic remarks. Wu Ming remained calm about the gossip. He first drank a cup of tea, then looked at the time. There were 2 minutes left, so he thought it was time to start. Okay, let's get started. Wu Ming took out the selected medicinal herbs, chopped them up on the chopping board, and then ground them all into powder or sauce with a grinding rod. The whole process took 1.5 minutes. Afterwards, Wu Ming spent 10 seconds putting the medicinal materials into the reactor. He held the reactor in both hands, raised it high, looked at Lu Gaohan, and said loudly, Lu Gaohan, are you not ready to eat stones? As soon as he finished speaking, in front of everyone's shocked gazes, the medicinal materials in the reactor melted automatically, and then a strange fragrance wafted out, which was more tempting than the delicious food on the table. The next moment, all the pets around became excited. Oh, The red-crested rooster flapped its wings, wanting to rush up and eat. What's going on? Look, the medicinal materials in the reactor have automatically merged. Could this be the ancient alchemy technique? All the guests present stood up in surprise, their eyes wide open. There was no longer any arrogance or disdain from before, only intense curiosity. Lu Gaohan looked at the reactor in Wu Ming's hand with his eyes wide open. How is this possible? Lu Gaohan took a breath of cold air. Without any power fluctuations, how could these herbs react? Even if he racked his brains, Lu Gaohan couldn't figure out the principle behind this. Even Mr. Su was dumbfounded. He stared at the 100 fully formed evolutionary foods in the reactor and swallowed hard. Okay, I have successfully prepared it. May I ask, Mr. Su, how long did it take me in total? Wu Ming poured the evolutionary food in the reactor into a wooden box, then gave Old Su a warm smile and asked in a friendly manner. Elder Su immediately looked at the stopwatch and exclaimed, 3 minutes and 10 seconds. No, because I saw that there was a time delay. So you finished this F-level evolutionary food within 3 minutes. It's incredible. Impossible. Lu Gaohan screamed. Only 3 minutes had passed, and his boiler hadn't even heated up completely. How could Wu Ming possibly prepare the evolutionary food? This must be fake. To determine whether it is genuine or not, why not ask a professional appraiser to come and check it out? Wu Ming handed the wooden box to Steward Lin, who was standing nearby. Butler Lin smiled at Wu Ming, then sat on the small stage, took professional testing equipment from several bodyguards, and began measuring. Lu Gaohan had stopped and was standing aside watching. If Wu Ming really managed to mix F-level speed food, he would definitely lose the game, and there would be no need to continue mixing it. But if Wu Ming fails, it's not too late to start again. On the small stage, as Butler Lin was testing the instrument, the expression on his face gradually got out of control. He could no longer remain calm and elegant, but instead revealed an exaggerated look of shock. Molecular activity 99%, quality superb. Steward Lin stood up suddenly and announced the result excitedly. When the voice was heard, the whole place fell into dead silence. Chapter 31 Eat Stones. Molecular activity 99%. Super quality, refined successfully in 3 minutes. This information continued to impact everyone's minds, shocking them. It was actually successfully refined. Is this something a human can do? A fat boss swallowed hard and exclaimed. He had previously mocked Wu Ming and offended this talented trainer. Now he felt very regretful and wanted to slap himself hard twice. Not only the fat boss, but other guests also had trembling mouth corners. Wu Ming actually mastered the ancient alchemy method. He prepared an F-level speed food in just 3 minutes. Moreover, the quality was of the highest grade. Hiss! I just remembered that Super Affordable Mall recently auctioned off super quality F-class speed food, and the final transaction price seemed to have reached a rare 600,000. Could it be that the F-class speed ration that was auctioned was prepared by Mr. Wu Ming? Of course! I heard that the Super Affordable Mall has super high-quality F-level defense food, which is also being prepared for auction. An appraiser predicts that the transaction price can reach 800,000 pet coins. Oh my god, it turns out that Mr. Wu Ming is the genius trainer. The guests around were all from Jialan City, and they were either rich or noble. Some of them had even participated in that auction and knew how popular the super quality evolutionary food was. Lu Gaohan listened to the discussions of the people around him. His face gradually turned pale. He turned his neck mechanically, his eyes fell on Wu Ming, and he said in disbelief, Impossible, super quality is the highest quality. You are in your early 20s. Even if you have been learning to mix since you were in your mother's womb, you can't mix super quality evolutionary food. Even now, Lu Gaohan still finds it hard to believe. When he first arrived in Jialan City, he heard that there was super high-quality evolutionary food. He went to the scene to observe in person, confirmed that it was real, and was amazed by it. He also wanted to find the trainer who prepared the evolutionary food and become his disciple no matter what. But it turned out that this person was Wu Ming. Wu Ming didn't bother to pay attention to Lu Gaohan's shock. Instead, he looked at Steward Lin and Old Su with a smile and asked, Old Su, Steward Lin, how do you think of the F-class speed ration I prepared? Are you satisfied? Butler Lin and Old Su looked at each other with strange expressions. Super quality, are you satisfied? So satisfying. Thinking of this, Old Su immediately picked up the microphone and said with a red face, Very good, very good. Congratulations to our genius trainer, Mr. Wu Ming, for preparing the super quality F-level speed food. Winning this competition will be rewarded with 1 million pet coins. Great! Huang Samba stood up and imitated the gorilla's movements, beating his chest continuously, very excited. As Wu Ming's employee, he was very excited to see his boss win. Su Qianqian couldn't help but pursed her lips when she saw Huang Samba's exaggerated movements. But when she thought about Wu Ming's victory and the praise from old Su, even the title was changed to Your Excellency, which meant that Wu Ming had been valued by old Su. No! The defeated Lu Gaohan knelt on the ground with weak legs. Tap, tap, tap. Wu Ming walked over, threw a stone on the ground, and said, "As a man, you must fulfill your promise. If you lose, remember to eat the stone. I won't make it difficult for you. Take the stone home, grind it into powder, and drink it in water every day." "I'll kill you." Lu Gaohan was provoked by these words and pounced on Wu Ming with his fangs and claws. "How dare you?" Old Su suddenly shouted sternly. Buzz! A strange sound was heard, and Lu Gaohan was inexplicably knocked away and hung on the huge chandelier under the ceiling. He was so scared that he peed on the spot. The smell of urine spread everywhere, causing an uproar in the audience. A dignified F-rank trainer was actually scared to death. Wu Ming didn't look at Lu Gaohan, but looked towards the door and found that the D-level pet unicorn was standing there, with the horn on its head glowing. Obviously, it was it that took action just now. What a fast speed! Wu Ming was secretly surprised. The unicorn crossed a distance of dozens of meters in an instant, knocked Lu Gaohan away, but did not hurt him at all, and then returned to the outside of the door. Its control ability and speed were both superb, and it did not even leave an afterimage in the middle. It was so powerful that it made people unable to resist. Our trainer Lu Gaohan actually appeared on the chandelier. That's really strange. At this time, old Su laughed and pretended to know nothing. But in fact, the reason why the unicorn took action just now was because of his instructions. "Hurry, get me down here." Lu Gaohan was hung on the chandelier and almost cried, and quickly called for bodyguards. "Why don't you hurry up and save him?" Li Mao stomped on the ground angrily. Although Lu Gaohan had failed, he was an F-level trainer after all, so he had to be saved. Yes! Several bodyguards and black windbreakers immediately ran over, set up a human ladder, pulled the frightened Lu Gaohan down, and carried him to his original seat. "Idiot! Why did you put me here? Don't you think I'm embarrassed enough?" Lu Gaohan immediately ran out, ready to take a shower and change his clothes. Seeing his miserable appearance, many people laughed out loud. Lu Gaohan was so angry that he gnashed his teeth, and his hatred for Wu Ming deepened. Wu Ming saw the whole process and couldn't help but shake his head, preparing to walk back to his seat. "Wait a minute!" Old Su called out to Wu Ming. "Mr. Su, do you have any other instructions?" Wu Ming turned around and asked. "I would like to ask Mr. Wu Ming to explain the mixing method just now on the spot. Is it convenient?" Mr. Su asked in a negotiating tone. Although Wu Ming is just a young man, he is a genius trainer who can prepare super-quality evolutionary food. Moreover, he has mastered the ancient alchemy method similar to that of Master Wu Tianxua. More importantly, Wu Ming's surname is Wu. In Mr. Su's opinion, Wu Ming must be a relative or disciple of Master Wu Tianxua. Otherwise, how could a young man figure out this extraordinary mixing method on his own? After listening to Elder Su's request, Wu Ming nodded and pointed to the F-class speed food on the table, saying, "I use a new blending method derived from the ancient alchemy method. The main principle is to rely on the biomagnetic field as a catalyst to ensure the perfect reaction and fusion of the medicinal materials, so the quality is very high." Biomagnetic field? Everyone present looked at each other. Honestly, they really don't understand this. Even Elder Su was surprised and said, "So it's the biomagnetic field. It's really a magical and advanced method. Then, I wonder how Mr. Wu Ming plans to deal with this F-level evolutionary food." Wu Ming thought for a moment and said, "Give it to Mr. Su. It will be a small gift. Mr. Su is a powerful person, and having a good relationship with him will be more beneficial to doing things in Jialan City. Give it to me?" Old Su was a little surprised and shook his head. "No, I can't take advantage of it for nothing. Let me offer 1 million pet coins to buy it. I'll give it to you later along with the previous bonus." "Okay, thank you, Mr. Su." Wu Ming accepted it with pleasure. Chapter 32, Mr. Su's Attention. For Wu Ming, this trip was really a big profit. First, he won the competition against Lu Gaohan and received a $1 million bonus. Then, he sold the F-class speed food to Old Su and earned another $1 million, which was a pleasant surprise. After a moment, Wu Ming sat back in his seat. During this process, other guests looked over with different expressions. Some are fiery, some are regretful, and some are gloomy. Congratulations, Mr. Wu Ming, for defeating Lu Gaoan. After this battle, you will definitely be a rising star in the world of trainers in Jialan City. Su Qianqian immediately poured tea for Wu Ming and boldly revealed her snow-white chest, leaving Wu Ming speechless. Yintong sat aside, looking at Wu Ming, his eyes flickering constantly. It was not until now that she realized how terrifying Wu Ming was. A portion of super-quality F-grade speed food every 3 minutes. This efficiency is terrifying. Looking at Jialan City, he is already the undisputed #1 among all F-level trainers. Only those higher-level E-level and D-level trainers can surpass him. At this time, Mr. Su looked at everyone present, took the microphone, and said with a smile, "Thank you very much for the 2 wonderful competitions just now. Let's give them a warm round of applause." Bang, bang, bang. The guests present applauded vigorously. Okay, the warm-up match is over. Now let's start the meal. After old Su finished speaking, he put down the microphone and sat in the chief's seat. The people sitting around him were at least E-level trainers or E-level beastmasters. In Jialan City, they were all considered nobles. As the hostesses brought new dishes, the guests began to eat and drink. Sir Wu Ming, these are meatballs made from the ferocious beast Stegosaurus fish. They can nourish the kidneys and are very good for you. Su Qianqian took the initiative to pick up some food for Wu Ming, making others envious. Kidney nourishment? Wu Ming looked at the meatballs in the bowl with a strange expression. What do I need this for? Do you look down on me? Wu Ming complained secretly, but still took a bite. It was very chewy and tender in the mouth, and it was several levels higher than any food he had eaten before. Moreover, as the meatballs went down his throat, Wu Ming felt his whole body starting to heat up. This is a symbol of great tonic. It really can nourish the kidneys? I'll continue eating. Wu Ming immediately picked up another meatball. Huang Samba didn't hesitate to serve himself a bowl of Stegosaurus bone soup and ate it with great enjoyment. He basically goes on a date with a different beauty every night, which consumes too much energy. Now that he has come across a broth that can nourish the kidneys, how could he miss it? If Huang Samba hadn't felt embarrassed, he would have wanted to run to another table to get some Stegosaurus meatballs. Come, let me, an old man, toast you all. At this time, old Su raised his wine glass, and all the guests immediately stood up and raised their glasses to drink. This wine is good. It is said to be soaked with the semen of some ferocious beast. It can also nourish the kidneys. Su Qianqian explained beside Wu Ming. Her breath was as fragrant as orchid, her face was slightly red, and she was wearing a low-cut dress. Her mature and charming face made her extremely seductive. Wu Ming swallowed hard, thinking that if there weren't people around, he might really take action. Come on, let's toast to His Excellency Wu Ming. At this time, many guests raised their glasses and came to Wu Ming, toasting him respectfully. Some are to repair relationships, some are to deepen impressions, and some are to promote cooperation. Except for Li Mao and others from the Black Windbreaker Security Company, almost all other guests came over to toast. Wu Ming didn't want to hit the smiling person. He took a sip and said it with a hint of meaning. Haha. Lord Wu Ming is truly a hero at a young age. Tonight, you have to drink a few more glasses with me. Old Su and Butler Lin came towards them, accompanied by several E-level trainers and animal tamers. Mr. Su, you are too kind. Wu Ming remained humble and got to know the trainers and animal tamers around him. In Wu Ming's opinion, when he mixes higher-grade evolutionary food in the future, these beast masters of noble status can be developed into his customers. Let's get to know each other first so that we can plan for the future. At the dinner, except for a few people like Li Mao, most people were drinking to their heart's content. Check Wu Ming's information thoroughly for me. Li Mao was so angry that he left the banquet hall halfway, made an angry phone call, then quickly put on a smile and returned to the banquet hall. The party ended at 10 o'clock in the evening. Wu Ming was left behind and sat alone with Mr. Su in the center of a small garden. Mr. Su, please tell me something alone? Wu Ming asked with a smile. Old Su laughed. As expected, you guessed it. In fact, I really want to ask, what is the relationship between Mr. Wu Ming and Master Wu Tianxua? It doesn't matter. Wu Ming shook his head. It seems that Mr. Wu Ming is still hiding something from me, but it doesn't matter. No matter what your relationship with Master Wu Tianxua is, you are both talented trainers in our Jialan City. Old Su smiled, thinking that Wu Ming must be related to Master Wu Tianxua. But Mr. Su didn't know that Wu Ming was telling the truth. After a moment, Mr. Su stopped smiling and became serious. Mr. Wu Ming, you also attended today's meeting and know the importance of the pet and taming competition. So, I hope you can represent Jialan City in the competition. With your ability to prepare super quality F-level evolutionary food, you will definitely win a lot of points for our Jialan City. Thank you, Mr. Su, for trusting me so much. Wu Ming paused. Actually, I am willing to participate in the pet and taming competition. That's good that you're willing. We in Jialan City need talents like you. Old Su breathed a sigh of relief. In Mr. Su's opinion, with Wu Ming's extraordinary means, he would definitely stand out among 1,000 ordinary cities. Once Wu Ming ranks in the top 10 in the F-level trainer group, he will have the opportunity to receive extra points, making Jialan City's total score even higher, and the probability of making it into the top 100 will be even higher. But if he loses, Mr. Su feels that this may be fate. By then, we would have to relocate at great risk. The two chatted for a while longer, and then Butler Lin came over from near the garden and took Wu Ming to a large hotel nearby. Although Yaodao Ancient Town is just a small town, it was invested and built by the wealthy man Mr. Su. Many of its facilities are very complete and are no worse than those of Jialan City. This hotel alone is a 5-star hotel. Wu Ming returned to the room that had been arranged in advance, sat on the chair, and prepared to take a shower. Sir Wu Ming, you're finally back. Before Wu Ming entered the bathroom, he found a beautiful woman in a bathrobe walking out. She was sexy, mature, charming, and had a very explosive figure. It was Su Qianqian. Why are you here? Wu Ming was stunned. Su Qianqian placed her soft, snow-white hands on Wu Ming's shoulders. Her breath was as fragrant as orchids. Her head gently rested on his chest. Her red lips parted slightly, and she uttered a voice full of temptation. Why am I here? Sir Wu Ming, don't you know it well? After saying that, Su Qianqian threw a coquettish glance at Wu Ming. The bathrobe on his body also slipped off at this moment. Wu Ming swallowed hard, looking at the mature and graceful woman in front of him. He suddenly realized something. Life is short, enjoy it while you can. So, Wu Ming hugged the beauty in front of him. This night was crazy. Chapter 33, Cold and Beautiful Woman. The next morning, Wu Ming woke up and looked at the sleeping beauty lying on his chest, with a slight smile on his face. He couldn't have imagined that last night was Su Qianqian's first time. Although he didn't know why, Wu Ming was still very happy. Well, is it dawn already? Su Qianqian opened her gem-like bright eyes, smiled, and gently stroked Wu Ming's strong chest. And then there was another big battle. It was not until 11 o'clock in the morning that the two of them dressed and walked out of the room. Wu Ming knocked on Huang Samba's door and was immediately hit by a strong smell of perfume. Looking inside, he found that Huang Samba had actually used the local function to make appointments with several beauties. You are so awesome. Looking at the erotic scene in the room, Wu Ming couldn't help but admire it. Hey, Huang Samba just smiled and said nothing, with an expression that said, you know. Wu Mingbai rolled his eyes and said, hurry up and pack up. We will leave this afternoon and try to get back to Jialan City in the evening. Okay, Huang Samba started to clean up immediately. After closing the door, Wu Ming found that Su Qianqian had met Yin Tong and walked towards the restaurant on the first floor. Wu Ming touched his hungry stomach, went downstairs, sat opposite Su Qianqian and Yin Tong, and ate the lunch prepared by the hotel. Suddenly, Wu Ming had a special feeling. He glanced out of the corner of his eye and found that Su Qianqian had taken off her high heels, and one of her feet was passing across his leg. I'm eating lunch. Yin Tong put down his chopsticks and reminded Su Qianqian, who was sitting next to him, with a speechless face. Su Qianqian adjusted her black-framed glasses, put on her shoes silently, and looked away. Only then did Yin Tong continue to eat his lunch. Not long after, Huang Samba brought the powerful giant bear to the next table and ordered dozens of dishes. He ate some himself and fed the rest to the powerful giant bear. Wu Ming couldn't help but laugh and said, it seems that the money you earn is not enough to feed the powerful giant bear. Haha, Wu Gu is joking. Huang Samba patted the giant bear on the head and said, big bears can eat a lot, but they are also very hungry. They can go without food for half a month. After hearing this, the powerful giant bear immediately raised his head with an expression of human-like astonishment, as if saying, are you really going to let me go without food for half a month? Look, even the powerful giant bear can't stand it anymore. Su Qianqian interrupted. Ha! Several people present laughed. After lunch, the few people rested for half an hour and reboarded the convoy, about to return to Jialan City. Mr. Wu Ming, please wait a moment. Butler Lin arrived at the hotel gate under the protection of the super-strong gorilla and handed a letter to Wu Ming. What is this? Wu Ming was surprised. The master asked me to give you a letter of recommendation. Butler Lin paused and continued. The master heard that you don't have a trainer certificate yet, so please take this letter of recommendation to see the city lord when you return to Jialan City. At that time, any requests you have can be solved at the same time. Such a valuable gift. Wu Ming was very surprised and thanked him. Thank Mr. Su for me. Steward Lin smiled and said, the master said that we should be the ones thanking you. When others heard this, they were confused. Only Wu Ming's expression became serious, knowing that Mr. Su was referring to participating in the pet and taming competition. After Butler Lin left, Wu Ming calmly put away the letter of recommendation, looked out the window, and thought about many questions. After returning to Jialan City, he did have a lot of things that needed to be resolved by the mayor of Jialan City, such as the trainer qualification certificate, official certification, and the rent payment for the pet shop. Brother Wu, you are so amazing that you have gained the attention of Mr. Su. Huang Samba, who was sitting next to him, was full of envy. The huge bear lying in the carriage also let out a symbolic cry, as if to congratulate Wu Ming. I also want to keep a low profile, but my strength doesn't allow it, Wu Ming said half-jokingly. Soon, the convoy completed the inspection and drove out of Yaotao ancient town. Wu Ming looked back at the ancient town surrounded by green mountains and always had a very strange feeling, as if he would encounter some inevitable things on the road. Is there any danger? Wu Ming asked secretly. An hour passed. The convoy was still driving smoothly and quickly without any danger. 2 hours later, the sky became gloomy. Dark clouds gathered, thunder roared, and soon it began to rain heavily. Strange, the weather forecast said it will be cloudless today, so it's impossible for it to rain. Huang Samba complained. You believe in the weather forecast? Wu Ming complained. Ah, that's right. Huang Samba laughed. The bodyguard in a black suit, sitting in the passenger seat, turned around and said, Don't worry, Mr. Wu Ming. Our off-road vehicle has strong performance and has been modified to be amphibious. It will be fine even in a heavy rainstorm. It's worthy of being a car worth millions. The rich are really inhumane. Huang Samba was amazed. At this time, in a car in front, Yin Tong looked at the world outside the window with a lot of worry in his eyes and said, This doesn't seem to be a celestial phenomenon, but a man-made one. Or in other words, a very high-level beast is causing trouble. Su Qianqian, who was sitting next to him, was surprised and asked, What kind of beast is so powerful that it can cause a torrential rain? Silver pupils looked at the sky and thought of a ferocious beast with a gentle nature, but they were not sure. In the car, Wu Ming suddenly realized that something was wrong. When they came, there were 2 F-class beast tamers in the convoy, but now, except for Yintong, the other F-class beast tamer did not catch up with the convoy. That's not right. Wu Ming sat up straight. When we came here, the number of people was the same as now. How come one person is missing? Wu Ming couldn't understand. Yaotao, ancient town. Mr. Su was drinking tea in the garden. The unicorn stood aside, and the super-strong gorilla lay on the ground and slept, enjoying the warm sunshine in the ancient town, looking very comfortable. At this time, the unicorn looked into the distance. Mr. Su put down his teacup and said to the empty place, There's no one else here, come out. The next moment, an ant gradually grew larger and turned into a human form, eventually becoming a cool and beautiful woman who was 1.7 meters tall and plump, with long hair reaching her waist. The woman stretched out her hand, and a stream of water appeared in her palm with a human face. It was a very special pet with extraordinary talents. Did you get here by hitchhiking? Mr. Su asked, taking a sip of tea. Yes, it's the fleet of super affordable mall. The cold and beautiful woman nodded. You haven't been discovered, have you? Old Su raised his head and looked at her. My pet is a water spirit with A-level potential. It can shrink my body to the size of an ant, and I'm just hitching a ride. So how could I be discovered? The cold and beautiful woman said confidently. That's good. Old Su nodded and took out a wooden box. This is a super quality F-class speed food. UV always complained about not having any evolutionary food of superior quality or higher. Today is the perfect time for your water spirit to absorb it. Chapter 34, Sudden Danger. Wu Ming mixed it, right? The cold and beautiful woman said as she took the wooden box. Were you also in the banquet hall last night? Old Su raised his eyebrows. Of course. The cold and beautiful woman opened the wooden box and let Shui Ling absorb it, then said, Wu Ming is indeed a top genius. I really hope he can prepare E-level or even D-level super quality evolutionary food. Then, you can ensure Shui Ling's perfect advancement, right? Old Su saw through the cold and beautiful woman's little thoughts. The cold and beautiful woman crossed her arms and said, those low-quality and medium-quality evolutionary food are not worthy of Shui Ling's evolution. Moreover, if we want Shui Ling's various data to reach the highest level, we will need high-quality or even super-quality evolutionary food. That's true. Old Su nodded, stood up, and walked slowly to the lounge. Well, it's time for me to take a lunch break, so go do whatever you need to do. Yes, Grandpa. The cold and beautiful woman merged with Shui Ling again. This time, the two turned into a translucent flying bird and flew towards Jialan City. After taking the F-level speed food, the bird became very fast and could reach Jialan City in a few hours. And because it is flying in a straight line, it will be faster than Wu Ming's convoy. Wu Ming sat in the car and knew nothing about the cold and beautiful woman. The heavy rain is still falling. The rain broke apart on the ground, impacting Wu Ming's heart. Strange, it's really strange. Wu Ming looked at the dark cloud in the sky and felt uneasy. The cloud appeared suddenly, and it didn't look like an ordinary rainy day at all. Instead, it seemed like some special creature was calling the wind and rain. Could it be an S-level ferocious beast? Wu Ming thought to himself. The full name of S-class is superclass, which means super. Ferocious beasts of this level are beyond common sense, so it is not difficult for them to cause celestial phenomena. Wu Ming had read the news. There had once been a battle between two S-class beasts. One of the S-class beasts had the talent of controlling water. It drew billions of tons of seawater from the seaside, eventually submerging a city. What's even more terrifying is that the S-level beast can also freeze water, eventually causing hundreds of thousands of people in the entire city to be killed within 10 minutes. It's really terrifying. I hope it's not an S-level beast, otherwise we're all doomed. Wu Ming took a deep breath and looked at the sky seriously. Cry! A soul-stirring cry suddenly rang out, and a terrible sound wave exploded, almost shattering the bulletproof glass of Big M. Wu Ming, Huang Samba, the bodyguards and the driver in the car all felt extremely stuffy in their chests, as if something was about to explode from their bodies. Wu Ming raised his head and looked through the window. He saw an extremely powerful beast flapping its wings in the dark clouds in the sky, causing rolling dark clouds and heavy rain. Turn on the detection function. Wu Ming acted promptly and checked the information of the ferocious beast. Species, crowned finch. Level, A-level beast peak. Talents, A-level talent flood, A-level talent ultrasonic wave, A-level talent super energy ray, A-level talent storm speed, A-level talent super diamond feather. When Wu Ming saw the message from the crowned sparrow, despair appeared in his eyes. Although it is not an S-class beast, it is a top-class beast with a wingspan of over 100 meters and possesses multiple A-class talents. Fortunately, the opponent's target of attack is not the convoy below. Otherwise, the entire convoy would be directly evaporated by one A-level super energy ray. Bang! Suddenly, Wu Ming witnessed with his own eyes a beam of light coming from a distance, piercing the chest of the crowned sparrow, causing it to scream, flap its wings, and flee into the distance. Boom! The speed of the crowned sparrow easily breaks the sound barrier. But not long after, a golden eagle with a wingspan of 100 meters flapped its wings and flew over, with a tall figure wearing special combat uniform standing above its head. Oh my god! It's actually Nanjiang City's patron saint, the golden-winged eagle king, a top-level A-grade pet. Then the one standing above his head must be the A-grade beastmaster, Wang Defa. Huang Samba leaned on the car window, looking at the rapidly receding golden-winged eagle king with a fiery face. Wang Defa. Wu Ming muttered the name silently, with a strange look on his face. As the two terrifying A-level beasts and pets left, the rainstorm finally stopped and the convoy was on the road again without any danger. It was really dangerous just now. Wu Ming looked at the sky that was gradually clearing up outside the car window, and his mood gradually relaxed. However, just as the convoy entered a dense forest, something strange happened. A giant one-horned rhinoceros as big as an elephant rushed out from the roadside, overturned the leading armored vehicle, and fell to the side. Then, another group of smaller, one-horned rhinos in the dense forest crashed into the convoy. Under the absolute force, all vehicles were overturned, and even the bulletproof glass was shattered. Fuck, what happened? Huang Samba cursed and touched his head with his hand. He found that he was fine, but his shoulder was cut by a piece of broken glass. He looked at Wu Ming and asked with concern, "Brother Wu, are you okay?" "Are you fine?" Wu Ming shook his head. Originally, a lot of broken glass flew towards Wu Ming, but fortunately, the nether cat stepped in and knocked all the glass fragments away, so he was not injured. "Sir Wu Ming, be careful. We have encountered a group of mad one-horned rhinos. The leading rhinoceros turned out to be an E-class beast. Now the armored vehicle has been overturned. We can't deal with it with our firepower alone." The bodyguard on the passenger seat immediately cut his seatbelt and helped Wu Ming up. Fortunately, the interior space of the M is very large, comparable to that of a van. Even if it overturns, there is still enough space inside to serve as a temporary hiding place. Wu Ming was crawling in the car and found a slightly smaller F-class unicorn rhinoceros crashing into their car. Although the car had strong defense, it could not hold out for long. "Big Bear, it's up to you," Huang Samba shouted. "Roar!" The giant bear roared, pushed open the car door, slammed its two huge front paws together, grabbed the horn of the one-horned rhinoceros, and its two thick hind legs were like pillars stuck in the ground, blocking the one-horned rhinoceros. "Good job, hit the eyes and hit the vital points," Huang Samba commanded loudly. The powerful giant bear immediately did as he was told. He first burst out with his F-level strength talent to suppress the unicorn rhino, and then suddenly threw the unicorn rhino to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw. Then the giant bear's paws, which were harder than super alloy steel, grabbed the neck of the one-horned rhinoceros and broke it with a force of 10 tons, easily solving the problem of the one-horned rhinoceros, which only had brute force. "Haha, if I kill an F-level beast, I can become a regular employee after I go back." Huang Samba became happy. Don't be too complacent. There are still several F-level unicorn rhinos around. The most troublesome thing is that there is an E-level unicorn rhinoceros leader in the distance. Wu Ming put a hand on Huang Samba's shoulder and reminded him in a deep voice. Hearing this, Huang Samba's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 35, The Venomous Sting of the Fierce Beast. "I actually forgot." Huang Samba slapped his head and quickly shouted to the powerful giant bear. "Big Bear, you better be careful. Roar!" The powerful giant bear roared, and his fighting spirit surged. It possesses 3 talents: F-level strength, defense, and speed, of which the last 2 are of super quality at the same level. It is not afraid of this group of unicorn rhinos that only have 1 F-level strength talent. "You're awesome, Big Bear. You better keep going." The driver and the bodyguards in black suits cheered it on, even regarding it as their lifesaver. After all, if the giant bear hadn't shown its might just now, the entire car would have been crushed into scrap metal by the one-horned rhinoceros, and they would have had a hard time escaping with their lives inside it. Da-da-da. Some people in other vehicles fired at the eyes of the unicorns with hot weapons, but they reacted quickly and dodged as soon as they heard the gunshots. Only one unicorn was hit in the eye, while the others tilted their heads and relied on their thick leather armor to block the bullets. Then the one-horned rhino rammed into the vehicles. The powerful giant bear was left aside, and no one paid any attention to him. "Big Bear, go and help." Huang Samba pointed at the one-horned rhinos in the distance. "Go around and break their necks. If you are surrounded, run away immediately." "Roar!" The powerful giant bear nodded and displayed his F-class speed, running dozens of meters per second. In the blink of an eye, he came behind a one-horned rhinoceros, jumped up, grabbed the opponent's horn, and actually lifted the rhinoceros weighing several tons into the air, and then smashed it to the ground with all his strength. Click! The powerful giant bear easily broke the neck of the one-horned rhinoceros. Then, the other rhinos became angry and ignored the bodyguards with AKs, and instead charged towards the giant bear together. "Hide quickly," Huang Samba commanded. The giant bear was very smart and easily climbed up a huge tree with a diameter of 1 meter. Several one-horned rhinos rammed the tree trunk but failed to break it. But the one-horned rhino is not stupid. They lowered their heads and used their horns, which were as strong as super alloy, to repeatedly strike the tree trunk, creating a huge gap. If they continued like this, the tree would be broken in a few more hits. However, the giant bear had already jumped onto other trees, broke off branches, and smashed them on the heads of the one-horned rhinos, angering them. On the other side, the E-Class unicorn leader had already knocked the armored vehicle out of shape, and the people inside were half dead from the shock, unable to even climb out. Then, the one-horned rhino leader noticed the powerful giant bear in the tree. Boom! The leader of the unicorn rhinos charged forward violently, directly breaking a tree with a diameter of 1 meter. Fortunately, the giant bear jumped onto another tree in advance and was not hit. Click! The leader of the one-horned rhinos continued to charge, and the surrounding trees were broken one after another. But the powerful giant bear also took the opportunity to lead the rhino herd away. Sir Wu Ming, are you okay? Yintong appeared at the side, with the frightened Su Qianqian standing next to him. Apart from some scratches, neither of them had any injuries. I've fine. Wu Ming shook his head. I'm in trouble. I'm injured. Huang Samba pointed to the wound on his shoulder. Yintong took out a bottle of healing spray and sprayed it on Huang Samba's wound. The injury recovered quickly, shocking Wu Ming, who was standing beside him. It seems that I still underestimated the technological capabilities of this world. Although it is not very strong in thermal weapons, it is much more advanced in medical care. Wu Ming said secretly. Our cars are broken and can't be driven. What should we do next? Also, the big bear is being chased by a group of one-horned rhinos. I can't just abandon it. Huang Samba looked worried. The great bear is his good friend and brother, and they have a deep relationship. The bodyguard in a black suit said, except for the armored vehicles and 5 large M cars that were scrapped, the other cars can still be driven, although the comfort will be much worse. What are you waiting for? Get the car ready and set off as quickly as possible. Su Qianqian gave the order quickly. Boom, boom, boom. There were deafening footsteps in the distance, which made everyone's face change drastically. But when they looked closely, they found that it was the powerful giant bear that came back. As for the one-horned rhinoceros herd, it has been successfully led to other places. Great job, Big Bear! Huang Samba rushed over and took out a roasted leg of lamb from his backpack as a reward. The powerful giant bear is back. We have to retreat quickly. Su Qianqian breathed a sigh of relief. Hiss! But at this moment, a strange sound came from the dense forest. Phew! A bodyguard fell down inexplicably, foaming at the mouth, and his body began to rot. It was obvious that he was poisoned and died on the spot without any ability to resist. Wu Ming's pupil shrank. The silver eyes immediately protected Su Qianqian, and the dark night snake wrapped around her arm, alert to the surroundings. Huang Samba stared at the bodyguard's forehead and found a 5-centimeter-long brown poison needle stuck there. He immediately showed fear on his face. It's an F-level beast poisonous stinger. It's indeed a poisonous stinger. Yintong also noticed the poisonous needle and thought of a strange and terrifying beast, feeling creepy. Phew! Another dozen poison needles flew over, and the invisible nether cat blocked some of them, but several bodyguards were still stabbed and killed instantly. Run! Seeing that the situation was not good, the remaining bodyguards and the driver ran into the dense forest. The next moment, another stream of poison needles was fired, knocking down all the remaining people. From then on, only Wu Ming, Huang Samba, Yintong, and Su Qianqian were left alive. Wu Ming gritted his teeth, wanting to let the nether cat hunt the poisonous stinger hidden in the dark. However, once the nether cat went away, Wu Ming could not guarantee his own safety. If I had known this would happen, I should have trained a few more pets, some for defense and some for attack. Wu Ming felt a little regretful, but then he realized that he didn't have many evolution points and there was no way to train more pets. Rustle! A strange sound came from the dense forest, and a humanoid beast appeared in the sight of the 4 people. It is only 1 meter tall. Although it is in human form, its body is covered with poisonous needles, which looks very creepy. It also has a smooth, thin tail behind it. Wu Ming did not hesitate, and immediately used the system's Eye of Insight to obtain data. Species, Stinger. Level, F-level pet, Senior. Talents, F-level sting, F-level defense. The stinger was looking at Wu Ming and his group from a distance of several dozen meters, with his head tilted, his eyes full of mockery, as if he was sizing up a weak prey. It's really a poisonous stinger. Intong stared at the strange humanoid beast and wanted to control the Dark Knight venomous snake to attack, but without the protection of the pet, they would be in great danger. Big Bear, you have F-level defense, protect us. As soon as Huang Samba's voice fell, the powerful giant bear immediately opened his arms, turned his back to the stinger, and used his huge body to serve as a cover for the four people. Wu Ming hid in the arms of the powerful giant bear, his eyes flickering slightly, and he had an idea. Chapter 36: The Horror of the Material Spirit Ball. No one knows the existence of the Phantom Cat. Even the stinger doesn't know. When Wu Ming thought of this, he narrowed his eyes and said, "In Tong, can your Dark Knight Viper block the poisonous needle of the stinger?" Yes, after all, it has eaten the super-quality F-level speed food that you personally prepared, and it is also very agile, responsive, and fast, so it can block it. Intong nodded seriously. Hearing this, Wu Ming felt relieved. At this time, the stinger jumped lightly and climbed up a tree more than 10 meters high. It stretched out a tail from behind and pointed the tip at Wu Ming. "Call out!" A poisonous needle stabbed at him instantly. The speed is incredibly fast, beyond the reaction limits of ordinary people. Without Intong's reminder, the Dark Knight Viper had already swung out its tail, sending its poisonous needle flying, which stabbed into a tree and instantly corroded the surrounding wood. "It's so poisonous." Wu Ming was still frightened. At the same time, a completely transparent figure was walking on the road like a cat, approaching the stinger silently. However, the stinger was cunning, like an experienced sniper, and after each attack, it jumped to another tree, stretched out its tail, and fired for poison needles at the same time. Hiss! The Dark Knight Viper attacked instantly, and with a sweep of its tail, it knocked 4 poison needles away. One of them pierced the tire, and the venom burst out, causing it to explode instantly with a deafening roar. The Nether Cat seized the opportunity, activated at F-class speed, and instantly came behind the stinger. At the same time, it activated the E-class battle card, and its pair of claws exerted the sharpness of E-class. Even super alloy steel can be cut like tofu. Silently, the stinger's tail was cut off. Next, its head. The next moment, the Nether Cat gracefully jumped back to the ground and leaped near Wu Ming, always remaining invisible. Elegant and dangerous. Only then did the head of the stinger separate from its body and fall to the ground. Immediately afterwards, Stinger's body fell from the tree and hit the ground with a bang. The 3 people except Wu Ming were dumbfounded. How come the Stinger's head and body were separated out of nowhere? Be careful. There are even more terrifying beasts around. Their grade is at least E-level. Intong thought of this and immediately became alert. Wu Ming shook his head and said, "It was one of my pets that took action." The whereabouts of the Nether Cat was never exposed, so even if Wu Ming told others that he also had a pet, no one could find out what type of pet it was. Angkor actually has a pet. Huang Samba almost dropped his jaw in shock. Su Qianqian and Intong were surprised and looked around, but did not find a third pet except the Dark Knight Viper and the mighty giant bear. "I'm a trainer, so of course I can train pet animals." Wu Ming waved his hand, looked at the miserable situation around him, and sighed. If the Phantom Cat had E-class speed, these drivers and bodyguards wouldn't have died. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, there were footsteps like an earthquake in the distance. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw that the group of one-horned rhinos had returned. "It's over." Su Qianqian turned pale. Wu Ming looked at the unicorn rhinoceros that were still several hundred meters away from them and stared at the E-level rhinoceros leader who was leading the group. An idea suddenly came to his mind, and he stretched out his hand. A black round bead the size of an egg appeared on his palm. It was a material spirit ball with a total mass of 300 kilograms. However, because the mass of the material spirit ball can vary between the original mass and 1/10,000th, the material spirit ball at this time was adjusted to 30 grams by Wu Ming. Huang Samba, let the giant bear grab this round bead made of special material and smash it out with all his strength. It must hit the forehead of the one-horned rhinoceros leader. If it hits successfully, all of us will be saved. Wu Ming handed the material spirit ball to Huang Samba. "Is this a bomb?" Huang Samba was very confused. "Hurry up and do as I say." Wu Ming stared at Huang Samba seriously. The latter was startled and immediately handed the material spirit ball to the powerful giant bear. "Hey, why aren't you running yet?" Intong had already pulled Su Qianqian more than 10 meters away. He turned around and saw Wu Ming and Huang Samba still in the middle of the road, so he immediately urged them. Big Bear, do it. But he listened to Huang Sanda's orders. The powerful giant bear did not ask why, and used all his strength to smash the material spirit ball out. At the moment of the attack, the material spirit ball acquired a terrifying initial speed. Before the material spirit ball flew out of his control, Wu Ming also increased its mass from 30 grams to a maximum of 300 kilograms. Click! Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, the material spirit ball, like a railgun, smashed directly through the skull of the E-Class Unicorn Rhino leader, and red and white objects flew everywhere. After running wildly for a few steps, the E-level one-horned rhinoceros leader fell to the ground and died, shocking the entire audience. Even Wu Ming felt that the power of the material spirit ball exceeded his expectations. When the remaining rhinos found that their leader had been killed in one blow, they were all terrified and immediately turned around and fled far away. It seems that I need to get more material spirit balls in the future, especially the heavier the better. Wu Ming planned in his mind as he looked at the E-level unicorn rhinoceros leader lying on the ground. The energy formula is E equals MC. At the moment of the attack, the mass of the material spirit ball was increased from the lower limit to the upper limit, and the energy increased by 10,000 times. This is a very terrifying ability. Although Wu Ming didn't know why the material spirit ball had the abnormal function of adjusting its own mass, no matter what, this function was very powerful and practical, and it would be a good deal if he could use it. Could it be because the density is adjustable? This idea suddenly came to Wu Ming. Mass is equal to the product of volume and density. When the volume of the material spirit ball remains unchanged, the mass will of course change as long as the density of the material spirit ball changes. However, Wu Ming was not sure whether the density of the material spirit ball could be controlled. It's horrible. At this time, Yintong looked at the E-level unicorn rhinoceros leader who was smashed to death and was so shocked that he was speechless. Su Qianqian opened her mouth so wide that it seemed like an egg could fit in it. Huang Samba swallowed his saliva and looked at the powerful giant bear. Both of them looked confused. They had no idea that the thing they had just thrown out was so powerful that it could instantly burst out with such terrible penetrating power that it could even penetrate the skull of an E-level unicorn rhinoceros. Angkor, what is that? Huang Samba was stunned. It is a special material with built-in penetrating properties. My master gave it to me to save my life. Wu Ming said. Master? Wu Ming didn't. The reason I say this is, of course, to find a reasonable reason to explain it. After hearing this, Huang Samba, Su Qianqian, and Yintong had no doubts. A talented trainer like Wu Ming must have an extremely powerful master standing behind him. It's confirmed. A-level master Wu Tianshuo is Wu Ji's master. Huang Samba's eyes fixed, and he guessed in his heart. But Wu Ge has always said that he has nothing to do with Master Wu Tianshuo. He must want to keep a low profile. However, we are all in danger today, so he has to reveal himself. Yes, that must be the case. Huang Samba began to imagine wildly. Chapter 37. The Three-Headed Dog of Hell. Wu Ming didn't know what Huang Samba was thinking. Su Qianjian asked quickly, Mr. Wu Ming, what should we do now? Hearing this, Wu Ming pointed to the mess around him, then looked at the fallen bodyguards and drivers, sighed deeply, and said, let's deal with the scene first. I feel a little uncomfortable for not being able to save these people. Now, let's bury them first, and then pick a car that can go back. Leave it to me. Huang Samba took the initiative to step forward and ordered the powerful giant bear to dig a big hole on the side of the road and bury everyone in it. Wu Ming walked to the dead stinger, stretched out his hand, and gently touched the part of its body where there were no poisonous needles. He thought to himself, System, transform it for me. Ding, 12 evolution points obtained. In less than a second, Wu Ming reaped a great harvest. As expected of a senior F-class beast, it actually has so many evolution points. Wu Ming stood up and walked to the F-class rhinoceros whose neck had been broken by the giant bear in front of everyone else, and converted all the evolution points on their bodies. What is Lord Wu Ming doing? Yintong walked over and asked curiously. I heard that ferocious beasts all have inner elixirs that are valuable, but I am weak and can't seem to take them out. Wu Ming li kaimli. Let me help you. Yintong gave an order to the dark night venomous snake, asking it to enter the bodies of these dead beasts through their wounds to search for their inner elixir. Wu Ming took the opportunity to walk to the E-level unicorn and gave the system an order. System, convert the evolution points of the unicorn for me. Ding, 65 evolution points obtained. Soon, Wu Ming received a prompt. So many? Wu Ming was surprised. However, he was still very happy. He searched nearby, picked up the material spirit ball, wiped it clean, and put it away quietly. In the following time, Wu Ming turned all the ferocious beasts that could be transformed on the scene into evolution points. 10 minutes later, Yintong walked up to Wu Ming and handed him a few inner pills. Sir Wu Ming, these are the inner pills you wanted. Thank you. Wu Ming was very happy. When using the system's transformation function before, the evolution points in the inner elixir had not yet been transformed and still had great use value, such as serving as raw materials for certain evolutionary foods. Brother Wu, it's done. Huang Samba's voice came from a distance. Wu Ming looked in the direction of the sound and found that the dead bodyguards and drivers were all buried in peace. Moreover, Huang Samba also asked Dali Juxiong to pick out a big M with the least damage, and it was found that it could still be used. Let's go back. Wu Ming sat in the back seat. Huang Samba was also in the back seat. Wu Ming was stunned for a moment and looked at Huang Samba. Aren't you the one driving? I don't have a driver's license. Huang Samba scratched his head. Wu Ming Bai rolled his eyes. Let me drive. Su Qianqian tore off her long skirt that was a bit in the way, revealing a pair of long snow-white legs. She sat in the driver's seat, adjusted her black-framed glasses, and her whole temperament actually changed a little. Yintong sat in the passenger seat, fastened his seat belt, looked at the rearview mirror, and said, My cousin is an amateur racing driver. Let her drive, and I'll be the pilot. It should be possible to go faster. Wu Ming and Huang Samba looked at each other in surprise. Su Qianqian, amateur racing driver? I can't tell at all. Boom! The Big M started up, leaving a brilliant tail flame, and sped along the dirt road at a speed of 160 per hour. Oh shit, so awesome! Wu Ming quickly fastened his seatbelt and held the handrails with both hands. He never expected Su Qianqian to drive so aggressively. She really was worthy of being an amateur racing driver. The road ahead was smooth. As there was only one car, and they were driving very fast, it only took them 2 hours to arrive at the west gate of Jialan City. Xingzi, Vipgat. As Su Qianqian swiped the card, the vehicle was allowed to enter the city. 15 minutes later, the vehicle stopped in front of the pet shop on Nanwen Street. It was just 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Wan Siyu was sitting at the counter. There was not much business in the store. Hearing the roar of an engine coming from outside the store, she hurried out and saw Wu Ming getting out of the car. Brother Wu, you're back. Wan Siyu's heart finally settled down. Huang Samba pulled the powerful giant bear out of the car and sighed. Siyu, I have been with Angkor through thick and thin. Why don't you show me your condolences? When Wan Siyu heard this, she noticed that Wu Ming and Huang Samba's clothes were covered in blood stains, and her heart was in turmoil. It's nothing, just a minor incident. Wu Ming patted Wan Siyu on the shoulder, signaling her not to worry, and then waved to Yin Tong and Su Qianqian in the car. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow. Su Qianqian blew a kiss to Wu Ming. Because of last night's madness, Su Qianqian looked more feminine today, which made the young girl Wan Siyu feel a little lost and frustrated, and she quickly lowered her head. Boom! The Big M drove away. In the car, Yin Tong looked at the old pet store on Nanwen Street through the rearview mirror and said expressionlessly, It turns out that genius trainers like to stay in small places like this. I've learned a lot. Geniuses all have their own special preferences. Su Qianqian raised her red lips slightly, naturally exuding an increasingly mature femininity. Yintong didn't understand this, so he didn't notice anything unusual. After returning to the pet shop, Wu Ming immediately took a hot bath to relieve the day's fatigue. Huang Samba took the powerful giant bear to the certification center and submitted the video of the powerful giant bear killing an F-level unicorn rhinoceros alone, applying to be converted to a real F-level beastmaster. See you. I have nothing to do today, so you can leave work early. Wu Ming came out of the shower and said to Wan Siyu, who was standing in front of the counter. Brother Wu, do you need me to order takeout for you? Wan Siyu took out his cell phone. No, I'm not hungry now. You can go back first. Well, okay. See you tomorrow, Angkor. Wan Siyu carried a small bag and walked towards the rented house a few hundred meters away. Wu Ming sat on the sofa, digesting the gains of the past 2 days. He found that the total amount of evolution points had reached 350 points. He also earned 2 million from Mr. Su, and his funds were more sufficient. Open the system all. Wu Ming said to the system in his heart. Then, Wu Ming seemed to have come to a virtual world, and everywhere he saw was a dazzling array of system products. Most D-level pet eggs cost more than 300 evolution points, and the cheapest ones cost more than 200, but the variety is not very good. Forget it. I'd better buy an E-level pet egg to get through the early stage. Wu Ming muttered. After today's bloody battle, he clearly realized the importance of the number of pets. Therefore, Wu Ming selected a pet egg called Hellhound from all the pet eggs available for sale in the system mall. Its potential is E-level. Even if it does not eat evolutionary food, it will still be an E-level pet after normal adulthood, and it has a built-in E-level fire talent. Then, Wu Ming chose to buy. Ding! The host has spent 120 evolution points to purchase a pet beast, the Cerberus, with a potential level of E. It has automatically bound to the host and started hatching. As the system's voice fell, Wu Ming discovered that a black eggshell the size of an American football appeared out of thin air on the table and was beginning to break from the inside. Click! A furry claw broke through the eggshell and stretched out from inside. Wu Ming held his breath and watched with anticipation. Chapter 38, The Arrival of the Cold and Beautiful Woman. Click! The eggshell continued to break. The three-headed dog of hell finally revealed its true appearance. So powerful! Wu Ming was just about to give a warm welcome and praise to the three-headed hellhound, but his words seemed to be stuck in his mouth halfway through. Just because the so-called three-headed dog of hell is actually a chubby little puppy. Its whole body is black and shiny. At first glance, it doesn't look like a puppy, but more like a black bear. When it grows up, will it go and steal the cassock? Wu Ming thought of a previous joke and covered his face with his hands, laughing at himself helplessly. Woof, woof, woof. The little puppy barked. It stood on the table, turned around in circles, and cast a flattering look at Wu Ming. Wu Ming looked at this so-called three-headed hellhound and found that it did not have 3 heads, nor was it as ferocious as a hellhound should be. Instead, it was just full of cuteness. Have I been cheated by the system mall? Wu Ming slapped his thigh. The three-headed dog of hell? That's it? When fighting, others are breathing fire. Does it act cute? Thinking of this, Wu Ming asked the system, "Is this the three-headed dog of hell?" The system quickly gave a reply. This is the infancy of the Cerberus, with an E-level fire-breathing talent. It has 2 forms, normal form and combat form. After entering the combat form, it can transform into the Cerberus's true form, and its combat power will fully explode. Is it still possible? Wu Ming felt better. He stretched out his finger and let the puppy lick it. Then he suddenly had an idea and took out a piece of paper and put it in front of the puppy and said, "Dog, can you breathe fire?" Vuif, vuif, vuif. The puppy spit out a spark and easily ignited the paper. Not bad. Wu Ming's eyes lit up, and he took out an instrument specifically for testing the abilities of pets, which was similar to a trumpet-shaped instrument. He let the puppy spit a spark into it to test the temperature. The temperature has reached 1,000 degrees Celsius. Wu Ming was surprised. Although it is not strong enough to melt steel, the little puppy is still in its infancy, and its E-level fire-breathing talent has not yet been fully formed. When it grows up normally, this talent will be very powerful. Even super alloy steel can melt with just a blast of fire. System: how long will it take for a puppy to become an adult? Wu Ming secretly asked the system. It normally takes a year for a Cerberus to reach adulthood. Taking evolutionary food can shorten the time to adulthood, which is the fastest way to grow. The system explained. Wu Ming was very happy when he heard this. Little puppy, what should I name you in the future? Wu Ming looked around and saw the old-fashioned game console on the counter. An idea suddenly came to his mind. Let's call you Zybawang. Vuif, vuif, vuif. The little overlord was very happy. He circled around Wu Ming at a speed of more than 10 meters per second. It's worthy of being a hellhound. It has such speed just after birth. It's faster than the fastest sprinter. Wu Ming was even happier. With this hellhound, his safety would be better guaranteed in the future. So he took out some medicinal herbs. During the competition in Yaodao Ancient Town, Wu Ming selected 2 sets of raw materials for F-level speed food, but only used one. The remaining one was considered a gift from Old Su. So, Wu Ming brought it back. Cut, weigh, grind into powder, stir evenly, and put into the reactor. Wu Ming completed it in one go, then held the reactor with both hands and deducted 5 evolution points. Vuif, vuif, vuif. The little overlord watched the powder in the reactor actually fusion, and his little head was filled with big question marks. No matter how hard he thought, He couldn't figure out why this was happening. Less than 10 seconds. A portion of F-grade evolutionary food has been prepared. Little Overlord, take your medicine. Wu Ming brought a small plate and poured the evolutionary food into it. The little Overlord smelled the rich aroma and had wanted to eat it for a long time, so he gobbled it up immediately. After eating a portion of evolutionary food, the little Overlord grew 1/5 bigger. Although it doesn't look very obvious, it has indeed become bigger. Vuif, vuif, vuif. Even the screams were louder than before. What the hell is going on? You're keeping a dog here? The owner of the tea shop next door cursed, walked to the door of the pet shop with a feather duster, and glared at Wu Ming. Finding that Huang Samba was not there, the tea shop owner felt that he was doing well again and prepared to teach Wu Ming a lesson. Vuif, vuif, vuif. When the little bully saw that the tea shop owner dared to scold his master, he immediately roared and pounced on him. Wu Ming tried to remind him, but the little bully was too fast. After eating F-class speed food, it reached 37 meters in 1 second, instantly knocked down the tea shop owner, and urinated on his chest. Help! The tea shop owner cried and shouted. However, because he opened his mouth to speak, he drank Xiaobao Wang's urine instead and vomited on the spot. Little Overlord, come back soon! Wu Ming shouted immediately. Hearing the call, the little bully pricked up his ears. Then, it bared its teeth at the tea shop owner, as if warning him, and then skipped back to Wu Ming, circling around him excitedly, as if seeking credit. No, I want to cancel the lease and move out now. The tea shop owner couldn't stand Wu Ming next door, so he fled back to the tea shop, closed the door, called the moving company, and prepared to move out overnight. Wu Ming sat on the sofa and teased the little bully. If all the materials are complete, his first choice will definitely be to improve the strength of the little Overlord. It's almost time for dinner today. Tomorrow I will go visit the city lord first, and then go to the super affordable mall to buy materials. Wu Ming looked at the account balance, which was already as high as several million, which was enough for the time being. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door. Wu Ming looked over. A cool and beautiful woman with waist-length hair crossed her arms and walked into the pet store with a pair of long, snow-white legs like a model on a catwalk. Are you Wu Ming? The cold and beautiful woman saw Wu Ming, stretched out her hand, and threw out a business card. It flew out like a dart, quickly passed in front of Wu Ming, and was inserted into the wooden cabinet behind him. Zhang Yuyin, F-Class Beastmaster. Wu Ming looked at the introduction on the business card and looked at Zhang Yuyin. What are you doing here? He didn't like Zhang Yuyin's overly presumptuous behavior. As soon as you enter the door, a business card is thrown at you, and it is so powerful that it can penetrate deep into the wood. If it hits someone's eyes, wouldn't the person be blinded? It's so overbearing and rude. I'm looking for you to buy evolutionary food. Zhang Yuyin crossed her arms and said, the price is negotiable. 200,000, 500,000, or 1 million. I have plenty of money. We're closed today. Wu Ming picked up the business card with a piece of paper and threw it into the trash can. What do you mean? Zhang Yuyin was a little annoyed. I told you we're closed. Wu Ming stood up, stretched out his hand, and pointed outside the door. The meaning is very clear. See a visitor out. Very crazy. I admire you very much. So, I would like to invite you to be my personal trainer. The annual salary? 300 million. Zhang Yuyin raised her red lips slightly and set a price that she thought Wu Ming would not be able to refuse. 300 million a year. Wu Ming raised his eyebrows. Chapter 39, I'll depend on you. I have to say that Zhang Yuyin in front of me is very rich. However, her attitude was too arrogant. In Wu Ming's opinion, even if Zhang Yuyin was just a little cold and arrogant, she could put her business card on the table or hand it over when she came in, instead of throwing it at him like a dart with a condescending attitude. Then he would definitely be willing to do business. 300 million sounds like a lot, but do you know how much my evolutionary food sold for? Wu Ming smiled. As long as I'm willing, I can make at least 300 million a year. Why should I be a dog for others? You are quite crazy. Zhang Yuyin laughed. Wu Ming doesn't think he is crazy. If he, who has a pet system, can't make 300 million a year, he might as well just find a piece of tofu and kill himself. This is not exaggeration, it is fact. Even with the system, you still can't make 300 million? Then as a host, he is too useless. Wu Ming doesn't think he is a genius, but with the help of the system and hard work, he will definitely have a year's income that exceeds the price offered by Zhang Yuyin. Besides, he didn't want to live under someone else's roof. This is not madness, but the fact. Wu Ming said as he looked at the hustle and bustle on the street. Nowadays, The highest level that can be purchased in the system mall is the D-level evolutionary food formula. As long as you can gather all the materials and mix them, the price of each D-level evolutionary food can definitely be hyped up to tens of millions. Not to mention that after you unlock the intermediate mall, you'll get even more powerful A-level evolutionary food. Those are treasures worth billions. How could Wu Ming, who possesses a huge fortune, be willing to be a personal trainer for Zhang Yuyin, an F-level beastmaster? Woof woof woof. The little bully sensed that something was wrong with the atmosphere and yelled at Zhang Yuyin with bared teeth. A little puppy has F-class speed, just like you. Do you think you could be superior just because you have some strength? Zhang Yuyin has been self-centered since she was young. Even her grandfather, Mr. Su, dotes on her. She has never experienced the feeling of being rejected. Now that Wu Ming rejected her in person and threw his business card into the trash can, she felt extremely humiliated. In this world, strength is everything. Zhang Yuyin stretched out her hand, and a stream of water appeared above her palm. There was also a human face on it, glaring at Wu Ming. Even if I have to tie you up, you have to be my personal trainer. Shui Ling, catch him for me? Zhang Yuyin gave the order. As soon as he finished speaking, Shui Ling swelled up and turned into a waterman. His arms quickly extended like two ropes, as if he was going to kidnap Wu Ming. Woof woof woof. The little bully became angry and his body began to swell. Two more dog heads grew on both sides of his neck, and a blazing flame even ignited under his feet. In a flash, it completed its transformation. The three-headed dog of hell. Zhang Yuyin was shocked. Isn't this kind of pet already extinct? At this time, the little overlord had grown to 1 meter tall and was extremely strong. He raised his head, like an emperor descending to the earth. All three heads opened their mouths and spewed out blazing flames, scalding Shui Ling and forcing it to retract its arms. Your pet seems a little weak. Wu Ming sat on the sofa and said calmly. He had used the Eye of Insight to see the water spirit's message. A-level potential, currently grown to F-level, with F-level speed, F-level water entanglement. As for the innate talent, it is A-level ever-changing, but unfortunately, it is only a supporting talent and is not suitable for combat. Weak. Zhang Yuyin was angry. What she hated most was being told that her pet was weak. Although Shui Ling has A-level potential, her innate talent is only of the ever-changing auxiliary type and is not suitable for combat, so she is not very promising. Therefore, in order to improve Shui Ling's combat capability as much as possible, Zhang Yuyin tried every means to buy Shui Ling high-quality or even super-quality evolutionary food, so that its combat capability could be continuously improved until it surpassed those pets with talents suitable for combat. Zhang Yuyin, who was strong-willed by nature, felt aggrieved after hearing what Wu Ming said and clenched her fists tightly. Why don't you leave? Do you want to stay and have dinner with me? Wu Ming stroked the little bully's head and smiled at Zhang Yuyin. He finally realized that although Zhang Yuyin looked aloof, like a proud princess who did things without considering the consequences for others, she was actually just an immature little girl who was only pretending to be strong. After all, people who like to cross their arms in front of others are usually weak inside and afraid of being attacked by those around them, so they deliberately make that gesture. Thinking of this, Wu Ming's dissatisfaction at being offended gradually dissipated. After all, the other party is just a psychologically immature child. If you don't prepare super-quality evolutionary food for me, then I will live here. Zhang Yuyin suddenly sat down on the sofa, bringing bursts of fragrance to Wu Ming. I finally found a genius tamer who can easily mix super-quality evolutionary food. Since I can't beat him, I might as well join him. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuyin hugged her arms, crossed her long legs, and looked at the ceiling. Are you going to stay here? Wu Ming was speechless. Although I don't know Zhang Yuyin's exact background, but since she owns Shui Ling, a pet with A-level potential, she must be from a prominent family. It's not right to beat her or scold her. Okay, I'll carry you out. Wu Ming stood up, ready to carry Zhang Yuyin on his shoulders and throw her out the door to prevent her from staying here for too long and discovering his secret. Seeing Wu Mingzhao reaching out his hand to her, Zhang Yuyin's expression immediately changed. What are you going to do? Throw you out. Without saying a word, Wu Ming carried Zhang Yuyin, who weighed less than 100 pounds, on his shoulders and walked out of the pet shop. You, a hooligan, put me down. Zhang Yuyin hurriedly patted Wu Ming's back. Behave yourself. Wu Ming subconsciously slapped Zhang Yuyin's perky buttocks and found that it felt great, and he couldn't help but feel refreshed. "Oh, you old pervert!" Zhang Yiyan struggled even harder. However, Wu Ming carried her out of the door and found that there was no sports car parked in front of the door. He wondered if she had walked here. Generally speaking, how could a wealthy woman like this who can afford 300 million yuan a year not drive a sports car? Could it be that he came by plane? Wu Ming looked around, but still didn't see the plane. "You bastard, put me down, Zhang Yiyan slapped Wu Ming's back even harder, and even opened her mouth, revealing a sharp little fang, and was about to bite Wu Ming's back. But at this moment, Wu Ming happened to drop Zhang Yiyan in front of the pet shop, then turned back to the pet shop and locked the glass door. "You bastard, open the door for me." Zhang Yiyan kicked the glass door, which hurt her foot. She couldn't help but take a deep breath. Wu Ming looked at her deflated expression through the door and laughed happily. Zhang Yiyan stared at Wu Ming, who was smiling, with bared teeth, like an angry little cat. But the next moment, she seemed to have thought of something, stretched out her hand, and let Shui Ling use her ever-changing talent to transform into a key. Click! The door opened. Wu Ming looked at Zhang Yiyan, who rushed into the pet shop and was speechless for a moment. A-level talent. You use it to open the door? This, Wu Ming, let me tell you, I'm too lazy to play with you. Zhang Yiyan sat back on the sofa in the store, crossed her beautiful legs, looked smug, and picked up the teacup on the coffee table and started drinking. Chapter 40. Money can do anything you want. That's what I just drank. Wu Ming reminded her after watching Zhang Yiyan finish the cup of tea. Poof! Zhang Yiyan wanted to spit out the tea, but found that she had already drunk it all. She immediately glared at Wu Ming and said, "You must have done it on purpose." "Yes, I did it on purpose." Wu Ming chuckled, deliberately irritating Zhang Yiyan, hoping to piss her off so that he would have less worries. At the same time, Wu Ming also discovered that Zhang Yiyan didn't seem as annoying as she was at the beginning, especially after being spanked. It was as if her run and do meridians were opened up. She took off the disguise of a cold and elegant lady and turned into a mischievous young lady with a silly personality. Although he is not very old, he pretends to be mature. When Zhang Yiyan heard Wu Ming's words, she was so angry that she couldn't speak. She stayed there, thought for a while, but couldn't think of anything sexy to say, so she could only sit down on the sofa again, continuing to lift up her long white legs, trying to seduce Wu Ming. "What exactly do you want to do?" Wu Ming was speechless. "I want you to prepare super-quality, evolutionary food for me." Zhang Yiyan was a master of punctuation. She paused deliberately halfway through her speech before continuing. When Wu Ming heard this, he rolled his eyes and really wanted to drag this mentally immature woman out. However, after looking at the clock on the wall, Wu Ming found that it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was almost time for dinner, so he thought of a way to anger Zhang Yiyan and immediately took out his mobile phone and ordered a lot of takeout. Half an hour later, "Your takeaway, sir." An extra-large box was handed to Wu Ming. He showed a strange smile to Zhang Yiyan, who was sitting on the sofa. In front of her, he opened the box and took out a portion of stewed pig's trotters with soybeans, a portion of roasted eggplant, a portion of seafood porridge, and 10 skewers of fragrant roast meat. There are more than 10 kinds of delicious food, all filled with fragrance. Wu Ming sat opposite Zhang Yiyan, eating barbecue, and said to himself, it smells so good." Zhang Yiyan turned her head away and snorted disdainfully. But not long after, Zhang Yiyan was already hungry, so she took out her cell phone and prepared to order some takeout. But for some reason, when she turned on her phone, she found that there was only 3% battery left. As soon as she opened the app and saw her favorite pork elbow, her phone immediately showed that it was shutting down. "This is a piece of crap." Zhang Yiyan threw her phone into the trash can, then sat on the sofa angrily, watching Wu Ming eating while saying it's delicious and it smells so good, and she gritted her teeth in anger. "Hey, give me something to eat," Zhang Yiyan said, then turned her head away and pouted. Wu Ming took out a piece of grilled skewer, placed it in front of Zhang Yiyan, and passed it in front of her nose. The rich aroma whetted Zhang Yiyan's appetite. "It seems that my charm is still good. Wu Ming has finally given in." Zhang Yiyan thought to herself and stretched out her hand, ready to take the skewer of barbecue. But just when her hand was about to touch the bamboo skewer, Wu Ming pulled the skewer away like lightning and started eating it in front of Zhang Yiyan with a smug look on his face. "You are so annoying." Zhang Yiyan was so angry that she almost bit her teeth off. "Don't hang around here, let's go." Wu Ming finished his grilled skewers and started eating pig's trotters stewed with soybeans. He then drank seafood porridge and ate grilled eggplant. Zhang Yiyan looked at Wu Ming eating so enthusiastically, crossed her arms, and walked away angrily in her high heels. Hey, take your cell phone with you, Wu Ming reminded. I don't want that broken thing anymore. Zhang Yuyin waved her hand, went out, and merged with her pet Shui Ling. In Wu Ming's surprised eyes, she turned into a flying bird and flew away. So she can fly? Wu Ming was speechless. No wonder he hadn't seen Zhang Yuyin's means of transportation before. Woof, woof, woof. The little bully stood on the table, looking at Wu Ming flatteringly, and wanted to eat the food on the table. Here, eat. Wu Ming handed the unfinished pig's trotter stewed with soybeans to the little overlord. The nether cat never showed up and had been protecting Wu Ming in secret. Although it was very impolite when Zhang Yuyin threw out the business card before, the nether cat judged that it would not pose a danger to Wu Ming, so it did not do anything. A food street. Zhang Yuyin fell to the ground, hugged her arms, walked into a high-end restaurant, and ordered dozens of dishes in one breath, shocking the waiter and the guests around her. Oh my goodness, can a woman eat so much? Are you here to show off your wealth? Maybe they are filming a joke. The guests around were whispering. Zhang Yuyin looked at those people and snorted. I am happy to do this. What's your business? After saying that, he sat down and started eating. She ate very quickly, wolfing down the food. This showed that she was angry with Wu Ming. Moreover, she only took one bite of each dish, which once again shocked the waiter and the guests around her. Hello, Mom. The total cost is 5,868. At the counter, the waiter printed out a bill. Zhang Yuyin felt around her body and remembered that her cell phone had run out of battery, and she had thrown it into the trash can of the pet shop. Oh, it seems you have no money to pay, a woman sneered. Little sister, I'll pay you, but how are you going to repay me tonight? A red-haired young man dressed in a shabby manner came over, smelling of perfume, which made Zhang Yuyin wrinkle her nose. Get away from me. Zhang Yuyin looked at the red-haired young man with disdain, and then said to the waiter, Give me your phone, I can make a call. The waiter didn't want to give it to her at first, but then he thought that Zhang Yuyin might just not have brought her cell phone, so he put the phone on the counter. Zhang Yuyin picked up her phone and made a call. Hello, is this Minmin? I'm at Baiwei Restaurant on Wuhua Food Street. Yes, buy this restaurant for me. Immediately. Then, ask the general manager to come out to see me. After saying that, she hung up the phone. The red-haired young man was stunned for a moment, then sneered. Oh, you are so arrogant, little beauty. Stop pretending. This restaurant costs at least tens of millions. How can you afford it? Come on, I will pay for you. If you accompany me tonight, won't you? Bang! Zhang Yuyin raised her leg high and kicked the red-haired young man several meters away. He hit the wall heavily and then slid to the ground with foam at the mouth. After slowly lowering her slender legs, Zhang Yuyin didn't even look at the red-haired young man. Top, top, top. A burst of nervous footsteps came, and everyone looked over quickly, only to see a middle-aged man in a neat suit jogging out, holding a mobile phone in one hand. He compared the photos on it, found Zhang Yuyin, and immediately nodded and bowed. It's Miss Zhang. I'm so sorry. Since you know who I am, then you know what to do. Zhang Yuyin did not have time to listen to the middle-aged man's nonsense. She stretched out her hand and merged with Shui Ling. In the shocked eyes of everyone, she turned into a translucent flying bird with a wingspan of more than 2 meters and left the restaurant in an instant. So she's a beast master. No wonder he's so rich. Oh my goodness. Luckily we were just talking nonsense and didn't do anything out of line. Many guests swallowed hard, then looked at the red-haired young man lying on the ground, holding his stomach and struggling, and suddenly felt that he was as pitiful as a dog. Mid-air, the bird that was a fusion of Zhang Yuyin and Shui Ling was flying at a very fast speed. The destination is the pet shop on Nanwen Street. Chapter 41, Mr. Su's Reprimand. Nanwen Street. In the pet store, Wu Ming twisted his neck, did some after-meal exercises, and then closed the door of the pet shop. But when he thought of the scene of Zhang Yuyin using Shui Ling to open the door, Wu Ming quickly took out an iron chain and prepared to add a second lock. However, Shui Ling is a pet that can change into many different forms. As long as there is a tiny gap in the door, it can come in and unlock it. Therefore, Wu Ming felt that the chain in his hand was no longer useful and threw it on the counter beside him. There's really nothing we can do about her. Wu Ming complained and was about to turn around. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door. Wu Ming looked outside through the glass door and found Zhang Yuyin standing there with her arms folded, her eyes full of pride. Subconsciously looking at the lock of the glass door, Wu Ming found that the door had been opened. He spread his hands helplessly, not wanting to care about Zhang Yuyin. He sat directly on the sofa and turned on the TV. Zhang Yuyin pushed the door open and locked the glass door. Then, she also sat on the sofa and looked at Wu Ming with a smile. "Oh," Wu Ming whispered, then looked at Jialan TV. "Vulgar." Zhang Yuyin folded her arms and sat 1 meter away from Wu Ming. She glanced and found that her cell phone was still thrown in the trash can. So, an army of ferocious beasts suddenly appeared outside Jialan City. Today, a group of beastmasters were gathering herbs outside the city. They were attacked by a group of stone gold beasts, and all of them died. When the reporter arrived at the scene, he only saw a cell phone. Big news! The evening news channel is being broadcast on Jialan TV. Wu Ming watched for a while and found that the ferocious beasts outside Jialan City had become more active than before, which was basically consistent with the information said by Old Su. Moreover, the news had not yet revealed any news about the ferocious beasts reproducing too quickly. It seems that these are still internal secrets and should not be made public. "Oh, it's true." At this time, Zhang Yuyin spoke. Although the news on Jialan TV is true, some key news was not broadcast because they were afraid of causing panic among the majority of people. For example, the fact that the pet and taming competitions are not ranked in the top 100 and need to be relocated. Wu Ming glanced at Zhang Yuyin and thought to himself that she also knew this. This girl's identity doesn't seem simple either. Wu Ming said secretly, "My grandfather should have asked you to participate in the pet and animal training competition, right?" Zhang Yuyin didn't hear Wu Ming's words, so she moved 1/2 meter closer to him and asked in a low voice, "Grandpa?" Wu Ming looked at Zhang Yuyin, his mind full of questions. "Who is your grandpa?" Wu Ming couldn't help but ask. "Old man Su." "Mr. Su?" Wu Ming took a deep breath and looked Zhang Yuyin up and down, but he could not connect her with the majestic Mr. Su. But on second thought, how could Zhang Yuyin be a simple person if she could casually offer a base salary of 300 million and have a pet bee Shui Ling with A-level potential? Her backers are top-notch in the entire Jialan City, and Mr. Su fits the bill perfectly. With a pop sound, Zhang Yuyin threw a photo on the table. Wu Ming took a look and saw that it was a photo of Mr. Su and Zhang Yuyin. In the photo, Mr. Su is sitting on an armchair with a cane in his hand, and next to him stands his D-level pet unicorn. On the other side is Zhang Yuyin, who is bending over and hugging Mr. Su's neck. Both of them have smiles on their faces. Behind the two men was a titan-like super-strong gorilla. "Isn't this Photoshop?" Wu Ming teased. "Believe it or not, I'll call and confirm right now." Zhang Yuyin stretched out her hand to Wu Ming like a kitten whose tail was stepped on. "Give me your phone. I'm afraid you'll throw it in the trash can." Wu Ming shook his head firmly. Although Wu Ming knew that Zhang Yuyin was Mr. Su's granddaughter, he still disliked her spoiled personality and would never give her the phone. "You!" Zhang Yuyin was so angry that she was speechless. After thinking it over, she finally took out the phone from the trash can, slammed it on the counter, found Wu Ming's phone charger, tried it, and found it worked, so she plugged it into charge. Wu Ming was too lazy to pay attention to Zhang Yuyin and continued watching TV. After a while, he came across a web drama. One of the supporting characters in the film is actually Zhang Yuyin. Not bad, right? I'm just an 18th tier actress. Zhang Yuyin also saw her own work and smiled proudly. Wu Ming changed the channel directly. "Why are you changing the channel? Give me the remote." Zhang Yuyin was about to snatch the remote control from the table. Ding-ling. At this time, Wu Ming's cell phone rang. He picked up the phone, looked at it, and answered the call with a slight smile. "Mr. Su, how come you have time to call me?" "Huh, it's Xiao Wu. You shouldn't have rested yet at this time, right?" Old Su was just about to ask Wu Ming if he had seen his precious granddaughter Zhang Yuyin. However, before Old Su could say anything, Zhang Yuyin's eyes lit up, and she immediately leaned over to the phone, panting and saying, "Grandpa, hurry up and save me, Wu Ming. That pervert is trying to do something bad to me." Wu Ming looked calm and even wanted to laugh. There was silence on Mr. Su's side. Zhang Yuyin raised the corners of her mouth with pride, wanting to see Wu Ming being scolded. Then, Zhang Yuyin gasped even harder, even crying with a trembling voice, and brought her acting talent to the extreme, saying in fear, "Grandpa, save me." Ha ha ha. Wu Ming finally couldn't help laughing and took the phone away from his ear. Zhang Yuyin glanced at the screen and found that the camera was turned on, and it was the rear camera. "This isn't a phone call, it's a video call." Therefore, the entire process of her acting just now was seen by Mr. Su. Wu Ming switched the rear camera to front mode, then raised it so that both himself and Zhang Yiyin appeared in front of the camera. He said to the gloomy Mr. Su on the screen, "Mr. Su, please say something." Old Su had a gloomy face, didn't say anything, and stared at Zhang Yiyin. Zhang Yiyin was so shocked that she covered her sexy red lips with her hands, and her face changed again and again. "You little bitch. What the hell are you doing?" I called Mr. Wu Ming through a secret video line, and he turned on the rear camera. "I saw everything clearly just now. You little bastard, you've learned acting for a few years, and you're getting cocky, right? Go on, just keep acting. Next time we meet, I'll punish you." Old Su started to scold him. At this time, Super Strength Gorilla walked past Mr. Su, saw Zhang Yuyin in the video, made a face, and made Zhang Yuyin very angry again. Wu Ming was holding his phone, trying to hold back his laughter. "Mr. Wu Ming, that little girl is my granddaughter. She is usually undisciplined. She shouldn't have caused you any trouble, right?" Only then did Old Su's tone soften. "It's okay. I understand this," Wu Ming said with a smile. "Snort." Zhang Yuyin snorted in dissatisfaction and turned her head away. "Girl, it's already evening. Why don't you go home and sleep? When you video chat with me, don't you say that you should get some beauty sleep at this time?" Old Su stared at Zhang Yuyin and questioned. I'm going to sleep now. Good night, Grandpa." Zhang Yuyin rushed over, snatched Wu Ming's phone, and turned off the secret video call. Chapter 42, Powerful Money Ability. "What are you doing?" Wu Ming was a little depressed. Mr. Su dialed the secret video line, and he must have something important to discuss. However, before the other party could even start talking, Zhang Yuyin, the unruly young lady, hung up on him. "What is it to you?" Zhang Yuyin returned the phone to Wu Ming, took her own phone, and found that it was already 30% charged, so she turned it on immediately. Then, she sat on the sofa and played the game King of Another World. 10 minutes later, "Are you planning to stay here?" Wu Ming asked while watching TV. "I won't leave." Zhang Yuyin quit the game, leaving the other 4 teammates behind. Then she opened an app, checked it out, and raised her lips. "The tea shop next door is selling it. It's great. I'll buy it soon. We'll be neighbors in the future." After that, she made a phone call. "Hello, is this Mimin?" "Yes, buy all the shops around the pet store on Nanwin Street for me." "What? Already bought?" "Wow, Mimin, I love you so much. By the way, I'm going to move in tonight." Zhang Yiyin hung up the phone and showed her proud little fangs to Wu Ming. Wu Ming was speechless. Perhaps if you have money, you can really do whatever you want. He covered his face with his hands and couldn't help but sigh that Zhang Yuyin was really rich. If all the surrounding shops were bought, wouldn't that mean tens of millions would be spent in an instant? "I can't afford to offend you. I can't afford to offend you." Not long after, Wu Ming heard a noise coming from outside. When he walked out the door, he saw that people in the surrounding shops were rushing out excitedly, laughing, and in a very good mood. "I heard that a wealthy man bought all the shops around here, including the things in the shops, and offered 20% more for them. We can move out now." Me too. I got hundreds of thousands of dollars for free. I'm so happy. Come on, let's have a couple of drinks." Listening to what those people said, Wu Ming couldn't help but admire Zhang Yin's ability to spend money. "I'm curious. Where did you get so much money?" Wu Ming sat on the sofa, very curious. "Actually, I don't have any money, but my grandfather controls 1/5 of Jialan City's wealth. My parents are both D-level beast masters in the Pet Beast Alliance and are currently working in Nanjiang City. As for me, I'm just a nominal boss of a certain group." Zhang Yin's Versailles literature was so good that Wu Ming's scalp tingled. "You win." Wu Ming put his head on his hands and didn't want to talk anymore. "I still say the same thing. Prepare for me super quality evolutionary food, materials, personnel. I can give you everything you need." Zhang Yiyin suddenly turned over, straddled Wu Ming with her long legs, and said seriously. At this time, the two were very close. Wu Ming could smell the fragrance of Zhang Yuyin, who was so close to him. Compared with the mature Su Qianqian, Zhang Yuyin was not charming, sexy enough, but she exuded a youthful aura. At this time, a woman's voice was heard outside the pet shop. Wu Ming immediately pushed Zhang Yuyin away and saw the man standing at the door with her. "Not want to see you?" This was Wu Ming's first reaction. The person in front of him was a woman in a professional suit, with long hair draped over her shoulders, eyes as bright as morning stars, and red lips. She was not very tall, and her figure was just average, but she had a strong aura. Minmin, why are you here? Zhang Yiyin blushed with shyness and walked out of the door, holding the woman's hand and walking into the pet shop. Su Minmin glanced at Zhang Yiyin, then at Wu Ming, who was sitting on the sofa. She couldn't understand why the two of them were in this place and maintaining the ambiguous posture just now. Could it be that this man is Zhang Yuyin's secret boyfriend? Thinking of this, Su Minmin said to Zhang Yiyin, "Didn't you ask me to buy the shops around here? They've all been done. The moving company will come over soon and clean up every shop. You can move in if you want, but I suggest that you renovate them." "Minmin, you did a good job, but it's not necessary." Zhang Yiyin held Su Minmin's hand and looked at Wu Ming, "Because I will sleep in the pet store tonight, unless someone agrees to my request." "Who is this?" Su Minmin looked at Wu Ming and asked. "Wu Ming, an F-level trainer, can prepare super high-quality evolutionary food. My grandfather values him very much." Zhang Yiyin deliberately lengthened her tone. Hearing this, Su Minmin was very surprised. The fact that a trainer was respected by Mr. Su and had cultivated super-quality evolutionary food reminded Su Minmin of something, and she immediately took out her tablet to check it. No need to check. The super high-quality evolutionary food auctioned at the super affordable mall a few days ago was prepared by Master Wu. Zhang Yiyin said. Wu Ming really wanted to tell Zhang Yiyin to get out, so he asked, "What do you want?" "Prepare evolutionary food for me." Zhang Yiyin raised her red lips slightly. "What type of evolutionary food do you want?" Wu Ming asked. "You can choose the type?" Zhang Yiyin was surprised. "Apart from the two F-level evolutionary foods of defense and speed, do you know other ones?" "I know a little," Wu Ming said. "At this stage, there are just over 200 evolution points left, which is enough to buy an E-level evolution food. If you buy the cheapest F-level, there will be no problem at all. Then I want an F-grade defense food. It must be of super quality." Zhang Yiyin said. "How much money can you give?" Wu Ming asked. "It is said that the current highest price of F-level evolutionary food is 980,000. How about I give you 1 million? Zhang Yiyin said immediately. "Deal, but you have to pay the cost yourself. And after getting the evolutionary food, leave immediately." Wu Ming stretched out his right hand. "Bang!" Zhang Yiyin high-fived him and said, "No problem." Wu Ming immediately put a list on the table. It contained the materials for 2 F-class defensive food, mixed with several kinds of old mountain ginseng. After conversion, at least 10 evolution points could be obtained. In this way, Wu Ming not only did not lose money, but also made a lot of money. "Minmin, go get the materials." "Yeah, okay." Su Minmin was out for half an hour, and when she came back, she was followed by 2 bodyguards in black, carrying a large medicine box filled with everything Wu Ming needed. "Give me 3 minutes." Wu Ming skillfully cut, weighed, ground, mixed, and deducted 5 evolution points. In just 2 minutes and 30 seconds, he had a freshly prepared F-level defense food. "Let me test its quality." Su Minmin dipped a little with a cotton swab and used a method similar to that of Old Man Liu from the super affordable mall, and then used an instrument that had just been brought over to the side to get the result. Seeing this, Wu Ming was very surprised. He didn't expect that Su Minmin was actually an appraiser. The molecular activity is 99%, and the quality is superb. Su Minmin said the result and was shocked. It took her just over 2 minutes to prepare a superb quality F-class evolutionary food. She knew exactly what this meant, and she finally understood why Zhang Yiyin was here. "Okay, let's go." After receiving the money, Wu Ming stuffed the F-level defense food into Zhang Yiyin's hands and pushed her out the door. This time, Zhang Yiyin finally didn't stay and turned around to throw a coquettish look at Wu Ming, saying in a tender voice, "Have a good sleep tonight. I'll come again tomorrow." Wu Ming felt mixed emotions as he watched Zhang Yiyin leaving hand in hand with Su Minmin. "Fuck, as expected of you with your money. Even I am tempted by your kindness." After complaining, Wu Ming sat on the sofa, looking at the medicinal herbs on the table and the 1 million cash in the safe on the ground, and suddenly realized that money seemed to be just that. Chapter 43, F-Class, Self-Healing Food. Wu Ming locked the glass door, left the money in the safe on the first floor, took the herbs to the second floor, and closed the doors and windows. Then he transformed those old mountain ginseng into material spirit balls and 10 evolution points, making a profit instead of a loss. Wu Ming kept the remaining medicinal materials of the F-level defensive food, planning to cultivate them when he woke up tomorrow, and then feed them to the little overlord. "At this stage, I only have 2 portions of evolutionary food, which is still too little. I must buy another portion of F-level evolutionary food now." Wu Ming immediately opened the system mall. After some searching, he found an F-level evolutionary food called self-healing and purchased it by spending 40 evolutionary points. Self-healing food, F grade. Recipe: F-level beast inner pill times 15 grams, red rock fruit times 36 grams, quiet leaf core times 278 grams, and 15 other medicinal materials, evolution points times 5. Function: any pet that eats a piece of F-level self-healing food will gain special self-recovery ability. Ordinary minor injuries can be quickly recovered. Serious injuries can be prevented from getting worse and can gradually recover after resting. There is a chance to dodge fatal injuries. This kind of evolutionary food is only auxiliary. However, its effect is terrifying. The talent of self-healing is extremely rare. Wu Ming believed that once this F-grade self-healing food came out, it would definitely cause a sensation in the entire Jialan city and even attract the attention of various forces. Fortunately, I have joined the faction of Old Su. With his protection, no one in Jialan City will attack me openly. I just need to beware of the hidden dangers. Wu Ming didn't dare to take it lightly. He took out his cell phone and checked the prices of the raw materials needed for F-level self-healing food. He found that the market price of each medicinal material was at least 20,000 pet coins, and the cost price was twice that of F-level defense and F-level speed food. It seems that the price of this evolutionary food must be doubled, tripled, or even more, otherwise it will be a huge loss. Wu Ming whispered, "Healing evolutionary food is scarce." Wu Ming consulted a lot of information and confirmed this. Therefore, even if the price is 3 or 4 times higher than that of ordinary F-level evolutionary food, there are definitely people willing to pay for it, and even rush to get it. The materials are not complete yet. I will buy them tomorrow. Wu Ming lay on the bed and began to sleep. Early the next morning, as soon as Wu Ming walked downstairs, he heard the voices of 2 women chatting. One of them was Zhang Yuyin, and the other was Wan Siyu. What's going on? Wu Ming blinked, peeked around, and found Wan Siyu and Zhang Yuyin sitting on the sofa with a hot breakfast on the table. As for Wan Siyu and Zhang Yuyin, they seemed like old friends who had known each other for many years and were chatting happily here. People who didn't know them would think they were best friends. Ahem. Wu Ming coughed deliberately and walked out. Brother Wu, good morning. Wan Siyu immediately stood up, handed the breakfast to Wu Ming, and then started cleaning. She then filled the trash can with garbage and took it to the garbage station on Nanwen Street to dump it. Wu Ming peeled a hard-boiled egg and stared at Zhang Yuyin. Do you know Siyu? Yes. Wu Ming was surprised by Zhang Yuyin's answer. You didn't lie to me? Wu Ming widened his eyes. Siyu is my elementary school classmate. We sat at the same table for 3 days. Later, I transferred to another school, but I still have some impression of her. I didn't expect to meet my elementary school classmate here. It's really fate. Zhang Yuyin crossed her beautiful legs and looked at Wu Ming with a playful look on her face. Damn. Wu Ming's heart was roaring. Why would such a coincidence happen in the world? Wan Siyu turned out to be Zhang Yuyin's deskmate in elementary school. This is outrageous. Wu Ming didn't know what to say. What are you doing here today? Wu Ming looked at Zhang Yuyin, his eyes full of vigilance. Zhang Yuyin raised her red lips slightly, stretched out her hand, and her pet Shui Ling appeared in her palm. Then she said, Your F-level defense food is really powerful. My Shui Ling has already shown its impressive combat effectiveness. Thank you very much. For some reason, Wu Ming always felt that the pronunciation of the words thank you was a bit strange, as if it had some malicious meaning. By the way, how long are you going to stay here? Wu Ming asked while eating eggs. As the owner of the material shop next door, is it not okay for me to come over and chat with my friends next door? Zhang Yuyin took a sip of milk tea with a proud look on her face. Material shop? Wu Ming was stunned. He quickly walked outside and saw that the nearby streets were filled with various renovation vehicles. The old things in a dozen surrounding shops had been cleared out, the walls had been broken through, and the renovation would soon be completed. Mingyu Materials Mall. Wu Ming saw a huge signboard and was secretly shocked. It turned out that Zhang Yuyin was not joking, but really wanted to renovate the surrounding shops. The key is, Nanwen Street is not the bustling city center at all. If the entire Jialan city is divided into the first, second, and third ring roads, then Nanwen Street is the third ring road among the 3 ring roads, a relatively remote place surrounded by dense forests. So, if you open a store here, you're sure you won't lose a lot of money? Forget it. I don't understand the world of rich people. Wu Ming shook his head and saw a brand new pickup truck driving over. In the driver's seat was a pink-haired woman wearing a red halter dress. Sitting in the passenger seat was Huang Sanda. As for the back of the pickup truck, there stood a huge giant bear, waving at Wu Ming from afar. In another direction, Wan Siyu had already dumped the garbage and was on his way back. Cluck! The pickup truck stopped in front of the pet store. Huang Samba and the beautiful woman with pink hair jumped out of the car. Angkor, look what this is. Huang Samba took out a badge with an F engraved on the front, and it was gold-plated. You've been converted to a full-time employee? Congratulations. Wu Ming congratulated. I submitted the hunting video yesterday, and they made a custom badge for me overnight. I didn't sleep all night waiting for it. Huang Samba smiled proudly. After becoming an F-rank beast tamer, he was able to enjoy an annual allowance and also got this brand new pickup truck. But because he didn't have a driver's license, he could only ask his girlfriend to pick him up. Is this your girlfriend? Wu Ming looked at the pink-haired woman and found that she was really good-looking, with an oval face, a plump figure, and flawless fair skin. In particular, there was a strong feminine charm about her. No wonder she could hold Huang Samba so well. My girlfriend Zuzime is beautiful, Huang Samba introduced proudly. Well, very beautiful, Wu Ming praised. Look, even Wu Ge knows that I'm beautiful, but you're still messing around with other girls out there? Tsutsimai gapit vang zanbas ia. Wu Ming was shocked and asked, does your sister-in-law know about Huang Samba's affairs outside? I know, Zuzime nodded, but I don't care. Hearing this, Wu Ming really admired Zuzime. This chest? Oh no, this heart is so big. At this time, Wan Siyu returned to the door of the pet shop. Siyu, look at what this is. Huang Samba took out the badge again and showed it off. Wan Siyu curled her lips and returned to the pet shop. Chapter 44, Zhang Yuyin's shock. After a while, several people sat on the sofa. When Huang Samba heard that Zhang Yuyin was the owner of the newly renovated shops around him, he immediately said, that's great. We don't have to walk so far when we buy medicinal herbs in the future. Mr. Wu Ming, I wonder if you are free now. Can you prepare a new F-level evolutionary food for me? Zhang Yiyin looked rather cool and elegant when there were many people around. Sitting on the sofa, she actually exuded the aura of a domineering female president, which was completely different from last night. Drama queen, Wu Ming's expression remained unchanged, but he complained in his heart. Zhang Yiyin is truly worthy of being an 18th-tier actress. Her acting skills are great. Except for Wu Ming, everyone else thinks that she should have been such a cool and beautiful female president. I do have a new type of evolutionary food, but the materials required are relatively expensive and not easy to find. Wu Ming also wanted to prepare an F-level self-healing food. Zhang Yiyin happened to ask this question, so we can use her to collect materials. What type of evolutionary food? Zhang Yiyin immediately became interested. Wan Siyu and Huang Samba were also very curious. A kind of auxiliary evolutionary food, Wu Ming said. Hearing this, Zhang Yiyin immediately lost interest. She only wanted to enhance Shui Ling's combat capability, such as getting an evolutionary food that could produce combat talents such as claws, flames, and ice arrows. F-level self-healing food can allow pets to gain a certain degree of self-healing effect. Even if they're seriously injured, they can prevent the injury from getting worse. After a short rest, they can recover quickly. Wu Ming calmly explained the function of the new evolutionary food. He believed that Zhang Yiyin would definitely be interested. Heal yourself. Sure enough, all the handsome men and beautiful women present showed great interest. Really, Zhang Yiyin took a deep breath and wanted to try the benefits of F-level self-healing food right now. Here are the materials. It's best to get 5 of them first. Wu Ming placed a piece of paper on the table, on which was written the medicinal materials needed for the F-level self-healing food. For other trainers, the recipes are kept secret. But for Wu Ming, although the formula is important, it doesn't matter even if others know it. After all, without evolution points, others will not be able to mix it successfully. I'll send someone to get it right away. Zhang Yiyin took a photo of the recipe and sent it to Su Minmin, and then everyone sat on the sofa and waited. While there is still some time, I will prepare some defensive food. Wu Ming muttered and handed the herbs to Wan Siyu. Well, leave the preliminary preparations to me. Wan Siyu immediately put on an apron, stood in front of the counter, took out various tools, ground the herbs into powder, mixed them, and handed them to Wu Ming. Let's start. Wu Ming held the reactor and secretly deducted 5 evolution points. The people around him seemed generally calm. Only Huang Samba's girlfriend Zuzime opened her eyes wide. looking in disbelief as the powder in the reactor merged and eventually turned into 100 soybean-sized grains of food. Can it be like this? Zhu Zimei stood up excitedly, blinked, and felt that everything in front of her was beyond her understanding. Sit down. This is just basic operation for Angkor. Huang Samba hugged Zhu Zimei and showed his love to everyone. Little Overlord, come and eat. Wu Ming poured the F-level defense food into a dog bowl and then placed it on the table. Little Overlord? Huang Samba and Wan Siyu looked at each other, as if asking each other what the Little Overlord was. Woof, woof, woof. The little bully crawled out from under the table, jumped onto the table, gave Wu Ming a flattering smile, and then excitedly turned around in circles. Is this the Little Overlord? An F-rank pet? Wu Go, when did you get such a cute puppy? Huang Samba and Wan Siyu were both surprised. Zhang Yiyan looked at the Little Overlord and said, this is a pet beast, the three-headed hellhound with E-level potential. I heard that this kind of pet beast has become extinct. I don't know how Wu Ming got it. It was a coincidence. Wu Ming explained, and then rubbed the little bully's head. Come, eat this evolutionary food. Woof, woof, woof. The Little Overlord was very obedient and ate it all quickly. Soon after, its body grew bigger, but it still looked good, chubby, and very cute. Try your defensive ability. Wu Ming took out an iron rod and hit the bully's head. It made a clanging sound, but did no damage at all. Woof, woof, woof. The little bully cried a few times, as if saying, Master, be harder, it doesn't hurt. Brother Wu, the Little Overlord is so cute. Can I touch it? Wan Siyu really wanted a hug, the chubby Little Overlord. Can. With Wu Ming's agreement, the little bully let Wan Siyu pick him up without resistance. Not long. Su Minmin drove the bull sports car to the front of the pet store, put a large medicine box on the table, and said breathlessly, Yin Yin, 5 sets of materials cost a total of 100,000 pet coins. If you use the Supreme VIP card, the discounted price is 60,000. Give it to me. Wu Ming quickly opened the medicine box, selected one, ground, and mixed it in front of everyone, and then put it in the reactor for mixing. In less than 10 seconds, the first F-level self-healing food was freshly prepared. Su Minmin did not leave. Like everyone else, she stood around and looked at the red-gold evolutionary food. At first glance, she thought it was a plate of soybeans. Is this thing really so magical? Tsutsimai luokitskiptika. Su Minmin didn't say anything, but she also felt that the self-healing food was a bit ridiculous. Only Huang Samba and Wan Siyu believed it without a doubt. Whether it's true or not, let Xiaobawang give it a try, and we'll know soon. Wu Ming held Xiaobawang, put it on the table, and said to it, Xiaobawang, scratch yourself, don't get hurt too badly. The little bully suddenly looked aggrieved. I'll heal you later. Wu Ming patted the dog's head. The little bully then stretched out a fleshy claw and scratched his belly a dozen times, finally leaving a scratch. Everyone looked at the bleeding wounds and discovered that the Little Overlord had almost no ability to heal quickly. However, after it ate a whole portion of F-level self-healing food, the injuries on its body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and not even a scar was left. Try a few more times. Wu Ming reminded, when doing experiments, you need to try several times to avoid accidents. However, no matter how many times the little bully scratched his belly, even the scars were 1 centimeter deep and would heal in just a few seconds. This ability shocked everyone present. This kind of talent is so terrifying. Zhang Yiyan took a deep breath. Having the talent of self-healing means that during a battle, you can use all your strength to exchange blood with the opponent, and by the time the opponent is covered in wounds, you will have almost recovered. By then, we will be beaten. Chapter 45, Visiting the City Lord. I'll definitely get this evolutionary food. Zhang Yiyan slapped her thigh, not caring about her disguise of being cool and glamorous. Even if the F-grade self-healing food is not of super quality, its value is countless times more precious than other super-quality evolutionary foods of the same level. Looking at the 4 medicinal materials in the medicine box, Wu Ming said, there are 4 more. I can mix them all now. As he spoke, Wu Ming instructed Wan Siyu to carry out the preparations before mixing. Chopping, weighing, grinding, mixing, Wan Siyu was already very skilled. In less than 10 minutes, 4 more golden F-grade self-healing foods appeared on the table. Minmin, test their quality. Zhang Yiyan ordered. Okay. Su Minmin took out the testing tools. After a 10-minute test, Su Minmin took off her explosion-proof glasses in surprise and said hurriedly, all 4 are of super quality. In my opinion, the one I gave to Xiaobo was also of super quality. Angkor is so awesome. Once CU praised. They're all of super quality. This kind of performance is really stable. Even an A-level master cannot guarantee that every portion of his evolutionary food is of superb quality. I want one. Zhang Yuyin immediately grabbed one, stretched out her hand, and a stream of water immediately appeared in her palm, wrapping the evolutionary food and quickly eating it up. Buzz! Under everyone's astonished gaze, the water spirit was actually glowing, and there were special patterns lingering on its surface, as if it had undergone a transformation. Linger, let me test your self-healing ability. Zhang Yuyin took out a special dagger, on which was embedded the inner elixir of a ferocious beast. As Zhang Yuyin turned on the button, the tip of the dagger turned a strange fiery red, as if it was on fire. The water spirit extended a tentacle and slashed across the tip of the dagger. Tear! Shui Ling was scratched, and a drop of blood was about to flow out. But the next moment, in everyone's surprised eyes, a faint golden light appeared on Shui Ling's wound. The drop of blood was actually absorbed, and the wound healed automatically. The effect was better than that of Xiaobao Wang. It's worthy of being a pet with A-level potential. It eats the same evolutionary food, but the effect is much stronger. Wu Ming exclaimed, although eating evolutionary food can increase the level, the higher the potential of the pet, the stronger the effect can be achieved. This is the main reason why many people buy pet eggs with great potential. It's time for you to pay. Wu Ming extended his hand towards Zhang Yuyin. Zhang Yuyin was very satisfied with the F-level self-healing food. She immediately waved to Su Minmin and said, Minmin, transfer 1 million to Wu Ming's account. Okay. Su Minmin did it immediately. Bye. A text message arrived. Wu Ming took out his mobile phone and found that the money had indeed arrived in his account at a very fast speed. Wu Ming expressed his satisfaction with the price of 1 million. This time, he not only earned 1 million pet coins, but also got the materials for 4 F-level self-healing foods for free. Huang Samba, let your giant bear have 1 portion. After saying that, Wu Ming put away 2 portions of F-level self-healing food, preparing to leave them for the nether cat, and kept the last portion as stock. Looking at the evolutionary food on the table, Huang Samba was stunned and said in disbelief, Brother Wu, it's so valuable. Take it, Wu Ming urged. This time when we went to Yaodao, ancient town, the powerful giant bear served as a meat shield and made great contributions. He must be rewarded. Thank you, Angkor. Huang Samba was moved. The powerful giant bear stood up and bowed to Wu Ming to express his gratitude. Okay, I still have things to do, so I'll leave first and see you tomorrow. Zhang Yuyin smiled sweetly, took Su Minmin's hand, and left with her slender waist. Finally left. Wu Ming looked at Zhang Yiyin's back, stood up, went upstairs, took out a portion of F-level self-healing food, fed it to the nether cat. Then he went downstairs with Mr. Su's letter of introduction. Huang Samba, come with me to the city lord's mansion. Okay. Half an hour later, Wu Ming and Huang Samba jumped out of the car in front of a classical building that covered an area of tens of thousands of square meters and was built entirely of blue bricks. This is the city lord's mansion. It is as magnificent as what is said on the internet. Wu Ming sighed. This was his first time in the city lord's mansion, and he was unfamiliar with everything. What do you two need? A beautiful woman in an emerald green cheongsam came up to them. I'm here to visit the city lord. Wu Ming took out the letter of recommendation. The cheongsam beauty looked at the signature on the recommendation letter and found that it was written by Mr. Su himself. She opened her mouth in surprise and said, Please follow me. Wu Ming followed the cheongsam beauty. Huang Samba had no letter of recommendation, so he could only stand in the hall of the city lord's mansion and wait. After walking through a long corridor, Wu Ming entered a magnificent room and saw the city lord working at his desk. This is a middle-aged man with a thick mustache, black framed glasses, a square face, and a slick back hair. He looks strong and energetic. City Lord, this is Mr. Wu Ming, the trainer recommended by Mr. Su. The cheongsam beauty placed the letter of recommendation on the table, bowed, and left the room. Mr. Wu Ming, please take a seat. The city lord opened the letter of recommendation and saw the contents of the letter. His expression gradually changed. When he put down the recommendation letter and looked at Wu Ming, his eyes were full of admiration, and he said, You are worthy of being the trainer recommended by Mr. Su. Mr. Wu Ming is really amazing. The letter said that you are a genius who can prepare super quality evolutionary food. I hope you can participate in the pet competition and directly lock in a place. Is that so? Wu Ming was a little surprised. Apparently, he doesn't need to participate in the auditions. Thank you so much for your care, Mr. Su. In that case, I'd like to talk about the pet shop next. Wu Ming was of course happy to get a direct spot to Nanjiang City to participate in the pet and training competition. After all, auditions waste a lot of time. What does Mr. Wu Ming need? Asked the city lord. For such a talented trainer, he was very polite. I have a pet shop on Nanwen Street, and I want to buy its permanent ownership, said Wu Ming. Nanwen Street? The city lord turned on the computer and logged into the intranet to check. He said, it turns out to be this pet store. I know the previous owner. He is a very mysterious old man. The city lord knows the previous owner? Then, does the city lord know where this old man went? Wu Ming was very surprised and asked quickly. I don't know. The city lord shook his head. That old man is too mysterious. I've only met him once. I heard he's a trainer, but no one in the entire Jialan city knows his rank. So that's how it is. Wu Ming felt more and more that the previous owner of the pet shop was not a simple person. Unfortunately, the city lord didn't know much information. The city lord returned the recommendation letter to Wu Ming and said, how about this? I will make the decision and give the pet store to Mr. Wu Ming. What do you think? Chapter 46. Huang Samba's Enemy, Crush. Hearing this, Wu Ming was very surprised. Isn't this inappropriate? Although Wu Ming wanted it, he was not short of money now. If the city lord gave the pet shop to him, it would become a constraint or restriction, which would not be good. Don't worry, Mr. Wu Ming. The pet store is located in a remote area. As the city lord, there is no problem for me to give a piece of land to a talented trainer like you. The city lord smiled. Thank you so much. Wu Ming extended his hand to the city lord. You're welcome, Mr. Wu Ming. The city lord shook hands with Wu Ming and chatted for a few more words. Before long, 5 minutes had passed. The city lord is very busy, so I won't bother him anymore. Wu Ming stood up, intending to retreat. Haha, okay. The city lord sent Wu Ming out of the room. The waiting hall of the city lord's mansion. Huang Samba was sitting on a chair. When he saw a long-haired, long-legged beauty sitting next to him, he immediately walked over and smiled. Hi, beauty. My name is Huang Samba. What's your name? Huang Samba. Get out of here and stay away from my girlfriend. Before the beautiful woman could answer, a dull scolding voice came from nearby. Huang Samba raised his eyebrows and looked in the direction of the sound. A tall young man with a crew cut and wearing a black windbreaker and sunglasses came over, followed by an F-class pet beast about 2 meters tall that looked like a Tyrannosaurus Rex. It's you, Lai Dashing. Huang Samba stared at the young man with a crew cut, his eyes fixed. Lai Dashing and Huang Samba are classmates at the pet academy, but the relationship between them is very stiff, and it can even be said that they are hostile to each other. The reason is because of the competition for girlfriends. At that time, Huang Samba was still an innocent boy. He had liked a beautiful girl for a long time, and later they got together. But less than 3 days after they got together, Lai Dashing used a luxury car to steal Huang Samba's first love, and the two had a fight on the spot. From then on, Huang Samba became a completely different person, a playboy, a dissolute and unruly boy, and even dyed his hair yellow. Huang Sanda hated Lai Dashing very much. Damn it, you even dared to flirt with my girlfriend. Are you looking for death? Lai Dashing stared at Huang Samba and the powerful giant bear behind him, sneering. You are really a pervert. You actually signed a contract with such a perverted pet. Roar! The mighty giant bear roared. Huang Samba was also furious. He glared at Lai Dashing, clenched his fists, and gritted his teeth, saying, Don't think you are great just because you are rich and have signed a contract with the exploding dragon with E-level potential. What? You don't accept it? Then let's fight. Lai Dashing took the long-haired beauty into his arms and looked at Huang Samba proudly. I'm waiting for someone. I don't have time to waste on people like you. Huang Samba really wanted to teach Lai Dashing a lesson, but when he thought about the fact that he and Wu Ming came here to do serious business, he didn't dare to do anything. If you like sex, then you like sex. If you don't dare, just say you don't have time. Lai Dashing shrugged, kissed the long-haired beauty on the face, and then gave Huang Samba an evil smile. You bastard. Huang Samba could no longer bear it, but when he thought of Wu Ming, he suppressed his anger. Fight him. Don't be afraid. A gentle voice came from the city lord's mansion, attracting the attention of the people around. I saw a young man with a golden badge on his chest walking towards me. On the front of the badge, there was a glowing F protruding. He's an F-class trainer. People around recognized the badge. Brother Huang Samba immediately gained confidence when he saw Wu Ming, especially when he saw the badge on his chest. A smile immediately spread across his face. Did you get your F-class trainer badge so quickly? Yes, it was rushed. Wu Ming nodded. After leaving the city lord's room, he and the Chongsam beauty came to another room. With the help of a letter of recommendation, he was exempted from the assessment and registered as a super F-level trainer on the spot. Of course, the super rating can only be seen by insiders. TSK, a new F-class trainer. Lai Dashing did not give Wu Ming a good look when he saw that Wu Ming and Huang Samba were in the same group. Huang Samba, if you encounter a challenge, then take it up. Do you think the mighty giant bear will lose? Wu Ming patted Huang Samba on the shoulder, remembering that the powerful giant bear has 4 F-level talents, 3 of which are of super quality. Huang Samba's eyes became sharp and stared at Lai Dashing. Okay, let's have a pet beast duel today. Don't care about life or death, do you dare? Lai Dashing narrowed his eyes slightly, like a poisonous snake, and blew out smoke rings from his mouth. Promise him. Wu Ming patted Huang Samba on the shoulder. Okay, Huang Samba nodded seriously. He had great trust in Wu Ming, especially when he remembered that the powerful giant bear also had an F-level self-healing talent, which could definitely kill Lai Dashing's exploding dragon. Soon, both sides arrived at an arena 100 meters away. I heard someone is going to have a pet showdown, a life and death battle. Fuck, a life and death battle? Is it this fierce? If the pet dies, the loss will be huge. Go and have a look. When the people around heard that there was going to be a pet showdown, they all gathered around. In the Colosseum, with a diameter of 100 meters, the powerful giant bear and the explosive dragon confronted each other across 30 meters. Huang Samba and Lai Dashing stood on the platform next to the arena, ready to command their pets to fight. In the stands, Wu Ming looked at the exploding dragon. Species: exploding dragon, E-level potential. Level: F-level pet, elite. Talents: F-class speed, 33 meters per second. F-class claws, F-class endurance. Through the eye of insight, nothing is hidden from the exploding dragon's data. Although it looks very strong and ferocious, the statistics of exploding dragon are no match for that of mighty bear. In the past, the giant bear only had an F-level strength. If it encountered an F-level exploding dragon, it would probably be cut in half by the F-level claws in an instant. Wu Ming showed a confident smile. Huang Samba, if you kneel down and count on now, I won't kill your bear for a while. Otherwise, my exploding dragon can split your bear in half with one move. Ha! Lai Dashing made a mocking sound. Huang Samba clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, You talk too much nonsense. I see you won't cry until you see the coffin. Exploding dragon, come on, first cut off one of the bear's legs, then dig out its eyes, and then cripple them all. Lai Dashing's command was very vicious. When Huang Samba heard this, he was so angry that his nails dug deeply into his flesh. Big Bear, use your strongest power to kill this exploding dragon for me, and let this vicious person taste the feeling of loss. Huang Samba roared in a gloomy voice. Back! The powerful giant bear could feel Huang Samba's anger, and anger flashed in his eyes, and he was eager to try. Kill! Lai Dashing finally gave the order. Whoosh! The exploding dragon exerted its F-class speed, 33 meters per second, and in the blink of an eye it was near the giant bear, and its pair of sharp claws instantly chopped down. Whoosh! Under the astonished gaze of everyone, the powerful giant bear actually dodged the attack. A heavy bear paw, packed with terrible power, broke the spine of the exploding dragon with a crack. Bang! The exploding dragon fell to the ground, kicked its legs, and died on the spot. Kill instantly with one move. Except for Wu Ming and Huang Samba, everyone else was stunned. The exploding dragon that looked so fierce just now actually died like this? Died at the hands of a clumsy-looking bear. No! Lai Dashing watched this scene and screamed heartbreakingly. Wu Ming looked at the stopwatch and the time stopped at 1.67 seconds. From the time the exploding dragon launched the attack to the time its spine was broken by a slap from the mighty bear, it took less than 2 seconds, which was a true instant kill. As expected, Wu Ming said with a smile. The reason why Huang Samba was encouraged to fight was because he had already used the Eye of Insight to see the data of the exploding dragon. Whether it was speed, strength, defense, or recovery ability, it was crushed in all aspects by the powerful giant bear. Wu Ming already knew the outcome of this battle. My exploding dragon. Lai Dashing ran wildly and knelt beside the exploding dragon, his hands shaking constantly. He spent 1 million pet coins to buy the dinosaur egg and raised it until now, including the purchase of evolutionary food and ordinary food. The total investment exceeded 3 million. In the end, it's gone. Moreover, he was actually slapped to death by the powerful giant bear that he looked down upon. No! Lai Dashing was so angry that his eyes rolled back and he fainted on the spot. Chapter 47. Sensational. Let's go. Wu Ming waved to Huang Samba. Huang Samba gently stroked the chest of the powerful giant bear, waved at Wu Ming, and said, "Brother Wu, wait for me." Huang Sanda walked towards Lai Dashing, who was lying unconscious on the ground. "Dashing, are you okay?" The long-haired, long-legged beauty rushed over and pinched Lai Dashing's Renzhong hard to wake him up. At this time, Huang Samba walked over, grabbed Lai Dashing by the collar, lifted him up into the air, and said, "I loved her so much at the beginning, but you intervened. Although I later found out that she was very vain, I still want to thank you for this punch." Bang! Huang Samba hit Lai Dashing's nose with a heavy punch, sending him flying 5 meters back and falling heavily to the ground. "Ah!" screamed the long-legged, long-haired beauty. Hearing the sound, Huang Samba directly embraced the long-legged, long-haired beauty and kissed her hard in front of Lai Dashing. After a fierce chewing, Huang Samba let go of the suffocating beauty, touched her delicate but frightened face, and said, "This kind of person is not worthy of your trust." After saying that, he patted the beautiful woman's shoulder, rode on the shoulders of the powerful giant bear, and seemed to have released something that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time. He followed Wu Ming out of the Colosseum with a smile on his face. "You!" Lai Dasheng, who fell to the ground, was so angry that he fainted again. The long-legged, long-haired beauty looked at Lai Dasheng, thought for a moment, and then helped him up and pinched his Ren Zhong hard to wake him up. Seeing the beauty in front of him, Lida was furious and cursed. "You stinky woman, you have disgraced me." Bang! Before Lai Dashing could finish his words, the long-legged, long-haired beauty slapped Lai Dashing in the face, knocking him unconscious. He fell to the ground, looking at the sky with despair. Afterwards, the beauty left the Colosseum with a thump-thump sound in her high heels. How terrible! The spectators around were recording videos on their mobile phones and marveling at the scene. In a blink of an eye, countless videos were uploaded to the communication forum of Jialan City. Shocking! Elite F-Class Beastmaster Lai Dashing and newly promoted F-Class Beastmaster Huang Samba had a life-and-death battle in the City Lord's Mansion Coliseum, but the exploding dragon was killed instantly with one palm. Surprise! Huang Samba angrily kisses Lai Dashing's girlfriend. Reversal. The long-legged, long-haired beauty angrily slaps Lai Dashing. Big news! Beastmaster Huang Samba's girlfriend from school was cheated away by Lai Dashing, and thus they became enemies. "Everyone, I'm begging for a photo of Huang Samba's ex-girlfriend. I'm willing to give away $100,000. Various messages were flying around on the forum. Pet shop. Huang Samba lay on the sofa, covering his face with his hands. Zuzime lay in his arms, browsing the news on the Jialan City forum and laughing like a pig. Wan Siyu was sitting at the counter, also looking at the messages. "Huang Samba, I never knew you were so innocent before. Also, did you dye your hair yellow for your ex-girlfriend?" Wan Siyu asked curiously after finishing browsing the forum messages. "What is it to you?" Huang Samba said in a low voice. "My husband was indeed a pure and innocent boy before, but unfortunately, he met the wrong person," Zuzime said with a smile while reading the forum. Wan Siyu continued to look at the forum and found Huang Samba's graduation photo from the Pet Academy. She unexpectedly spotted Zuzime and was immediately surprised. "Wow, it turns out that you two were classmates. No wonder you are together." Zuzime smiled sweetly. "Of course, at that time someone was heartbroken by a woman, but I helped him get over the psychological trauma, and later we became good friends." Wu Ming sat in front of the computer and drank a cup of tea. "Zuzime, aren't you and Huang Samba a couple? How come you have become good friends again?" "They were good friends at first, and then they got together. So, you must be more careful about the so-called opposite-sex besties around your partner. Otherwise, you won't know when you'll be cuckolded one day," Zuzime said with a smile. Wu Ming smiled and said, "Some relationships between opposite-sex besties are very simple. Of course there are, but most of them are not simple. The simple ones are a minority, and as time goes by, Most of them will become strangers. Zuzime explained in a professional manner. At this time, Huang Samba patted his face and said, "Okay, stop talking. I'm almost exhausted by what you say." Zuzime smiled and said nothing. Wan Siyu covered her lips with her hands and continued to look up information on the Jialan City Forum. At this time, in a luxurious villa far away from Nanwen Street, Zhou Nana was lying on the sofa, revealing her beautiful figure. She was browsing the Jialan City Forum and accidentally came across a video shot at the Coliseum in the City Lord Mansion. She saw a familiar figure, and her pupils shrank to the size of a pinhole. Damn it, why is Wu Ming still alive? Zhou Nana was furious. She immediately called the contact person of the Black Windbreaker Security Company and angrily yelled, "Are you guys eating shit? It's been so long. How come Wu Ming is still alive?" The contact person was silent for a while, and then said, "We sent out an F-level Beastmaster to assassinate him, but it failed. Even the Beastmaster was killed. We suspect that Huang Samba killed our F-level assassin." In the past, this contact person did not take Huang Samba seriously. But as soon as the video of the Coliseum came out, all the Beastmasters in the city took notice of Huang Samba, the newly promoted F-level Beastmaster. In the past, no one would care too much about an F-level Beastmaster. However, Huang Samba's giant bear was so terrifying that it could kill the F-level elite pet exploding dragon with a single slap. When she heard that it was Huang Samba who killed the F-level killer, Zhou Nana recalled the video she saw today and believed most of it. She said, "I don't care. I paid so much money, but you can't even kill an ordinary person. You are just a bunch of rubbish. Ms. Zhou Nana, please be more respectful. Also, you are too out of touch with the news. Wu Ming is not an ordinary person at all. Our internal staff just passed on the news that he has obtained the F-level trainer badge today. The internal rating is top secret." At this point, the contact's breathing became a little rapid. Do you know what top secret means? It means that Wu Ming is a super quality F-class trainer, the most powerful one among the F-class, and is at a level that can easily meet the City Lord. Do you understand? Zhou Nana was startled and asked in panic. Then what should I do? Our suggestion is to temporarily cancel the assassination mission and pretend that this incident does not exist. Try to hide yourself as much as possible and do not expose yourself. The contact person's voice gradually became colder. Otherwise, no one in Jialan City can protect you. After saying that, the contact person hung up the phone. Hearing the beep, beep, beep sound, Zhou Nana jumped up in anger, smashed her phone on the floor, then pushed down the surrounding furniture, roaring hysterically, with an increasingly vicious look in her eyes. "Nana, what's wrong with you?" A gentle but surprised voice sounded at the door. Zhou Nana's expression changed. She looked at the beautiful girl in student uniform, standing in front of her, wearing the badge of an apprentice F-level Beastmaster. She immediately smiled and said, "It turned out to be Yin Yin. I'm fine. It's just that some idiots in the company are too stupid. I'm mad at them." Chapter 48, Zhou Nana's Plan. This beautiful female student named Yin Yin was none other than Mu Wanyin, who had purchased F-grade speed food from Wu Ming at the pet store. At the same time, she is also the younger sister of Mu Wanru, the captain of the law enforcement team. "Nana, don't work too hard. Your brother passed away some time ago, leaving you alone to support such a large company. You should pay more attention to rest." Mu Wanyin didn't know that Zhou Nana was lying to her, and immediately comforted her. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Zhou Nana quickly turned her head away and happened to see the VX address book on Mu Wanyin's mobile phone screen. On it, there are the two words Wu Ming. Zhou Nana's eyes focused, and she came up with a perfect assassination plan. Looking at Zhou Nana's pale face, Mu Wanyin helped her up, and the two of them sat on the sofa. "Nana, are you really okay? Otherwise, I'll take you to the hospital." Mu Wanyin asked with concern. Zhou Nana rubbed her brows with her hands, looked out the window, and said, "There's no need to go to the hospital. I haven't been in a good mood recently, so I plan to go out and relax. Do you have time to accompany me?" "Yes, I do." Mu Wanyin nodded and took out the badge of a reserve Beastmaster. "Look, I'm already a reserve Beastmaster. You can have a good rest for the next period of time. Since you're not in a good mood, I can just accompany you." "Yin Yin, you're so nice." Zhou Nana took out the remote control, turned on the projection screen on the wall, and played a photo. The picture showed a valley with beautiful mountains and rivers. Mu Wanyin was very curious and asked, "Nana, where is this?" "This is a secret valley under our company. Many special medicinal herbs are grown there. The scenery is beautiful and there is a holiday villa. How about we go there together tomorrow? Zhou Nana began her assassination plan. Tomorrow? Sure. Mu Wanyin had no idea of Zhou Nana's plan and just thought she really wanted to go out and relax. Oh, by the way, how did you pass the preparatory beast master assessment so quickly? Is there any secret? Zhou Nana asked meaningfully. Of course it's because Xiaobai ate the F-level speed food prepared by the owner of the pet store on Nanlin Street. Oh, I've been busy with assessments and studies during this period, and I forgot to thank boss Wu Ming in person. Mu Wanyin quickly picked up her phone and opened the dialogue box with Wu Ming. Zhou Nana's eyes flashed with coldness, and she said, Yin Yin, why don't you invite Wu Ming to my holiday villa tomorrow? There was a misunderstanding between him and me, and now I sincerely regret it. If you invite him over, you can also apologize at the same time. Really? That's great. I don't think boss Wu Ming is the kind of person who holds grudges. As long as he is willing to go to the holiday villa, he will definitely forgive you. Mu Wanyin nodded repeatedly. As naive as she was, she had no idea that she had become Zhou Nana's tool to assassinate Wu Ming. Then please ask Yin Yan to help me invite Wu Ming over. Zhou Nana hugged Mu Wanyin's slender waist and said in a coquettish voice, Don't worry, I will help you clear up the misunderstanding. Mu Wanyin promised. Yin Yin, you are the best. Zhou Nana kissed Mu Wanyin on the face. Nana, you're hateful. The two women soon started fighting. 8 o'clock in the evening. After eating and drinking his fill, Wu Ming took a hot bath and lay comfortably on the sofa. The little bully was lying under the table, soundly sleeping. The phantom cat remained invisible, sitting on the counter like an elegant hunter, its long soft tail swaying slowly, its sharp eyes scanning the surroundings like a camera, not missing any danger approaching Wu Ming. Ding dong! There is news coming. Wu Ming was watching a TV series when he heard the voice. He picked up his phone and was a little surprised. Because this is Mu Wanyin's news. We haven't been in touch for such a long time. How come there's suddenly a message? Wu Ming was a little surprised when he saw the two messages sent from above. The first message was a selfie. Mu Wanyin sat on the sofa, made a scissors hand gesture towards the camera, pouted slightly, and had a rosy face, looking very beautiful. The second message is a sentence. Boss Wu Ming, do you still remember me? I am Mu Wanyin, who bought the F-level evolutionary food at the pet store that day. Wu Ming replied, Yes, what's the matter? Mu Wanyin, thank you very much for the evolutionary food, boss. I have successfully passed all the assessments for a Reserve Beast Master and become a Reserve Beast Master. To thank you, I would like to invite you to a party at a holiday villa outside the city tomorrow. Wu Ming refused without even thinking. Not interested. Mu Wanyin, no. I just want to thank you, nothing else. Besides, there are many people at the party, just me and Nana. Nana? Wu Ming narrowed his eyes, and the first person he thought of was Zhou Nana. That vicious woman hired a killer to assassinate him. She was a cancer and must be eliminated. After a moment of silence, Wu Ming sent a message. Who is Nana? Nana is the one who had an unpleasant argument with you in the pet store that day. She is my best friend. She said that there was a misunderstanding between her and you, and she wanted to take advantage of tomorrow's party to apologize to you in person. Mu Wanyin explained. Seeing this message, Wu Ming sneered. Apologize? The weasel pays a New Year's greeting to the chicken with ulterior motives. I want to see what tricks you're going to play. Wu Ming whispered. He really wanted to take this opportunity to get rid of Zhou Nana to avoid any more trouble. He thought for a moment and replied, Since there are so few people, I can go, but I need to bring some of my friends along. A party is more lively when there are more people. Wu Ming was not going to the appointment alone. After all, it's not safe to leave no one to take care of you. Mu Wanyin quickly replied, No problem. Nana said the party location is in a valley 30 kilometers away from Jialan City. It is a medicinal material cultivation base under their company. There is a lake and a holiday villa. It's okay for a few more people to come. Medicinal materials cultivation base? Wu Ming narrowed his eyes. Since it is Zhou Nana's company's medicinal materials warehouse, I can quietly convert some of the evolution points. After all, they are my enemy's things, and it would be a fool not to take advantage of them. Thinking of this, Wu Ming replied, I should have 3 people here. I'm not sure yet, but it won't be too many. No problem. Nana said that she will send a car to pick you up tomorrow. Mu Wanyin sent a message. Okay, what time do we leave tomorrow? Wu Ming asked. 9 in the morning. I'll be there by 10. Mu Wanyin replied. That's it for now. After replying, Wu Ming put down his phone. He didn't know whether Mu Wanyan was involved in the assassination attempt on him. Thinking back to the rainy afternoon when he first met Mu Wanyan, Wu Ming felt that this female student was quite naive, and perhaps she was just being used by the sinister Zhou Nana. But no matter what, Wu Ming remained cautious. Tomorrow, bring Huang Samba, the Earth Giant Ape, the Nether Cat, and the Little Overlord with you. However, the Nether Cat must remain invisible at all times and act as a backup. Wu Ming began to make a careful plan. In a luxurious villa. Hearing that Wu Ming was going to keep the appointment, Zhou Nana was delighted, kissed Mu Wanyan, and said, "Yin Yin, you are awesome." Mu Wanyan blushed and said, "Nana, if there are too many people, can the holiday villa really accommodate them?" Zhou Nana smiled brightly. "Don't worry, the holiday villa is very big. Even if there are dozens of people, it can accommodate them." "That's great." Mu Wanyan was very happy. Zhou Nana looked out the window. Her sexy red lips slowly curled up. "A few more people? That's perfect. When Wu Ming dies, there will be more people to prove that I was not at the scene where Wu Ming was assassinated. This way, the plan will be more perfect. Wu Ming, your death is coming." There was a dangerous light flashing in Zhou Nana's eyes, and her whole temperament was cold, like a poisonous snake about to bite someone. Chapter 49, Lakeside Villa Party. The next morning, Wu Ming opened his eyes. After washing up, he came to the store downstairs and found that Wan Siyu had arrived a long time ago. She was wearing a white floral dress. She looked as light and graceful as a fairy. Her unique pure aura slowly emanated from her, intoxicating her. "Good morning, Angkor." Wan Siyu greeted him, put the newly bought potted plants on the counter, and started trimming them. Prick! The brakes sounded. A pickup truck stopped in front of the pet store. Huang Samba, Dali Juxiong, and Zhu Zimei jumped out of the car together. Wu Ming looked at Huang Samba and teased, "Your girlfriend doesn't work and is your full-time driver every day?" Huang Samba didn't say anything either. His face was full of a happy smile. "I used to be a taxi driver, but now I quit and drive exclusively for this F-level Beastmaster," Zhu Zimei said with a smile. "Haha, I see." Wu Ming smiled and looked at the time, realizing it was only 7:45. "You guys came just in time. Someone asked me to attend a private party in a valley a few dozen kilometers from Jialan City. It's said to be a medicinal material cultivation base with a holiday villa. Anyone want to go?" "Private party?" Wan Siyu widened her eyes. "Is there anything delicious?" Zhu Zimei asked curiously. "Brother Wu, who was the other party? Is there any danger?" Huang Samba was more concerned about safety issues. After all, he was Wu Ming's bodyguard now, so of course work was the main focus during his working hours. Wu Ming was silent. He was wondering whether to tell the truth. "The person who invited me was the first customer of the pet store. Her name is Mu Wanyan, and she is the younger sister of Captain Mu Wanru of the Law Enforcement Center." After hesitating for a moment, Wu Ming chose to tell the truth. After all, Huang Samba and Wan Siyu are both family members. "Oh, that's the thanks from old customers." Huang Samba understood. It's a pity that things are not that simple. Wu Ming picked up the loving breakfast that Wan Siyu bought, sat on the sofa, took a bite, and continued. "Mu Wanyan's best friend, named Zhou Nana, will also attend this private party. The holiday villa we are going to this time is also under Zhou Nana's name." Hearing this, everyone looked on curiously. When Wan Siyu heard the three words Zhou Nana, she felt very familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before, but she couldn't remember it for a moment. "Zhou Nana and I had some friction before." Wu Ming looked at Wan Siyu. "Siyu, you should remember that night when a thug in a black windbreaker blocked us in the alley at night, right?" "I remember now." Wan Siyu was startled, and her proud chest trembled. "The person named Zhou Nana seems to be the employer who paid someone to kill Wu Ge. If that's the case, why did she attend this party?" Wu Ming said. "Mu Wanyan said that Zhou Nana claimed that she wanted to apologize to me, but this woman has bad intentions, and I'm afraid she is plotting something." Wu Ming thought of the F-level killer outside Yaodao Ancient Town. There was no need to guess. He knew that it was Zhou Nana who hired the person, but because this matter involved the Nether Cat, she didn't want to reveal too much. "Since you are my enemy, why do you want me to apologize? If apologies are useful, what do we beast masters need to do?" Huang Samba clenched his fists. "Brother Wu, how about I teach Zhou Nana a lesson and avenge you? That woman is not simple. Don't be impulsive." Wu Ming took a sip of soy milk, My idea is to go to the appointment first and see what trick she is playing. If you are interested, you can go together. I will definitely go, and when the time comes, I will protect Angkor closely. Huang Samba patted his chest and promised. No need for personal protection. It's best to pretend that you know nothing. Otherwise, it's easy to alert the enemy. Wu Ming expressed his thoughts. Once we get there, just follow my mood and do everything. Okay. The three of them nodded in agreement. In the blink of an eye, it was already 8:50. A modified bulletproof minivan was parked outside the pet store. The bulletproof window rolled down, and the black-faced driver with a crew cut and a big beard shouted to Wu Ming, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Wu Ming? I'm the driver hired by Miss Nana, and I'm responsible for taking you to the lakeside resort." "Yes, it's me." Wu Ming turned around, waved to Huang Samba and his group, and got on the minibus one after another. Not long after, the bus set off for its destination dozens of kilometers away. After Wu Ming and his companions left, Zhang Yin yawned and was about to push open the door of the pet shop, only to find a sign hanging on the door that said "Closed today." "What the hell? They're not here." Zhang Yin kicked the glass door in frustration, got into a sports car, and left Nanwen Street. Before 9:30, Wu Ming had arrived at his destination. This is a beautiful valley. 20-meter-high high-voltage electric fences are built on the surrounding mountaintops to prevent ferocious beasts below level F from climbing over. The valley within the wall is well transformed. In the middle is a winding lake, as flat as a mirror, surrounded by many medicinal fields, where a large number of fragrant medicinal herbs are planted. In the middle of the lake, there is a large manor covering dozens of acres, with complete supporting facilities for various entertainment and sports. "Boss Wu Ming, you're finally here." As soon as the car door opened, Wu Ming heard Mu Wanyan's voice. Wu Ming got out of the car and saw two beauties standing not far away. One was a beautiful young girl, dressed in a gothic Lolita-style dress, with a little white fox lying on her shoulder. It was Mu Wanyan. Next to her was Zhou Nana, who was wearing a red hip skirt, showing off her proud figure. Her face was delicately made up, and she looked seductive and charming, just like a rose with thorns. Seeing Wu Ming, Zhou Nana bent down, revealing the whiteness of her proud chest, and said with a smile, "Mr. Wu Ming, I apologize to you for my previous impulsiveness and ask for your forgiveness." If there hadn't been the thugs in the alley and the assassination attempt outside Yaodao ancient town, Wu Ming might have actually been moved by this sincere apology. But Wu Ming, who knew Zhou Nana's sinister character well, was clear that what she was doing now was just a show. However, Wu Ming was also acting. He deliberately stepped forward, held Zhou Nana's soft shoulders with both hands, helped her up, pretended to be very embarrassed, and said, "Ms. Nana, how could I be angry about the little thing before? In fact, I have forgiven you a long time ago." As he spoke, Wu Ming patted Zhou Nana's shoulder and flattered her, making Zhou Nana so angry that she wanted to eat him alive. Huang Samba, Wan Siyu, and Zuzime looked at their noses with their eyes and their hearts with their noses, all pretending to be indifferent, and their acting skills were all on point. Only the naive Mu Wanyan failed to see the subtle relationship between them. She thought that Wu Ming and Zhou Nana had reconciled and clapped her hands happily. "Boss Wu Ming, Nana, it's really great that you could do this. Let's go. I have prepared a sumptuous lunch in the banquet hall of the holiday villa. You must eat happily today." Mu Wanyan was like a carefree lark, skipping and jumping in front, completely unaware that a wonderful confrontation had already begun behind her. Chapter 50 Hidden Murder. "I thought Mr. Wu Ming was the only one here." Zhou Nana stuck close to Wu Ming, revealing a smile that seemed charming but was actually cold. She glanced at Huang Samba, then at the powerful giant bear, and thought to herself that Wu Ming was really cautious, as he even brought an F-level beastmaster. Woof, woof, woof. On the ground, the little overlord was running and breathing fire. Zhou Nana glanced at the little bully without leaving a trace, and smiled at Wu Ming charmingly. "This little dog is really cute. Is it Mr. Wu Ming's pet?" "Yes, this is my only pet. It can breathe fire. It's cute, right? But don't be careless. Behind its cute or beautiful appearance, there may be countless dangerous things that can eat people." Wu Ming said meaningfully. "The nether cat is a backup plan. Wu Ming will not be exposed." When it was announced to the public, Xiaoba Wang was the only pet, which was extremely confusing. Mu Wanyan couldn't understand what these words meant. She just teased the little bully from time to time, thinking it was so cute, but every time she wanted to pick it up, it nimbly dodged away, as if it didn't want to be held by her. Zhou Nana actually understood the hidden meaning of Wu Ming's words. Ah, you're scolding me in a roundabout way. It seems that he dared to come to the appointment because he relied on Huang Samba, the powerful giant bear, and this little black dog that looks like an F-level pet. It seems that if we want to kill Wu Ming, we have to find a way to get rid of these guys who are in the way. This thought flashed through Zhou Nana's mind instantly. After a while, several people entered the magnificent banquet hall. Zhou Nana stayed close to Wu Ming the whole time, talking and laughing. She looked like she was truly repentant, and she also became his good friend. Mu Wanyin was very happy to see this scene. She didn't know that everyone except herself was acting. Mu Wanyin raised her head, revealing her snow-white swan neck. She looked at the big clock and said in surprise, "Oh, it's already 10 o'clock, but the lunch hasn't started yet. Boss Wu Ming, do you want to sit down for a while, or take a look around here? Let's take a tour first." Wu Ming responded. He was just thinking of taking a stroll around the nearby medicinal herbs garden to see if he could gain some evolution points. After all, the herbs all belong to Zhou Nana, and he would want to make the most of the evolution points in them. "Then let me lead the team." Zhou Nana walked in front, opened the side door of the manor banquet hall, and led everyone into the medicinal materials garden on the mountain. A strong medicinal aroma hits you in the face. Wu Ming casually stroked a blood-colored red cold grass and found that it converted into 0.1 evolution points. He was happy and touched the surrounding medicinal herbs and easily gained 1 evolution point. Then he raised his head and looked at the medicinal herbs garden covering the entire mountain, with excitement flashing in the depths of his pupils. If all of this is converted, the amount of evolution points gained would be at least 8,000, right? Unfortunately, it was just a tour now, and Wu Ming could only walk while quietly transforming evolution points from the herbs he passed by, so he didn't gain much. These medicinal herbs are really good. In order to transform as many evolution points as possible, Wu Ming deliberately took a detour through the medicinal materials park and transformed all the medicinal materials in the area he passed through. At first glance, these herbs are no different from before, but now they have lost their medicinal value and must be cultivated for a period of time before they can be used as medicine. At that time, new evolutionary points can also be transformed. Wu Ming also thought of this, and thought to himself, if I could contract a medicinal material park, wouldn't I be able to convert a certain number of evolution points every once in a while? Unfortunately, this idea is not easy to realize at present. Just talking about this medicinal garden that is protected by a high-voltage power grid, it would require an investment of at least hundreds of millions to operate. With Wu Ming's current wealth, he cannot do it for the time being. And the efficiency of converting evolution points is not as fast as going out of the city to kill ferocious beasts. Not long after, Wu Ming gained 200 evolution points. At this time, they had been walking around the medicinal materials park for more than half an hour. Zhou Nana twisted her slender waist and walked to Wu Ming. She deliberately staggered and said, "Oh, I'm a little tired. How about we go back and have breakfast?" In the medicinal materials park, Huang Samba, Dali Juxiong, and Xiaoba Wang were all near Wu Ming, and Zhou Nana had no chance to take action at all. Therefore, she decided to go back to the banquet hall and continue to arrange the assassination plan. "I would like to visit the medicinal materials park more often," Wu Ming said casually. Mu Wanyin smiled and said, "Boss Wu Ming, we can come back after we have eaten. It's still early today anyway. By the way, how about we go back to Jelon City after having afternoon tea today? My Xiao Bai said that the evolutionary food you produce is really great. I want to buy some more." "That's fine." Wu Ming nodded. Everyone quickly returned to the banquet hall. The chef of the villa quickly prepared the meal and placed dozens of plates on the huge round table, which filled the air with fragrance. It's delicious." Huang Samba ate a bear paw and praised it highly. The powerful giant bear sat on a special chair, watching Huang Samba eating bear paws with a strange look in his eyes. Zhu Zime and Wan Siyu, who were sitting next to him, understood immediately and burst into laughter. Then they patted Huang Samba on the back and rolled their eyes at him. Ah! Huang Samba almost forgot that his pet was also a bear. He reluctantly pushed the half-eaten bear paw on the plate to Wu Ming, who was not far away. Looking at the bear paw that looked like it had been gnawed by a dog, Wu Ming pointed at himself and said with a strange look, "Huang Samba, are you sure this is for me to eat? Brother Wu, please pack it for me. I will secretly heat it up and eat it when we get back when Big Bear isn't paying attention." Huang Samba said in a low voice. "Roar!" When the powerful giant bear heard the sound, He was so angry that he sat down on a special wooden chair and broke it. He ran out of the banquet hall and sat by the lake, stretching his two huge bare legs into the lake, looking depressed, as if he had lost the desire to live. Vuiv, vuiv, vuiv. The little bully ran out with a roasted leg of lamb in his mouth and played with the powerful giant bear. Huang Samba, why don't you go and coax the big bear? Wu Ming urged. Huang Samba scratched his head embarrassedly, picked up a large plate of roasted lamb legs, and gave it to the powerful giant bear. Looking at Wan Xiu and Zhu Zimei, the only two ordinary people left by Wu Ming's side, Zhou Nana, who was eating a piece of dessert elegantly, remained expressionless, but a sinister plan emerged in her mind. I'm going to touch up my makeup. Zhou Nana twisted her slender waist, passed by Wu Ming, brought with her a gust of rich fragrance, and walked towards the banquet hall. In a house at the end of the corridor on the second floor, Zhou Nana opened an iron box and saw a colorful triangular-headed venomous snake coiled inside. This is no ordinary snake. It is a colorful, deadly snake with F-level venom. Even an elephant would die instantly if bitten by it. Under normal circumstances, the seven-colored killer snake lives in uninhabited places in the wild, and there must be mountains, water, and a large amount of medicinal herbs around it. And this valley just meets the conditions for the existence of the seven-colored deadly snake. Who would have thought that I was the one who hired this person? Zhou Nana made a cold voice. The man and the snake looked at each other, and at this moment, their figures seemed to overlap, turning them into the most vicious hunters in the world. Chapter 51, The End of Zhou Nana. The colorful deadly snake in the iron box did not attack Zhou Nana. This was because this poisonous snake was a pet tamed by a professional F-class killer outside Jialan City, who was waiting on a nearby mountain. Last night, Zhou Nana had met this F-level killer and got the seven-colored deadly snake from him, so she could give it temporary orders. Lie dormant and kill the target. Remember, make sure it's disguised as an accident. Zhou Nana gave the order and released the seven-colored deadly snake, allowing it to follow the water pipe to the medicinal materials park, like a deadly killer, lying dormant calmly. Then she touched up her makeup and returned to the banquet hall. Zhou Nana didn't know that there was a completely invisible figure watching her every move in the dark and reporting what happened in the room to Wu Ming. In the banquet hall of the villa, Zhou Nana looked at Wu Ming, who was being fed by Wan Xiu, smiling as if she was looking at a dead person. Mr. Wu Ming, I offer you a toast. Zhou Nana held up the wine glass, put one arm around Wu Ming's neck, breathed sweetly, and looked at him seductively. This is a farewell drink. Cheers. Wu Ming clinked glasses with her and drank the wine in one gulp. Huang Samba, Dali Juxiong, and Xiaoba Wang were at the lake, more than 100 meters away. Zhou Nana saw this and knew that the opportunity had come. She said, the design of this banquet hall is really bad. It feels a bit stuffy. How about we walk along the lake and get some fresh air? Mu Wanyan nodded repeatedly. Well, okay. Wu Ming raised his lips, having guessed that Zhou Nana was going to take action. After a moment's silence, he said, it's a good opportunity to visit the medicinal herbs park. As a trainer, I am very interested in Miss Zhou Nana's medicinal herbs. I hope I can have a chance to buy them in the future. There will definitely be a chance. Zhou Nana nodded with a smile. Although she was smiling on the surface, Zhou Nana was grinning in her heart, thinking, oh, buying medicinal herbs? In a little while, you will have to go to the underworld to buy them from the King of Hell. After a while, several people holding wine bottles and glasses walked around the lake. On the left was the medicinal materials garden, and on the right was the lake. Under a medicinal herb, the colorful deadly snake smelled Wu Ming's scent. It stuck out its purple tongue and quietly crawled towards Wu Ming, ready to find a suitable opportunity to pretend that Wu Ming stepped on its tail and then counterattacked unexpectedly. However, the seven-colored deadly snake did not know that there was a completely invisible, terrifying figure beside it, overlooking everything with a pair of sharp eyes. On the ground, the phantom cat walks with an elegant pace. Its every move made no sound, no shadow, no footprints, and no air waves. All traces are invisible. It followed the colorful deadly snake, like a wise god watching a clumsy child playing with toys, able to stop or change anything that was about to happen at any time. Through the soul contract, Wu Ming knew the impending danger. However, he did not show any abnormal expression, but pretended to be calm all the time, drinking wine, chatting and laughing with Wan Xiu, Mu Wanyan, Zhu Zimei, and other beauties. Boss Wu Ming, Besides the F-level evolutionary food, what other evolutionary food do you have? At this time, Mu Wanyan walked up to Wu Ming and asked curiously. Zhou Nana thought to herself that this was not good. She walked forward, took Mu Wanyan's arm from the left, and said, Yin Yin, why are you in such a hurry? Why don't you wait for me? As she spoke, Zhou Nana deliberately walked slower, so that they gradually put a distance of about 3 meters between themselves and Wu Ming. Zuzime and Wan Siyu walked side by side at the back. The lake reflected the figures of 5 people. Wu Ming is the one closest to the front. Zhou Nana and Mu Wanyan were in the middle. Wan Siyu and Zhu Zimei are at the end. Hey, wait for me! On the other side of the lake, Huang Samba sat on the shoulders of the powerful giant bear and ran over with Xiaoba, Wang Chao, and the others. Seeing this, Zhou Nana thought to herself that something was wrong. If the 7-colored deadly snake doesn't take action now, there will be no best opportunity. She became increasingly anxious. On the ground, the colorful deadly snake was crawling, staring at Wu Ming, and came to the grass silently. It was about to be stepped on by Wu Ming. Then, it would bite Wu Ming to death and disguise it as a perfect accident. However, just as Wu Ming stepped over the 7-colored deadly snake, it tried to pounce on Wu Ming and bite him, but found that its head was held down by something and it could not move. Wu Ming walked in front with a smile on his face. Zhou Nana, who was walking behind, didn't know that the 7-colored deadly snake was right in front of her on the grass. She was pinned down by an invisible figure and couldn't move. She walked over holding Mu Wanyan's arm. Suddenly, Zhou Nana felt like she stepped on something slippery and hard. She lowered her head subconsciously and found that the familiar 7-colored deadly snake was biting her calf. The purple-red aura instantly spread along her body surface. She trembled all over, lost her vital signs instantly, and fell on her back. Nana, what's wrong with you? Ah, there's a poisonous snake. Mu Wanyan saw the colorful deadly snake that bit Zhou Nana and found that it was looking at her with cold eyes, giving her a frightening feeling. A snake? Oh no, help! Wu Ming, Zhu Zimei, and Wan Siyu all discovered the 7-colored deadly snake and screamed, but did not dare to approach. Xiaobai, kill this poisonous snake quickly. Mu Wanyan cried anxiously and quickly gave orders to the F-level entry-level pet, the little white fox, on her shoulder. Whoosh! The little white fox burst out at F-class speed, fell to the ground in an instant, and slapped the colorful deadly snake away with one claw, landing just near Wu Ming. Sizzle! When the colorful death snake saw Wu Ming, it immediately bit him. The nether cat hiding in the dark was ready to hold it down, but the little white fox had already run over, held down the colorful death snake with its 2 front paws, and bit off its spine with one bite. Bang, bang, bang. The 7-colored deadly snake swung its body like a steel whip on the ground, and it could even break thumb-thick tree trunks on the roadside, scaring everyone so much that they quickly stepped back. Vuif, vuif, vuif. The little overlord rushed there as fast as he could and sprayed a mouthful of scorching flame onto the colorful deadly snake, burning its entire body until it was as black as charcoal, and it died in a few seconds. Nana, are you okay? Mu Wanyan's heartbeat quickened, and she quickly placed Zhou Nana on the grass. She used her hand to check her breath, and found that she was dead with no signs of life. No, I don't want you to die. Nana, please tell me this is just a dream. How could this happen? Mu Wanyan was crying bitterly. Wu Ming stood nearby and watched her. He was sure that she was sad and helpless from the bottom of her heart, which meant that she had no idea about Zhou Nana's assassination plan from the beginning to the end. Therefore, Mu Wanyan is innocent. It was an accident, and there's nothing we can do. Please accept my condolences. Wu Ming put his hand on Mu Wanyan's shoulder and said comforting words. Wow, how could this happen? Mu Wanyan's mentality collapsed. She fell into Wu Ming's arms, tears streaming down her face. Zhu Zimei and Wan Siyu looked at each other and shook their heads. Huang Samba and the powerful giant bear were still on their way. Wu Ming gently hugged Mu Wanyan and looked at the staff who came to the holiday villa after hearing the news. There was a complex look in his eyes, including relief, emotion, and a hint of helplessness. Chapter 52, This Must Be an Accident. When Wu Ming stepped over the colorful deadly snake, it was the nether cat that pressed down the colorful deadly snake's head with its claws. So, Wu Ming was not bitten. When Zhou Nana passed by, she had bad luck and happened to step on the back of the 7-colored deadly snake. The nether cat saw the opportunity and released its claws. The seven-colored deadly snake suddenly jumped up, and in anger it mistook Zhou Nana for Wu Ming and bit her. Afterwards, Zhou Nana died. This is a good result for Wu Ming. Although he didn't know about Zhou Nana's other activities, Wu Ming at least knew that Zhou Nana was a sinister villain who hired someone to assassinate him. Now she was reaping the consequences of her actions, which could be considered as retribution for her evil deeds. And now, the seven-colored deadly snake had its 7-inch spine bitten off by the little white fox and was burned to death by the flames sprayed by the little overlord. All of this seemed like an accident no matter how you looked at it. Wu Ming still felt frightened as he recalled today's dangerous experience. Fortunately, he had the elegant hunter, the Nethercat. Otherwise, facing today's dead end, he would have no chance to escape, let alone get rid of Zhou Nana. President, what happened? The staff finally arrived at the scene. Seeing Mu Wanyan crying, the seven-colored deadly snake burned to death on the ground, and Zhou Nana lying dead on the ground, they felt like they were struck by lightning and almost fainted. Nana accidentally stepped on a poisonous snake and was bitten to death. Woohoo, it's all my fault. Why did I organize a party in the wild? If it was in Jialan City, this wouldn't have happened. Mu Wanyan cried and spoke in a broken voice. The president is dead? When the staff saw Zhou Nana's body, they were so scared that they sat down on the ground. Let's ask the law enforcement team to come and handle it. Wu Ming gently patted Mu Wanyan's back and said to the staff member, who was sitting on the ground in a daze. The staff swallowed and quickly called to inform the relevant personnel. As for the scene, it has been temporarily protected. Wu Ming comforted the crying Mu Wanyan. Zhu Zimei and Wan Siyu stood aside, not knowing what to say. The little bully and the little white fox lay on the ground, roaring at the still struggling colorful snake, warning it to be wary of coming back to life and attacking them. Although the seven-colored snake is dead, it is still a venomous snake. Its muscles have not completely lost their vitality and can still jump for a while like a conditioned reflex. That's why the little overlord and the little white fox thought it was still alive. Huang Samba and Dali Juxiong rushed to the scene. Seeing Zhou Nana already dead, Huang Samba couldn't help but gasp. What would happen? Huang Samba showed superb acting skills. Zhu Zimei leaned close to his ear and told him the general process. It turned out that he stepped on a poisonous snake on the roadside and was bitten by the snake. He died on the spot. It was so tragic. Huang Samba sighed. He stared at the tree trunks that were broken by the seven-colored deadly snake and realized that this was definitely a poisonous snake at the level of a ferocious beast and was extremely scary. In places like this, ferocious beasts rarely appear. After all, a medicinal material park worth hundreds of millions of dollars also has a holiday villa, so there will definitely be security personnel guarding and patrolling to ensure that there are no dangerous factors inside. And now, a ferocious beast has appeared here. This is a bit abnormal. It seems that this venomous snake was used by Zhou Nana to harm Angkor. Unfortunately, I don't know how it died. It's a blessing in disguise. Huang Samba thought so in his heart. Half an hour later, the law enforcement team arrived at the scene. Team leader Mu Wanru was wearing a pair of bulletproof high heels made of beast skins. She stepped on the stones on the roadside, frowning slightly as she looked at everything at the scene. When she found Mu Wanyan was there, she asked out of the blue, "Sister, why are you here?" "I'm here to attend the party, sister." "Why? Why are you here?" Mu Wanyan wiped away her tears, bit her lips tightly, and stammered. "I'm the captain of the law enforcement team. When something like this happens, of course I'll come to the scene to investigate." "Hey, Mr. Wu Ming, you're here too." Mu Wanru was a little surprised to see Wu Ming. However, she still put the investigation first and released her pet, the elemental waterman, to clean up the scene, and then picked up the colorful deadly snake on the ground. After observing carefully for a while, Mu Wanru came to the conclusion. This is a colorful deadly snake. Ferocious beast level, very dangerous. Show me the surveillance footage from the scene. Mu Wanru said to the staff. After a while, Mu Wanru opened the surveillance footage on her laptop and saw Wu Ming and his group walking along the path by the lake, talking and laughing, and they didn't look like they had any hatred towards each other. Afterwards, a group of people arrived at the crime scene. The surveillance camera is located at a very high position and is an ultra-high-definition camera. Although it is 200 meters away, the colorful, deadly snake coiled on the grass by the roadside can still be seen. At this time, Wu Ming was the first to cross the seven-colored deadly snake. In the picture, the colorful, deadly snake did not attack. A few seconds later, Zhou Nana and Mu Wanyan passed by. Unfortunately, Zhou Nana was walking on the left side of Mu Wanyan, just close to the grass, and her left foot hit the colorful, deadly snake. The venomous snake bites back. Zhou Nana is dead. Mu Wanru also watched the subsequent scenes and found nothing wrong. This must have been an accident. Mu Wanru came to a conclusion and made it public. Hearing this, Wu Ming's face remained calm, but he felt relieved in his heart. What happened today can be considered an accident. That way, there won't be too much trouble to deal with afterwards. After all, if the discovery was not an accident, the nether cat might be exposed, which would be detrimental to Wu Ming's own safety. He didn't want to expose the nether cat unless it was absolutely necessary. After the identification results came out, Mu Wanru arranged for people to deal with the scene. Wu Ming, Huang Samba, and their group sat in a pavilion in the holiday villa, watching Zhou Nana being put into the hearse, and then looking at the colorful, deadly snake that was sealed by Mu Wanru and put into the trunk of an off-road vehicle, and realized that the matter was over. Sister, I have some business to attend to, so I'll go back to the city first. Mu Wanru walked over with her slender waist. Her eyes fell on Mu Wanyan. Since you and Mr. Wu Ming are friends, then go back with them later. Yeah, okay. Mu Wanyan nodded. Watching Mu Wanru drive away, Wu Ming also stood up, looked around, and said, "It's time for us to go back." The group got on a modified bulletproof bus. They came in and returned to Jialan City. On a mountain a few kilometers away from the resort, a tall man in a leather jacket leaned against a tree, staring through a telescope at the modified bulletproof bus that was gradually disappearing from his sight, gritting his teeth in anger. Damn it, my seven-colored deadly snake. Although I don't know why they killed the wrong target, but these two people's pets actually dared to kill my beloved seven-colored deadly snake. You must die. The man in leather jacket memorized the appearances of Mu Wanyan and Wu Ming. In his opinion, the seven-colored deadly snake was killed by the joint efforts of Mu Wanyan's pet, the little white fox, and Wu Ming's pet, the little overlord. He wants to avenge this. Chapter 53, Blade Mantis, Assassination at Night. The leather-jacketed killer was annoyed. When he first met Zhou Nana, he swore that there was absolutely no problem with the assassination. As a result, the employer died. What the hell is this? The leather-jacketed killer became angrier the more he thought about it. This assassination was a stain on his career as a killer. Not only did the seven-colored deadly snake used in the assassination die, but he also killed his employer. If this gets out, how can he survive in the killer world? Thinking of this, the leather-jacketed killer narrowed his eyes slightly, with a cold light flashing in his pupils. He not only hated Mu Wanyan and Wu Ming, but also hated Zhou Nana even more. If Zhou Nana hadn't insisted on disguising the assassination scene as an accident, wouldn't so many things have happened? Why not just let him bring the seven-colored deadly snake into Jialan City, and let the snake enter the house in the middle of the night to bite Wu Ming to death? Wouldn't that be the end of it? Oh, stupid employer. This time it's all your fault for arranging such a crappy plan that killed my seven-colored death snake. You deserved it. The leather-clad killer sneered. He jumped on an off-road motorcycle and came to a cave dozens of kilometers away. He walked in and arrived at a slightly cold underground cave. This is the base of their killer organization. Hey, isn't this Snake? Have you completed your mission? A short-haired woman with tattoos all over her chest came towards him and said with a forced smile, "Hong Ying, what does my mission have to do with you?" Pish snorted coldly, walked into an underground hall, and bowed to a tall figure sitting on a sofa with his back to the crowd. "Boss, my mission has failed." The killer boss smoked a cigar, blew out a smoke ring, and said nothing. The leather snake bent over, feeling cold all over, as if it was thrown into an ice cellar, and its scalp tingled. After a long time, the assassin boss said, "This will not happen again." "Yes." The snake's skin quietly withdrew and wiped the sweat off his forehead. After arriving at a secret room, Pish opened a transparent glass box and took out a dark green mantis the size of a water cup. An old man wearing glasses came over and said, "Pisher, I heard that the seven-colored snake is dead. We encountered two F-level pets and were surrounded." The snake said through gritted teeth, "Then you should sign a contract with this blade mantis. Deduct 150,000 points. Feed it the most suitable F-level evolutionary food, and it will become your new partner," said the old man with eyes. "Thank you, doctor." Leather Snake took the blade mantis and walked out of the secret room. 10 minutes later, the leather snake stood in front of a tree. "Blade mantis, take action." Whoosh! The dark green mantis that was originally lying on the leather snake's shoulder suddenly jumped out, leaving a shadow in the air, and swung its sharp knife lightly. Click! A tree as thick as a person was actually chopped off by the blade mantis. The cut surface was smooth and felt good to touch. Speed food is more suitable for blade mantis. The snake smiled. This F-level pet, the blade mantis, has an F-level talent called blade. Because it is already an adult, this talent has long been developed to the limit. The blade is as sharp as super alloy steel and can even cut ordinary steel directly. In order to improve its flexibility, the leather snake gave the blade mantis an F-level speed food to make up for its disadvantage in speed. It's time to get revenge. Pish put away blade mantis and rode his off-road motorcycle back to Jalan City. Nanwin Street. The bulletproof van stopped in front of the pet shop. Finally back. Wu Ming opened the door, sat on the sofa, and drank herbal tea, feeling so comfortable. Mu Wanyin held the little white fox in her arms and asked Wu Ming, "Boss Wu Ming, do you have any F-level evolutionary food suitable for Xiaobai?" "Yes." Wu Ming pointed out, speed, defense, and self-healing. These are the 3 types of evolutionary food that are currently on sale. We also have other evolutionary food, but we don't have enough materials to prepare them. There are countless kinds of evolutionary food in the system mall, but those all require evolution points to purchase. And even if Wu Ming bought the recipe, he didn't know whether he could get all the necessary materials in Jalan City. There are also defense and self-healing. Mu Wanyin's eyes widened in surprise. "Can you tell me in detail about the specific effects?" Wu Ming nodded and said, F-level defense food can increase the pet's defense to super alloy level after use. F-level self-healing food can give the pet a certain level of self-healing ability and quickly recover from injuries. "I want them all," Mu Wanyin said excitedly. She was very interested in both types of evolutionary food, and the little white fox was also very interested, especially the self-healing ability. "The store is out of stock at the moment. I'll go to the super affordable mall tomorrow to buy some materials and then mix them. However, the price is very high. Are you sure you want to buy it?" Wu Ming looked at Mu Wanyin. He remembered that Mu Wanyin had to grit her teeth to buy it with 100,000 pet coins before, so it might not be realistic to buy the more expensive F-level self-healing food now. "I have money now." After saying this, Mu Wanyin looked gloomy. After Zhou Nana successfully asked Wu Ming to go to the lakeside resort, she gave her a bank card with 1 million pet coins. So at this stage, Mu Wanyin has enough money. But when she mentioned the money, she couldn't help but think of Zhou Nana, who was bitten to death by a 7-colored snake, and she looked lost. "Okay, the minimum price of defensive food is 100,000 per portion, and the minimum price of self-healing food is 200,000 per portion, which together is 300,000. Wu Ming gave a price. "Then I'll come see you tomorrow. Boss Wu Ming, goodbye." Mu Wanyin held the little white fox and left the pet store. After she left, Wu Ming asked Huang Samba and Zhu Zimei to go to the super affordable mall to buy 10 sets of materials and put them on the counter. Wan Xiu sorted them skillfully, and Wu Ming then mixed them into 3 portions of F-level speed food, 3 portions of F-level self-healing food, and 4 portions of F-level defense food. By this time, it was time to get off work. "Brother Wu, I'm leaving first." Wan Xiu threw away today's garbage, carried a small bag, and returned to the rental house with a takeaway. "We're leaving too." Huang Samba, Zhu Zimei, and Dolly Giant Bear got into a pickup truck parked on the side of the road and left the pet store. Wu Ming ordered some takeout and didn't close the door and go to bed until 10 o'clock in the evening. South Outer Street. In an empty cafe, Pish sat on a chair and quietly released the blade mantis. Through the camera tied to the top of the blade mantis's head, he could see the real-time images on his mobile phone. After scouting the area in the afternoon, Pish decided to kill Wu Ming first because he was Zhou Nana's target. As for Mu Wanyin, she could be killed later. The lights on the street are dim at night. The blade mantis crawled silently and finally arrived at the window of Wu Ming's bedroom. The sharp blade gently drew a circle, and a bowl-sized hole appeared in the glass window, big enough for it to crawl in. Through the camera, Pish saw Wu Ming sleeping on the bed and immediately remotely commanded Blade Mantis to take action through the pet contract. The cold blade was raised and aimed at Wu Ming's neck, ready to chop it off fiercely. Chapter 54: Hidden Dangerous Forces. The leather snake watched through the camera. He grinned, as if he could foresee the scene of Wu Ming's head and body being separated. So he picked up a cup of coffee, tilted his head back, and took a big sip. When he lowered his head again, he found the screen was black. Is the power out? Pish scratched his head, picked up his phone, fiddled with it for a few times, and found that the phone had power, but it seemed that the camera was broken. Blade Mantis, come back quickly. Through the pet contract, the leather snake gave orders to the still-living Blade Mantis. But he didn't know that on the deserted street, an invisible cat was slowly approaching with an elegant step, carrying a dying dark green mantis in its mouth. Leather Snake paid the money, left the coffee shop, and came to a forest of trees, ready to meet up with Blade Mantis before leaving. Hey, here I come. The Leather Snake saw the Blade Mantis. However, it did not walk over, but instead hovered in midair, floating towards him sideways, which looked very strange. What's going on? The snake rubbed his eyes. Then, he found that the Blade Mantis fell to the ground, moved twice, and then was completely dead. Dead? The snake suddenly felt a chill all over its body. Phew! The next moment, the leather snake suddenly covered its neck, its eyes widened, and it knelt on the ground, stammering and trying to say something, but it couldn't say anything. Bang! He fell to the ground and died. 10 minutes later, the bedroom on the second floor of the pet shop. Wu Ming sat on the small sofa, drinking a cup of coffee. Transforming a senior F-class Blade Mantis brought me 11 evolution points, which is not bad. But why do people keep trying to assassinate me recently? Logically, Zhou Nana is already dead. Could it be that even after all this, the assassin organization still won't let me go? Could it be that someone else wants to kill me? Wu Ming frowned. Meow. The phantom cat is back. It squatted on the bedside table, licking its paws gracefully and combing its hair. It was always so calm, like the coldest killer in the world. The next morning, Wu Ming turned on the TV. Here is a morning news report for you. A registered F-class Beastmaster was found dead in the woods near Nanwin Street in the early morning. It is estimated that he was killed by a terrible beast. Please protect yourself and do not leave your home alone after 10 o'clock at night. Wu Ming put down the remote control. The killer was found. Wu Ming was not worried. Truth will come to light sooner or later, and this matter cannot be concealed. However, with the help of the invisible nether cat, no one can find him. What's more, Wu Ming was also defending himself. No matter what, he was not wrong, but he did not want too many people to know about this. Otherwise, it would easily cause unnecessary trouble. Here is the second morning news. Yesterday morning, the famous entrepreneur Ms. Zhou Nana was bitten by a passing ferocious beast, the seven-colored deadly snake, during a private party. She unfortunately died. When you hold a party, please try to choose a place with a large number of people and a safe place. The selection of the future successor to the Zhou group will become an issue worthy of attention. This is the news about Zhou Nana. Seeing this, Wu Ming sighed with emotion. Zhou Nana is dead. This woman hired someone to assassinate him several times, and now she deserves this fate. Wu Ming had no sympathy for this. Boom, boom, boom. Someone knocks on the door. Wu Ming looked in the direction of the sound and saw Zhang Yuyin pushing open the glass door. Looking at Wu Ming lying on the sofa, Zhang Yuyin asked angrily, Wu Ming, what did you do yesterday? Pet shop staff are having a picnic. Wu Ming said. Oh. Zhang Yuyin's eyes widened in surprise. No way, there are only a few people in your pet store, and you are actually organizing this kind of activity? After a moment of silence, Zhang Yuyin put her hands on her hips and said, Okay, you didn't invite me to the dinner party. Are you afraid that I will bankrupt your pet store, or what? Okay, I'll call you next time, but on the condition that you treat us. Wu Ming felt that this woman was really annoying, but Zhang Yuyin is too rich. Although such a big customer may have a bit of a bad temper, you could just put up with it. By the way, do you know any powerful killer organizations near Jialan City? Wu Ming suddenly asked. Zhang Yuyin raised her eyebrows. Why, you want to hire someone to kill me? Wu Ming rolled his eyes and really wanted to knock open Zhang Yuyin's little head to see what the hell was inside. He said, just tell me whether you have it or not. Zhang Yuyin sat down next to Wu Ming, took out her phone to check and said, there really is an underground assassin organization. It's quite mysterious. It's said that they have several bases, but only one is real. By the way, why are you asking this? Zhang Yuyin was very curious. Just asking. Wu Ming yawned. When you become too annoying, I'll hire someone to kill you. Poochie. Zhang Yuyin laughed. She looked at Wu Ming seriously, making sure he was just joking. Moreover, ever since Shui Ling obtained F-level defense and F-level self-healing talents, her perception of danger has become more acute, and ordinary killers really cannot hurt her. Brother Wu, good morning. Miss Zhang is here too. Wan Xiu took the breakfast, put it on the table for Wu Ming, and started to get busy. Not long after, Huang Samba and Zuzume have also arrived. Today's business is proceeding as usual. Zhang Yuyin has been staying in the pet store and refused to leave, claiming that the medicinal materials mall she opened nearby will be open soon, and she is ready to start formal operations. Hearing this, Wu Ming felt somewhat expectant. There are medicinal materials malls all around, which will make it more convenient to buy raw materials for evolving food. Boom, boom, boom. There was another knock on the door. It's Mu Wanyin who's here. The moment she entered the room, Mu Wanyin saw Zhang Yuyin. The two didn't know each other, but when their eyes met at that moment, she had a wonderful feeling. Who is this person? Zhang Yuyin raised her eyebrows and nudged Wu Ming, who was sitting next to her, with her elbow. Mu Wanyin, my client. Wu Ming stood up, took out 2 wooden boxes from the counter, opened them, and placed them on the table. On the left is an F-level defensive food, and on the right is an F-level self-healing food. The total price is 300,000. Since you are the first customer of the pet store, I will charge you 288,888 today. Wu Ming pointed at the 2 wooden boxes and introduced them. When she heard that she got a discount, Mu Wanyin jumped up happily, put her arm around Wu Ming's hand, and kept thanking him. Zhang Yian looked at this scene and curled her lips. Pay by card. Wu Ming handed 2 wooden boxes to Mu Wanyin. Okay. Mu Wanyin quickly took out her bank card and paid in person, then immediately opened the 2 wooden boxes and handed them to the little white fox. The little white fox sniffed and felt comfortable all over. It first ate defensive food, and its fur became more shiny. Then, the little white fox ate the self-healing food. Its body grew bigger, and its eyes sparkled like gems. Chapter 55, Wan Siyu's Crisis. Wow, what an amazing, evolutionary food. Mu Wanyin received the information sent by the little white fox through the pet contract and learned that it had undergone 2 transformations. It not only possessed super-level defense capabilities, but also gained powerful self-healing abilities. As long as the injuries do not involve the brain or internal organs, or broken legs or claws, most injuries can be recovered quickly. Wow! The little white fox made an intimate sound. It stretched out its sharp little claws and tried several times before finally tearing a gash in its leg. The next moment, the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, Mu Wanyin was very happy. TSK, what a fuss! Zhang Yuyin shrugged and called out her pet Shui Ling, turning it into a nail clipper to trim her nails. Miss, you are using a pet with A-level potential to cut its nails? Wu Ming was stunned when he saw this scene. What's it to you? Zhang Yuyin rolled her eyes at Wu Ming. Mu Wanyin looked at Zhang Yuyin, who was flirting with Wu Ming, pursed her lips, and then smiled. Boss Wu Ming, thank you for your evolutionary food. I'll go back first. Goodbye. With a wave of her hand, Mu Wanyin left. Wu Ming didn't notice Mu Wanyin's expression, didn't hear any emotional fluctuations in her tone, and didn't take it seriously. He sat on the sofa, took out his mobile phone, and started playing games. Come play King of Another World with me and team up with me in a duo. Zhang Yiyan glanced at Wu Ming and said, King of Another World? I want to play too. Huang Samba pulled Zhu Zimei along, then looked at Wan Siyu. There are exactly 5 of us, a 5-man team. Okay. Zhang Yiyan slapped her thigh and agreed. Wu Ming was a little confused and asked, King of Another World, what kind of game is this? After saying that, he opened the App Store, found this game, and discovered that it was similar to the King of Glory in his previous life. The corners of his mouth slightly raised. This game is too easy. Back then, I was the king of big talk, and no one was afraid of me. See you, today is a day off, let's play games together. Wu Ming said proudly. Wan Siyu opened her mouth and said, But I don't know how to do it. It's okay. Can't the 4 of us take care of you? Huang Samba rolled up his sleeves and started the game with Zhu Zimei. Wu Ming also quickly downloaded the King of Another World and found that his account level was not high and he had no heroes. So he directly spent money and instantly got all the heroes and skins. Soon, Wan Siyu also joined the game. 5 people started to form a team. However, they lost 3 games in a row. Siyu, don't rush the tower. Siyu, hurry back to the fountain. Ouch. You used the return to city button. You're being attacked by the minions, so of course you can't return to the city. Wan Siyu had no talent for gaming, and with 4 gods and 1 sister, they still lost 9 games in a row. In the end, perhaps because Zhu Zimei and Huang Samba also charged up to V8, they matched up with opponents who were so bad that they finally won. Get off work, get off work. I almost vomited blood today. Wu Ming put down his phone and said hello. Everyone quickly packed up their things and went back home to find their mothers. Brother Wu, I'm so sorry today. I'm so bad. Wan Siyu stood in front of the door, smoothed the strands of long hair at the corners of her mouth with her hands, and lowered her head embarrassedly. It's okay, you're just a newbie. Wu Ming patted Wan Siyu's shoulder. Well, I'll go back first. Wan Siyu carried a small school bag, looked at the sky, and found that it was still early, so she took a bus to the city center, bought herself some new clothes, and went shopping for a while. Only after it got dark did Wan Siyu prepare to go home. On a deserted street, Wan Siyu looked around and felt that it was a bit eerie. In the dark, a person looked at Wan Siyu coldly. Is there a female clerk next to the target? Is she someone who needs to be kidnapped? The man tapped the wireless headset with his hand and made a low voice. First catch her and take her to an uninhabited place, then lure the target over and kill her silently. Remember, if the other party can kill the leather snake without anyone noticing, the pet beast around him must be very strong. A cold man's voice came from the headset. No problem. The man turned off his headphones. She walked out in her high heels. Wan Siyu heard footsteps and found that a woman with short red hair and tattoos all over her chest was walking towards her. She was very beautiful and gave her a strange and evil smile, and even licked her lips in front of her. She wouldn't be interested in me, would she? Wan Siyu thought of some special hobby and quickly moved a few steps to the side, speeding up at the same time. Suddenly, the short-haired woman took action. She approached in an instant, grabbed Wan Siyu's shoulder with one hand, pressed her against the wall, and covered her mouth and nose with the other hand. Wan Siyu shouted and shed 2 lines of tears. At this moment, she felt very helpless. Before she fell in a coma, the only figure that flashed through her mind was Wu Ming. 9:30 p.m. Wu Ming angrily threw his phone. I'm so angry. What a stupid teammate. He sat on the sofa and drank a glass of water. He heard the sound of a video call on his phone and found out it was Wan Siyu calling. Why are you sending me videos so late at night? Wu Ming raised his eyebrows and pressed the answer button. In the picture, Wan Siyu was lying unconscious on a wooden box that looked like it was from an abandoned warehouse. Her proud chest was rising and falling slightly, indicating that she was still breathing. With a whoosh sound, a short-haired woman with a hot body and wearing the upper half of a clown mask appeared in the video and gave Wu Ming a wicked smile. Your name is Wu Ming, right? Last night, Skin Snake tried to stab you, and he died. It seems that your methods are quite impressive. At this point, the short-haired woman held a dagger and placed it on Wan Siyu's neck, saying with a smile, if you don't want this little beauty to die, bring your pet, the little black dog that can breathe fire. But remember, only one of you and one dog can come here. If you dare to alarm others, I can kill you, a delicate and pretty shop assistant, in an instant. After saying that, the short-haired woman hung up the video call. Wu Ming widened his eyes and clenched his fists. He gritted his teeth. His expression gradually turned gloomy, and then became weird. In short, it looked very complicated. After a long silence, Wu Ming complained. What an idiot. You didn't even tell me the location. How can I find you? The next moment, another video call request came from Wan Siyu. Wu Ming quickly answered the call. The location is in an abandoned factory in the southern part of Jialan City, the abandoned freight warehouse at 38 Raven Street. The short-haired woman said this and immediately hung up the phone. Hearing this, Wu Ming spread his hands and complained. You speak so fast. Are you afraid that I won't remember it? In the freight warehouse. I'm such a professional killer, but I actually forgot to report the address. Damn it. The short-haired woman threw the mask to the ground, cursing. Chapter 56. Hong Ying and the Dark Night Cat Girl. In the pet store, Wu Ming held the little overlord in his arms and turned on the evil map navigation and found that the 2 places were 3 kilometers apart, not very close. Since there were no cars at night, Wu Ming could only walk. 15 minutes later, the short-haired woman paced back and forth, cursing, Why haven't you come over yet after so long? When you get here, I'll kill you. Another 15 minutes passed. The side door of the warehouse was opened. The short-haired woman immediately hid Wan Siyu and hid in the dark. Wu Ming held Xiaoba Wang in his arms and slowly walked to the open space in the center of the warehouse. Finally here, the short-haired woman saw Wu Ming's appearance, compared it with the photo, and found that it was indeed him. She sneered in her heart. She hid in the container, hiding very well, without making any sound, and was difficult to be noticed. Wu Ming looked around, but didn't see anyone. I'm here, come out, Wu Ming shouted. However, only his voice was heard in the abandoned warehouse, but no second person's voice appeared. Wu Ming looked around vigilantly and found Wan Siyu's cell phone on a wooden box. He picked it up and made sure it was there. But what about people? There's a cage over there. Put your pet in the cage and close it to make sure it doesn't get out. The voice of a short-haired woman was heard all around. She had placed small Bluetooth speakers around her in advance, and the sounds were heard at the same time, making it impossible to determine her exact location. Wu Ming looked at the ground and found an iron cage made of super alloy. He checked and found that there was no trap inside, but once the little overlord was locked in, it would be difficult for it to escape in a short time. By then, Wu Ming would lose the protection of his pet. It seems that the female killer in the dark thought that it was the little overlord who killed the killer last night, so she came up with this idea. As long as she can trap the little overlord, she can do whatever she wants. It's a pity that she doesn't know that I have a backup plan. Wu Ming thought so in his heart. He touched the bully's head, put it in an iron cage, locked it up, and locked it with the electronic lock. Then, he looked around and shouted, I locked up my pet, and now what? Where is Siyu? In the dark. Once Siyu has woken up. However, her whole body was anesthetized, and she could only open her eyes and see what was happening outside through the gap in the container, but she could not make any sound to warn others. You are really obedient. The short-haired woman saw Wu Ming's every move, sneered, walked silently out of the container, and looked at Wu Ming from a distance of 10 meters. Who are you? Wu Ming asked in a deep voice. The short-haired woman folded her arms and sneered. F-level assassin, Hong Ying. She walked with cat-like steps, landing silently and moving lightly, like a human version of a ghost cat, giving people an eerie feeling. Wu Ming quickly used the Eye of Insight. Hong Ying, F-Class Beastmaster, Senior. Pet, F-Level Dark Knight Cat Girl, Senior. Pet Talent, F-Level Fusion, which means that the pet can merge with the Beastmaster, retaining the human form but gaining the pet's abilities and body flexibility. F-Level Speed, 29 meters per second. F-Level General Anesthesia. After browsing the information about Hong Ying and her F-Level pet, Dark Knight Cat Girl, Wu Ming's pupils shrank. He didn't expect that there were such magical pets and pet talents in the world. No wonder he looks like a cat and walks without making any sound. It turns out he has acquired the ability of a pet. Wu Ming began to retreat. He had to pretend to be very scared to ensure that Hong Ying would not become suspicious and unable to discover the nether cat in the dark. Only in this way could he find an opportunity to kill it with one blow. Why do you want to kill me? Wu Ming suddenly spoke, deliberately delaying time. You were assassinated by someone for a living. Isn't it normal for us killers to kill you? Hong Ying let out a charming laugh, twisted her slender waist, and gradually approached Wu Ming. Don't come near me. Wu Ming began to back away. In the dark, the nether cat took light steps and finally found Wan Siyu leaning against the wall of the container. It confirmed that she was still alive, but unable to move. Through the pet contract, Wu Ming knew Wan Siyu's condition, and he felt relieved. He quickly asked, Where's Siyu? Are you talking about that pretty girl? TSK. She's really pretty? She's my type. Hong Ying's body swayed, and she came in front of Wu Ming, pinched his shoulder with one hand, and raised her red lips slightly. Wait until I kill you, and then I'll enjoy her to my heart's content. Ha! Oh, really? The fear on Wu Ming's face suddenly disappeared. He became very calm and looked quietly at Hong Ying in front of him. Hong Ying's eyes focused, and she suddenly realized something was wrong. She immediately stretched out her hand with sharp nails, ready to chop off Wu Ming's head. Phew! Hong Ying found that her body was suddenly out of control, as if it was separated from her head. Then, her head rolled to the ground, and her body fell limply to the ground. Hiss! A dark shadow fell from Hong Ying's body, rolled on the ground a few times, screamed, and soon turned into a boneless black cat, 1 meter long. It struggled a few times and then died. Is this the F-rank pet, the Night Cat Girl? Wu Ming took a deep breath, stretched out his hand, and transformed all the corpses of Hong Ying and Dark Knight Cat Girl, obtaining 20 evolution points, and increased the material spirit ball by 50 kilograms, bringing the total weight to 350 kilograms. Then he looked at the clothes belonging to Hong Ying on the ground and found a dark golden card of special material inside. The Spirit Demon Assassination Guild. Wu Ming looked at the words on the card and found the number 013 on it. It seemed that Hong Ying was only the 13th ranked killer. It seems that this guild is very powerful. There are at least a dozen similar F-level Beastmasters. This is really a big problem. Wu Ming hated the feeling of being targeted. Vuif, vuif, vuif. The little bully turned around in the cage and barked a few times, as if asking Wu Ming to let him out. Wu Ming rummaged through Hong Ying's clothes and found some bank cards and unlocking cards, and successfully opened the electronic lock of the iron cage. Then, he threw these things into the system space, and finally came to the container and helped Wan Siyu up. It's okay. I was just given a level F general anesthesia by the Dark Knight Cat Girl. I should be able to return to normal after a night's sleep. Wu Ming looked at Wan Siyu's big eyes, smiled warmly, carried her on his back, and hurried along the path to the pet shop. Along the way, everything was quiet. Wan Siyu was conscious and could see Wu Ming, but she could not speak. She could only lie silently on his warm and broad back, enjoying the warmth. Looking at the little bully exploring the way ahead, and then at Wu Ming's handsome profile, Wan Siyu blushed, thinking that such a time was so good and sweet. How nice it would be if time could stop in this quiet night. Wan Siyu thought to herself, blinked gently, lay on Wu Ming's back, and gradually fell asleep. Chapter 57, Demonic Assassination Guild. Early the next morning, Wan Siyu woke up from Wu Ming's bed. Looking at her neatly dressed body, she pursed her lips, tiptoed to lift the quilt, and walked downstairs. However, she did not see Wu Ming and felt a little disappointed. Squeak! The door of the pet shop suddenly opened. Siyu, are you awake? Wu Ming came in with 2 bags of breakfast, a new toothbrush, and a towel on the table. Wash up first, then have breakfast. Yeah, okay. Wan Siyu nodded obediently. In the bathroom, Wan Siyu was brushing her teeth and couldn't help twisting her slender waist, admiring herself in the mirror. Thinking of last night's experience, she bit her lip and felt her face getting hot. She quickly washed her face with cold water before walking to the pet hall and sitting opposite Wu Ming. The two of them ate breakfast like this, no one spoke. After a long time, Huang Samba and Zhu Zime arrived at the pet store. Wu Ming looked at the two of them and said with a smile, "You two are really inseparable. How about this? Ask Zhu Zime to be the driver of our pet store." Although it was half joking, Wu Ming also had the same idea. Zhu Zime quickly asked, "Brother Wu, is this true? Can I also work here in the pet store?" "I think it's no problem. You're unemployed anyway, so you might as well be my driver. Besides, your driving skills should be pretty good, right?" Wu Ming asked. Huang Samba laughed. "Driving skills? What car are you talking about? I feel like she's pretty good at both types of driving." Zuzime rolled her eyes, grabbed Huang Samba's ear, and twisted it. "Hiss! It hurts, it hurts!" Huang Samba quickly begged for mercy. Seeing this, Wan Siyu couldn't help but laugh. After what happened last night, she still didn't know how to talk to Wu Ming. However, after hearing the conversation between Zhu Zime and Huang Samba, this couple of funny people, her mood immediately improved. Wu Ming's face was a little stiff, and he said, "Actually, what I said just now was serious. Huang Samba is the bodyguard and doorman of the pet store anyway, and Zhu Zime, you pick him up and drop him off at the pet store every day. So why not just be the driver?" Zhu Zime and Huang Samba looked at each other. Finally, they both nodded at the same time. "Okay, I'm willing to join the pet shop and become a full-time driver here. Wu Go, see you. I hope you can take care of me in the future." Zhu Zime stretched out her hand. "Welcome aboard." Wu Ming and Zhu Zime shook hands and reached a cooperation agreement. "Mimi, we can work together from now on." Wan Siyu and Zhu Zime high-fived, both of them with joy on their faces. Soon, Wu Ming printed out a contract. Zhu Zime was very familiar with this aspect and signed a contract immediately. The monthly base salary was 3,000, which was similar to Wan Siyu's. As for Huang Samba, he has passed the F-level Beast Tamer assessment and was successfully converted to a regular employee with a base salary of more than 10,000 pet beast coins. "Yeah, sign a contract." Zhang Yi's surprised voice came from outside the door. Everyone looked up and saw her walking into the pet shop in high heels. Zhang Yin looked at the contract in Zhu Zime's hand, then at Wu Ming, and smiled funny. "Hey, Boss Wu, why don't you hire me too? I can be your personal financial advisor, and the daily salary is only 3,000. Puff! Wu Ming sprayed water. 3,000 a day salary? This is an annual salary of 1 million. Damn it, who can afford to hire you? Wu Ming really wanted to curse and said angrily, "Forget it. You ask such a high price. I can't hire you." Tisk, Zhang Yin shrugged. Outside Jialan City, an old man wearing glasses stood in front of a machine. It has been confirmed that the killer 013 Hongying has no vital signs, and the F-rank pet Dark Knight Catgirl has also been wiped out. There was no long battle, all of them were killed in one hit. It has been determined that the opponent is at least a senior E-rank Beastmaster. The machine made a cold mechanical sound. Hearing this, the old man's face turned gloomy. Senior E-level Beastmaster. This is not weak for their Spirit Demon Assassination Guild. There are so many experts hiding around Wu Ming. This guy's identity is definitely not simple. The old man thought so in his heart. He took the analysis results and walked into an underground hall. He bent down to the assassin boss who had his back to the assassins and said, "Boss, the assassination mission of Hongying has failed. After identification, it is suspected that there is an E-level Beastmaster around the target. Call." The assassin boss blew out a smoke ring. The old man bent over and waited. As a follower for many years, he knew that his boss was thinking of a countermeasure and was waiting patiently. Anyone who can afford to hire an E-level beast tamer must have great power, not much worse than our guild. Don't take action against him for now, and continue to investigate the situation. After saying that, the assassin boss stopped talking, holding a cigar in his mouth. The old man was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, "Yes." He left the hall and issued the killer boss's orders. Soon, all the staff members of the Spirit Demon Assassination Guild and the numbered killers received the message and were required to find out as much detailed information about Wu Ming as possible without alerting the enemy. Jialan City. In a bar, a woman wearing a mini-skirt, a belly-bearing top, and dark green shoulder-length hair stood in the middle of the dance floor, swaying her sexy body. Wow! The drinkers around were shouting wildly. Not long after, the woman sat down at her seat, ordered a cocktail, and was about to drink it when she heard someone calling from behind. The woman turned around and found a strange, ruffian-looking man wearing a red baseball cap standing behind her. "Sorry, I made a mistake." The man waved his hand and walked away. At the same time, a man in a black sweatshirt standing on the woman's right-hand side immediately took advantage of the moment when the woman with short green hair turned around to sprinkle the powder into the woman's wine. The bartender saw this. However, the man in the black sweatshirt gestured at his neck with his hand, and the bartender immediately shut his mouth and dared not speak. The woman turned her head and drank the glass of wine as if she didn't notice anything. Then she lay down on the bar. This green-haired woman is really wild. We brothers are lucky tonight." The man in the black sweatshirt supported the woman and walked out of the bar with the man in the red baseball cap, who greeted the woman before. The bartender saw this and sighed. He wanted to do something righteous. But once you do this, you will be threatened by thugs, beaten up, or even killed when walking at night. In order to survive, he could only pretend not to see it. In a deserted alley, the two men threw the woman on a shabby sofa and were about to undress, but their movements suddenly became stiff, and then they fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth, obviously poisoned to death. Hiss! There was a sound of a poisonous snake exhaling. The woman stood up from the sofa and stretched out her hand. Coiled in her palm was a black poisonous snake that was as thick as a thumb and only half a meter long. "You're messaging me at this time. I haven't had enough fun yet." The woman took out her cell phone. After seeing the message, "Inquire about the identity of E-level target Wu Ming." The woman frowned slightly, twisted her slender waist, and walked out of the yard. Chapter 58 2 E-level Evolutionary Foods. The woman with dark green hair came to the street, lifted a tarpaulin, and an off-road motorcycle appeared, which looked very cool. Putting on her helmet, she stepped on the accelerator and instantly rushed towards Nanwen Street. Under the night, Wu Ming had closed the glass door and was lying on the sofa watching TV. In a few days, the Jialan City Lord's Mansion should announce the pet and taming competition, right? But even if they announce it, they won't go into too much detail. Wu Ming whispered. He had already secured a guaranteed spot and did not need to attend the auditions. But he still decided to go in person and observe carefully. "I can go out of the city in the next few days and convert more evolution points." Wu Ming made this decision while looking at the world outside the door. Although it was relatively comfortable for him to stay in Jialan City, it was difficult for him to develop, and he had to go out of the city to plunder. As the saying goes, a horse cannot grow fat without night grass. If he could not leave Jialan City and go to areas like the valley owned by Zhou Nana to obtain evolution points, it would be difficult for him to purchase a large amount of E-level evolution food recipes and mix them out. Once an F-level pet possesses 5 F-level talents at the same time, its quality will meet the requirements for consuming E-level talents. which means it can be promoted. Wu Ming looked at the table. The phantom cat remained invisible, flicking its tail. Its potential is F level, and it has already reached adulthood. If it wants to break through to E level, it must improve itself. For example, obtain enough F level talent. At this stage, the talents of the nether cat include F level speed, F level stealth, F level steel claws, F level defense, and F level self-healing. Exactly 5 F level talents. This means that the nether cat has reached the maximum limit of an F level pet. A pet with F level potential can have up to 5 F level talents. Even if it gets other F level evolutionary food, it will be difficult for it to absorb it after eating it. However, its physical fitness has been enhanced by these 5 F level talents. It is very powerful. As long as it consumes 1 E level evolutionary food, it can complete the level upgrade. By then, I will have my first E level pet. Wu Ming continued to analyze the data of the nether cat. After a moment, he opened the system all. E-level talent extreme speed, E-level talent diamond claw. These 2 E-level evolutionary foods are both priced at 98 points. They are very suitable for the nether cat at this stage. You can buy them. Anyway, there are still a few hundred evolution points, and Wu Ming feels that it is enough for the time being. So he clicked buy. Speedy food, E-grade. Recipe, E-level beast inner pill times 35 grams. Black grass times 189 grams. Wuwang leaf times 337 grams, and other 17 kinds of medicinal materials, evolution point times 15. Function: allows any F-level or E-level pet that meets the promotion conditions to obtain the E-level talent extreme speed. The speed increase effect is closely related to the pet's own talent. Seeing these materials, Wu Ming was shocked. E-level ferocious beast inner elixir. This thing is very precious and difficult to obtain. But the next moment, Wu Ming took out a darker inner elixir, on the surface of which the mark of a unicorn rhinoceros could be seen. Luckily, when I came back from Yaodao ancient town, I got the inner elixir of the leader of the E-level fierce beast, the unicorn rhinoceros. The density of this thing is greater than iron, at least 1 kilogram, enough for me to use 10 times. Wu Ming felt an inexplicable joy. He took out his computer and searched for the medicinal materials introduced in the E-level rapid evolution food formula, and found that the market price of the medicinal materials needed to make a set of evolution food reach 100,000. This is already the official selling price of an F-grade evolutionary food, but now, you can only buy the raw materials for an E-grade evolutionary food. It's a bit expensive, Wu Ming muttered. However, after reaching the E-level, the speed is at least 50 meters per second, which can beat any F-level pet, greatly improving the combat capability of the nether cat. Then, Wu Ming opened the information of the second E-level evolutionary food. Diamond Claw Food, E-level. Recipe: E-level beast inner pill times 33 grams. Super alloy steel times 153 grams. Golden loquat kernel times 115 grams. Firebone jade marrow times 137 grams, and other 23 kinds of medicinal materials. Evolution point times 15. Function: allows any F-level or E-level pet that meets the promotion requirements to obtain the E-level talent diamond claws, with claws that are 3 times harder and sharper than super alloy steel. After seeing the formula of E-grade diamond claw food, Wu Ming quickly checked it online and discovered that the market price of one batch of raw materials was as high as 150,000. The general price of E-level evolutionary food is only 300,000, which is not much higher than the raw materials. Why is this? Wu Ming was very confused and quickly logged onto the pet website to check. Soon he got the best explanation. On Sky Blue Planet, 99% of the beasts cannot reach F-level. And among the beasts that reach F-level, 90% will be stuck at F-level. This results in too few beasts and pets above E-level. Therefore, although E-level and above evolutionary food seems precious, it is difficult to sell, and the official price is of course not high. After reading this explanation, Wu Ming understood. However, after looking at the sky outside, Wu Ming realized that it was already very late. It was not safe to go to the super affordable mall now, so he had to wait until tomorrow. Wu Ming put away the inner elixir of the E-level unicorn rhinoceros leader and was about to go upstairs. Boom! An off-road motorcycle stopped in front of the pet shop. A pair of long, white legs stepped down from the motorcycle, and then a sexy woman wearing a miniskirt, belly-exposing top, and dark green shoulder-length hair walked to the gate. Boom, boom, boom. The woman knocked on the door. "We're closed today." Wu Ming stood up and looked at the green-haired woman who was taller than him and said, "I'm sorry I'm late, but I had an appointment." The woman said, her cold voice with a hint of charm. Very unique, and Wu Ming remembered it immediately. "Appointment?" Wu Ming frowned. "We never have appointments in our pet store. You must have come to the wrong place." "Oh, really?" The woman took out her phone, checked it, and said, "Sorry, I did make a mistake. I mistook Huiyu Street for Nanwen Street." Hearing this, Wu Ming was speechless. There is indeed a Huiyu Street in Jialan City, and there seem to be several pet shops on that street. However, Wu Ming still thinks that there is something wrong with the green-haired woman's eyesight, since she mistook Huiyu for Nanwen. "How many kinds of evolutionary food do you have here?" The woman did not leave, but asked. "There are only a few types at the moment," Wu Ming said. "Since there is evolutionary food here, let's do this. I will come over at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon to choose evolutionary food. As long as it is suitable for my pet, price is not a problem." After saying that, the woman twisted her slender waist, got back on the off-road motorcycle, stepped on the accelerator, and drove away from Nanwen Street. Looking at the woman's back, Wu Ming always felt something was strange. But since he is a customer, he certainly won't refuse. "As I said, if you don't make money when you have it, you're a bastard." A few kilometers away, the woman stopped by the roadside. She took out her cell phone, quickly typed, "We have gained an opportunity to approach the target, and will formally launch the plan tomorrow," and sent it to a Red Skull avatar. Then, she rode her motorcycle and quickly disappeared into the night. Chapter 59, Tianyuan Canyon. Wu Ming didn't take the green-haired woman seriously. Although she looked a little strange, she was indeed a true F-class beast tamer, and nothing abnormal had been discovered so far. Wu Ming had no idea that this woman would be a killer from the Spirit Demon Assassination Guild. After washing up, Wu Ming lay on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Wan Siyu was the first to arrive at the pet shop. Not long after, Zhu Zimei drove Huang Samba to the front of the store. Before the two of them unfastened their seatbelts, Wu Ming had already walked over and handed 2 envelopes to Huang Samba. These are 2 different evolutionary food recipes. Except for the E-level beast inner elixir, buy the other medicinal materials as soon as possible. If you can't get them all, we can talk about it later. Don't worry, Angkor. We'll go right away. Huang Sanda took the envelope and went to the Super Bargain Mall. Wu Ming returned to the pet store and gave Wan Siyu a task. Find all the places near Jialan City where rare medicinal herbs may grow. The information should be as detailed, accurate, updated quickly, and reliable as possible. Okay, Wan Siyu started working. After a while, she found a lot of information, screened and classified it, and compiled about 2 pages of text information and placed it on the table. Angkor. I screened through layers of places and finally found a place called Tianyuan Canyon. It is 200 kilometers away from Jialan City and is located in a mountainous area. It is said that there are E-level beasts. It is the place that the beast masters of Jialan City like to go to in groups the most. Tianyuan Canyon. Wu Ming remembered this place. He picked up the information prepared by Wan Siyu and kept flipping through it while logging onto the Pet Beast Network to verify and supplement it. In a blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. Huang Samba and Zhu Zimei carried a large bag and walked into the pet store, handing the shopping list to Wu Ming. "Brother Wu, 90% of the raw materials are available. We are still missing a few kinds, and they are all listed on the list," said Huang Samba. Wu Ming opened the list. Black grass, firebone jade marrow, turtle and snake gallbladder, and glassthorn. These are the materials that are still missing. We are missing 2 types of E-level extreme speed food and 2 types of E-level diamond claws. When will the materials be available? Wu Ming asked. Huang Samba shook his head and said, "It's hard to say. It is said that these herbs all come from Tianyuan Canyon, and the drug-seeking team sent by Super Affordable Mall have suffered several casualties. It is said that they encountered powerful beasts. These herbs cannot be found in a short time." Hearing this, Wu Ming fell into deep thought. "I just checked the Tianyuan Canyon, and now I heard that the missing materials can be found there. These materials are related to whether the nether cat can be promoted to an E-level pet. They are very important, and I can't just sit there and wait." Ding-ling! A bell rang. Wu Ming answered the phone. "Hello, is this Mr. Wu Ming? I heard that Huang Samba passed the assessment of an F-level Beastmaster and was officially promoted. His pet, the powerful giant bear, also defeated Lai Dashing's blasting dragon. It is very powerful. I would like to ask him for a favor. After the task is completed, there will be a reward of 100,000 pet coins." Su Qianqian's charming voice was heard on the phone. Ever since she had an affair with Wu Ming, she has become more and more feminine. Even through the phone, Wu Ming can feel her sexiness. Is it dangerous? Wu Ming asked. We are going to form a team to go to Tianyuan Canyon. Although that place is quite dangerous, this time several shopping malls have joined forces, and we have gathered 5 F-level Beastmasters. It would be great if Huang Samba could go with us. Su Qianqian told the truth. Tianyuan Canyon? I want to go there too. Wu Ming said. Su Qianqian on the other end of the phone was silent for a long time. Mr. Wu Ming, please stop joking. This time we are not going to Yaodao Ancient Town, but to Tianyuan Canyon, which is very dangerous. Su Qianqian hurriedly persuaded. Although she knew that Wu Ming also had a very powerful pet that could kill even an F-level beast with its poisonous stinger in seconds, subconsciously, Su Qianqian did not want Wu Ming to put himself in danger. I must go. Wu Ming was firm. Once the 4 materials are found, the nether cat can quickly be promoted to an E-level pet, and its strength will increase greatly. In the area near Jialan City, he was relatively safe with the protection of an E-level pet. At least, he would have a certain ability to protect himself when facing the dark assassinations of the guild by the spirits and demons. Well, okay. Su Qianqian couldn't persuade Wu Ming, so she had to agree. Because we are pressed for time, we have to leave at noon today. I will send a car to pick you and Huang Samba up then. No problem. Wu Ming hung up the phone. Then he told the story. When she heard that they were going to Tianyuan Canyon, Wan Xiu quickly advised. Angkor, there are E-level beasts there. It's very dangerous. Huang Samba didn't care. The thing Wu Ge gave me last time can even kill the leader of the E-level beast unicorn rhinoceros. What is there to be afraid of in Tianyuan Canyon? Zhu Zimei said nothing and silently straightened Huang Samba's collar. I urgently need the 4 materials in the Tianyuan Canyon. As you just learned, these are 2 E-level evolutionary foods, which are very important. Wu Ming pondered for a moment. I also have a second pet. It already has 5 F-level talents and can be promoted to E-level at any time. I have to go on this operation. Wan Xiu and Zhu Zimei widened their eyes in surprise. Only Huang Samba thought it was normal. Wu Ming was a genius trainer, and having a pet that reached the F-level limit was nothing. In his opinion, the second pet Wu Ming mentioned must be the mysterious pet that killed the F-level beast Dushan in seconds and has not appeared yet. Huang Samba once suspected that the pet was just a ball of air. Noon. A big M stopped in front of the pet shop. Get in the car. When the car window rolled down, Intong's cold face was revealed. Oh, you're going too? Huang Samba said with a smile. Intong rolled up the car window and said, this time, several Beastmasters from different chambers of commerce have gathered together. I will represent Super Affordable Mall. Including the 2 of you, Super Affordable Mall's team is the largest. When the time comes, we will be able to get the most. That's great. Wu Ming got in the car. Soon, the Big M drove off Nanlin Street. The car went out directly from the North Gate, passed security check, and met up with 4 other cars 10 kilometers outside the city. You people in Super Affordable Mall are just so slow. The window of an SUV rolled down, and the red-haired man in the driver's seat complained in dissatisfaction. The Beastmasters in the other 3 cars glanced at Intong, Wu Ming, and Huang Samba. Their gaze stayed on Huang Samba's face for a long time without saying a word. Boom! The engine started again, and the convoy officially set off. In the blink of an eye, it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The convoy is approaching its destination. Nanlin Street, Pet Shop. Zhu Zimei sat on the sofa, playing the game king of Another World with Wan Xiu. Where are the people? A cold female voice sounded from outside the door. Wan Xiu raised her head and saw a tall woman with green hair standing in front of the door, looking around the pet shop. Who are you looking for? Wan Xiu asked. I'm looking for Wu Ming, the owner of your pet shop. I made an appointment with him last night and told him to come over today to choose evolutionary food, said the green-haired woman. Wu Ge has gone out. I'm afraid he won't be back today. Wan Xiu shook her head. If you're not in a hurry, come back tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Traveling far away? The green-haired woman frowned. Chapter 60. The Paradise of Ferocious Beasts. Do you know where he went? The green-haired woman was silent for a moment and asked Wan Xiu. Zhu Zimei reached out to stop Wan Xiu, who was about to speak, and said to the green-haired woman, Sorry, this is a secret. I can't tell you. The green-haired woman realized that she couldn't get anything out of him, so she checked the time and said, I'll come back later. After the green-haired woman left, Zuzime gave Wan Siyu a bleached look and kindly reminded her, Siyu, you are still too young. Wu Ge and the others are going to carry out such an important mission. How can you say it casually? I'm sorry, I won't be so reckless next time. Wan Siyu pursed her lips, realizing her own carelessness. On a mountain, Wu Ming and his group of 7 parked the car at the top of the mountain and looked down. As far as the eye can see, there is a large canyon that stretches for hundreds of kilometers, surrounded by light clouds and mist. It is more than 10 kilometers wide, and there are small canyon cracks at regular intervals. It seems that the entire Tianyuan Canyon is like a leaf of an iron tree. The Tianyuan Canyon is below. Intong whispered. The red-haired male beastmaster crossed his arms, with a half-meter-tall little monkey standing on his shoulder, looking down. First of all, let's make it clear that we divide it by head count. That is, all the things will be divided into 7 parts. Our 4 chambers of commerce will each take 1 part, and you super affordable mall will take 3 parts. But what's wrong with your pet? Why is it a little black dog? Everyone looked at the little bully that Wu Ming was holding. What kind of fighting power can a little black dog that hasn't grown up yet have? Breathing fire. Wu Ming said. The little overlord immediately spewed a ball of fire at the ground, burning even the rocks and causing them to crack, causing the surrounding beastmasters to look surprised. Wu Ge is an F-level beastmaster and also an F-level trainer, different from you. Huang Samba pointed at Wu Ming and introduced him to several beastmasters present. As for Huang Samba, the other F-beastmasters were quite familiar with him. After all, Huang Samba is very famous in the Jialan City Forum, and many people predict that his pet, the powerful giant bear, will definitely be ranked among the top among all F-level pets and has strong combat power. Therefore, several beastmasters present were very afraid of him. They all expressed their conviction about Huang Samba's words. Oh, it's Mr. Tamer. I wonder what kind of evolutionary food you have? I would like to buy some when I return to Jialan City, asked a middle-aged man who looked relatively friendly. His pet is a mountain eagle, which has super alloy-grade claws, powerful strength and speed. At the critical moment, it can grab him and fly. Evolutionary foods such as speed and defense. Wu Ming did not reveal the self-healing food because this kind of evolutionary food is very precious, and he would not reveal it without making sure that he is absolutely safe. Oh, there is defensive food. This is good. Several beastmasters around became interested. As the saying goes, if you walk by the river, you will get your feet wet. Even the most agile and fast pet may be hit by a ferocious beast. At this time, the role of defensive talent is reflected. Silver Eyes folded her arms, with the night viper coiled on her shoulders. She glanced at the fog below and urged, it's already afternoon. If we don't act now, it will only drag on, especially at night. The situation will be very unfavorable to us. Then let's do it. The crowd cut down some of the surrounding trees to cover the cars, carried the necessary large luggage bags, and walked along the stone wall to the interior of the Tianyuan Canyon. There are lakes and waterfalls in the canyon, with deafening noises. The ground is covered with berry trees several meters high, so you can survive for a long time even without food. Cry! In the sky, the roars of many flying beasts were heard. In the surrounding woods, there are a large number of wild animals and even ferocious beasts lurking, hunting, or escaping. It can be said to be a paradise for ferocious beasts. Cuckoo! At this time, a strange cry was approaching. Wu Ming looked in the direction of the sound and saw a brown beast that looked like a velociraptor, but with a coxcomb on its head passing through the bushes and standing in front of everyone. It's a low-grade ferocious beast, the coxcomb dragon. It has good combat power, but unfortunately it's no match for us. The red-haired beastmaster said with a smile. The monkey standing on his shoulder suddenly jumped out, and a sharp super alloy dagger appeared in the palm of its hand. It quickly cut off the neck of the coxcomb dragon and then jumped back to the shoulder of the beastmaster. The whole process was completed in one go, taking less than a second. What a fast speed, at least 33 meters per second, which is very fast among all F-class speeds. Huang Samba muttered, "Thank you for the compliment." The red-haired beastmaster was not arrogant. He had watched the video of the duel between Huang Samba and Lai Dashing and knew that the powerful giant bear was not easy to deal with. In terms of strength, it might be able to crush his monkey. Keep moving forward. Intong spoke. On this trip, she is the commander. A group of people walked in front. When Wu Ming passed by the coxcomb dragon, he pretended to be curious, touched it, and gained 2 evolution points. This place is not a paradise for ferocious beasts, But my paradise. Wu Ming raised the corner of his mouth slightly. If this journey was not too dangerous, he could at least gain a few hundred evolution points by coming here. If you are lucky, maybe you can get over 1,000. A man cannot become rich without unexpected wealth, and a horse cannot grow fat without night grass. If you don't go out for a walk and always stay in Jialan City, it will be difficult to encounter such an opportunity. Wu Ming thought so in his heart and continued to move forward. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes passed. The group stopped in front of a pond. The radius of the pool is 30 meters. 15 meters away from the shore, there is a small oasis with a dozen white flowers growing on it, which are glowing. Wu Ming took a closer look and discovered that this was a medicinal herb called white spirit flower. One flower could be sold for at least 1,000 pet coins, which could be used for many evolutionary foods. There is an F-level beast in the pool. We can't take it lightly. What should we do then? Someone must lure out the beast in the pond, and the others will go up and pick the white spirit flowers. So, how do you divide the white spirit flowers? There are 15 flowers here. We each have 2. The last flower will be decided by rock, paper, scissors. Whoever wins will get it. Okay, let's do it. The group quickly reached a consensus. The powerful giant bear has the strongest defense and is responsible for going into the water to attract the F-level beast. As for the others, some are responsible for assisting Huang Samba, and the rest are responsible for climbing onto the oasis and picking 15 white spirit flowers. Plop! The giant bear jumped into the pool and swam in it, slapping the water. Suddenly, a crocodile with fangs rushed over, bit the giant bear's hind leg, and started a death roll. The giant bear relied on its F-level defense to withstand the bite, held onto the crocodile's head tightly, and swam desperately towards the shore. Get started! Others took immediate action. The mountain eagle flew over the water, plucked 2 white spirit flowers with its huge beak, flapped its wings, and returned to the shore. Chapter 61. E-level beast, the red-faced demon. Ouch! The ferocious giant crocodile discovered everyone's plan and immediately struggled, wanting to return to the oasis to protect the white spirit flowers. However, the mighty giant bear held it tightly. If it weren't for the fact that it was in the water and couldn't exert its maximum strength. Otherwise, with the mighty giant bear's strength, it would definitely be able to drag the ferocious giant crocodile ashore. Hiss! The silver-eyed night serpent is out. It flew across the water in an instant and bit the giant crocodile on the eye, injecting a large amount of venom. The pain made the crocodile struggle hard, but its strength quickly weakened. The giant bear swung the ferocious crocodile with all its might, and it was thrown onto the shore. The other pets rushed over and ripped it open. This powerful F-class beast was killed on the spot. The middle-aged man's mountain eagle flew back and forth a few more times, picked 15 white spirit flowers, brought them ashore, and placed them on a rock. There is indeed strength in numbers. Under normal circumstances, if we fight alone, we can't deal with an F-level beast at all. The red-haired beastmaster laughed. Start distributing the white spirit flowers. Yintong spoke sparingly. Wu Ming, Huang Samba, and the people present each took 2 flowers, and there was 1 flower left, which needed to be decided by rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. A group of 7 people began to gesture. After several rounds of fierce competition, Huang Samba, who had the best luck, won the last white spirit flower and handed it to Wu Ming. Let's go to our next destination. Yintong held the map and pointed to a cave a few hundred meters away. There were many medicinal herbs growing in the cave, including the special medicinal herb glass thorn that Wu Ming needed. A distance of several hundred meters is not far. Wu Ming and his companions had a group of F-level pets to lead the way. They were not afraid even when facing E-level ferocious beasts. After a few minutes, they arrived in front of a cave. Be careful. There may be ferocious beasts in here. Yintong reminded and put on a fully enclosed helmet. As for her body, she had already changed into a tight combat uniform made of ferocious animal skins before leaving the city. The uniform was cut-proof and bulletproof. Wu Ming, Huang Samba, and others all wore helmets and were fully armed, with super alloy steel daggers in their hands. There are 3 pets in front and 4 in the back, protecting everyone in the center. I'll take the lead. A burly male beastmaster held a high-intensity flashlight and illuminated the cave. Immediately, countless poisonous insects and bats flew over. Get down quickly, Yintong shouted. Breath fire, Wu Ming ordered. The little bully roared and spewed out blazing flames into the cave, which lasted for 10 seconds. All the poisonous insects and bats that passed by were burned to death and fell to the ground, emitting a burnt smell. Oh my God! What level is this flame? It's so strong. The red-haired beast master was amazed. It's an E-level companion talent, but because the little overlord is not yet an adult, its current power is about the same as that of an F-level flame. Wu Ming explained. So, this little black dog is a pet with E-level potential? He really deserves to be a big boss trainer. He is rich and willful. The red-haired beastmaster sighed. The group continued to go deeper. Soon, they came to the deepest part of the cave. The walls here are covered with green, glowing vines, illuminating the entire cave. There are strange rocks inside, and many glowing medicinal herbs grow in the cracks of the rocks. Wu Ming used the Eye of Insight to search and immediately locked onto a long, green, glowing medicinal ingredient that looked like glass shards. Found at the glass thorn, Wu Ming smiled, quickly took out the tools, dug out the nearest glass thorn, and put it away. Next, we still need 3 more medicinal herbs. Everyone else was digging up medicinal herbs around, and Huang Samba and Yintong were no exception. They took all the herbs that were ripe and could be taken away. Suddenly, Wu Ming felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, as if he was being watched from the dark. He lowered his voice and shouted, "Quick, gather in battle formation. There's a ferocious beast lurking in the dark." This is not just talk, it is true. The always invisible phantom cat has night vision and has seen that there is a strange and ferocious beast lurking in the surrounding Tangment, and the distance between it and everyone is constantly narrowing. What could happen? The red-haired beastmaster said indifferently, but he immediately came to Huang Samba, Yintong, and Wu Ming with his pet beast, and looked around vigilantly. Whoosh! A shadow launched an attack at this time. As a flying pet, the mountain eagle had difficulty moving in a small area. It was first hit by a red figure. It let out a wail and fell to the ground, with its feathers falling all over the floor. Fortunately, it was not dead. Oh my big cock! The middle-aged man was heartbroken. Bright light! Wu Ming immediately took out a large light bulb, held it above his head, and illuminated the entire cave. Everyone saw a strange figure squatting in the corner of the cave. It looked like a ball of fireworks, with 3 tails behind it and a red human face with a stiff expression, just looking at everyone. Wu Ming stared at it and got the information. Type: red-faced demon. Level: E beginner. Talents: E-level shadow, F-level speed 30 meters per second, F-level stab. This is a genuine E-level ferocious beast. E-level shadow is its companion talent. After it reaches adulthood, it naturally becomes an E-level ferocious beast. As for why it also has F-level speed and F-level thrust, Wu Ming is not sure. Buzz! The red-faced demon used his E-level talent shadow again, and his entire body turned into a shadow, flying close to the ground, and hit the silver pupil beside Wu Ming like a bone spur. Roar! The Dark Knight serpent swung its long tail, lashing the red-faced demon like a steel whip, sending it flying backwards. It immediately turned the rocks on the ground into 2 flying spikes that shot out like super-fast arrows. Click! The giant bear's paw slammed down, shattering the flying rock spikes. Attack! Yintong shouted. The other beast masters immediately communicated with their pets and formed an encirclement. Some of them cut with daggers, some sprayed frost, and some fired blazing lasers from their eyes, all hitting the red-faced demon. Ouch! The red-faced demon wanted to hide. But at this moment, an invisible sharp claw swept across from the darkness, splitting the entire red-faced demon into 2 halves. It fell to the ground, and blood gushed out. What's going on? The other beast masters were all confused. Hey, there's blood on the claws of the powerful giant bear. It seems that it accidentally split this E-level beast. As everyone discussed it, they discovered that there was blood on the giant bear's right front paw. Even Huang Samba and the powerful giant bear were confused about this. After a moment, they suddenly realized and looked at Wu Ming. Shh! Wu Ming made a gesture to keep quiet. Of course it was the phantom cat who had made the sneak attack just now. As for the bloodstains on the giant bear's claws, they were also put there by the phantom cat, with the purpose of confusing the audience. Now, everyone thought that it was the work of the powerful giant bear, and they had no idea that there was a completely invisible F-level extreme pet hidden in the dark. Chapter 62, Dangerous Area. Since it was Huang Samba's powerful giant bear that killed this E-level beast, its body belongs to Huang Samba. Let's continue looking for medicinal herbs. Yintong spoke, and everyone else nodded without objection. Brother Wu, this is for you. Huang Samba handed the red-faced demon to Wu Ming, who took it directly without refusing. After taking out the E-level inner elixir, Wu Ming threw the red-faced demon to the ground. He had completed the transformation, gained 55 evolution points, made a fortune, and no longer needed the corpse of the red-faced demon. The others didn't notice this and were all picking herbs. 10 minutes later, everyone left the cave and headed to the next location. Along the way, they occasionally saw human bone fragments and clothing fragments. These should be the members of other expedition teams who died in battle. It's really tragic. Huang Samba expressed his deep sympathy. The general expedition team consists of ordinary people. Even if they were wearing combat uniforms, without an F level or above pet, they would surely die if they encountered a more agile beast or a ferocious beast that was good at sneak attacks or poisoning. However, in order to make a living, they had to risk going out to collect herbs. It's all for living. Wu Ming sighed. If he didn't have a system and a pet, he would have been wandering the streets by now, right? It's scary to think about it. Encore. There is a black rock ahead, covered with black grass. It's just right for you. Huang Samba stood beside Yintong, looking at the map, and said in a low voice. Yeah. Wu Ming nodded. The red-haired beast master frowned and said, the black rock in front is more than 10 meters high, and there is a dense forest around it. The black grass grows in the cracks of the rock, so it is difficult to get. Moreover, there seems to be a poisonous beehive nearby, which is not easy to deal with. Woof, 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 the little bully barked, as if to say, I can burn the poisonous beehive with one fire. The eyes of other beastmasters lit up. Even though the little overlord is not yet an adult, his breath of flame is so strong that no beast can stop it, unless it is an F level or above beast. An ordinary swarm of poisonous bees is not a threat at all. But the key now is to determine the specific location of the poison nest. Be careful. The queen bee of the poisonous hive seems to be mutating and becoming an F-class ferocious beast. The poisonous needles are very sharp and can easily pierce our combat uniforms. Yintong reminded. Understood. The others nodded. Everyone dispersed and approached the black rock cautiously. The little bully followed Wu Ming, always alert to his surroundings, his big watery eyes full of seriousness and concentration. The phantom cat is always invisible. It's like a hunter in the dark, emotionless, cold, taciturn, and only obeys orders. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound of poisonous bees flapping their wings was heard. Wu Ming discovered that several poisonous bees were flying nearby. Each one was as big as a thumb, and the stinger behind it was like a red-hot steel needle, which was very scary. Phew! The little bully dog waved its claws, and the poisonous bees that were about to pounce on Wu Ming were immediately broken into several pieces and fell to the ground. Although he is not yet an adult, the little overlord is a senior F-class pet with many talents, including F-class speed, F-class defense, F-class self-healing, and his own E-class flame, and his combat effectiveness is very high. Of course, the experience is still not enough. But with Wu Ming in command, there won't be any big problems. Ghost Cat, go and investigate the exact location of the poisonous beehive. Wu Ming issued an order through the pet contract. The phantom cat walked gracefully and silently into the nearby jungle and soon found a poisonous beehive on an old tree stump. This is a super beehive that is bigger than a water tank. There are many thumb-sized poisonous bees on its surface. If an ordinary person is stung, the venom will paralyze his nerves within 3 seconds, leading to direct paralysis, followed by coma and death. Even a ferocious beast would die if injected with a large amount of venom. What a huge poisonous beehive. Wu Ming pushed aside the leaves and saw the poisonous beehive. He quickly took out his intercom and whispered, "We found a poisonous beehive. It's huge, like a fortress." Others heard the sound and prepared to come over. Ah! Suddenly, a beastmaster screamed, "Oh no, I'm trapped in a nest of steel-armored ants, and I urgently need reinforcements." Click! There was a sound like countless iron nails piercing into a combat uniform, and then the beastmaster screamed again. In less than 3 seconds, there was no sound. Wu Ming didn't dare to move, because the noise made by this beastmaster was too loud. The poisonous bees in the poisonous beehive flew out in the tens of thousands, like a swarm of locusts passing through, forming a black mass. Woof, woof, woof. The little bully roared, and his body began to swell, transforming into a 1-meter-tall, 3-headed hellhound. The three dog heads simultaneously spewed out blazing flames, instantly burning a large number of poisonous bees to death. However, there are too many poisonous bees. They kept flying out of the poisonous beehive and all pounced on the little overlord. Each one was very fast, like countless darts, arriving in an instant. Fortunately, the transformed little overlord has become more powerful in combat. Its three dog heads spewed flames in different directions, burning all the poisonous bees flying from all directions to death. Then, the three flames concentrated on the poisonous beehive, burning it to ashes. Even the queen bee was burned to death. There were still dozens of scattered poisonous bees flying in the air, but they were all chopped apart by the nether cat's sharp claws, and none of them could fly within 3 meters of Wu Ming. It was not until then that Wu Ming had time to run to the steel-armored ant's nest. When Wu Ming arrived at the scene, he saw only a skeleton lying in a pile of sand, with countless peanut-sized steel-armored ants crawling on the surface. This kind of ant is as hard as steel and has incredible strength. It can even bite through ordinary steel bars. Its combat power is terrifying. Fortunately, the flame temperature of the little overlord was very high. Once the fire went off, thousands of steel-armored ants were turned into ashes. He's actually dead. The red-haired beastmaster brought the monkey to the nearby area and looked at the skeleton. He couldn't help feeling a sense of grief. That's an F-class beastmaster. As a result, he accidentally fell into the nest of the steel-armored ants and had no time to escape. He was broken through by countless steel-armored ants and eaten until he was reduced to a skeleton. Silver Eyes, the middle-aged beastmaster, and others also gathered there. Looking at the dead teammates, I felt sad. The path of Beast Tamer is full of dangers. We may be chatting happily one second, and the next second, our teammates may become a pile of bones. The red-haired Beast Tamer sighed and bowed to the skeleton. Rest in peace. The other beast masters also sighed. Although teammates died in battle, the mission still had to continue. Wu Ming and his team dealt with the poisonous beehive and the steel-armored ant nest, and finally arrived safely under the Black Rock. Finding that there was no danger here, they began to pick medicinal herbs. Now there are only 6 people left. This means that all mature medicinal materials only need to be divided into 6 portions, and each person will get a little more than before. However, no one was happy about it. Chapter 63, The First E-Class Pet. In the wild, the more beast masters you have with you, the better. The more people there are, the more pets there are, and it is safer. A 1-meter-tall F-class boxing kangaroo stood next to the steel-armored ant's nest, looking at the white bones, tears streaming down its face. That's its owner. Now its master has passed away, and it has been bitten all over by the steel-armored ants, becoming a stray pet. It can choose to follow Wu Ming and his group back to Jialan City to find its next master. Or it could wander in the wild, gradually regain its wildness, and become a terrifying beast. Bah! The boxing kangaroo punched the huge rock on the ground, burying the bones. He took a deep look at the area and disappeared into the dense forest with a whoosh. In the end, it chose to become a ferocious beast. Under the Black Rock, Wu Ming found a black herb that looked similar to daffodils, but the entire leaf was light black, as if it had been dyed with ink. On the surface of the leaf, there were many fluorescent lights that sparkled. Found it. This is the black grass. Wu Ming was relieved. As long as he could find the remaining 2 medicinal herbs, he could prepare 2 E-level evolutionary food packages to ensure that the nether cat could be successfully promoted to an E-level pet. In addition to black grass, there are many other precious herbs here. In addition, there are some special minerals, which are also important raw materials for preparing evolutionary food, and they were all collected by Wu Ming. The group packed up their things and started heading to the next location. Having learned from their previous experience, they walked slowly, always alert to possible dangers lurking around them. Soon, Wu Ming discovered that the surface had become barren. Looking up, I saw a small volcano about 10 meters high not far away. Magma was flowing around, giving birth to a peculiar dark green mineral, like a succulent plant. That's the firebone jade marrow. Huang Samba pointed at these plant-like minerals and said to Wu Ming, who was standing beside him, "Little Overlord, are you afraid of fire?" Wu Ming patted the little overlord who had shrunk into the shape of a little black dog. Woof, woof, woof. The little overlord held his head high, like a mighty general, and took nimble steps across the hot magma. He jumped next to a firebone chalcedony and picked it up with his mouth. Well done. Wu Ming smiled and touched the dog's head. Soon, the little overlord brought back a few more firebone, jade marrows. The middle-aged beastmaster who owned a mountain eagle also let the mountain eagle fly over, picked up 2 trees, and prepared to move on to the next location. Let's go! Wu Ming put away the firebone, jade marrow. Now we still need the turtle and snake gallbladder. This is a kind of medicinal herb. It gets its name because it grows near the F-level ferocious beast, turtle snake, and its appearance resembles a snake gall. This herb has great medicinal value. Of course, being protected by turtles and snakes, it is difficult to pick them. Although we are still short of one last herb, we can now prepare the E-level diamond claw evolutionary food. Once we get the turtle snake gallbladder, we can prepare the E-level speed food. Wu Ming looked around. He really wanted to find a place to rest and quietly prepare the E-level diamond claw food to upgrade the nether cat to an E-level pet. Unfortunately, the team now needs to head to the next destination, and the surrounding area is open and unsafe with no cover. At this time, the sky gradually darkened. It started raining in Tianyuan Canyon. Fortunately, everyone present was wearing combat uniforms, so even without relying on pets, they could fight ordinary wild beasts, so a little rain was nothing. Silver pupils looked at the misty distance and felt that the canyon was like a bloody mouth, waiting for its prey to fall into the trap. It was very creepy. It's getting dark. Let's find a cave to rest. Intong still chose to rest. Tianyuan Canyon is very dangerous at night. If you continue walking, you may be discovered by the huge, ferocious beasts, or even be besieged by countless ferocious beasts. Even if you can fly, you may not be able to escape. Okay, let's take a break. Wu Ming was very happy. I was worrying about not having enough time to prepare the evolutionary food, and now I finally have the opportunity. There's also a small canyon nearby. According to the map drawn by their predecessors, Intong found a cave that was 15 meters deep. 6 people hid inside. After making sure there was no danger at the deepest part, Wu Ming sat on a rock. With a bang, the red-haired beastmaster opened the inflatable tent and hid inside with his monkey, eating and preparing to rest for a while. Ban, ban, ban. Everyone took out their inflatable tents. This kind of tent is so tough that even bullets cannot penetrate it. It is only the size of a palm when folded up, but after being quickly inflated, it can become a small tent 2 meters long, 1 meter wide, and 1 meter high, which is very safe. Wu Ming and Xiao Ba Wang sat in the tent with the corners of their mouths slightly raised. It's time to prepare the E-level diamond claw food. Wu Ming asked Huang Samba not to disturb him and started working. The deployment process went smoothly. In less than 3 minutes, Wu Ming weighed, chopped, and ground the herbs, placed them in the reactor, and deducted 15 evolution points. The medicinal powder glowed with a light golden luster and gradually condensed into 100 soybean-sized golden evolutionary foods. A rich aroma began to emanate. The little overlord smelled the fragrance and wanted to have a bite. However, Wu Ming poured the evolutionary food into a wooden basin. Under the dull gaze of the little overlord, the evolutionary food in the basin slowly decreased until he was stunned. With its current IQ, it could not guess that there was an invisible phantom cat in the dark. It felt like it was watching a magic trick. After a while, the nether cat finished eating the evolutionary food, and its body broke out of its invisibility and appeared in the sight of the little overlord. Woof, woof, woof. The little bully screamed. Brother Wu, are you okay? Huang Samba next door shouted hurriedly. Are you fine? Wu Ming said. He reached out and hugged the little bully, stroking the dog's head to stop it from barking. He quietly watched the nether cat lying on the ground, its body becoming more slender and lighter, like a swift leopard. The biggest change is the 4 claws of the nether cat. At first glance, it looks like it has been dyed gold, becoming harder and sharper, and it can cut super alloy steel with a light grab. Even F-level defense is as fragile as tofu in front of E-level diamond claws. The transformation was finally successful. Wu Ming let out a long sigh. The phantom cat raised its head and looked at him. Then its figure gradually became transparent until it could no longer be seen. Woof, woof, woof. The little bully blinked and found that the nether cat was gone. The dog's eyes were full of shock and confusion. Then he raised his head and looked at Wu Ming eagerly. It's the gift of invisibility. Wu Ming leaned close to the little bully's ear and whispered, but because of the soundproofing of the tent, no one else could hear it. Of course, the little overlord didn't understand what invisibility meant. He just stood there with his eyes wide open, as if he was stuck by a problem. The nether cat was promoted to an E-level pet. Although it is only in the beginning stage, it can crush any F-level pet with its many talents, and it is also considered a good hand among E-level pets. Wu Ming ate a biscuit and looked very happy. Chapter 64 Special Talent Warning. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully training the first E-level pet. You are one step closer to unlocking the intermediate mall, and are rewarded with the special talent warning. The system prompt sounded. Then, he found that his hands became scorching hot, and a light blue aura flowed out of them, merging into a blue capsule in midair. Ding, this is a warning capsule. After taking it, the host can gain the warning talent and be able to keenly sense nearby danger sources. Additionally, the dangers sensed are limited to those directed at the host. The system further prompts. Its meaning is clear. After obtaining the early warning talent, Wu Ming can sense any danger to himself, but it is limited to himself and he cannot sense danger to others. For example, if someone wanted to assassinate Huang Samba, who was close to him, Wu Ming would not be able to sense it. He could only sense it when the danger was directed at him. Wu Ming held the blue capsule with a strange look on his face. It's not that I don't believe what the system gives me, but I feel that the blue capsule looks similar to something. It's really embarrassing to eat it. However, Wu Ming still ate it. As he swallowed the blue capsule, he felt his whole body burning hot, as if he was soaked in boiling water. He almost cried out in pain and sweat poured down his body. A few seconds later, Wu Ming lay on the ground and fell asleep. Early the next morning, Wu Ming woke up and found that his whole body was covered with sweat. He wanted to find a sink to take a shower. However, after taking the blue capsule, he found that he did not feel anything special except that he felt more relaxed. Blue capsules won't work, Wu Ming muttered to himself, took his things, and walked out of the tent. He pressed the deflation switch, and the entire tent was deflated within 10 seconds. It automatically folded into a palm-sized cube that could be easily put into a backpack. Good morning, Angkor. Huang Samba also woke up and quickly packed his things. Intong's tent had been packed up long ago. She was standing in front of the cave entrance with her arms folded, looking at the sky filled with morning glow, and said, "It's a sunny day today, so it should be smooth sailing." "I hope so," the middle-aged beastmaster whispered. The mountain eagle beside him cried out, appearing very energetic. The last beastmaster was a bald man, and his pet was a one-eyed wolf which was very big and could be compared with a tiger. "Hurry up and have breakfast, then set off. Try to complete the mission before nightfall tonight, and then leave Tianyuan Canyon." Intong looked at the backpack on his back and found that it had bulged and could not hold much stuff. In addition to the turtle snake gall that Wu Ming also needs, the beastmasters present have their own tasks and must get what their boss has assigned them. And now there is still a day left, which is obviously very rushed. Everyone quickly packed up at breakfast and got back on the road. As for problems like going to the toilet, they had already been solved. The middle section of Tianyuan Canyon is covered with lush vegetation. Even though they were wearing combat uniforms made of ferocious beast leather armor, Wu Ming and his companions did not dare to be careless. Once they fell into the nest of a social ferocious beast like the steel-armored ants, there would be no hope of survival unless they were wearing E-level combat uniforms. Crash! In the distance came the sound of a waterfall hitting a pool. "We're here. The turtle and snake pond is in front of us. The turtle and snake gallbladder we need is there, but there are turtles and snakes guarding nearby, so it's quite difficult to pick it." Intong communicated with others through the intercom in the helmet. "Don't worry, we still have 6 people. It will be easy to deal with the F-level turtle snake." The red-haired beastmaster seemed quite confident. The turtle snake is only an F-level ferocious beast. However, it possesses a natural F-level talent, Turtle Shell Guardian, so it naturally becomes an F-level ferocious beast after adulthood. Although it is only an F-level talent, its defensive ability has reached the top level in F-level and is no weaker than the general E-level defense means. Apart from its E-class tortoise shell protection, it only has an F-class water arrow talent left. Among all F-class beasts, it is considered the weakest. If it were not for its strong defense, it might not even be able to defeat an elite F-class pet. Don't take it lightly. Intong quickly gave him a shot of prevention. "Got it." The red-haired beastmaster nodded. 10 minutes later, 6 people were lying beside a pool with a radius of 30 meters, looking at the cave behind the waterfall. They could see a huge turtle with a diameter of 1 meter lying inside. It was grayish-white in color and looked very hard. That's the F-class turtle snake. On the rock wall behind the turtle snake, there were many things that looked like lantern grasses, which were similar to snake gallbladders. This is turtle and snake gall. We have found the target and prey. A rough analysis shows that the total number of turtle and snake gallbladders has reached 30. Each person can get 5. The prerequisite is that we have to cross the unclear water surface and kill the F-level turtle and snake. Intong observed through the telescope and gave the analysis results, which was exciting. 5 turtle and snake gallbladders. This is worth at least 100,000 pet coins. What a profit. Come up with a plan quickly. I can't wait. The red-haired beast master rubbed his hands, eager to try. Whose pet can swim? In other words, after entering the water, its combat effectiveness can still be maintained above 80%. Intong asked. The bald beastmaster said, "My lone wolf can do it." Huang Samba said, "My powerful giant bear will do too." Wu Ming stroked the dog's head and said, "Little Overlord can go into the water, but its fire talent will be greatly affected in the water." The red-haired beastmaster smiled and said, "My monkey can go underwater, but its combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. It is more suitable for fighting in the jungle." The middle-aged beastmaster said in a deep voice, "My mountain eagle has gone into the water. It's good enough if it still has 50% of its combat power left." Hearing this, Intong immediately gave a plan. The powerful giant bear and the lone wolf go into the water to attract the attention of the turtle snake. The mountain eagle and the little tyrant fly over the water and attack from behind. 4 F-level pets should be able to surround and kill the F-level turtle snake. As for the remaining spirit beasts and my dark knight venomous snake, they should stay by our side to protect us. When the pet is out fighting, the beast master is in great danger. Therefore, at least 2 pets should be kept by your side so that when danger comes, they can block it and hold off until the other pets return. This is a good plan. Wu Ming was the first to agree. I could do it too. Huang Samba and Wu Ming were in the same boat, and seeing that he agreed, Huang Samba certainly didn't object. The other 3 people thought about it and agreed that it was feasible. Crash! The powerful giant bear and the lone wolf jumped into the water at the same time and swam downstream towards the waterfall from a distance of 3 meters, blatantly attracting the attention of the turtle and snake. Sizzle! The turtle snake was lying in the cave behind the waterfall. It poked its head out, its eyes red gold as it stared coldly at the powerful giant bear and the lone wolf. It did not move, but stayed where it was. How cautious. Everyone frowned secretly. I have to admit that the turtle and snake are too vigilant. Chapter 65, Jade Dragon Incense and Greystone. Roar! The giant bear slapped the water with its paws and let out a provocative roar. The lone wolf was also howling, but the turtle and snake did not move at all, truly worthy of being called a tortoise. So, the powerful giant bear and the lone wolf swam over. The 2 quickly reached the other side and attacked the turtle and snake from both sides. As a turtle snake is really cowardly. It shrank its head and strengthened its own defense to the maximum, easily fending off the attacks of the powerful giant bear and the lone wolf. Suppress it, little overlord and mountain eagle go over to pick the turtle and snake gall. Intong seized the opportunity and quickly issued a new order. Whoosh! The mountain eagle flew out, and in less than a second, it crossed the pool, entered the cave from the side of the waterfall, and put the little bully down. Woof, woof, woof! The little overlord jumped up, put the 30 turtle and snake gallbladders into a wooden box, closed it, and was then caught by the mountain eagle and flew back to the crowd. The turtle and snake gall was obtained just like that. That went so smoothly. Even Wu Ming didn't expect this to happen, but think about it, the turtle and snake's defense is strong, but now facing 6 pets of the same level, it can't do anything except defense. If there was only an F-level pet, it would be impossible to obtain the turtle snake gall so easily. Big Bear, come back. Big Eagle, come back. Huang Samba and the middle-aged beastmaster called out quickly. The 6 people present divided the turtle and snake gallbladder and continued on their journey. Along the way, Wu Ming always wanted to find a place to prepare the E-level fast food, but the red-haired beastmaster and silver eyes around him wanted to go deeper. They have other tasks. Angkor, are you thirsty? Huang Samba asked. Not thirsty. Wu Ming shook his head. At this time, Intong pointed at a bird's nest on the edge of the cliff and stopped suddenly. Wu Ming behind him happened to bump into it, and the 2 of them quickly distanced themselves. So Wu Ming was a little embarrassed. I stopped too quickly. Tong's expression changed slightly, and he pointed at the bird's nest on the cliff. That's the nest of the dragon swallow. Near this kind of nest, there will be the dragon swallow mushroom we need. It is a very precious medicinal material. 1 gram costs 10,000. Long Yin is only an F-level beast, but we can't defeat it on the cliff. The red-haired beastmaster shrugged. Silver Eyes looked at him and said, your spirit beast is good at climbing, and you have the mountain eagle to help, and the night venomous snake will also take action. It's 3 against 1, and it's just picking dragon swallow mushrooms, so it won't be a big problem. Okay, the group quickly reached a consensus. This time, it was the turn of the 3 pets, Little Overlord, Powerful Giant Bear, and Lone Wolf, to stay on the ground to guard the 6 Beastmasters. The other 3 pets set off quickly. The Mountain Eagle flew, and the Dark Night Viper and the Monkey climbed. On the ground, Wu Ming looked around. Ever since he took the blue capsule and gained the early warning talent, he had never noticed any danger and thought something was wrong. Maybe there is no danger at all now, Wu Ming muttered. On a cliff over 100 meters high, the 3 pets quickly arrived at the dragon swallow's nest, but found that the dragon swallow was not in the nest at all. Instead, there were some light golden mushrooms growing around the nest. The monkey held the bag in one hand and kept picking with the other hand. Soon he had picked all the Longyan mushrooms and returned to the ground. It went really smoothly. Tong was very surprised. Over the next few hours, the Beast Tamer team continued to advance and finally arrived at the second half of the Tianyuan Canyon. There is a big forest ahead which is very dangerous. How about we stop here today? Our mission is almost completed. Tong began to think of retreating. The medicinal materials needed for the super affordable mall have basically been collected, and returning at this time is not considered a violation. After all, what other Beastmasters collect later will all be theirs. No, I still need the Jade Dragon Incense. The middle-aged Beastmaster shook his head and pointed to the dense, primeval forest. You must enter the center of this forest now and help me get the Jade Dragon Incense. Seeing that the others did not move, the middle-aged Beastmaster said quickly, after obtaining the Jade Dragon Incense, we will still distribute it equally, so you will not lose out. The bald man pointed at the primeval forest and said solemnly, there is a terrifying senior E-level beast, the Red Dragon. Who dares to go there? Hearing this, silver-eyed and red-haired Beast Tamer both nodded. The most famous beast in Tianyuan Canyon is the E-level Red Dragon. It was a 10-meter-tall, 2-winged pterosaur covered with red scales. It could breathe fire and fly. It had sharp claws and possessed E-level defense, E-level flame, and several F-level talents. Looking at all E-level beasts, the Red Dragon is also top-notch. With only 6 pets present, they had to protect the Beastmaster and fight at the same time, so they were no match for the Red Dragon. Even Wu Ming didn't want to go in. Of course, if you can adjust the E-level speed to further enhance the strength of the Nether Cat, you can solo the Red Dragon. 1 gram of Jade Dragon Incense costs 800,000. Are you sure you don't want it? The middle-aged Beastmaster said anxiously. Let's work together and steal the Jade Dragon Incense and run away immediately. It's just past noon now. The Red Dragon must have just eaten and is taking a nap. This is our best chance. Wu Ming raised his eyebrows. 800,000 per gram. It's really expensive. What is the function of Yulongxiang? Why is it so expensive? Wu Ming asked curiously. Jade Dragon Incense is a special medicinal herb made from the saliva of a red dragon that landed on a growing stalactite in the center of the primeval forest. It can promote the evolution of pets. Rumor has it that some evolutionary food can raise all the talents of pets by 1 level, and the raw materials required include Jade Dragon Incense. Tong explained, but the Jade Dragon Incense is guarded by the Red Dragon, so there is no way we can steal it. That's very tricky. Wu Ming's eyes flashed slightly, and he looked towards a certain place on the ground. The invisible Nether Cat was lying there, looking very lazy. The Nether Cat can steal the Jade Dragon Incense. However, this method cannot be said. You all don't want it? The middle-aged Beast Master frowned, as if he was thinking and considering. Finally, he took out a photo and said, this is gray stone. Our Chamber of Commerce has 100 grams. If you help, I can persuade the Chamber of Commerce to sell you 1/3 of it. Gray stone. Everyone else was shocked. Even Wu Ming's eyes widened, and he became interested. When looking up information, Wu Ming already knew about the peculiar mineral called gray stone. It comes from outer space and possesses magical powers. If it is made into a collar and worn on pets, it can accelerate their evolution and make them full of energy every day. Moreover, there is a chance that brand new talents will emerge. The price of each gram of gray raw stone is more than 100,000 pet beast coins, and it is in short supply and difficult to buy. In that case, it seems we can give it another try. Yintong was a little tempted. Not only her, Huang Sanda, the red-haired beastmaster, the bald beastmaster, and Wu Ming also had ideas. Chapter 66. There is a second dragon. Since we have the gray stone, we can help you once. The red-haired beastmaster said, but after the matter is done, your Chamber of Commerce must promise to sell us the gray stone, at least 3 grams per person. Yes, at least 3 grams. The bald beastmaster also nodded. Where are the others? The middle-aged beastmaster looked around. No problem. Everyone else nodded. Just like that, everyone unanimously decided to work together to steal the Yulongxiang. As for the robbery, that's seeking death. Rest for 30 minutes first, and then go in. Yintong said. Hearing this, Wu Ming was very happy. He finally found an opportunity to prepare E-level fast food. As long as he added another E-level talent to the Nether Cat, its combat capability would skyrocket. At that time, even if we face the red dragon head-on, not to mention being able to kill it, we will be able to escape calmly and not be put in a passive position. In a dense forest, 6 people set up the tent. Although it is just a short break, it is more comfortable to lie in the tent. I can quickly enter a state of rest and replenish my energy. Wu Ming sat in the tent. He placed various raw materials on the ground, weighed, chopped, and ground them carefully, and then put them all into the reactor. Hopefully there won't be any problems. Wu Ming held the reactor and deducted 15 evolution points. The medicinal herbs began to melt and react with each other, turning into golden color. Soon they became a light golden liquid, and then gradually hardened and turned into 100 golden evolutionary foods. Success! Wu Ming took a deep breath, poured the herbs in the reactor into the dog bowl, and let the invisible nether cat eat them. The little bully looked on eagerly. It really wanted to eat, but when it was glared at by Wu Ming, its little face was full of grievance, and it lay there and watched quietly. The nether cat, which had eaten the E-level rapid evolution food, finally reacted. Its body has become perfectly streamlined, and its 4 legs have all turned silver white. When it walks, it can be wrapped by a gust of wind, forming a special defensive shield that can block many attacks. The nether cat possesses 2 E-level talents, and instantly transforms from a beginner E-level pet to a senior E-level pet. Finally got promoted again. Wu Ming put away all his things, sat down, checked the time, and found out that there were still 15 minutes before they started to gather for the attack on the primeval forest. So he quickly took a nap. The nether cat continues to remain invisible. There was a more human color in its eyes, like a heroic hunter, always lurking in the dark, waiting for Wu Ming's orders. Everyone combine. 15 minutes later, Yintong's voice was heard over the intercom. Everyone packed up within a minute and stood in front of the lush forest, looking at the primeval forest in front of them that was more than 10 kilometers long and wide. It's very dangerous in there. There are many F-level ferocious beasts. We must not take it lightly. As for the most dangerous red dragon, it is guarding the cave in the center of the forest. After we go in, there is only one way out. We must remember this. Yintong took out a map and reminded. Clear. Everyone nodded. Although the primeval forest is not very big, it has everything it needs, with mosses, ferns, dense bushes, and countless animals everywhere. We even encountered an F-class ferocious giant snake less than 300 meters into the forest. However, after it detected the presence of 6 F-level pets, it turned around and ran away, not daring to confront Wu Ming and his group head-on. The process of moving forward was smooth. 6 F-level pets are no worse than 1 E-level beast. Wherever he passed, many ferocious beasts retreated. Half an hour later, Wu Ming and his group arrived at the center of the primeval forest. There are more than a dozen redwood trees, several dozen meters high, growing here. The diameter of the thickest part of the trunk exceeds 3 meters, which is very shocking. In the middle of the trees is a small hill. It's like a tomb. It is 30 meters high and 50 meters in diameter at the base. There are many trees growing on and around it, making it lush and green, but there are no living creatures approaching. Because on the south side of this hill, there is a cave leading to the underground, in which lives a terrifying senior E-level beast, the Red Dragon. The Red Dragon's lair is inside, and the Jade Dragon incense is also inside. This cave is about 100 meters deep, and it is dark inside. We must make sure that the red dragon is resting before we can enter. Intong took out a hand-drawn map. This was drawn by a previous expedition team. In order to get the map of the cave, at least a dozen outstanding explorers died. How can we be sure that the red dragon is resting? Asked the bald beastmaster. My pet, the dark night venomous snake, is small in size. It will go in first to scout the situation. The red dragon's sense of smell is not sensitive. Unless we make a big noise, we won't be discovered. Intong released the dark night venomous snake. Whoosh! It was like a flash of black lightning and instantly entered the cave. Relying on the pet contract with the dark night viper, Intong quickly closed his eyes, as if through telepathy, and quickly acquired its vision. In the dark, the night snake is crawling at high speed. Silent, ghost-like, very eerie. Its eyesight is very good, and it can see clearly even in the dark. Its silver pupils, which are connected to its field of vision, can quickly see the scene inside. The deepest part of the cave, there lay a gigantic pterosaur, its body red and emitting a faint light that illuminated the surroundings. Its huge eyes were tightly closed, as if it was resting and had not noticed the arrival of the night viper. The red dragon's chin rested on a stalactite. Its saliva continuously dripped from the corners of its mouth and penetrated into the surface of the stone. The two combined to form a thin layer of jade dragon fragrance. We found the jade dragon incense, and the red dragon was indeed sleeping, but it used the stalactites as pillows. Once we scrape away the jade dragon incense, it will alarm the red dragon, and the success rate will be almost zero. Intong told the information he saw. Can we let the dark night viper shake off a big breath of jade dragon incense, and then escape immediately? The middle-aged beast master expressed his thoughts. No, at such a short distance, the dark night serpent will definitely be burned to death by the red dragon's flames, or slapped to death. We can't take the risk. Intong objected immediately. How about this? We make some noise outside to lure the red dragon out, and when it's halfway there, the dark night vipers will quickly collect the jade dragon incense. Wu Ming gave his suggestion. When everyone heard this, they thought it seemed okay. The red dragon's sense of smell is not sensitive, so they hide in advance and wait for the red dragon to come out, and then the night vipers steal home, which increases the success rate. Roar! But at this moment, a deafening roar came from the sky, and the next moment, a black pterosaur with a wingspan of dozens of meters fell from the sky and landed in front of the cave, shaking the ground violently. Inside the cave, the red dragon suddenly opened its eyes, opened its mouth, let out an angry roar, and immediately ran wildly outside, quickly arriving at the entrance of the cave. One black and one red, two E-level ferocious beasts staring at us hungrily. Chapter 67, Double Dragon Battle, Betrayal. Everyone was stunned when they saw the two giant dragons standing and confronting each other on the ground. There's actually another E-level beast. This seems to be a black dragon. Why hasn't there been any record of it before? The black dragon and the red dragon are fighting. What should we do? Run away. Wu Ming and his group retreated quickly. Those were two senior E-class beasts. They had no chance of defeating them. Even if 6 F-class pets attacked together, with the help of the nether cat, they might not have a chance of winning. What bad luck, sighed the middle-aged beastmaster. The jade dragon incense that was about to be obtained was disturbed by this sudden appearance of the black dragon. It was really unlucky. Roar! The red dragon became angry first, and it opened its mouth and spewed out a high-temperature flame that was dozens of meters long, which could even melt steel. Oh! The black dragon made a mocking sound and spurted out a stream of black and gray icy fluid from its mouth, which could actually freeze everything around it. Even the red dragon's flames were extinguished wherever it passed. Wu Ming had already run hundreds of meters away. He lay down behind a giant tree, took a deep breath, secretly stuck his head out, and used the Eye of Insight to obtain information about the black dragon and the red dragon. Variety, red dragon. Level, E senior. Talents, E-level flame, E-level defense, F-level rage, F-level claws, F-level speed, 33 meters per second. This is the message of the red dragon. Variety, black dragon. Level, E senior. Talents, E-level ice, E-level defense, F-level rage, F-level claws, F-level speed, 34 meters per second. This is the black dragon's message. Wu Ming discovered that the information of these two dragons was basically the same. Of course, in addition to one being red and the other black, one had an E-level fire talent, and the other had an E-level ice talent, so they were evenly matched. Could they be twins? Wu Ming thought so in his heart. These two dragons only have one different talent. The rest are exactly the same. They really look like twins. Boom! In the open space outside the hill, two giant dragons collided with each other, their sharp claws constantly grabbing each other's bodies, making clanging sounds. The surrounding soil and trees were swept by the steel whip-like tail and collapsed on the spot like fragile tofu. How terrible! These two E-level beasts combined can definitely challenge the D-level beasts. They really should not be provoked. The red-haired Beastmaster and the bald Beastmaster both swallowed their saliva. What should we do? Our jade dragon incense is gone. The middle-aged Beastmaster was very depressed. He kept scratching his head and felt like he was being targeted. This black dragon is really something. It chose to show up at this time and caused me to miss the chance to get the jade dragon fragrance. Don't be anxious. My night viper hasn't come back yet. There's still a chance. Intong made a low voice. Everyone looked at her with surprise in their eyes. Yes, the night viper is still in the cave. This is an opportunity. Roar! At this time, the red dragon was pressed to the ground by the black dragon. Immediately afterwards, a scene appeared that made Intong blush with shame and Wu Ming shocked. The black dragon pressed on the red dragon and began the most primitive actions, preparing to give birth to children. It turns out that they are not twins, but two completely unrelated giant dragons. It seems that the black dragon wants to form a family with the red dragon and then give birth to a baby dragon. What do you think if we come here in a few months? Can we take away a dragon egg? Huang Samba laughed. It's already this time, and you're still joking. Intong pouted. At this time, the black dragon and the red dragon were still working hard and had no time to pay attention to other things. This gave Wu Ming an opportunity. Little Overlord, you also go into the cave and take down the jade dragon incense when the opportunity arises. Wu Ming immediately gave the order. Spirit Beast, you are small in size, so you can go too. The red-haired Beastmaster also spoke. Whoosh! The little Overlord and the monkey ran madly along the ground, entered the cave silently from behind the oblivious red dragon and black dragon, found the dark night serpent, and together they scraped off the layer of rock on the surface of the stalactite that had been transformed by the red dragon's saliva. This is Yulongxiang, just a thin layer. The three pets moved very quickly. After scraping it off, they placed it in a wooden box. The whole process took less than 30 seconds. Then, they returned smoothly. We got the stuff, Ron. Intong got a few hundred grams of jade dragon incense and quickly took the dark night viper with him, called Wu Ming and his group, and ran out of the primitive forest at the fastest speed. The black dragon and the red dragon are still working. The whole process lasted 2 hours. When the black dragon flew away panting, the red dragon lay on the ground, looking very tired, and returned to the cave after a long time. Roar! An angry roar was heard, shaking the earth. 10 or so kilometers away. Wu Ming turned around, looked at the center of the primeval forest, and let out a long sigh. Fortunately, they ran fast, and the black dragon had good enough endurance. Otherwise, if the red dragon discovered them too early, they would not be able to escape. Let's go. Return to the parking spot at full speed now. The middle-aged Beastmaster was the fastest and ran in the front, with the mountain eagle following beside him. In the blink of an eye, several hours passed. Wu Ming and his group were already very tired. However, at this time they had already climbed to the cliff of Tianyuan Canyon. They turned around to look at the magnificent scenery below and felt the cool evening breeze, feeling very comfortable. Finally done. Next, let me see the jade dragon incense. The red-haired Beastmaster stretched out his hand towards Intong. Intong thought about it and opened the wooden box. Everyone looked at the small pile of colorful gravel in the box and could smell a strong, fragrant scent. It is indeed the jade dragon incense. The red-haired Beastmaster, the middle-aged Beastmaster, and the bald Beastmaster were all excited. This stuff costs 800,000 per gram. There are at least several hundred grams of Yulong incense in the box, which means hundreds of millions of dollars. Is this thing really that expensive? Wu Ming frowned, feeling that the things in the wooden box seemed very heavy. Let's take out the electronic scale and divide the jade dragon incense first. The middle-aged Beastmaster suggested. Okay. Intong nodded. They sat on the edge of the cliff, took out measuring tools, and found that the Yulong incense they got this time weighed 360 grams. On average, that's 60 grams per person. Hiss! Does that mean the jade dragon incense I got is worth 48 million? Huang Samba did a quick calculation and was shocked. Of course. The red-haired Beastmaster laughed. This time when I go back, I'll hand over some of the Jade Dragon incense. I can earn at least 30 million, which is enough for me to train an E-level or even D-level pet. Yeah, this time when we went back, all 6 of us turned things around. The bald Beastmaster gave an eerie smile. The next moment, Wu Ming suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. This is the talent early warning working. Oh no, there's danger. Wu Ming shouted. Bang! A bomb suddenly exploded nearby. A terrifying shock wave swept over, and Wu Ming was shocked to the point of vomiting blood. He flew backwards and was about to fall off the cliff. Chapter 68. Canyon at Night. Don't... Wu Ming issued another warning. He looked at the ground and found that he was already in midair. If he flew backwards at this angle and speed, he would definitely fall off the cliff. Even if he was wearing a combat uniform that could resist cutting, he would be killed. Damn, he actually turned against us. The red-haired Beastmaster was also blown into the air and cursed angrily. Cry! The middle-aged Beastmaster's mountain eagle flew in the air and cried out. Save me! The red-haired Beastmaster shouted hurriedly. Phew! The mountain eagle flew over, and with a flash of its sharp claws, it cut the red-haired Beastmaster in half, killing him. Roar! The monkey jumped over and grabbed the red-haired Beastmaster, its big eyes filled with despair and sadness, and they both fell off the cliff together. In the air on the other side, Wu Ming and Yin Tong were very close to each other. They subconsciously stretched out their hands, held each other tightly, and fell to the ground helplessly. Farther away, Huang Samba fell into the warm and broad arms of the powerful giant bear, and both of them fell down, with no telling whether they were alive or dead. On the cliff, the bald Beastmaster and the middle-aged Beastmaster looked at each other, looked at the Jade Dragon incense still on the edge of the cliff, and laughed grimly. It's a pleasure to work with you. The two laughed crazily. The middle-aged Beastmaster looked down the cliff and said, Do you think they will still be alive after falling down? Even if he's alive, he's already disabled. Let's go down and finish him off now. The bald Beastmaster said with a smile. Yeah. The middle-aged Beastmaster nodded. The next moment, he suddenly felt a chill in his chest. It was actually pierced by a huge wolf claw. You! The middle-aged Beastmaster vomited blood and fell off the cliff. Cry! The mountain eagle in midair saw its master being killed and immediately pounced down, ready to tear the bald Beastmaster to pieces, but was knocked to the ground by the agile lone wolf. After a fight, the mountain eagle's neck was bitten off by the lone wolf, and it soon died. He will be night soon. In this situation, it is impossible for someone who falls off the cliff to be alive. The bald Beastmaster grinned. He collected all the Jade Dragon incense, took out some, mixed it into a spray, and sprinkled it downwards, forming an area filled with fragrance, attracting a large number of ferocious beasts. This way, they will not be able to survive. The bald Beastmaster smiled smugly. In his opinion, Wu Ming, Yin Tong, and Huang Samba must have fallen to their death. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, they would be devoured by the ferocious beasts attracted by the Jade Dragon fragrance spray. He packed up all his stuff, went to the parking spot, and prepared to leave. But for some reason, the bald Beastmaster felt that the surroundings were a little weird, as if someone was lurking in the shadows. Who? The bald Beastmaster said in a deep voice. Plop! The lone wolf suddenly fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth, obviously poisoned. My lone wolf? The bald Beastmaster was horrified. That was a senior F-class pet, yet it was poisoned to death. What kind of poison was this that was so terrible? Squeak! The sound of high heels crushing dead branches and leaves was heard. The bald Beastmaster looked in the direction of the sound and saw a tall, charming woman with green hair walking towards him in a cat-like manner, twisting her body. It was a very powerful method. It actually killed 5 people. The green-haired woman stretched out her hand, and a poisonous snake as thick as a thumb appeared in her palm, spitting out its tongue and approaching the bald Beastmaster step by step. Don't want! The bald Beastmaster ran away quickly, but the poisonous snake in the green-haired woman's palm suddenly swung out its tail, stretched infinitely, wrapped around his neck, and bit him off. He collapsed to the ground dizzy. Next, tell me what happened. The green-haired woman stepped on the bald Beastmaster's chest and asked coldly. 10 minutes later, the green-haired woman took out a knife, dealt with the bald Beastmaster, got all the Jade Dragon incense, changed into a combat uniform, put on a helmet, and looked towards the Tianyuan Canyon. Wu Ming, Yin Tong, and Huang Samba should still be alive. She whispered, "This is a woman's intuition." The next moment, she walked towards the canyon, using the F-level pet rubber viper in her hand as a rope, and continued to climb down. In a daze, Wu Ming coughed. He opened his eyes and saw himself lying in a warm embrace. The other person was the blurred conscious Yin Tong, looking at him with a dazed look. "We're not dead." Wu Ming was surprised. He fell from a height of several hundred meters, but he's fine. "There's a parachute and an air cushion on the back of my combat suit, which saved our lives at the critical moment," Yin Tong said weakly. Hearing this, Wu Ming suddenly understood. He looked around and found that he and Yin Tong were tied together, with 3 pets, the Dark Night Viper, the Nether Cat, and the Little Overlord, guarding them. On the ground, there's an air cushion that is 1 meter high and 5 meters long and wide. Looking up, you can see a scratch parachute. It was these 2 things that saved his and Yin Tong's lives. "Cough, cough, cough. How long are you going to lie on me? Why don't you get off?" Yin Tong made a weak voice. "Okay, I'll get off you right now." After Wu Ming said this, he immediately realized that there was something wrong with what he said. Then, he clearly saw that Yin Tong's face was very red, as if she was shy. Let's take a look at the surrounding situation first. Wu Ming climbed up from Yin Tong and looked around. He found that there were many corpses of ferocious beasts or wild beasts lying around. It seemed that they were dealt with by Xiaobao Wang and the others. Wu Ming rubbed his chest and found that nothing was wrong. So he quickly walked to the wild beasts and ferocious beasts, secretly transformed them all, and obtained 15 evolution points. "What are you doing?" Yin Tong cut the parachute rope, looked at Wu Ming's strange behavior, and asked casually out of curiosity, "Let's check whether these ferocious beasts are dead or not." Wu Ming said casually, looking around and found that it was already late. Moreover, there was no sign of Huang Sanda around. "I don't know if he is okay." Wu Ming clenched his fists. He looked at the edge of the cliff, his eyes like 2 swords, filled with anger. "Those 2 people had planned this long ago. They used us to get the Jade Dragon incense, and then killed us right away. They're really insidious." Wu Ming gritted his teeth in hatred. "Those 2 people should think we are dead, but they would never have imagined that I would bring a parachute and an air cushion." Yin Tong is ready. With double protection, both she and Wu Ming were fine. "I don't know what happened to Huang Samba. Unfortunately, when I was on the cliff, the walkie-talkie was hanging outside my combat uniform and was destroyed by the shockwave." Wu Ming was very depressed. If the walkie-talkie was still there, he could at least try to contact Huang Samba. "Isn't a dog's nose very sensitive? Let Xiaobao Wang take us to look for him. Maybe we can find the trace of Huang Samba." Yin Tong gave a suggestion. Wu Ming immediately looked at the Little Overlord. "Can you smell the scent of Huang Samba?" "Woof, woof, woof." The little bully turned around in circles and barked a few times, seeming very excited. "Come on, take us to find him," Wu Ming ordered. The little bully ran out immediately. Wu Ming and Yin Tong looked at each other and hurried to catch up. Under a cliff, the green-haired woman slowly landed on the ground. She looked at the eerie and terrifying Tianyuan Canyon, licked her sexy and cold red lips, and made a cold and evil voice. "Hunting time begin." Chapter 69, Codename 007, Green Radish. Wu Ming and Yin Tong were unaware of the danger behind them. Under the guidance of the Little Overlord, the 2 continued to grope towards the distance. Finally, the 2 arrived at a cave. There were a lot of bloodstains on the road, which made Wu Ming and Yin Tong's faces change slightly and gradually become serious. The scene of Huang Samba falling and being covered with injuries appeared in their minds. "Please don't be in trouble," Wu Ming whispered. "Roar!" Before Wu Ming and Yin Tong could enter the cave, a huge brown bear rushed out and met the Little Overlord on the spot, with excitement in its eyes. "Big bear!" Wu Ming looked at the powerful giant bear with a look of joy in his eyes. Encore! Huang Samba's voice was heard from the cave. Soon, a young man with dyed yellow hair walked out of the cave, holding onto the wall, and stood under the bright moonlight. "This is Huang Samba. He is not dead. Although he was injured, his clothes were covered with bloodstains, and one of his arms hung limply. He could still move, but his arms were stained with blood that was about to dry. You're okay? That's great." Wu Ming took a deep breath, then relaxed and stood there quietly. Huang Samba swallowed hard and said, "I almost died, but Wu Ge and Yin Tong, how did you survive?" "We." Wu Ming and Yin Tong looked at each other and told each other about the parachute and the air cushion. With the parachute and air cushion as cushion, and the two men were wearing combat uniforms, nothing was hurt, not even a scratch on their bodies. However, Wu Ming still remembers vividly the erotic scene of himself lying on Yintong. So that's how it is. Fortunately, Yintong brought a parachute, otherwise, I might not be able to see you. Huang Samba let out a long sigh, took some crushed herbs from the powerful giant bear's hand, and applied them on his injured arm. How did you survive? Yintong asked. Huang Samba looked at the powerful giant bear with a grateful look on his face, and explained, the credit mainly goes to the big bear. When the two of us fell, we were clinging to the cliff, and there happened to be many trees nearby. The big bear used its sharp claws to grab the rock wall and the outstretched trees to continuously cushion our fall. In this way, our falling speed was not very fast. When we reached the bottom of the cliff, there were some trees and rivers, and we saved our lives in this way. At this point, he looked at his arm. However, the falling process was still quite dangerous. I got scratched on my arm by some gravel, and there happened to be a crocodile in the river, which almost cut my arm off with a death roll. Hearing that the process was so dangerous, Wu Ming couldn't help but worry. But now, the three of them at least saved their lives. Those two people should have left with the Jade Dragon incense. We need to pack up and return to the city. It would be best if we could intercept them before entering the city. Wu Ming told us his plan. They're dead. At this moment, a cold voice came from not far away. The three of them looked in the direction of the sound and saw a tall woman walking towards them. Although she was wearing combat uniform and a helmet, one could still see her enchanting face and her shoulder-length green hair. It's you. Wu Ming was not warned of the danger, but still felt that he needed to be more wary of the other party. Do you know each other? Yintong and Huang Samba both looked at Wu Ming. She came to the pet shop and wanted to order evolution food from me. Wu Ming nodded and looked at the green-haired woman. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm an F-class assassin from the Spirit Demon Assassination Guild, codenamed 007, Green Rose. The green-haired woman did not shy away from her identity. It's you. Wu Ming's face darkened. No matter it was the leather-clad man who assassinated him, or Hong Ying, later codenamed 013, they were all assassins from the Spirit Demon Guild, and they were all genuine F-level beast tamers. And now, there is another green ivy codenamed 007. However, Green Radish actually revealed her identity. This is very strange. Brother Wu, what is the Spirit Demon Assassination Guild? Huang Samba didn't understand this. This is the Chain Assassination Guild. There is a branch just outside our Jialan city. It is said that the branch president is a top-level E-class beastmaster. He once assassinated a wealthy man and killed a D-class beastmaster, by the way. Yintong explained in a low voice, as if he was afraid. You are well informed. You are worthy of being the genius beastmaster of Super Affordable Mall. But this time, I'm not here to kill anyone. Luoluo took off her helmet. Her shoulder-length hair fluttered in the wind, but there was no smell. This is an excellent assassin. There is no sound when walking. There is no special smell on the body. And very bold. Then what are you doing here? Wu Ming frowned. The nether cat has appeared nearby, remaining invisible and ready to chop off the green radish with one claw at any time. The president of the Jialan City branch of the Spirit Demon Assassination Guild is my half-brother. He has issued an order to find out your identity and, if possible, to assassinate you. Green Ivy was hugging her arms, with a poisonous snake coiled on her body, quietly looking at Wu Ming and his group. You are an assassin from the Spirit Demon Guild. Why are you telling us this? Huang Samba scratched his head, becoming even more confused. Wu Ming and Yintong were also full of doubts. Luoluo's behavior basically means she is standing against the Spirit Demon Assassination Guild, and she will be executed by the branch president. More importantly, Luoluo and the branch president are half-siblings, etc. Half-father, half-mother. Wu Ming's eyes widened, and he thought of something. I'm here this time to discuss cooperation. There was no smile on Luoluo's face, which was always cold, like a poisonous snake. Cooperate? I want to compete with my eldest brother for the position of branch president, and take revenge at the same time. It would be best if I could kill him. Green Radish stated her purpose. Hearing this, Wu Ming's eyes narrowed. Apparently, his guess was correct. It is intriguing that Luoluo and the branch president of the Spirit Demon Assassination Guild are half-siblings. Now Luoluo has risked her life to come here and announce these secret information. It seems that she really has a grudge against the branch president. Then what do you want? Wu Ming asked. I checked you out. Luoluo lit a cigarette, smoked it gently, then raised her head and exhaled a gradually fading smoke ring under the bright moonlight. Wu Ming, a genius F-class tamer, and also an unregistered F-class beastmaster with a top-secret file. It seems that the person in Jialan City who can prepare super-quality evolutionary food is you. My F-rank pet, the rubber venomous snake, needs to evolve in the best direction, and super-quality evolutionary food is naturally a must. I need you to prepare for me the F-grade defensive food that has already been released on the market. Of course, I think you are much more than that. You must have better evolutionary food. I will buy it from you until my pet reaches the F-level limit and meets the conditions for promotion to E-level. Ultimately, I need to create a pet that is powerful enough to help me assassinate the branch president and help me take over. Luoluo flicked the ash off her cigarette, turned her head, and looked at Wu Ming. Chapter 70, F-Class Fireworks Beast. Under the moonlight, Luoluo and Wu Ming looked at each other from a distance. Wu Ming saw coldness and indifference in her eyes. After pondering for a long time, Wu Ming finally nodded. Can. His warning did not detect any danger, which meant that Luoluo was not prepared to attack him. Now she is risking her life to come here to meet him, which shows her sincerity. Wu Ming was willing to believe her. As for the grievances between Green Ivy and the president of the Spirit Demon Assassination Guild branch, Wu Ming did not want to get involved. He just wanted to be a trainer quietly, prepare enough magical evolutionary food, create powerful pets, and live a peaceful and stable life. As a gift, I will give you half of this thing. Green Radish took out a bottle and unscrewed the lid. The rich aroma exudes, making you salivate. Jade Dragon Incense. Wu Ming and the other two were shocked. It turned out that this thing actually fell into Lulua's hands. It seemed that what she said before was true. The bald Beastmaster and the middle-aged Beastmaster had been killed. Of the 360 grams of Jade Dragon Incense, 10 grams were wasted by those two people. Of the remaining 350 grams, I will take 300, and the remaining 250 will be given to you. Luoluo gave a cold smile. After saying that, she tightened the bottle cap, threw the whole bottle on the ground, put on her helmet again, and disappeared into the dense forest. The little bully happily picked up the bottle and wagged his tail in front of Wu Ming, as if asking for credit. Wu Ming took the bottle of Yulongxiang and found that the amount inside was less than half. It seemed that there were only 250 grams left. Who are you calling an idiot? Wu Ming put away the bottle, looked at the direction where Lulua left, and complained. It's about time. It's time for us to go back. Wu Ming said to the other two people and prepared to return. When Red Hair died, his backpack seemed to have fallen off the cliff. The medicinal herbs inside are worth over $1 million. Let's look for it while we can. Yintong suggested. Okay. Wu Ming thought it was no problem. Relying on the little overlord's sense of smell, they searched along the way, and after repelling more than a dozen waves of ferocious beasts, they came to the foot of a cliff. Squeak! The monkey was lying in front of a shattered corpse, its big eyes filled with despair and sadness. There were many corpses of wild animals around it, all of which were killed by it with a super alloy steel dagger. Squeak! The monkey walked over, grabbed the corner of Wu Ming's clothes, pointed at the red-haired corpse, and tears welled up in his eyes. After all, he was a former teammate. Let's collect his body. Wu Ming could see the pleading of the monkey and looked at Huang Samba. Big Bear, dig a hole. The powerful giant bear immediately dug a hole on the spot, several meters deep. The group buried Red Hair's body in it and erected an anonymous tombstone. Looking at the tombstone, the monkey's eyes were filled with tears. It just squatted on the grave, holding a super alloy steel dagger in its mouth, hugging the nameless tombstone, and fell asleep quietly. Sometimes, people have more friendship than pets. Wu Ming sighed in a low voice. Those two people were killed by Luoluo, which can be regarded as revenge for Hong Mao. We also found his backpack. After we go back, we will give it to the Wei Ming Chamber of Commerce where Hong Mao is. Yintong suggested. They decided not to take this backpack worth 1 million pet coins. Can. Wu Ming did not object. I have already obtained the most precious Jade Dragon Incense. Although there are only 250 grams left, it is still worth 200 million. It would be better not to have this 1 million worth of materials. Moreover, keeping him would be a psychological burden. Although Red Hair's mouth is not very clean, he is still very reliable as a teammate and he works very hard. Unfortunately, he was killed. The group of people carrying backpacks, came to the edge of the cliff, climbed up along the slope of a small canyon, and finally came to the cliff, where they saw the bodies of the middle-aged Beastmaster and the Mountain Eagle. When they reached the parking lot on the mountain, they also saw the bodies of the bald Beastmaster and the Lone Wolf. They had obviously been tortured and looked miserable. This is what happens when you harm your teammates. Huang Samba spat at the bald man's corpse, and the latter immediately opened his eyes. His pupils turned purple and glowed, as if he was possessed by an evil spirit. Shit, there's a ghost! Huang Samba was so frightened that he stepped back repeatedly. Roar! The bald corpse stood up mechanically, twisted his neck, opened his mouth, revealing a mouthful of fangs, as if he had turned into a zombie. Wu Ming quickly used the Eye of Insight. Status: possessed. Note: possessed by an F-class fireworks beast transformed into an F-class zombie, with F-class fangs and F-class defense. This is a zombie possessed by the fireworks beast. Get out of the way, Wu Ming quickly reminded. Big Bear, beat it to death. Huang Samba was so scared that he jumped behind the giant bear and gave the order quickly. Roar! The powerful giant bear pounced forward and slapped with a force of 10 tons. Even though the bald zombie had F-level defense, it was still cracked. Whoosh! A ball of purple flame flew out from the cracks on the zombie's body and quickly merged into the body of the lone wolf in the distance. Woo-woo! The lone wolf's eyes glowed purple, and he came back to life. Roar! The powerful giant bear rushed forward and hit the bear with a heavy bear paw, breaking its bones and muscles and causing it to fall to the ground. Woof, woof, woof. The little overlord rushed forward, his body expanded into a 3-headed hellhound. The 3 dog heads simultaneously spewed out blazing flames, burning the purple light into ashes. Ding! A thumb-sized purple crystal fell to the ground and was picked up by Wu Ming, who used the Eye of Insight to see its information. Type: Pet Crystal. Potential: E. Note: use 100 evolution points to hatch the Pet Crystal into a new young firework charmer, which is born with E-level talents Possession Puppet and E-level talent Charm. This is a wonderful treasure. Wu Ming's eyes lit up. Encore, what is this? Asked Huang Samba. The Pet Beast Crystal can be hatched into a young fireworks beast with E-level growth talent. Wu Ming explained. It will hatch later anyway, so it's okay to say it now. However, no one knew that it was hatched using evolution points. Wu Ming pretended to check the corpses of the bald Beastmaster and the Lone Wolf, but in fact he secretly converted 35 evolution points. He took his equipment, lifted the bushes covering his car, and found his car. All the other cars are destroyed. After an inspection, Wu Ming found no treasures, so he asked the powerful giant bear to push the other 4 cars off the cliff and crash them into the Tianyuan Canyon. Finally, the group got in the car and drove away. Finally, I can go back to the city. Wu Ming sat in the passenger seat, looked at the bright moon outside the window, and let out a long sigh. Turning around, he saw Yintong, who had taken off her combat uniform and was only wearing a pair of tight denim shorts. He discovered that her beautiful legs looked very white under the moonlight, to the point of being dazzling. What are you looking at? Yintong asked suddenly. Look at the legs. I have to say, these legs are whiter than Su Qianqian's, Wu Ming said subconsciously. Then, he met the murderous gaze of the silver pupil and quickly shut his mouth. Chapter 71. Eating supper together. TSK, you old pervert. Yintong spat and stepped on the accelerator hard. The modified car spewed out brilliant tail flames and drove towards the distant Jialan city at the fastest speed. There were no setbacks on the road. It was not until midnight that the vehicle stopped in front of the pet shop. Through the glass door, Wu Ming saw a person lying on the counter. After a closer look, he realized that it was Wan Siyu. She did not return to the rented house, but stayed at the pet shop. Seeing this, Wu Ming was very moved. He got out of the car quietly, opened the door quietly, and walked into the lobby of the pet store. At this time, Wu Ming discovered that Zhu Zimei was lying on the sofa and had also fallen asleep. Huang Samba and Dolly Giant Bear glanced at the pickup truck outside the door and knew that Zhu Zimei was also here, so they tiptoed into the pet store. Catch the thief. At this time, a sharp female voice was heard outside the pet shop. Thief! Wan Siyu and Zhu Zimei opened their eyes in a daze, and when they saw Wu Ming and Huang Samba, they were stunned at first, thinking to themselves, they were all family members, so how could these thieves come from? Etc. Angkor is back. The next moment, Wan Siyu rushed out, hugged Wu Ming's waist, and cried loudly. Brother Wu, you are finally back. We have been waiting so anxiously for the past 2 days. We thought you would never come back." Wu Ming patted Wan Siyu's shoulder, hugged her gently, put one hand under her chin, and said with a smile, "I'm back, aren't I?" After saying that, Wu Ming turned his head and looked at the cold and beautiful woman standing outside the door and said unhappily, "Zhang Yuyin, who are you calling a thief? You come back so late at night. Aren't you thieves?" Zhang Yuyin stood outside the door with her arms folded, arguing. She was the one who shouted there was a thief just now. However, now that she has bought this section of the street, there are not many people nearby. So even if she shouts at the top of her lungs, few people will hear her, and it will not cause any nuisance to others. "Are you sick?" Wu Ming felt speechless. He wanted to press Zhang Yuyin down on the sofa and spank her beautiful, perky butt. "What have you been doing these days? Why didn't you take me with you?" Zhang Yuyin put her hands on her hips, walked into the pet shop, and sat on the sofa. Zuzume rubbed her forehead with sleepy eyes and said with a bitter face, "What are you guys arguing about in the middle of the night? Hey, husband, are you back?" She saw Huang Samba and quickly jumped into his arms. "We went to Tianyuan Canyon." Wu Ming stated the destination this time, but he did not say the process. "Why didn't you take me with you when you went to such a dangerous place?" Zhang Yuyin was dissatisfied. "Next time there is an activity like this, remember to call me. Your body is too delicate as a young lady. If you get hurt, I can't afford the compensation." Wu Ming waved his hand quickly to dispel Zhang Yuyin's idea. "Tisk." Zhang Yuyin crossed her legs. Because Wu Ming was standing opposite her, a glimmer of spring light flashed before Wu Ming's eyes. "Red, red." Wu Ming blinked. "What red and black?" Zhang Yuyin waved her hands. The next moment, her beautiful face suddenly changed color. She slapped Wu Ming on the leg. "You hooligan! I didn't do anything." Wu Ming was even more speechless. He just happened to be standing in the right place and looking at Zhang Yuyin from the right angle. Could that be wrong? Gurgle. I don't know whose stomach started to growl. "I'm so hungry." Huang Samba rubbed his stomach. Zuzume quickly climbed down from him and rummaged around in the kitchen, but found that there was no food. "Let's go have a midnight snack. It's my treat," Wu Ming said, "but we just came back from Tianyuan Canyon. We're a little dirty. Let's take a shower first." "Midnight snack? Okay." Zhang Yuyin curled her red lips and continued to sit on the sofa. "I want to take a shower too." Huang Samba looked around, but because Wu Ming was in the bathroom, he could only wait. Clang! Zhang Yuyin threw the key on the table, pointed to the next door, and said, "The renovation next door has just been completed. You can go there to take a shower." "It's my treat." "Thank you, Boss Zhang." Huang Samba knew that all the surrounding shops were bought by Zhang Yuyin, and that she had the autonomy. So he picked up the clothes in his backpack and walked over with Zuzume smiling. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Yuyin and Wan Siyu heard a blushing voice. "Rogues! Bah! Bah! I shouldn't have lent them the bathroom." Zhang Yuyin was so angry that her teeth were itching. Half an hour later, the group walked out of the pet shop. "The pickup truck is big enough. It should be no problem for the 5 of us to go there together." "Tsutsimai Sait. Siyu, you take my car and let Wu Ming and the others take the pickup truck." Zhang Yuyin took Wan Siyu and walked out. Soon, a super sports car worth 8 million yuan was driven out of a store, and Zhang Yuyin proudly raised her middle finger to Wu Ming, who was standing on the pickup truck. "Next time we meet, I'll spank you." Wu Ming made a patting gesture, which made Zhang Yuyin so angry that she gritted her teeth. Boom! The 2 cars stepped on the gas and drove towards the night snack stall a few kilometers away. Night snack stall. This is a wide street. Before nightfall, there would always be young people gathering here to eat barbecue or spicy hot pot. Occasionally, embarrassing noises could be heard from the abandoned alleys. Boom! The arrival of the supercar attracted the attention of hundreds of people on the entire street. They all looked up and saw Zhang Yuyin pulling Wan Siyu out of the car. Whether its figure or appearance, the 2 of them crushed the whole street. "Rich woman." Several young men gathered around with shining eyes. "Hey, pretty girls, I've booked the presidential suite at Shenghua Hotel for a year. When we're done eating, I'll take you 2 over for some fun." A few young men just came up and asked with bad intentions. "Get lost." Zhang Yin stretched out her hand, and her pet Shui Ling appeared in her palm. Using her ever-changing talents, it transformed into a 2-meter-tall, translucent giant. It picked up several young men and threw them into the garbage dump nearby. "Hiss! He's a beast master, don't mess with him." The people around them retreated. Some people were originally planning to go over and strike up a conversation with her, but when they saw how aggressive Zhang Yuyin was, they decisively gave up on this unrealistic idea. TSK so violent. Wu Ming stood on the bed of the pickup truck, and together with Dolly Juxiong, he put his hands on the roof, feeling the wind, and just happened to see the scene of Zhang Yun teaching those young men a lesson. With the ever-changing water spirit protecting her at all times. No matter how powerful an ordinary person is, he cannot deal with Zhang Yuyin. If you want to take advantage of her, it would be difficult to do so without the cooperation of 2 or 3 F-level senior or elite beastmasters. Boss, we have 5 people, a bear, and a puppy. Please let us have a private room. We can have more barbecue here. We can eat it anyway. Wu Ming patted the shop owner on the shoulder and said with a smile. Okay. The shop owner glanced at Zhang Yuyin, then looked at the huge Hercules bear. He was so scared that he kept swallowing his saliva and nodded quickly. Chapter 72, Codename 008, Black Dog. In a private room, Wu Ming, Wan Siyu, Zhang Yuyin, Huang Samba, and Zhu Zimei sat in their seats, while Dolly Juxiong and Xiaobo Wang squatted on the ground. The boss cooks very skillfully. In less than 10 minutes, the first plate of skewers was served. It smells so good. Huang Samba rubbed his stomach, picked up a skewer of barbecue, fed Zhu Zimei a bite first, and then ate another bite himself. Showing off love? Seeing this, Zhang Yiyin picked up a skewer of barbecue, took a bite herself, and then passed it to Wan Siyu beside her. The last remaining Wu Ming sat in his seat and blinked, feeling that the 4 of them were targeting him. So he took out 2 skewers, took a bite himself, and then handed them to the little overlord and the big bear, one on the left and one on the right. Boss, this is grilled kidney. The shop owner brought another dish. I'm so strong. I don't need to eat this. Huang Samba laughed, hugged Zhu Zimei and looked at her. Don't you think so? Pooh. Zhang Yiyin picked up 2 skewers of grilled kidneys and threw them into Wu Ming's bowl, then raised her head proudly and looked at the ceiling without saying a word. Wan Siyu didn't say anything. However, she also took a string of roasted kidneys and silently placed it in Wu Ming's bowl. Her meaning was very clear. Wu Ming looked at the roasted kidneys in the bowl and frowned. What is that? He was very depressed, but he still ate it. What he couldn't finish, he shared with Big Bear and Little Overlord. Come on, have some beer. The boss brought a case of beer. Wu Ming grabbed Xiaobo Wang's dog paw and prepared to perform a dog paw bottle opening trick, but he used too much force and cut the entire beer bottle in half. Ha! Several people laughed. This is a joy that comes from the heart. Wu Ming put down the beer bottle and listened to the familiar laughter. He seemed to be back to the scene of having supper with his classmates. All the past events were vivid in his mind. Looking at the 4 people around him again, he suddenly felt that after traveling to another world, he gradually moved from the loneliness at the beginning to a new life with friends who could have midnight snacks and play together. Beer bottle? I'll open it. Huang Samba is very strong and has good physical fitness. He is even stronger than a special fighter. He picked up the beer bottle and removed it with a light click. A few people were drinking beer and eating skewers and enjoying the meal very much. An hour later, boss, check out. The total cost is 3,780. I'll give you 4,000. No need to change. Looking at the extra 4,000 pet coins in the card, the shop owner stared blankly at the backs of Wu Ming and his group as they left, feeling it was unbelievable. It turns out that there are also good-tempered beast masters. The shop owner sighed. Seeing Wu Ming and his friends about to open the car door, the shop owner mustered up his courage and kindly reminded them, Boss, don't drink and drive. Don't drive after drinking. That's right. Huang Samba slapped his head and said to the powerful giant bear, Big Bear, carry the car back. Without saying a word, the powerful giant bear carried the pickup truck and the supercar on his shoulders, one on the left and one on the right, and walked behind Wu Ming and his group towards Nanwen Street. What a great strength! If I had such a powerful pet, I would drive out to drink every day and then persuade my friends to drive over as well. Then I could let my pet carry the car while they looked at me like fools. Ha! People on the night snack street were talking about it. On the street illuminated by dim lights, a group of people walked and talked. Wu Ming, am I beautiful? Under the influence of alcohol, Zhang Yiyin put one hand on Wu Ming's shoulder, pointed at her red cheek with the other hand, and asked boldly, Very beautiful, but also very willful. Wu Ming also drank some wine, and when he was drunk, he slapped Zhang Yiyin on the butt. Did you slap my butt? Zhang Yiyin pinched Wu Ming's waist with both hands and asked with a pout. Taking a photo of you is nothing. I also want to kiss you. Wu Ming, under the influence of alcohol, glanced at Zhang Yuyin, who looked very charming after blushing under the light, and pushed her against the wall. In front of everyone, he kissed her hard. That tingling feeling came over me. Wu Ming and Zhang Yuyin both had a subtle reaction. This. Zhu Zime and Huang Samba couldn't help but widen their eyes when they saw this scene. Wan Xiu looked at the two people kissing passionately, bit her lip, lowered her head silently, and said nothing. After a long time, their lips parted. Zhang Yiyin became much more conscious and realized that Wu Ming had kissed her for what seemed to be 3 minutes. She immediately slapped Wu Ming in the face. "Ah, you rascal!" she yelled, but didn't continue hitting. Wu Ming grabbed her hand and regained consciousness. He said, "Fuck, I actually kissed you? I thought it was Siyu." After hearing this, Wan Siyu blushed and was actually a little surprised. "So, Brother Wu mistook Zhang Yiyin for me, which means Brother Wu likes me, right?" Wan Siyu's breathing gradually became rapid. Huang Samba and Zhu Zime gasped, looked at each other, and realized that something was wrong. TSK, this is incredible. The couple gave each other a teasing smile. The group of people didn't know that a strange figure was watching them a few hundred meters away. "I'm codenamed 008, Black Dog. I'm tracking the target person. They've been drinking and are not conscious. It's nighttime now, so it's a good time for assassination. Do we need to eliminate the target person?" This strange figure was holding a mobile phone and sent a voice message. "Solve the target." After a moment, a cold voice rang out from the phone. Whoosh! The black dog immediately merged with his pet, transforming into a half-human, half-dog ferocious beast, and pounced towards Wu Ming from the alley at a speed of dozens of meters per second. However, before he emerged from the alley, he suddenly fell to the ground. In the dark, the phantom cat showed up and wiped the black dog's body with its bloody claws, wiping the blood off, then licking it gracefully. Finally, it barked, continued to enter stealth mode, and disappeared. 3 minutes later, a woman in a black bodysuit appeared in the alley. The black dog was killed silently. It seems that the target person is indeed protected by an E-level Beastmaster in secret. The woman in tights looked at the direction Wu Mingyuan went and took out her cell phone. "Hello, is this the boss? Black Dog is dead. The target's hidden protection is too strong. In terms of strength, he may be on par with you. Seduction, try to get as much information as possible out of you." "Yes." The woman in tights glanced in the direction Wu Mingyuan had gone, and the word seduction that the boss had mentioned came to her mind, and she frowned unwillingly. She didn't understand why a man like Wu Ming needed her to sacrifice herself. You know, she is the top assassin in the Spirit Demon Assassination Guild, codenamed 003 and named Dark Night Witch. Sacrifice yourself first, get the information out, and then it won't be too late to kill him. The Night Witch gritted her teeth, turned into a black shadow, and blended into the night. Chapter 76 Sanyang. In the pet store, the group lay down on the sofa and fell asleep. The next morning, Zhang Yiyin sobered up and recalled the experience of being kissed by Wu Ming on the street. She covered her face with her hands and felt like she had a fever. How annoying! Zhang Yiyin glanced at Wu Ming lying on the sofa, opened the door angrily, drove the supercar outside the door, and returned to her villa. Not long after, Wu Ming, Huang Samba, Zhu Zime, and Wan Siyu also woke up one after another. "Wu, brother Wu, drink some water." Wan Siyu handed a glass of water to Wu Ming, her heart beating like a deer. After what happened last night, she found herself increasingly afraid to face Wu Ming. Just like a worried little deer, afraid of being eaten by the tiger Wu Ming, he always lowered his head out of habit when in the pet shop. "Well, thank you, Siyu." Wu Ming stretched out his hand to take the cup and accidentally touched Wan Siyu's soft hand, which felt very smooth, like cooked egg white. "Ah!" Wan Siyu let go of her hand as if she had been electrocuted. Bang! The glass shattered on the floor. "Sorry, I'll clean it up right away." Wan Siyu quickly took the broom, lowered her head, her heart beating faster, and quickly swept away the broken glass. This girl. Looking at Wan Siyu's receding back, Wu Ming sighed. It seems that last night was quite exciting. When Wan Siyu came back, the group started another boring day. When it was evening, Wan Siyu was the first to get off work. She was like a scared rabbit, leaving behind a graceful back view for Wu Ming. When the little girl ran away in fear, her hips twisted and turned, becoming the most beautiful scenery on the street. "Encore, let's go first." Zhu Zime and Huang Samba jumped onto the pickup truck, and the powerful giant bear climbed onto the car, waved at Wu Ming, and quickly drove away. Under the night, Wu Ming was the only one left in the pet shop. He was sitting on the sofa, already washed up, watching TV. Boom, boom, boom. There was another knock on the door. Wu Ming looked over. A woman in a black tights stood at the door, and the scene was similar to when Green Radish appeared a few days ago. Killer! Wu Ming reacted instantly. However, he did not alert the enemy. Who are you looking for? Wu Ming opened the door and looked at the woman from a distance of 1 meter. The woman had a fantastic body, with a very proud chest curve, a perky butt, long legs, a standard perfect figure, and a face full of charm and seduction. Just one look at her could make people feel hot all over. Wu Ming quietly used the eye of insight. Name, Yi Sanyang. Identity, the top female assassin of the Spirit Demon Assassination Guild Jialan City Branch. Codename 003, nicknamed Dark Night Witch. Level, F-Class Peak Beastmaster. Pet, F-Level Peak Night Witch, F-Level Seduction, F-Level Interrogation, F-Level Speed, F-Level Claws, F-Level Silent Dark Night. This is a top-level F-Level pet with 5 F-Level talents, especially the F-Level Seduction and F-Level Interrogation. Once used on a man, it can definitely make him sink and inadvertently reveal the deepest secrets in his heart. But Wu Ming has a system. He is automatically immune to F-Level Seduction and F-Level Interrogation, and cannot be hurt at all. Handsome guy, I am technician number 23 assigned to you by Huang Samba. I hope you like me. Yi Sanyang secretly used F-Level Seduction, exuding a terrible charm and a faint fragrance. Any man would fall for it immediately after smelling it. Wu Ming's acting is very good. Although he was not seduced by the sex, his hands had already become restless. Handsome, let's go upstairs. Yi Sanyang put her arms around Wu Ming's neck, and her proud curves were overwhelming, making Wu Ming feel a little breathless. He immediately picked her up and went to the second floor. Heavy breathing gradually spread. The little bully squatted on the ground, looking at it with curiosity. The phantom cat sat on the bedside table, remaining invisible, licking its paws with graceful movements, its cold eyes reflecting the two entangled figures. Wu Ming felt very good. During the process, Yi Sanyang leaned close to his ear and said, "Handsome guy, what do you do? Why are you so awesome?" "I'm a trainer." Wu Ming pretended to be tricked. He knew that Yi Sanyang had already used F-level interrogation. At this time, in order not to be exposed, he had to answer her questions immediately. "Then, you should know a lot of recipes, right?" Yi Sanyang asked again. Not many, just tens of thousands of species," said Wu Ming. Yi Sanyang's delicate body trembled. Tens of thousands of kinds? So much. She was very confident in her F-level talents of seduction and interrogation, and was sure that Wu Ming was telling the truth, so she couldn't help but be shocked. "So, handsome guy, who is the powerful person behind you?" After enjoying it for a moment, Yi Sanyang asked again. "I have an F-Class Beastmaster, a D-Class Beastmaster, a B-Class Trainer, and an A-Class Beastmaster behind me. In addition to these, I know of an S-Class pet that was seriously injured, but unfortunately, it has not yet recognized its master." Since it was just acting, Wu Ming started bragging. "This is so scary." Yi Sanyang felt as if her heart was hit by a meteorite and was extremely shocked. Behind this handsome and durable man, there is such a terrifying background. It seems that the Spirit Demon Assassination Guild has provoked someone who should not be provoked. This news must be passed back immediately to attract the president's attention. An hour later, "Handsome guy, if you are satisfied with my service, please remember to give me a 5-star rating." Yi Sanyang, neatly dressed, blew a kiss to Wu Ming, twisted her slender waist, and gradually disappeared into the night. Looking at her departing back, Wu Ming's mouth corners gradually lifted. His eyes were full of mockery. As expected of the Night Witch, very smooth. After getting something for free and spreading false information, Wu Ming felt that he had made a lot of money. He closed the glass door, took a shower, changed the wet sheets, then lay down and fell into a deep sleep. An hour later, the Spirit Demon assassinated the guild. "President, I have information." The Dark Night, Witch Yi Sanyang walked into the hall with her slender waist twisted, bent down and spoke to the president, who was sitting on the leather sofa with his back to everyone and smoking a cigar. A killer passing by took a look at the snow-white area on the chest of the Dark Knight, which he couldn't help swallowing. Then he hit his head against a concrete pillar. "Ouch!" The killer rubbed his forehead, glared at Yi Sanyang fiercely, and ran away in shame. Until then, the president's deep voice sounded. From now on, you can't use your pet's talent on your own people casually. Yes. Yi Sanyang nodded quickly. You claim to have obtained intelligence. So, tell me, what shocking news did you get through your dedication? The president continued. Chapter 74 editions begin. The Dark Night, which Yi Sanyang did not dare to hide it. She omitted the details of the close combat with Wu Ming and just sorted out the words she had gotten from Wu Ming, saying, Wu Ming is indeed a trainer. Behind him is an F-class Beastmaster, a D-class Beastmaster, a B-class trainer, and an A-class Beastmaster. In addition to these, he also knows a severely injured S-class pet. Hearing this, the president crushed the cigar in his hand with a crack. The entire chapter fell silent in an instant. Everyone raised their heads and looked at Yi Sanyang. Wu Ming actually has an S-level pet behind him. This news is so explosive. What's the situation with that S-rank pet? The president was silent for a long time. Then he changed to another cigar, lit it, and asked in a deep voice without smoking. It hasn't recognized its master yet. It is said to be seriously injured and temporarily unable to move. Wu Ming and the people behind him are trying hard to revive it. Yi Sanyang continued to narrate what Wu Ming said. The branch president's eyes narrowed coldly. If the news is true, then Wu Ming cannot be killed for the time being. Not to mention the injured S-level pets. The A-level Beastmasters alone are terrifying enough and far beyond what their branch can handle. President, do you have any instructions? Yi Sanyang asked. You pretend to be someone close to him, and it's best to follow him closely. Or occasionally seduce him and get more information, such as where the S-level pets are, who are the backers of those B-level and A-level Beastmasters, and where they are. The chapter president gave instructions. Hearing this, Yi Sanyang immediately bent down, nodded, and walked out. The next morning, Wu Ming sat on the sofa watching the morning news, recalling the fierce battle with Yi Sanyang last night. He found that the other party was really smooth and wanted to do it a few more times. However, this kind of thing can only be encountered by chance. Wu, Angkor Wu, good morning. Wan Siyu was the first person to arrive. She put the breakfast she bought for Wu Ming on the table, put on an apron, and carefully tidied the room. She found a wet bed sheet on the ground. Angkor, what is this? Wan Siyu picked it up and found it had a strange smell, a little fishy. Wu Ming glanced at the bed sheet, and his eyelids twitched. That was the battlefield for the great battle with Yi Sanyang. This matter must not be known to others. Wu Ming quickly said, It was too hot last night. I was sweating all over, and the little bully was too disobedient. He even peed on the bed sheet. Throw it away. Hearing this, the little bully stared at Wu Ming with a pair of innocent big eyes, looking aggrieved, as if to say, You are worse than a dog than me. Wan Siyu believed it, rolled up the bed sheet, and threw it into the garbage bag, then threw the garbage from the pet shop into the bag, and threw them away together. Fortunately, it didn't get exposed. Looking at Wan Siyu's graceful back, Wu Ming discovered that the girl's buttocks seemed to be getting more and more firm. He didn't know if it was an illusion or something else. Woof, woof, woof. The little bully let out a cry of dissatisfaction. Wu Ming smiled and patted the dog's head, saying, Haha, don't be upset. I'm just looking for a reason to explain. I'll give you a credit. The little bully tilted his head and looked at Wu Ming for a long time. After a while, he called out and then lay down under the table and fell asleep. Soon, Huang Samba and Zhu Zimei also arrived. After Wan Siyu took out the trash, she returned to the pet shop. At this time, the morning news came to the last piece. The sexy host made a heavenly voice. Hello, everyone. Here's the last piece of morning news. Starting today, Jialan City will hold a pet and taming competition. We will hold auditions and select the 3 most outstanding trainers and beast masters under the age of 30. We will form a 6-member team and go to Nanjiang City to participate in the real competition. This competition brings together outstanding and talented beast masters and trainers from all over the country. It is the most exciting competition in the country. I hope all the young trainers and beast masters will sign up to participate. Now, I wish you all a happy life and a happy family. This is the end of the morning news. Wu Ming and Huang Samba had been to Yaodao ancient town and knew about this matter a long time ago. Zhu Zimei and Wan Siyu didn't understand. They seemed very excited. Wow, Wu Ge, I think you can definitely pass the audition and become a member of our Jialan City's pet and taming team. By then, our pet store will be famous and more customers will come. Wan Siyu thought of a lot. For her, this competition is a good way to increase her popularity. If we win the championship in the national competition, this store will definitely be packed with people and do booming business. Zuzume pushed Huang Samba's shoulder and said, "Husband, I think you can participate in the auditions. Among all the beast masters under the age of 30 in Jialan City, I think you and Daxiong are definitely the best. The giant bear is really strong. F-level strength, F-level defense, F-level speed, F-level self-healing, a total of 4 powerful talents. Only one more talent missing to reach the peak of F-level. Even when facing a very weak E-level pet, he can still fight." Huang Samba's heart moved. He really wanted to compete. In the past, Big Bear's strength was not strong at all. He only had F-level strength, which was not worthy of being mentioned at all. But now it's different. Big Bear once killed the exploding dragon with a slap in a life-and-death battle. This strength is already considered top-notch in Class F. Brother Wu, I also want to participate in the auditions. Huang Samba made up his mind and wanted to have a try, fight against other powerful opponents, and improve Daxiong's combat ability. In response, Wu Ming nodded and agreed. Of course. Wan Siyu sat beside him and gently rubbed Wu Mingru's shoulders with her hands and asked, "Brother Wu, I think you can also participate." "Why do you think so?" Wu Ming asked with a smile. Wan Siyu had no idea that Wu Ming had already secured the designated spot. "I think the level of trainers in Angkor is very high. Not to mention our Jialan city, even in the various places I know, there has never been an F-level trainer as good as you." Wan Siyu looked into the distance and spoke excitedly, with a gleam in her eyes. That was a strong confidence in Wu Ming. Wu Ming turned his head and saw Wan Siyu's beautiful profile. He smiled and said, "Okay, I'll also participate in the audition." He doesn't want or need the designated spot. With his strength, he can reach the top. Moreover, I can take advantage of the audition process to get in touch with other trainers and animal tamers, and see the pets and animal taming level of Jialan City. "The lady is here." Zhang Yian walked into the pet store, carrying a limited edition bag, and sat down next to Wu Ming. "Registration for the pet and taming auditions starts today. Why aren't you going yet?" After saying that, she placed a stack of flyers on the table, attracting the curiosity of others. Chapter 75, I Don't Need a Recommendation. Wu Ming picked up a flyer. Above, there is a man standing on the head of a giant dragon, overlooking the vast river. He looks domineering and majestic, like a giant holding up the heavens. The 5 big words "come and sign up" on the side of the cover are very eye-catching. TSK, TSK, isn't this advertisement too low quality? Huang Samba said with disdain, and prepared to take the flyer to the city lord's mansion to sign up. "Let me tell you first, the auditions will last for a week, and the competitions will be held at the Coliseum near the city lord's mansion." Zhang Yuyan revealed another important piece of news. "What are you waiting for? Go and sign up." Wu Ming picked up a flyer, packed his things, and prepared to go out. "I'll drive." Zuzime jumped into the driver's seat of the pickup truck. Huang Samba jumped into the passenger seat. The powerful giant bear had already climbed onto the carriage very skillfully. "See you, I'll drive you." Zhang Yiyan held Wan Siyu and looked at Wu Ming provocatively. "You and Dali Juxiong sit in the pickup truck together." "It doesn't matter." Wu Ming shrugged. Prick. There was a sharp sound of brakes. Everyone looked towards the street and discovered that behind Zhu Zime's pickup truck and Zhang Yuyan's supercar, there was another Mingyo sports car parked. The car door opened. A pair of beautiful snow-white legs first catches the eye. "Mr. Wu Ming, I'm here to pick you up." Su Qianqian, the president of Super Affordable Mall, who has not been seen for many days, appeared again. Compared with last time, she was more feminine. Every frown and smile reveals her charm and seduction. "Oh, I have a car." Wu Ming looked at Zhang Yuyan provocatively and sat on the passenger seat of Su Qianqian's car. In fact, he was the one who informed Su Qianqian in advance to come and pick him up, because Wu Ming had already guessed that Zhang Yuyan would drive Wan Siyu there. And if he didn't want to continue riding in the pickup truck, he could only find a designated driver. There are 2 best designated drivers in the entire Jialan city, Su Qianqian and Yin Tong. I'm afraid Yin Tong can't be called, but Su Qianqian can. So, Su Qianqian came. In the bull sports car, Su Qianqian closed the car door and window, looked at Wu Ming seductively, curled her red lips, and one hand climbed onto Wu Ming's strong chest. "Mr. Wu Ming, the matter of Tianyuan Canyon is all thanks to you, and I haven't had the chance to repay you yet." A charming and seductive voice sounded. Wu Ming glanced out of the car window and saw that Zhang Yuyan, Zhu Zime, and others had already driven away, leaving only him and Su Qianqian on the street. How do you want to repay me? Wu Ming gave a playful smile. Of course, I will be awarded to Mr. Wu Ming. After saying that, Su Qianqian couldn't stand the loneliness recently and leaned over and got close to him. Exciting sounds echoed in the car. Half an hour later, Wu Ming fastened his seatbelt, wiped his face and lips that were covered with lipstick marks, wiped the sweat off his face, took a deep breath, and almost couldn't catch his breath. I have to admit that Su Qianqian's oral skills are really amazing. It seemed that this woman was going to use herself to tie him firmly to the warship of the super affordable mall. Mr. Wu Ming, are you satisfied with my thank you gift? Su Qianqian's face flushed, and her voice became more and more seductive. Wu Ming leaned back in his seat and nodded. Not bad. Let's continue tonight. But it's already past half an hour. We have to hurry over. Don't worry, you were driving just now. Now it's my turn to drive. It will take about 15 minutes to get there from here. Su Qianqian fastened her seatbelt. She stepped on the accelerator, and the bull-powered sports car worth millions roared and sped away. On the rooftop of a nearby building, the dark night Witchy Sanyang watched the whole show. Continue tonight? It seems that today is not a good day to come. She looked towards the Colosseum in the center of the city, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. The auditions are about to begin, and Wu Ming is also going to participate. With his background, he will definitely be able to get a guaranteed spot, right? If he goes now, I'm afraid it will just be a formality. On a street, the bull sports car kept roaring. In the driving seat, Su Qianqian smiled seductively. Mr. Wu Ming, are you sure you want to give up your admission quota and participate in the audition in person? Of course. Wu Ming nodded. It's too boring to be admitted as a recommendation. In the end, maybe someone will say it's an inside story. Therefore, he decided to take action himself, smashing the arrogant self-esteem of other trainers on the spot, and successfully obtained a place to go to Nanjiang City to participate in the national competition. Mr. Wu Ming is really confident. I like him so much. Su Qianqian smiled sweetly, her face still red, making her look even more feminine. After just one look, Wu Ming became interested again. If Su Qianqian wasn't driving now, and he had other things to do later, he would definitely want to drive the car himself. Confidence comes from strength. Wu Ming smiled, but he looked out at the sky. Strength? I have no strength at all. To put it bluntly, it depends on the pet system. Otherwise, he would have been sat on to death by that 300-pound fat landlady, right? Thinking of this, Wu Ming sighed with emotion. Although he didn't know why the system chose him, since he had the system, he would make good use of it, do what he should do, and enjoy the tenderness he had never experienced before. Soon, we arrived at the Colosseum. Why are you so slow? Zhang Yin stood outside the car with her arms folded, looking at Wu Ming with disgust. Then she suddenly leaned closer and smelled it, and found the smell of perfume. There was a lipstick mark on Wu Ming's neck that had not been wiped off. TSK, were you driving just now? Zhang Yuyin giggled. Huang Samba and Zhu Zime understood immediately, and then looked back and forth between Wu Ming and Su Qianqian with envy on their faces. Wan Xiu didn't understand the implication of driving, scratched her head, and asked, Brother Wu, were you driving this sports car just now? How did it feel? I have never driven a sports car before, but my classmates said that it gave me a strong sense of push on my back. Wu Ming's face froze. Su Qianqian smiled sweetly and said, Xiu, it was indeed Mr. Wu Ming who was driving just now. As for how it felt, it should be pretty good. Is that so? I want to drive too. Wan Xiu looked envious. Her biggest dream is to own a sports car like this one, and then take the person she loves to the beach to watch the sea. Falling in love with her lover under the sunset is her most beautiful dream. After hearing Wan Xiu's words, Wu Ming looked embarrassed. He got out of the car and saw Huang Samba hinting at him. Then he realized there was a lipstick mark on his neck, and he quickly wiped it off. Mr. Wu Ming, I have to go back to the mall. See you in the evening. After saying that, Su Qianqian threw a coquettish glance and left quickly amid a roar. Cut! When she heard that she had to drive at night, Zhang Yuyin immediately pouted her lips. However, she and Wu Ming were not boyfriend and girlfriend, so she didn't bother to care about this matter. But when she thought of the experience of being forcibly kissed by Wu Ming on the roadside that night, her whole face couldn't help but turn red and became hot. Bah, all men are pigs. Zhang Yuyin spat. Chapter 76, The Powerful, Hu Yuehong. Let's go and sign up. Wu Ming shouted to everyone and walked in front. The Colosseum was already crowded with people. There were at least several thousand people gathered here. Some were real beast tamers, some were rare beast trainers, but most were ordinary passersby who came here to join in the fun. There are more than 10,000 people who own pets in the entire Jialan city. However, there are only a few hundred F-level beast tamers on record, which is quite small. Most of them are prospective beast masters or simply ordinary beast lovers. The beasts they raise have no combat power at all and are more like pets. Please, all participating beast masters gather here. A beautiful woman in a red skirt and a hip skirt came over with a microphone, twisting her body and twisting her body, revealing her voluptuous figure. Her proud breasts almost burst through her clothes, and her heart rose and fell as she shouted, "Wow, so beautiful." Huang Samba praised, "Are you as pretty as me? Tsutsimai gapi tvang zanbasiya." Look at this beauty, her figure, her curves, her magnificent scenery. She is definitely a top beauty with a score of more than 90 points. But compared to you, my wife, she is always a little bit behind in every aspect. Huang Samba was full of desire to survive, and he used contrasting ways of praising, which made Zhu Zime so happy that she smiled radiantly. "Huang Samba, go over there," Wu Ming said. "Just wait and see my performance." After saying that, Huang Samba sat on the shoulder of the powerful giant bear and walked towards the woman in red. Wu Ming, Zhang Yuyin, Wan Siyu, and Zhu Zime stood on the nearby steps and watched, very curious about how the Beast Tamer audition would go. Soon, more than 100 F-level Beast Tamers who had arrived at the scene gathered in front of the platform and looked up at the beautiful woman in red standing on the steps. "Beauty, what's the matter with you gathering us here? Do you want us to go to the small room, and you can tell me alone on the bed?" A sturdy man with broad shoulders and a big waist crossed his arms and laughed. Behind him stood a 3-meter-tall, golden-haired giant ape, looking mighty and majestic. The beautiful woman in red glanced at the burly man and curled her lips. Whoosh! She suddenly rushed out. Everyone only saw the woman in red turning into a red shadow and instantly arriving in front of the sturdy man. Her breath was as fragrant as orchid, and the fragrance instantly filled the air. Bang! A red shadow suddenly appeared behind the woman in red. Her hand instantly became very big, and she grabbed the strong man's shoulder like an eagle grabbing a chick, and threw him over her shoulder to the ground. Click! The floor is cracked. The strong man wailed and foamed at the mouth. The golden-haired giant ape roared and punched the woman in red, but she dodged it easily. Just like before, she grabbed the F-level pet, golden-haired giant ape with her hands and threw it over her shoulder, causing a deep hole in the floor. Hiss! So fierce! This woman is so domineering. The beast masters around felt a chill run down their spines and quickly took a few steps back, fearing that they would be beaten by the woman in red. Wu Ming looked at the woman, and information appeared in his sight. Huyuehong, 11 Beast Tamer, Senior. Pet, Rei Driban. Description: a special pet that can possess a body. Its original form is a 10-meter-long red ribbon, similar to a sea snake. Talents: E-level toughness, E-level defense, E-level strength, F-level speed, F-level fighting skills, F-level endurance. After reading the information about Huyuehong and her pet red ribbon, Wu Ming was secretly surprised. It turned out that this was a senior E-class Beastmaster. No wonder he can beat F-level Beastmasters and F-level pets. My name is Huyuehong. I'm the Chief Secretary of the City Lord's Mansion and the person in charge of this Beast Tamer audition. Whoever can beat me can directly pass the audition and become one of the candidates for our Jialan City team to participate in the national competition. The woman spoke. Although her voice still sounded charming, her aura was so strong that people dared not be presumptuous. Only Wu Ming looked at her carefully and thought that this woman was very attractive. Does anyone have any questions? Huyuehong asked, holding the microphone. Everyone shook their heads. Since there are no problems, let's hold the auditions now. Although the news said that only 3 Beastmasters are needed, in fact, we need 10 people to form a real team. Huyuehong revealed surprising news. Hearing this, everyone looked at her in surprise. Are you curious? To tell you the truth, 3 people is the rule in Nanjiang City. However, we must prepare more excellent Beastmasters who can be replaced at critical moments. Huyuehong explained the reason. Upon hearing this, everyone expressed their agreement. Although the national competition in Nanjiang City requires groups of 3, if any of the 3 people has a problem and there is no one to replace them, it will cause huge losses. Therefore, substitutions are necessary. The first item of the audition is to demonstrate ability. Pets with strong combat capabilities or auxiliary functions can be shortlisted. At this point, Hu pointed at one of the green-haired beast masters and asked, "What type of pet is yours, and what talents does it currently have?" "My pet is an F-class dragon eagle. It has F-class speed and F-class claws. It's considered a senior F-class pet," said the green-haired beastmaster. "Show it on the spot." Hu Yuehong pointed to a 3-meter-tall dummy beside the steps. It was an instrument specially used to test the destructive ability of pet animals. "Dragon soaring eagle go." The green-haired beastmaster immediately gave the order. A black eagle with a wingspan of 3 meters suddenly flapped its wings and flew dozens of meters in an instant, flying at high speed in the air. It could stop and turn suddenly and perform difficult moves. "Cry!" The dragon-like eagle suddenly screamed and swooped down at super speed. Its sharp claws left a scratch 30 centimeters deep on the dummy. "How amazing!" Wan Xiyu and Zhu Zimei were both surprised. "TSK, once my Shui Ling develops, I will definitely be able to beat it." Zhang Yuyin crossed her arms and said this, but she still believed in her heart that Longting Feiying's combat ability was higher. Shui Ling currently only has defense and self-healing abilities and can only run for her life when facing Longting Feiying. On the steps, Hu Yuehong's expression remained unchanged as she said, "Not bad fighting ability, but unfortunately the defensive ability is relatively weak. He can barely make the cut if he can't withstand a fight." "Great!" The green-haired beastmaster became happy when he heard that he was shortlisted. "Write your personal information over there." Hu Yuehong pointed to a parasol nearby. There was a table below with a lot of blank forms and gel pens on it. There were also 2 beautiful staff members nearby with thin waists, long legs, and curvy bodies. Hu Yuehong said to the others, "Continue the test. Any beastmaster who passes the screening can be shortlisted, and the top 10 will be selected through battle." Next, dozens of beastmasters present came on stage with their pets. Pets with 1 talent are basically eliminated. Currently, only senior pets with at least 2 talents can be shortlisted, and some are elite pets with 3 or 4 talents. Soon, it was Huang Samba and the powerful giant bears' turn to appear on the stage. Chapter 77 Trainer Audition. "Wow, my husband is out. My husband is the best." Zhu Zimei waved her hands excitedly, jumped on the spot, and blew a kiss to Huang Samba. "Huang Samba, it's him. I heard that in the life and death battle, it was his pet, the great power bear, that slapped and killed the F-rank elite pet, the explosive dragon. His strength is very terrifying. I suspect that the powerful giant bear is already a top-level F-class pet. Even if he's not, he's strong enough to pass the audition. It looks like there will be 1 less place for the competition." The beastmasters present were talking about it. "Are you Huang Samba?" Hu Yuehong looked at Huang Samba and found that he had dyed yellow hair, a bohemian smile, and muscular body. He looked strong and powerful, which was very suitable for the powerful giant bear. "It's me." Huang Samba nodded. "Let's get started. First, tell us about the talents of your giant bear, and then demonstrate them on the spot." Although she knew that Huang Samba was very powerful, Hu Yuehong still followed the procedures strictly. "Okay." Huang Samba paused. "My pet is a powerful giant bear, which has 3 talents: F-level strength, F-level defense, and F-level speed. Another talent is F-level self-healing. But in order to keep it secret, Huang Samba did not say it. 3 talents, indeed elite level. That's not right. Can 3 talents kill the explosion dragon instantly?" The beastmasters around were confused. 3 talents, not bad. Then, you can demonstrate the 3 talents of the powerful giant bear on the spot. Hu Yuehong smiled. "Big Bear, the show begins." Huang Samba waved his hand. "Roar!" The giant bear roared and ran quickly in the arena. The speed was tested to be 29 meters per second. Yes, it is indeed F-class speed, but it is not very fast in the same class. Hu Yuehong nodded. Off the court, Wu Ming's lips curled up slightly. Huang Samba has become older and has learned how to hide his strength, which is a good thing. He does not expose his strongest power in front of outsiders and ensures that he is always in an advantageous position. Click! The powerful giant bear finished running and slapped the test dummy, causing it to dent, and a number popped up. The force reached 11 tons? Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the data on the instrument. The next moment, the giant bear came to a big axe and let it keep hitting him. It only made tinkling sounds and some bear hair fell off, but he was not injured. F-level speed, F-level strength, F-level defense. Very good. Congratulations to you and the powerful giant bear for being shortlisted. Hu Yuehong announced the results. Huang Samba felt neither proud nor surprised about this. He returned to Wu Ming and sat down. Huang Samba, I will remember this man. A Beastmaster looked at Huang Samba and thought he would be a strong opponent. Brother Wu, aren't you going up? At this time, everyone heard the voice from Huang Samba. No, imatray no. Wu Ming shook his head. Hu Yuehong stood on the steps, looked in the direction of the sound, saw Wu Ming's handsome face, and her body couldn't help but tremble. As a staff member of the City Lord's mansion, she had read Wu Ming's top-secret files. A trainer who can prepare super-quality evolutionary food and obtain a guaranteed spot in the trainer team is a true genius. If Hu Yuehong didn't have a mission to accomplish, she would really like to go over and talk to Wu Ming and get to know each other. A talented tamer, someone every Beastmaster wants to make friends with. Hey, trainer. Some animal tamers noticed the tamer badge hanging on Wu Ming's shirt pocket. Their eyes lit up, and they all remembered his appearance and prepared to strike up a conversation with him later. Next, at this time, Hu Yuehong's voice came out. The auditions for beast tamers continued. Let's go and participate in the trainer audition. Wu Ming patted his butt and walked to the other side of the arena. There were already more than 100 people gathered there. Only 1/10 of them were trainers, and the rest were their bodyguards or assistants. Hey, Mr. Wu Ming, you're here. As soon as he arrived nearby, several men and women came up to him. They were very enthusiastic towards Wu Ming, with flattery written all over their faces. Who are you? Wu Ming was surprised. We met at a dinner party in Yaodao, ancient town. Perhaps Lord Wu Ming is too busy and forgot about it. A plump middle-aged beauty threw a wink. Ba Vixen. Zhang Yuyin curled her lips when she saw this scene, but did not say it out loud. She just complained in her heart. Oh, so that's how it is? Wu Ming scratched his head, nodded to a few people, and walked into the crowd. An old man in a white robe stood in the crowd. On his chest hung a special badge with a gold knee embossed on it, and he was obviously a rare E-level trainer. Everyone, our audition is relatively simple. 100 kinds of medicinal herbs will be brought out later. The Beast Masters present will identify the types, years, and main effects of these herbs. Please write them all on the answer sheet. 60 points is a pass. The E-level trainer said slowly. So this is how the exam is done. It's quite simple. A young woman in a pink dress said with a smile. She is an F-class trainer. She was very beautiful, with cherry red lips, long white legs, and a low V-shaped slit across her chest. This is just the first round. Only those with scores above 60 points will be considered shortlisted and eligible to participate in the subsequent assessment and a week-long audition. Finally, we will select the 10 best trainers to go to Nanjiang City to participate in the national competition. The E-level trainer explained. Aren't there 3 people? Some people expressed doubts. The E-level trainer smiled and said, that's the rule of Nanjiang City. Each city's official team only has 3 people, but we must prepare more trainers ourselves in case of emergency. Similar to the substitute players, right? Asked the woman in the pink skirt. It can't be said to be a substitute. According to the rules issued by Nanjiang City, only 3 people can play in each game, but there is no stipulation on who these 3 people are. In other words, everyone has the opportunity to participate. The E-level trainer explained. Hearing this, all the trainers present were delighted. As long as they pass the auditions, they will have the opportunity to perform in the competition, and if they perform well, they will become famous throughout the country. Thinking of this, they became excited. Okay, all trainers go into that room and answer the questions based on the answer sheets and the herbs on the table. You have one day. The E-level trainer pointed to the door beside him. Everyone looked over. This is a temporary wooden building covering an area of about 1 acre. Wu Ming, the woman in pink skirt, and a dozen other trainers walked over together. Strange, are there only a dozen trainers? Huang Samba muttered as he watched the people entering the wooden building. The E-level trainer turned his head and looked at him, saying, the auditions will last for 7 days, and many people haven't come back yet. This is only the first batch. When others arrive, they will also take the qualifying exam. So that's how it is. Huang Samba and the people waiting outside all suddenly understood. Inside the wooden building, Wu Ming saw the scene here. Chapter 78, 99 points. The furnishings inside the wooden building are not complicated and can be said to be very simple. It is surrounded by wooden walls, and there are some tables, chairs, paper, and pens. There are many boxes in the middle of the wooden building, and it is closed. Two sexy beauties in Cheongsams introduced themselves to the crowd and said, "Dear trainers, welcome to the examination room." The pink skirt woman asked, "How is the test?" A beautiful lady in Cheongsam said with a smile, "Look at the wooden boxes on the ground. Each box contains 100 kinds of medicinal herbs, each weighing 10 grams. Each trainer can take one, and then choose a table and chair with the corresponding number according to the number on the box. Use paper and pen to write down the name, type, year, use, and other functions of the medicinal herbs you see." Another Cheongsam beauty said, "By the way, there are hints on the test paper on the table. Just follow the hints." "I see." The woman in the pink skirt nodded. She picked up a wooden box casually, glanced at Wu Ming beside her, her eyes slightly focused, and then walked to a table and chair. Wu Ming also took a wooden box. After sitting down, he opened the box and a strong smell of medicine hit him in the face. There are many small wooden boxes inside, and each of them contains a kind of medicinal material. Although the small wooden boxes are sealed, the strong aroma of the medicine cannot be concealed at all. 100 wooden boxes, exactly 100 kinds of medicinal herbs. Wu Ming counted it and made sure the number was correct. Then he picked up the test paper on the table. Strictly speaking, this is a booklet, the same size as an A4 paper. When you open it, it is a color album. Each page has 5 color pictures of medicinal materials. Below the pictures are numbers that correspond to those on the wooden box. There are also a few lines of text on the right side of the picture. Product name, year, classification, use. It turns out that all you need to do is type these out. Wu Ming saw the introduction above. He opened the small wooden box, numbered 001, and saw a special plant rhizome inside. It was slightly yellow, with a pungent medicinal aroma, and there were a lot of small green powders on the surface of the medicinal material. Use the eye of insight. Wu Ming chose to cheat. Product name, yellow root. Year, 10 years. Category, healing herbs. Uses, can be used to make healing powder and healing medicine. Note, oral or external application has the same effect. After reading these lines of text, Wu Ming picked up the pen and began to write. He moved quickly. After writing down the relevant information of each medicinal material, he would open the wooden box, take out the new medicinal material, and pretend to judge it by crushing it, observing it, smelling it, etc., before continuing to answer the questions. The other trainers were also concentrating on their exams and did not disturb others. An hour passed. Everyone is still answering questions. 2 hours later, someone finally handed in the paper. "Examiner, I've finished." The first person to hand in the paper was the woman in pink skirt. She glanced at Wu Ming, who was still answering the questions, and handed the answer sheet to the old E-level trainer who had just walked into the wooden building. "Come over here. I'll grade you on the spot." The old E-class trainer walked to the middle of the wooden building. There was an independent table there, and he sat down. The woman in the pink skirt sat opposite him, sitting elegantly, waiting quietly. The marking process is very quick. During this time, the old E-level trainer's gaze kept changing, and he kept nodding and shaking his head, as if expressing amazement and regret. "Examiner, I have finished answering too." Another trainer finished the test paper. The old E-level trainer looked at the others who had not yet finished their answers and said, "After you finish your answers, line up here and wait for on-site grading. I'm very fast and can grade one person in less than 3 minutes." Okay. The other trainers immediately picked up the answer sheets and lined up. No one was whispering, because this will be considered cheating. Wu Ming was still answering the questions, neither fast nor slow. "Your name is Su Ying, right? As expected of you. You are old Master Su's granddaughter. You are very talented. You answered 80% of the test paper correctly and scored 80 points, said the old E-level trainer. "Wow, 80 points." Others expressed surprise and admiration. After answering the questions, many trainers knew in their hearts that they only scored 50 or 60 points, and it was questionable whether they could pass the exam. And now, the woman in pink skirt named Su Ying has achieved a high score of 80 points, which is really amazing. Okay, next. The old E-level trainer waved his hand. The second person quickly handed in his paper. The woman in the pink skirt, Su Ying, walked to the side but did not leave. She glanced at Wu Ming and found that he was still answering the questions. 60 points, just passing. Soon, the old E-level trainer finished grading the second person's paper. "Long lives, 60 points." The young trainer breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay, next one," said the old E-level trainer. The woman in the pink skirt, Su Ying, looked towards Wu Ming and found that he had finally put away the pen cap and finished the answer sheet at the same time as a trainer at the next table. Why is he so slow? Su Ying frowned slightly, a little puzzled. Through the information she obtained, she knew that Wu Ming's file was top secret, higher than her own level, so Su Ying had been keeping an eye on Wu Ming. But who would have thought that, judging from the speed of answering the questions, Wu Ming was too slow and was almost the last one to hand it his paper. 59 points. The old E-level trainer said suddenly. What? Impossible? Give me one more point, teacher. The young trainer who got 59 points was stunned. You have too many blanks. I can't even give you extra points. The old E-level trainer waved his hands. Wow. I was eliminated, the young trainer said with a sad face. Next, the review process continues. Among more than a dozen trainers, only Su Ying scored above 80 points. Of the remaining people, half failed. Hey, why are your answer sheets different from mine? At this time, the two trainers who had not yet been graded compared their respective test papers and found that none of the medicinal materials on them were the same. There are tens of millions of medicinal herbs on Sky Blue Star. In order to prevent you from cheating, each test paper is different. The old E-level trainer explained. I see. Fortunately, I didn't copy yours just now. You idiot, please don't say to show off your IQ, okay? Two people were whispering. The old E-class trainer smiled, his face full of sarcasm. Soon, it was Wu Ming's turn. Su Ying smiled and became interested. She really wanted to know whether Wu Ming scored 80 points or 85 points. His profile is top secret, so he should be very strong, at least 85 points, right? However, it is too difficult to get above 90 points because these herbs are selected from commonly used herbs. Even an E-level trainer can't understand them all. Su Ying, the woman in pink skirt, thought so in her heart. The old E-level trainer almost dropped his reading glasses on the table when he saw Wu Ming's test paper. The first 10 questions are all correct. These 10 questions are also correct. The 30 questions in the middle are also correct. Everyone around widened their eyes in surprise. According to the old E-level trainer's muttering, Wu Ming has already scored 70 points. Moreover, all the first 70 questions were correct. Oh my god, it's over 80 points. Someone saw the old man, the E-level trainer, ticking boxes repeatedly, and none of them were wrong. 85 points. 90 points. 95 points. Oh my god, he left the last one blank. 99 points? The trainers who watched the marking process were all stunned. Except for the last question, all the answers on Wu Ming's test paper were red ticks, with a 100% accuracy rate. So strong. Chapter 79, my name is Su Ying. If I answer the last question, will I get full marks? A top student, a real top student. This is called the top student among top students, the god of study. The trainers around were stunned. Bang! The old E-level trainer's reading glasses fell on the table, his mouth open wide, and he said, As expected of you, you are Wu Ming's trainer. I heard from the city lord in Old Su that you were originally recommended, but you actually came to participate in the trainer audition to prove your ability. What? Recommendation? The other trainers were even more shocked. No wonder he was recommended for admission. He scored 99 points in the entrance exam, 19 points higher than the second place. The gap is really huge. It's more than 19 points. He didn't answer the last question. Yeah, he can get full marks. People around were whispering. Hearing this, Su Ying bit her lip. The word admission deeply stung her heart, causing her original pride to split into pieces, and her eyes remained on Wu Ming the entire time. He is indeed amazing. In the end, Su Ying had to admire him. Okay, today's qualifying exam ends here. All those who have passed, go back and wait for notification. When the time is right, you will be notified to come and take the next round of exams. The old E-level trainer put away the test papers and said to everyone, Okay. Many trainers left the wooden building. During this process, they all looked at Wu Ming with admiration in their eyes. The entrance exam seemed simple, and it could not reveal a trainer's true level. After all, a trainer would eventually need to prepare the best evolutionary food. However, as someone who was praised by both the city lord and Old Su, and also got a direct admission quota, Wu Ming's strength was definitely not weak. Mr. Wu Ming, my name is Tang San, and I want to add you on VX. Mr. Wu Ming, come on, add me on VX. Immediately, many trainers came over to add chat methods, and Wu Ming accepted them one by one without being overly proud. Hello, Mr. Wu Ming, I am Su Ying. The last one who had not added VX was Su Ying, but after everyone else left, she still walked to Wu Ming, bringing a whiff of fragrance. Hello. Wu Ming nodded. I'm Su Ying, the eldest daughter of the Su family in the north of Jialan City, and also an F-level trainer. I hope to meet you. Su Ying was silent for a moment. I think we should become teammates in the future. Ms. Su Ying is very confident. Wu Ming smiled. It seems that Su Ying is very confident that she can go to Nanjiang City to participate in the national competition for pet and animal training. Confidence comes from strength. Su Ying smiled slightly. Mr. Wu Ming, you can definitely go to Nanjiang City to participate in the national competition. You are very good, and I am far inferior to you, but I believe that it will be no problem to successfully get one of the 10 places. Moreover, like you, I will be in the starting lineup. Hearing this, Wu Ming raised his eyebrows slightly. I have to admit that Su Ying is really confident. Confident women are usually more beautiful. Well, come on. Wu Ming nodded and prepared to leave. Wait, add me on VX. So Ying scouted. Wu Ming was a little speechless. Why do all these people want to add him on VX? Although he was confused, he finally added Su Ying's VX and found that the other party was a beautiful woman's avatar. The person in the photo was herself, standing on the rocks by the sea. Her pink skirt was lifted by the sea breeze, looking very beautiful. See you later. Su Ying waved and ran away. Wu Ming came to the vicinity and found Huang Samba, Wan Siyu, Zhu Zimei, and Zhang Yuyan who were waiting there. Brother Wu, how are you? Wan Siyu asked with concern. With Wu Ji's level, he must have passed. After all, he has obtained a direct admission quota, and coming here is just a formality. Huang Samba looked confident. Yes, I passed. Wu Ming nodded. Brother Wu, what is the content of your exam? It won't be about identifying medicinal herbs, right? Huang Samba asked. Almost. Just answer the questions about different medicinal herbs. Write down the name, type, use, year, etc. The full mark is 100. Wu Ming did not hide anything from them. After all, we are all family. Moreover, these are not secrets. Brother Wu, you got at least 90 points, right? Once you guessed. She thought Wu Ming was very good and originally wanted to guess 80 points, but she felt it must be more than that. I think it's at least 95 points. Huang Samba was more confident. Haha, I guess it's 88 points. Zhu Zimei made a gesture. TSK. Wu Ming can only get 60 points at most. If you get 1 point more, I'll treat you guys to a meal. Zhang Yuyan was very arrogant. She crossed her arms and pouted. Okay, let's make a bet. Wu Ming slapped Zhang Yuyan on her buttocks, causing her to grit her teeth, and then said, I got 99 points on the test. Come on, you're on my way to buy lunch today. You hooligan? What? You got 99 points? I don't believe it. Zhang Yuyan touched her buttocks, her face blushed, and then she was surprised. Wu Ming took out his mobile phone and played a video. He recorded this during the grading process to prevent anyone from doubting his score. He didn't expect it to come in handy so soon. Several people gathered around and watched the entire video. Damn, you left the last question blank. Otherwise, you would have gotten full marks. Zhang Yuyan widened her eyes in shock. She looked at Wu Ming and thought he was perverted. With so many kinds of medicinal herbs, if it were her, she would probably have gotten a miserable score in the single digit, but Wu Ming surprisingly got 99. Brother Wu, you are so amazing, Wan Siyu said with emotion. I want to learn from you in the future. Wu Ming rubbed Wan Siyu's fragrant and soft hair and said, of course it's no problem. You can't be a clerk for the rest of your life. You need to learn more about the uses of various materials. If you can get 60 points on similar exams, you will have the basic skills to become a trainer. Really? Wan Siyu was looking forward to it. How could I lie to you? If you have any questions in the future, just ask me. Wu Ming smiled and scratched Wan Siyu's nose with his hand. Wan Siyu quickly lowered her head in shyness. Zhang Yuyan, please treat us. Wu Ming looked at Zhang Yuyan, who was looking angry. If you want to treat me, then treat me. I don't have much other than this, but I have a lot of money. Zhang Yuyan crossed her arms and walked in front with Wan Siyu. Wu Ming, Huang Samba, and Zhu Zimei walked behind. The Colosseum is near the city center, which is very prosperous. There are various food streets, shopping streets, and video game arcades, so it is easy to find a place to eat. After they left, 2 notices were posted on the Jialan City Forum. The first is the list of F-level beast tamers shortlisted today. The second is the announcement of the scores after the trainer examination. Of course, in order to take care of those trainers who failed, the list with scores below 60 points was not printed out. Wu Ming, F-class trainer score, 99 points. Fuck, who is Wu Ming? He's 19 points ahead of the second place. Why is he so fierce? As soon as the notice was released, the forum exploded. Chapter 80, Sensation in Jialan City. You may not know that Wu Ming deliberately left the last question blank. Otherwise, he would have definitely gotten full marks. I bet that except Wu Ming, no one can score above 90 points. What makes you think so upstairs? Because I'm a big guy. You're a hooligan. There's been a quarrel on the forum. Wu Ming was completely unaware of this. He was sitting next to Wan Xiyu, waiting in the box with Zhang Yuyin, Zhu Zimei, Huang Samba, and others to eat. Dear guest, your dishes are served. The charming proprietress in a tight skirt saw Zhang Yuyin and gave a meaningful smile. When she saw Wu Ming, her eyes lit up. She opened the Jialan City Forum app, took a look, and confirmed that Wu Ming was the F-level trainer who was being talked about today. So it's you who got 99 points in the exam. How about this? I'll give you free meal for today. The proprietress walked to Wu Ming, bringing a wisp of fragrant breeze. She bent down, revealing a large white area on her chest. When Wu Ming heard the sound, he turned around and saw that he was buried in the two surging waves and was almost suffocated to death. Hiss! Wu Ming quickly leaned back and saw the proprietress covering her chest with her hands. He said in surprise, "You scared me. Who are you?" The proprietress smiled seductively. "I am the owner of this restaurant. You are my honored guests. Today I will give you a free meal." "Boss Su, why are you here?" Zhang Yun saw the proprietress and spoke in a sarcastic tone, as if she had known her for a long time. "I saw Miss Zhang coming today, so of course I had to entertain her in person. I never thought that the genius trainer Wu Ming, who scored 99 points in the trainer qualifying competition, would be here too." Boss Su blinked, and his slender jade fingers brushed across Wu Ming's shoulder, leaving a note and throwing him a wink. "Mr. Wu Ming, my name is Su Xian. Remember to add me." The proprietress, Su Xian, twisted her seductive waist and left the box. "How does she know me?" Wu Ming was stunned. He thought of what Su Xian had just said and immediately opened the Jialan City Forum. A flood of news came into view. Shocking. There are trainers who scored 99 points in this exam. Even the eldest daughter of the Su family in the north of the city, Su Ying, ranked second with only 80 points. This trainer is called Wu Ming. I heard that he opened a pet store on Nanwen Street that no one cares about. It's empty. The person above, you are too out of touch with the news. Trainer Wu Ming has in-depth cooperation with Super Affordable Mall and has already sold a lot of F-level evolutionary food. Breaking news, President Su Qianqian is personally driving for trainer Wu Ming. Drive. Don't think wrongly. I mean a real car. News. President Zhang Yuyin bought the area around Nanwen Street and is currently constructing a comprehensive commercial street. Thanks to the good person above for the information. I heard that President Zhang Yuyin never does business at a loss, so she is planning to develop in Nanwen Street. Shocked. Someone anonymously uploaded a video of the competition between trainer Wu Ming and another F-ranked trainer Lu Gaohan. Lu Gaohan lost, was hung on the chandelier, and was frightened to the point of peeing. Phew, I'm dying of laughter. Various news are still spreading like wildfire. As Wu Ming refreshed the news on the forum, he suddenly saw a pinned video, which turned out to be the entire process of his competition with trainer Lu Gaohan at Mr. Su's dinner party. My mixing method was exposed. Wu Ming rubbed his eyebrows and felt that it was a bit difficult to deal with. But on second thought, it didn't matter if his news spread, because the most important thing next was to prepare for the national competition. If he can stand out in the national competition and help Jialan City get on the list of 100 key cities to be built in the future, then he will become famous sooner or later. Wow, the news on the forum is about to explode. Huang Samba kept flipping through the news on the forum and was very surprised. Brother Wu, you are now a celebrity in Jialan City. Zhu Zimei hurried over and rubbed Wu Ming's shoulders. In the future, you must take care of us old employees. I believe that after this incident, the reputation of our pet store will be spread, and there will definitely be many customers coming to our store. Wan Xiyu looked forward to the future. She suggested Wu Ming to participate in the trainer competition in order to build his reputation. And now, because Wu Ming accidentally scored 99 points, the forum was flooded with news, and even the video of his competition with Lu Gaohan in Yaodao Ancient Town was taken out, which also exposed the secret that Wu Ming could prepare super-quality F-level speed rations. In addition, his unique way of mixing the ingredients was once suspected to be the ancient alchemy method of Wu Tianxua, the A-level taming master. There's new news. Zhang Yin's eyes lit up when she looked at the forum. Wu Ming also pulled down to refresh. Shocking. Trainer Wu Ming can actually prepare super quality F-class speed rations. His personal information is classified as top secret. Oh my god, super quality? I've decided. I'm going to go to Nanwen Street today and ask Master Wu Ming to sell me some F-class speed food. The guy above, don't you know that dozens of convoys have already set out? If you go now, you'll just end up getting your ass kicked. That's right, I don't think you can even get through the door. Many onlookers followed suit. Seeing this, Wu Ming rubbed his brows. He didn't expect the news to spread so quickly. In less than an hour, it went viral on the forum. Ha, I made a fortune. Zhang Yin slapped her thigh and put her phone on the table. She reached out her hand and hooked Wu Ming's chin with her slender white index finger of her right hand and said proudly, now that you are famous, the popularity of Nanwen Street will be much higher, and the area around your pet store is my territory. When the time comes, all kinds of customers will come in an endless stream, and my comprehensive shopping mall will have a source of customers. Ah, so this is what you were planning. Wu Ming rolled his eyes at Zhang Yuyin. I have to admit that Zhang Yuyin is quite business-minded and is definitely not the kind of uneducated and spendthrift girl. By the way, do you know the proprietress Su Xian? Wu Ming remembered something and couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. What's my grandfather's last name? Zhang Yuyin asked back. Of course Mr. Su's last name is Su. Wu Ming's eyes narrowed. You don't mean to say that Su Xian is Mr. Su's granddaughter, do you? Almost. I picked her up when I was a kid. We are not related by blood, but strictly speaking, she is my oldest cousin. A very big one. Zhang Yuyin yawned and picked up the chopsticks. Okay, no more nonsense. Let's eat. Let's start. Others also picked up chopsticks. News about Wu Ming continued to spread like wildfire. At first, it just broke out on the forum, but soon it spread quickly to the ears of people from all walks of life. Au magnificent villa. Trainer Lu Gaon was lying in the hot spring pool, hugging two voluptuous beauties. He saw the news constantly scrolling down on the big screen, and also saw the video of himself and Wu Ming sparring in Yaodao Ancient Town. When he saw the scene in the video where he was knocked flying and hung on the chandelier, he was so scared that he pissed his pants. He was so angry that he cursed, picked up the wine glass, and smashed the big screen in anger. Wu Ming, you fucking d. Lu Gaohan was furious and slapped the hot spring water wildly. For a moment, water splashed everywhere, mixed with the cries of the two women and his roar. Chapter 81. A crowd of visitors. After eating and drinking, Wu Ming gave the employees of the pet store half a day off. Wan Xiu got into Zhang Yuyin's sports car, and the two went to a villa in the central city together. That is Zhang Yuyin's home. Huang Samba and Zhu Zimei went to the nearby amusement park, ready to have some fun during the afternoon break. Roadside. Click. A bull sports car parked on the side of the road attracted countless people's attention. Wu Ming sat in the passenger seat, fastened his seatbelt, and looked at the mature and beautiful figure sitting in the driver's seat, wearing a seductive tight skirt and with rough breasts. Mr. Wu Ming, please come to my house today. My tea-making skills are professional, and you can taste my tea later. Su Qianqian, who was sitting in the driver's seat, showed a seductive smile. Wu Ming swallowed his saliva and thought to himself that this woman was becoming more and more alluring. Okay, let's go to your house. Boom! The sports car engine roared and it sped away. West of Jialan City, in a mountain and water manor. It covers an area of several thousand acres and is a garden-style villa area. In a luxurious 3-story villa, Wu Ming and Su Qianqian entered the hot spring pool and gradually approached. Warmth is coming and the breath of spring is bursting out. More than half an hour later, Wu Ming hugged Su Qianqian and lay on the soft sofa, chatting. Mr. Wu Ming, you are really amazing. If you hadn't left it blank on purpose, I think you would have definitely gotten full marks. Full marks? Not necessary. Wu Ming shook his head. If he had known it would cause such a sensation, he should have deliberately answered a dozen questions incorrectly and left a few blank. 80 points would have been enough. But you still got 99 points on the test. It caused a sensation on the forum, and even photos of me driving you were taken. It looks like we can't drive in the car anymore. Su Qianqian looked regretful and leaned on Wu Ming's chest. It doesn't matter. Wu Ming didn't care about this question, but looked into the distance through the French window of the villa. However, being popular has its benefits. Su Qianqian smiled and said, of course, in the future, your pet store will definitely be packed with customers. It will even boost the economy of the nearby Nanwen Street. So, Zhang Yiyan has a good business sense. Wu Ming murmured. Su Qianqian curled her red lips and said, our super affordable mall is also planning to open a branch on Nanwen Street. Oh. Wu Ming was surprised. To be honest, I've already negotiated a project some time ago, which is about the purchase of a section of Nanwen Street. I've already paid the money and obtained the development certificate from the city lord's mansion. So fast. Wu Ming was even more surprised. On second thought, Su Qianqian is also a business elite with a keen business sense. Perhaps when she discovered him as a trainer, she had already planned to develop in Nanwen Street. I didn't expect that I could boost the economy of Nanwen Street by myself. I wonder if the city lord will give me an encouragement certificate or something like that. Wu Ming joked. Don't rule out this possibility. After all, you're a talented trainer who is valued by Mr. Su. Even the city lord will give you face. Su Qianqian said softly, and then suddenly sat astride Wu Ming. Hey. Wu Ming knew what she meant and smiled crookedly. After dinner, Su Qianqian personally drove Wu Ming back to Nanwen Street. Before they reached the pet store, they noticed that there were a lot more people nearby. On weekdays, the total number of people on the entire Nanwen Street does not exceed 100. But now, there are as many as 1,000 or 2,000 people wandering around. Some were small vendors, and some were people wandering around like headless flies, seemingly looking for a favorable location to open a shop. Others gathered in front of the pet shop. Everyone, don't worry. Our pet store is not big and can't accommodate so many people for now. Besides, Angkor Wu hasn't come back yet. Please wait for a moment. Once you blocked the door with a sign. If Huang Samba and Dolly Giant Bear hadn't been there, the excited crowd might have rushed into the pet store. Look, Trainer Wu Ming is back. Isn't the person sitting in the driver's seat of that car Mr. Su from the super affordable mall mentioned in the forum? The people who were stopped outside the door took a quick look and saw Wu Ming getting out of the car, and they all surrounded him. There were many reporters and photographers at the scene who surrounded Wu Ming with microphones and asked him questions. Excuse me, Mr. Wu Ming, did you really leave the answer sheet blank on purpose? It is said that Mr. Wu Ming has been recommended for the audition. Is this true? Excuse me, Mr. Wu Ming, have you ever considered moving your pet store, for example, to the city center where the city lord's mansion is located? Excuse me, Mr. Wu Ming, are you married? How many wives and children do you have? Mr. Wu Ming, do you think my waist is thin and my figure is good enough? The questions at the beginning were very serious, but as they went on, they became more and more informal. Some people even asked about Wu Ming's birthday and phone number on the spot. Everyone, I'm participating in the Tamer audition and need enough rest. If you have any questions for me, you can wait a few days until the audition is over, and I will answer you collectively. After saying that, Wu Ming walked towards the pet shop. Some people tried to ask questions, but suddenly found themselves lifted up into the air. When they looked back, they were immediately faced with the ferocious bear face of the powerful giant bear. Oh my God! The man was so scared that his legs were shaking, and he almost peed himself. With the threat of the powerful giant bear, Wu Ming was able to return to the pet shop smoothly and sit on the sofa. Brother Wu, do you want me and Daxiong to stay here today? Huang Samba asked while drinking a bottle of Sprite. No need. Have you forgotten that I'm also a beast tamer? Wu Ming snapped his fingers, and a little black dog immediately popped out from under the table, spinning around excitedly. It was the little overlord. That's right. Huang Samba nodded. He recalled the last time he was killed silently in the wild by the poisonous stinger of an F-class beast, and only then did he realize that Wu Ming's strength was actually above his. Okay then, Big Bear, and I will go back first. Huang Samba took Zhu Zimei and Dolly Juxiong to the pickup truck outside the door and returned home. Brother Wu, I'm off work too. Wan Siyu packed up her things, waved to Wu Ming, and left. At this moment, there were still many people waiting outside the door, but some of them were secretly following Wan Siyu. Wu Ming closed the door and happened to see this scene and snorted coldly. A few hundred meters away, Wan Siyu was passing through an empty alley and preparing to return to the neighborhood where she rented an apartment, when suddenly several figures appeared in front of her. My beautiful lady, you are a clerk under Master Wu Ming, right? I would like to ask you a few questions. After saying that, these people surrounded Wan Siyu. Get out of the way, I refuse to be interviewed. Wan Siyu hugged herself tightly, leaning against the wall with a vigilant look on her face. After experiencing the incident of being kidnapped by Hong Ying, she became much braver and knew how to deal with the current situation. No, just an interview. A young man with a hoarse face smiled maliciously, slowly raised his hand, and reached out to Wan Siyu's pretty face that was as delicate as a baby's. How dare you? Wan Siyu glared with her almond-shaped eyes, ready to fight back. Woof, woof, woof. But at this moment, the barking of a puppy was heard nearby. It sounded fierce and instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. Chapter 82, The Mighty Little Overlord. Hey, where did the little black dog come from? A few young men turned around and found a sturdy little black dog standing on the ground. It had a chubby head and looked very cute, and they wanted to pet it. Little Overlord! Wan Siyu's face lit up with joy when she saw the little black dog. Quick, help me drive these guys away. Oh, so this little dog is called Little Overlord. I don't know how strong his fighting ability is. Will he jump up and hit my knee? A young man with a hoarse face laughed, and a press card fell to the ground. Wan Siyu looked at the press card and found that it was fake. You are not reporters, she frowned. Who are you, and what do you want to do? Oh, little sister, you have a good eye. You actually know that we are fake reporters. But now that we have been discovered, I will... The horse-faced young man was about to say something else when he was patted on the shoulder by his companion. What? The horse-faced young man turned his head and looked in the direction his companion's hand was pointing. I saw the little bully on the ground began to grow bigger, and soon grew to more than 1 meter tall, with a strong body, like a calf. What's even more terrifying is that it has 3 dog heads. There were blazing flames burning on its body, giving people a palpitating feeling as if they had encountered a ferocious beast from hell. Oh my God, this is an F-level pet. The horse-faced young man and his men were so frightened that they trembled all over and ran away. Woof! With one leap, the little bully pushed these people flying more than 10 meters away, hanging them on the electric poles, and they were scared to death on the spot. Help! Help! Several young men were trembling all over. Their clothes were burned by the flames, and they quickly covered their vital parts with their hands. Oh, who are these people? They are so shameless. It's immoral to be naked in broad daylight. When the residents in the community heard the sound, they all looked over. Their faces immediately turned red with shame, and they shook their heads with a look of disgust. A few hundred meters away, in a hotel room, a figure stood by the window on the 5th floor, looking at the scene through a telescope, his breathing stagnant. If Wu Ming were here, he would definitely recognize this person. He is Lu Gaoan. Damn it. Wu Ming actually let his pet protect Wan Siyu, causing my men to fail. Hey, where's the dog? Lu Gaoan was surprised. How come the little bully who was in sight just now disappeared in just a few seconds? Click. The door of the room he was in was kicked open, and several bodyguards were knocked down and lay on the ground wailing. The next moment, a 3-headed dog rushed in. Fuck, he's chasing me. Lu Gaoan was so frightened that his whole body was shaking. He quickly reached out and picked up a large chicken drumstick beside him, waved it in front of the little bully, then swallowed hard and said, Little dog, I'll give you a chicken drumstick. Can you go play somewhere else? As he spoke, Lu Gaohan's expression turned cold, and he threw the chicken leg out of the 5th floor window. Hurry up and jump down to pick it up, Lu Gaohan urged. However, the little bully didn't even look at the chicken leg, but kept staring at Lu Gaohan, which made him swallow his saliva. His heartbeat quickened, and he kept backing away. Woof, woof, woof. The 3 dog heads barked at the same time, and flames erupted from their bodies, causing the temperature in the room to surge. Lu Gaohan felt very hot. He began to unbutton his clothes, and his legs trembled as he moved backwards, finally leaning against the window and almost falling out. You don't come over here, Lu Gaohan roared. He picked up the beer bottle on the table and waved it at the bully, trying to scare it away, but found that the bully didn't move at all and was not afraid at all. Brother Go, please spare me. Lu Gaohan's legs went weak, and he knelt on the ground. Boom, boom, boom. A group of people rushed into the room with hurried footsteps. Evil dog, shut up. Soon, a group of security guards and black windbreakers rushed in. They were all security guards from the Black Windbreaker Security Company. All of them were agile and able to fight against many enemies at once. Some of them were holding crossbows, some were holding alloy steel knives, and some were holding ultra-high voltage electric batons, and they surrounded the little overlord. Come on, chop it up. Lu Gaohan laughed out loud. Yes. All the security guards took action immediately. Each of them was extremely fast. If they wanted to capture one person, it would be basically a sure thing. However, what they were facing was the pet beast hellhound that had grown to a senior F level. Whoosh! The little bully flashed his body and waved his sharp claws, cutting the weapons in the hands of all the security guards into 2 halves, which fell to the ground and could not be used. Fuck! Everyone was shocked. Why is this three-headed dog so powerful? Before they could figure out what was going on, the little overlord turned into a shadow. There was a bang, bang, bang sound, and all the security guards were knocked to the ground by its dog head, which was stronger than super alloy steel. They foamed at the mouth, their bodies became limp, and they had no fighting ability anymore. Wow! Lu Gaohan cried. He thought that now that the management bodyguards of the Black Windbreaker Security Company had arrived, he could rest easy, but in the end, he was still no match for them. Evil dog! How dare you! Another sound came from outside the room. Then, a sturdy man with a crew cut stepped into the room, followed by a 1.5-meter-tall kangaroo. Its two fists reflected a cold, metallic luster. It was an F-level pet, the Iron Fist Kangaroo. Ha! You've come just in time. Kill this vicious dog for me. Lu Gaohan grinned. The burly man with a crew cut nodded, turned his head, and gestured to the Iron Fist Kangaroo beside him, saying, "Kill this wild dog, and I'll come back to clean up the mess later." Roar! The Iron Fist Kangaroo received the order, turned into a shadow, and swung his heavy fist at the little overlord. Whoosh! The little bully took a step forward and dodged the Iron Fist. However, the Iron Fist Kangaroo was also very fast. It swung its two fists wildly at the same time, throwing out dozens of punch marks in an instant. It then used its tail to prop up its body and kicked forward with its two hind legs. Whoosh! The little overlord retreated 3 meters, and the three-dog heads spewed fire at the same time. As soon as the terrifying high-temperature flame appeared, Iron Fist Kangaroo immediately sensed the danger, dodged quickly, and jumped to the side. But before it landed on the ground, the little overlord had already pounced over, bit the Iron Fist Kangaroo's neck, and bit it hard without mercy. Click! The Iron Fist Kangaroo's spine was broken, and it fell to the ground, twitching wildly. No! The burly man with a crew cut lost his beloved pet. His eyes were furious, and he rushed forward desperately, holding a knife, wanting to stab the little bully to death. Bang! The little bully leaped up, and the hard dog head knocked the burly man with a crew cut away, causing him to break the door and fall in the corridor. Then, the little bully looked at Lu Gaohan, who was kneeling on the ground and was scared to the point of peeing his pants, and pounced on him. In the room, Lu Gaohan's heart-wrenching screams were heard. The little bully jumped from the 5th floor, holding Lu Gaohan's heirloom in his mouth. Taking advantage of the night, he threw the thing into the sewer, then shrank his body and returned to the dilapidated neighborhood a few hundred meters away. Little overlord, you're back! Wan Siyu stood in front of the community gate, waiting anxiously. When she saw the little bully running back, she felt relieved. She looked carefully and found a trace of blood at the corner of the little bully's mouth, and her brows furrowed slightly. Chapter 83, Second Round of Examination. Little bully, did you go to fight? Wan Siyu was very worried. Woof, woof, woof. The little bully nodded. Thank you, but you shouldn't have killed anyone, right? Wan Siyu asked hurriedly, fearing that the little bully would be arrested by the city lord's mansion. The little bully shook his head, but his eyes were full of pride. It's good that no one was killed. Wan Siyu breathed a sigh of relief and kept stroking the dog's head. The little bully felt very comfortable and kept rolling on the ground. There was a gleam of wisdom in the dog's eyes. A hospital. Lu Gaohan was lying on the hospital bed. Mr. Lu Gaohan is not in danger of death. He just lost too much blood. Also, the thing that symbolizes his manhood has been bitten off by a vicious dog and thrown into a nearby sewer. We fished it out and thought it might still be usable after we clean it and connect it to the sewer. The doctor next to him spoke about the patient's condition with a strange look on his face. Can it be used after washing? After hearing this, Lu Gaohan was so angry that blood spurted out of his lower body and he fainted again. Mr. Lu, send her to the operating room. The doctors around changed their expressions and quickly prepared for surgery. It hurts so much, damn. In the operating room, Lu Gaohan's rhythmic screams were heard one after another. Even though he had been given local anesthesia, he still felt pain subconsciously, and it hurt even more inside. Wu Ming, just wait for me. Lu Gaohan grasped the bed sheet tightly with both hands and roared. In the corridor, Li Mao, the boss of the Black Windbreaker Security Company, paced back and forth and punched the wall, causing it to cave in. Boss, now that Lu Gaohan doesn't have that thing, will he change his nature and stop providing us with evolutionary food? An elite bodyguard in a black windbreaker and sunglasses asked in a low voice. Umph. I spent so much money to hire him. Do you really think I'm a superior person? To put it bluntly, he's just an employee. Once he recovers from his injury, he will continue to arrange for the allocation of evolutionary food. No matter what, we can't lose our order, especially the batch of goods from the Spirit Demon Assassination Guild. It must be completed on time and in full quantity. Limau Barnat Starli. Yes. The elite bodyguard immediately went down to make arrangements. On the rooftop of the hospital, Limau smoked a cigar and looked at Nanwin Street in the distance with his eyes slightly narrowed. His sharp eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the wall and see Wu Ming inside. Good boy, Wu Ming. I can't do anything to you right now, but after the national competition is over, you will be dead. After saying that, Li Mao threw the cigar to the ground fiercely and trampled on it with his feet, as if he mistook the cigar for Wu Ming. In the pet store, Wu Ming was lying on the sofa, crossing his legs, watching TV leisurely. Woof, woof, woof. The little overlord came back and circled on the ground, as if asking for credit. Go protect Siyu. Wu Ming gave an order. Woof! The little bully jumped onto the table and looked at Wu Ming eagerly. Wu Ming stretched out his hands and kept stroking the dog's head until the little bully was satisfied. Then he flew out like an arrow and disappeared into the night. Wu Ming felt very lonely that night. The next day was no different from any other day. Both the Beast Masters and trainers are still in the process of auditioning, and it has lasted for a whole day and is not over yet. It was not until noon of the third day that Wu Ming finally received a call. Mr. Wu Ming? I am Long Qinsing, the E-level trainer in charge of the second round of qualifying tests. Please arrive at the Coliseum before 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. At that time, all trainers who have passed the first round of qualifying tests will have their second and third rounds there to ensure that they are completed on the same day. An old voice came on the phone. Wu Ming could tell that the other party was the old E-level trainer from last time. Okay, I'll be there soon. Wu Ming hung up the phone. He opened the Jialan City Forum. The latest news is that the trainer entrance exam has ended. The highest ranking is still trainer Wu Ming with 99 points. The second place is Miss Su Ying with 80 points. Wu Ming discovered that there were a total of 35 trainers who passed the first round. Choosing 10 out of 35 people seems like it will be quick. No wonder Long Qinsing said it can be done in one day tomorrow. Wu Ming muttered. Ding-ling! The phone rang. It was Huang Sanda calling. Wu Ming answered the phone. Hello? What's the matter? Brother Wu, I will start the second round of qualification assessment for Beast Tamers today. It is said that it will be a practical competition. Do you want to come and take a look? Huang Samba's excited voice came, and he was obviously very confident. Okay, I'll go to the Coliseum later. Wu Ming hung up the phone and then called Su Qianqian. The Coliseum. The place was already bustling with people. Next, we are going to have a competition between two other F-Class Beastmasters. First, please welcome the two opponents. As soon as Wu Ming got out of the car, he heard a loud noise coming from the speakers. He came up to the steps, wearing a baseball cap and sunglasses, and because everyone else was concentrating on watching the game, he was not recognized. At this moment, the two Beastmasters stared at each other across 100 meters. Beside them, there stood an F-level pet. In the crowd, Wu Ming found Wan Siyu, Zhang Yuyin, and Zhu Zimei. As for Huang Samba, he sat in a special seat in the Coliseum, where there were more than 120 people, all of whom were Beastmasters who had passed the first round of qualifying assessments. Sir Wu Ming, what is being conducted now is the assessment for Beast Tamers. It is said that the 10 most powerful ones will be selected from more than 100 people, and now, rounds of competitions are being carried out. Su Qianqian, also wearing a baseball cap and big sunglasses, stood beside Wu Ming and explained. Wu Ming nodded and watched the competition in the arena attentively. Now, both players, please start sparring. Hu Yuehong held the microphone and waved her snow-white arm, and the two Beastmasters on the stage immediately gave orders to their pets. One of the pets is an iron fist kangaroo. The other one was more powerful. It was a tusked wild pig with saliva constantly drooling and making strange grunt sounds from its mouth. Boom! The two pets were originally separated by dozens of meters, but the next second they collided in mid-air, making a dull sound, as if two steel beasts were fighting. Clang, clang, clang. The tusked pig kept digging the ground and ramming the iron fist kangaroo over and over again, eventually knocking it dozens of meters away and winning. Número 123 advances. Hu Yuehong announced the results. Next, there are two other opponents. More than 120 people were divided into more than 60 competitions. Each session takes no more than 3 minutes. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 62 Beastmasters had successfully advanced, including Huang Samba. Then, everyone started drawing lots and continued to the next round. Wu Ming supported his chin with both hands. He thought the competition between the pets was very interesting, so he continued to watch it with Su Qianqian. Chiptaro samdise chitri suyanya nispet. Sir Wu Ming, in the last battle, Huang Samba's powerful giant bear performed very well. He slapped his opponent away with just one slap. Su Qianqian opened her red lips and stood beside Wu Ming, bringing a wisp of fragrance. Wu Ming smelled it and found that Su Qianqian really had good taste. Although I don't know what brand of perfume she uses, the scent on her body can only be smelled when you are within 1 meter of her. It is not pungent, but very mellow. Tasting it, it's like an old wine, which becomes more and more flavorful. He glanced at Huang Samba in the Colosseum and said, "The powerful giant bear has 4 F-level talents, 3 of which are of super quality, namely defense, self-healing, and speed. With these points alone, it is basically invincible among F-level pets." Su Qianqian said angrily, "Mr. Wu Ming is really stingy. He actually hid the F-level self-healing food. Self-healing food is very important. It is currently only used by internal staff and is not considered for sale to the outside world for the time being." Wu Ming shook his head and looked at Su Qianqian. "Your net worth is at least tens of millions, right? Why don't you raise some pets to increase your ability to protect yourself?" Mr. Wu Ming, are you concerned about me?" Su Qianqian curled her red lips, making her look even more charming. Wu was obviously calm and said, "I'm just curious. Many people cannot become F-level or even higher-level Beastmasters because their finances cannot keep up. They have to spend money on buying houses and cars, raising children, and supporting the elderly, and they simply do not have enough money to tame pets. However, for Su Qianqian, this is not a problem. With her financial resources, it is more than enough to train an E-level pet." Su Qianqian's bright eyes behind her sunglasses flickered and dimmed slightly before she told the truth. "I cannot sign a contract with a pet." Wu Ming frowned. "I've tried many times, but I just can't sign a contract with the pet egg. It seems that the pet instinctively resists it, and I don't know why." Su Qianqian added, "Is that so?" Wu Ming's eyes flickered. He used the eye of insight to look Su Qianqian up and down, and discovered that she had a strange energy that could burn the soul of her pet. No wonder she couldn't sign a contract with her pet. However, due to the two people's repeated pleasures, Wu Ming discovered that the special energy in Su Qianqian had become very weak. "I should be able to help you." Wu Ming placed his hand on Su Qianqian's shoulder, and then used the transformation function to transform the strange energy in her body into 10 evolution points. "Really?" Su Qianqian's beautiful eyes lit up. Wu Ming nodded and said, "Of course." In fact, Su Qianqian was unable to sign a contract with her pet because her body naturally contained special energy, but now it had been transformed by Wu Ming. So, she could sign the contract. "Wait a minute, I just happen to have a pet egg that's suitable for you." Wu Ming closed his eyes under the cover of sunglasses and entered the system mall with his consciousness. After some searching, he saw a pet egg on the shelf. Ding! The host consumes 98 evolution points to purchase the pet beast Flame Bird with E-level potential. The system prompt sounded. The next moment, Wu Ming stretched his hand out of his pocket and opened it in front of Su Qianqian, revealing a pet egg the size of an egg, dark red in color. "What kind of pet is this?" Su Qianqian took the pet egg and couldn't let it go, but she was worried that she would not be able to sign a contract with it. "You'll know if you try it." Wu Ming took out a small knife, cut a cut on Su Qianqian's index finger, and squeezed out a drop of blood. "Ah, it hurts," Su Qianqian said coquettishly. Tick! As a drop of blood fell on the surface of the red pet egg, Su Qianqian found that it began to break. A red bird with fur crawled out of the eggshell, ate the entire eggshell, and grew to the size of a pigeon. How amazing! Su Qianqian could feel a mental connection between herself and the fiery bird, and could give it orders through her thoughts. This is a flying pet beast, the fiery bird, with E-level potential. It has an E-level potential companion talent, Fiery Burning, which is pretty good. Wu Ming explained. "I know. Su Qianqian not dead." As the owner of the fiery bird, she clearly understood all its information. She also knew that although this little guy looked small, he could run at an extremely fast speed, and his claws and beak were very hard comparable to steel. Even if it is only in childhood, it is not something that ordinary adults can deal with. With it by your side, your self-protection ability increases exponentially. Cry! The fiery bird cried out and stretched out its wings with a wingspan of 30 centimeters. There were flowing flame patterns on the wings. At first glance, it looked like a ball of flying flame. Thank you, Mr. Wu Ming. Su Qianqian held the flaming bird in her palm and kissed Wu Ming with a boo, leaving a big red lipstick mark. You should cultivate the fiery bird well in the future. Wu Ming reminded him. By the way, you haven't named it yet. Just call me Xiaohong. Su Qianqian said. Wu Ming had a strange look on his face, thinking to himself that this woman had a good business mind, but unfortunately she was bad at naming. After solving the problem of Su Qianqian having no pet, Wu Ming continued to watch the battle. After what happened just now, many competitions have been held in the arena, and now it is Huang Samba's turn to take the stage. It's Huang Samba's turn. Su Qian Qian Zeminde. Yeah. Wu Ming nodded. Hubby, come on. Outside the court, Zhu Zimei put her hands in front of her, making a trumpet shape, and shouted excitedly. In the Colosseum, Huang Samba patted the powerful giant bear and said, Big Bear, your F-level defense is very strong, but your eyes are your only weakness, so if you protect your eyes, you will be invincible. Roar! The mighty giant bear patted his strong chest. Its opponent is a flying bird. It has a wingspan of 3 meters and is covered with glazed feathers. It looks indestructible, and its pair of sharp claws flash with a heart-pounding cold light as they swing. Start! Hu Yuehong shouted. Cry! The glazed bird flapped its wings and flew high in an instant, reaching a height of several dozen meters. It opened its mouth and spit out several icy spikes, which flew 100 meters in an instant and went straight for the giant bear's eyes. Click! The powerful giant bear closed his eyes and used only his eyelids to block the icy spikes, but he was still dazzled by the shock and saw stars. The next moment, the glazed bird swooped down, and its pair of sword-like claws grabbed the giant bear's nose. Bang! But what was shocking was that the powerful giant bear jumped and slapped the glass bird, causing it to scream and fall onto the hard floor tiles. Click! The floor tiles were broken and thick dust was billowing. The Lioli bird struggled for a few times and tried to get up, but saw a powerful giant bear rushing over and slapping it in the face, giving it a concussion. Lioli Fanio screamed twice and fell into a deep coma on the spot, unable to get up again. How violent! Many viewers couldn't help but gasp.